Quick transmigration. My wife is a supporting female character. Transmigration. Celebrities, school life, historical, urban life, adventure, showbiz, fantasy, romance, female, system, comedy, sci-fi, drama, male protagonist focus plus quick transmigration plus happy ending plus 1v1. Sweet romance, gentle sweet romance, light plot, heavy on romance. I'm saying it 3 times because it's important. Beginner writer. Please don't read if you don't like it. If you don't like it, please don't hurt me. Xu Xing was rich, handsome, and powerful in his previous life, yet single. Unexpectedly, a car accident led him to transmigrate into a book, where he was bound to a system that saves female supporting characters. Due to inexplicable interference, female supporting characters seem to be cursed, suffering tragic ends. Only by constantly traversing different small worlds and successfully saving these destined female supporting characters can Xu Xing truly achieve rebirth. P.S. In all the smaller worlds, the male protagonist's love interest is the same person. World 1. Delinquent school bully vs. darkened girl next door. World 2. Domineering CEO vs. 18th tier stand-in actress. World 3. Loyal knight vs. princess of a fallen kingdom. World 4. Apocalypse zombie king vs. cannon fodder female supporting character. World 5. The young marshal of the Republic of China vs. the real and fake heiresses. World 6. Fairy demon vs. girl with heterochromatic eyes. World 7. Villainous rich kid vs. older professor girlfriend. World 8. Unlucky master vs. tool disciple. World 9. Obsessive brother vs. sensible sister. World 10. The disabled young marquis vs. his bodyguard. World 11. Socially anxious overweight guy vs. beautiful landlady. World 12. Undercover armed police officer vs. female college student who met a tragic accident. World 13. The visual of a boy group who's terrible at singing and dancing vs. a multi-talented and energetic idol. World 14. Wandering vampire vs. substitute sacrifice. World 15. Beast world anaconda vs. transmigrated fierce woman. World 16. The unjustly accused second male lead vs. the female lead disguised as a man and her best brother. World 17. The holy mother of natural disasters vs. the kind and soft-hearted wife. World 18. Original world. World 19. StarCraft 1. Number 1 Delinquent school bully vs. the darkened girl next door. 1. Chapter 1. The delinquent campus tyrant vs. the blackened girl next door. 1. When Xu Xing woke up in a daze, he heard an angry and loud female voice ringing in his ears. Accompanying the female voice was a white piece of chalk that whooshed past his ear. Perhaps due to muscle memory, Xu Xing subconsciously tilted his head and dodged it. However, this seemed to offend her even more. Xu Xing, go stand outside. Without needing any urging, even before his mind was clear, his body was already habitually walking toward the classroom door. Xu Xing took a textbook that was cleaner than his face and followed orders, standing at the door and even, thoughtfully, pulling the door shut. Xu Xing stood motionless outside the door and began to reflect on life. That's right, he had transmigrated. This fact, which made him feel a bit shocked yet not entirely surprised, was now looping endlessly in his head. He clearly remembered that he was originally sitting in a car heading to a business negotiation when an out-of-control truck crashed into him head-on. He must have died on the spot, otherwise, he wouldn't have transmigrated to this strange place and even become a high school student. Speaking of which, before transmigrating, he was considered a bona fide eligible bachelor. How did he end up like this? Forget about getting a wife, he hadn't even been in a relationship yet. It was simply too frustrating, and the hundreds of millions in cash flow in his pocket, he hadn't even had the chance to enjoy it properly before he was gone. Xu Xing couldn't help but sigh. This was just great. Everything had reset to zero, and he could only work hard and start over from scratch while Xu Xing was still feeling the sting. Suddenly, open black lens bracket ding, close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket detected that the host is fully awake. Now beginning to bind female supporting lead salvation system number 0250. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket binding progress, 2%, 10%, 30%, 99% binding complete. Close black lens bracket. Xu Xing looked completely bewildered. A system? Female supporting lead salvation system? He heard that systems were very popular nowadays. Had he caught up with the trend? Open black lens bracket. Congratulations to the host for a perfect binding gifting, a perfect binding gift pack. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. In view of the host's accumulation of much merit in his previous life and his failure to find a sweetheart, the system is providing a free destiny detection service and has successfully matched you with your person of destiny. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Due to the disorder of the heavenly Tao, your person of destiny faces a tragic end. Only by successfully saving the person of destiny in each small world can the host truly meet his sweetheart. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Work hard. Host. Close black lens bracket. Shu Xing. So on the surface, this system saves the female supporting lead, but in reality, it's helping him find a wife? There's such a good thing? Shu Xing asked the system in his mind. Why me? The system didn't answer him, but continued mechanically. Open black lens bracket. Plot transmission will begin immediately. Host, please be prepared. Close black lens bracket. Receiving no response, Shu Xing had no choice but to accept it. Forget it, I'll ignore it for now. Staying alive is the most important thing. Then, a swelling sensation hit his head as the plot background of this small world rushed into his mind all at once. The story of this world wasn't complicated. The setting was a modern city. The original host was actually himself. His identity was the young master of the Shu family in the imperial capital, a typical profligate son. The Shu family had vast power, influence in both legal and illegal circles, and immense assets. The only regret was the sparse population. By Shu Xingyi's generation, only he and his older brother Shu Nian remained. Therefore, as one of only 2 children in the family, Shu Xing was practically the center of the family's affection. Everyone wanted to give him the best things in the world. This led to Shu Xingyi's increasingly arrogant and reckless behavior. But as for truly bad things, Shu Xing had never done any. He could only be described as an overly enthusiastic citizen, who often caused blunders. He was now in his 2nd year of high school, currently studying at Haicheng City's first high school. The quality of education in Haicheng City was nationally famous for being high quality and strict. Because his family felt Shu Xing was too mischievous and his grades were worrisome, they felt the free and rich campus life of the imperial capital wasn't suitable for him. Instead, the strictly managed Haicheng City might be able to discipline him. So, without hesitation, they spent a fortune to throw him into Haicheng First High School. It was just a matter of donating a building, which was peanuts for the Shu family. So even Haicheng First High School, known for its strictness, made an exception to accept this profligate son. There was no choice, he simply gave too much. Unfortunately, even in this school with its serious learning atmosphere, Shu Xing didn't seem to awaken any academic talent. He slept in class all day, and his textbooks remained brand new from the beginning of the year to the end. However, Shu Xing had one good point. While he slept, he never disturbed others. So few people expressed dissatisfaction with him. Only the class teacher felt frustrated and frequently invited him to the office to have tea and discuss ideals and the future. Although Shu Xing had a powerful background, he was just an extra in the plot. His role was to later become a business partner of the male and female protagonists, reaching the pinnacle of life together. The female protagonist of this small world was named Wen Li, and the male protagonist was named Su Yan. The two went from their school uniforms to a wedding dress, making for a sweet campus romance story. Su Yan was the typical cold-top student and campus god. He was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. In reality, he was a jealous king who was somewhat slow to realize his feelings. Wen Li possessed the qualities common to most female protagonists, kindness and gentleness. She entered Haicheng First High with the top score in her hometown's middle school entrance exam, and her high school grades easily stayed in the top 10 of her grade. She was a combination of talent and hard work. Due to an accidental event, she developed a crush on Su Yan, and thus their sweet love story unfolded. Wen Li's family background was very ordinary, with a significant gap compared to Su Yan's. So later in the story, there were inevitably plots about how the two overcame the status gap to be together. In general, this was a story of mutual crushes, you like me, I like you, with subtle displays of affection that eventually became sickeningly sweet. In this story, the person of destiny Shu Xing needed to pursue was named Sha Qingmeng. She was a tool-like supporting character who would become severely blackened later on, hindering the development of the protagonist's relationship. Sha Qingmeng and Wen Li were middle school classmates and very good friends. They both got into Haicheng First High and were exceptionally lucky to be assigned to the same class, Class 7, Grade 11, during the second-year reshuffle. Sha Qingmeng's family background was even worse than Wen Li's. If family background were compared to a house, Wen Li's was at least windproof and could keep people warm. Sha Qingmeng's was practically leaking wind from all sides. Sha Qingmeng's parents favored boys over girls. Her father had picked up the bad habits of smoking and heavy drinking when she was still a young child, and he would occasionally commit domestic violence. He had an especially poor attitude toward Sha Qingmeng, seeing her as a money loser. However, Sha Qingming's mother never protected her. Instead, as if suffering from Stockholm Syndrome, she blindly tried to please her husband and joined in beating and scolding Sha Qingming. When Sha Qingming just started middle school, Mother Sha gave birth to a second child. Fortunately, it was a boy, but this made the already poor family's situation even worse. With a younger brother, Sha Qingming was even more marginalized and hurt. Because she was born with a bright and beautiful face, her father even wanted to sell her to an old man as a plaything. Sha Qingming's grandmother really couldn't bear it anymore and took the initiative to bring Sha Qingming to live with her, raising her with her meager pension. Sha Qingming's family background destined her to have a dull personality and a bit of a people-pleasing nature, fearing that she might do something wrong and be disliked. Therefore, even if she didn't say it, deep down she was competitive in everything. One way this manifested in her studies was that she was exceptionally hardworking, so hardworking that you basically never saw her playing or chatting. She was either solving problems or memorizing books, like a non-stop learning machine. She stood in stark contrast to Xu Xing, who sat at the desk behind her with nothing to do all day. The Gaokao might not be absolutely fair, but for most ordinary people, especially for children from poor families like Sha Qingming, the Gaokao was definitely a good way out. So, Sha Qingming valued it very much. 2. Number 2 Delinquent School Bully versus the Darkened Girl Next Door, 2. Chapter 2. The Delinquent Campus Tyrant versus the Blackened Girl Next Door, 2. But it was sigh-inducing. Sha Qingming's high school life was not as smooth as she had imagined. As the best friend of the female protagonist, Wen Li, she became a target. The person targeting her was a girl named Chu Shi. Her family had some background, so she acted quite arrogantly, but no one dared to say much. At most, they just stayed away from her. The reason for targeting Sha Qingming was very childish, simply because Chu Shi also liked Su Yan and unilaterally felt that Su Yan was hers, not allowing anyone else to get close. So when Chu Shi saw Wen Li and Su Yan getting along happily, jealousy and anger filled her entire heart. From this, a wicked plan was born. Initially, Chu Shi intended to befriend Wen Li and Sha Qingming. However, due to her nasty personality, making friends was destined to fail. Thus, Chu Shi began to privately spread rumors that Sha Qingming also liked Su Yan, and went to great lengths to create various coincidences, intending to use someone else to do her dirty work and ruin the relationship between Wen Li and Sha Qingming. Wen Li had Su Yan's protection, and the Chu family couldn't afford to offend him. Therefore, after several failed attempts to ruin their relationship, Chu Shi began to brazenly target Sha Qingming, who had no background whatsoever. Chu Shi staged an accident to harm Sha Qingming's grandmother. Afterward, she found Sha Qingming and explicitly stated that she could pay for the treatment, but Sha Qingming had to cooperate with her to frame Wen Li and ruin Wen Li's image in Su Yan's heart. Naturally, Sha Qingming refused, but her grandmother's illness really couldn't wait. Moreover, what kind of connections could a poor high school student possibly have? Chu Shi pressed her at every step, and under immense suffering, Sha Qingming had no choice but to eventually choose to collude with her. As a result, the relationship between Sha Qingming and Wen Li deteriorated sharply. Under Chu Zai's various threats, inducements, and bullying, Sha Qingming's grades plummeted, and her mental state collapsed completely. Chu Shi treated Sha Qingming as a cheap scapegoat, ordering her to do all the dirty work while she hid behind the scenes, shirking responsibility. To pay for her grandmother's treatment, Sha Qingming lived through days that felt like years in agony. Her classmates also gossiped about her, which Sha Qingming's already fragile heart simply couldn't bear. Finally, overwhelmed by the burden, she left a suicide note and an apology letter before jumping off a building to her death. Sha Qingming's end was sigh-inducing. If it weren't for Chu Shi, no matter how difficult life was, it wouldn't have come to this. Sha Qingming never actively sought trouble, yet trouble kept finding her. She was the innocent bystander caught in the crossfire. Any small change that fell upon her was like a mountain that crushed the breath out of her. Unfortunately, Sha Qingming was ultimately crushed, yet the culprit remained at large, even living a carefree life as before. It wasn't until Sha Qingming used her blood to declare her will, writing out the anger, helplessness, and struggle in her heart, that she finally obtained a bit of justice for herself. After Xu Xing accepted the entire plot, his heart felt slightly sour. However, now that he was here, none of this would happen again. Fortunately, the plot hadn't yet reached the point where Chu Shi threatened Sha Qingming. He would protect Sha Qingming well and let her live a happy life. Ring, ring, ring. The time for class to end arrived before he knew it. The classroom and hallway, which had been as quiet as a mouse, gradually began to stir. Xu Xing, come with me. The class teacher pushed up her glasses and invited him for a serious talk with a stern face. To maximize efficiency and ensure strict supervision, the offices of No. 1 high school teachers were generally located not far next to the classrooms. The class teacher of Class 7, Grade 2, was named Jo Mei, and she was also the math teacher for Class 7. At this moment, she quickly found Xu Xingyi's test paper from a stack in her hand and placed it in front of him. The bright red 64 points on it looked particularly eye-catching. It's Grade 2, and next semester will be Grade 3. How can you have no sense of urgency at all? Xu Xing acted like a well-behaved and obedient student, standing beside the desk with his eyes lowered. He was very tall, over 185 centimeters. Standing obediently like this made Jo Mei feel as if she were bullying him, which felt quite awkward. Jo Mei didn't want to scold him either, mainly because this young master's family was indeed wealthy, and he wouldn't have to worry about food or clothing even if he remained unlearned and unskilled his whole life. But as a teacher of the people, she really couldn't bear to watch a child with good conditions give up on himself. So she said in a kind tone, "Xu Xing, I know your parents are rich, but they worked hard for that money. It didn't just blow in with the wind. You're not a child anymore. You should be responsible for yourself and make plans, instead of living aimlessly. Do you hear me?" Xu Xing nodded seriously and accepted the advice humbly. He was no longer the original Xu Xing, so he naturally took it to heart. In fact, he knew that although he was the pampered youngest son of the Xu family, many people secretly mocked him for being a dandy and incompetent, only able to rely on his family. Now he definitely had to achieve something. Starting, of course, with the simplest thing, test scores. Jo Mei wasn't sure if he had really listened, but seeing that today's performance was different from his previous thuggish and indifferent attitude, she felt he must have understood at least a little. She let him go. "All right, you should head back quickly and prepare for the next class." Xu Xing politely said goodbye, then closed the door and returned to the classroom. Jo Mei couldn't help but look at him a couple more times. It really was strange. How was this kid so obedient today? Every time she looked for him before, he was very impatient. Today, it was as if his soul had been swapped. Xu Xing returned to the classroom. Before his butt even hit the seat, his deskmate Zhang Jie leaned over to gossip. "What did Mei Chaofeng say to you just now?" Xu Xing was searching for his physics textbook and homework in a pile of new books that looked like a pigsty, so he said without looking up, "What else could it be?" "She told me to study hard and make progress every day." Zhang Jie felt it was boring, gave an "oh," and also started looking for books in his own pigsty. 2 pigsties, 6 of one and half a dozen of the other, huddled in the furthest corner of the classroom. They looked like abandoned trash heaps, except the trash in these heaps was all brand new. The seats in Class 7 were chosen by the students themselves when the classes were first divided. Although there were adjustments later, they weren't major, so Zhang Jie and Xu Xing had occupied this corner year-round, and the teachers couldn't be bothered to interfere much. By the time Xu Xing found his book, the class bell had already rung. The physics teacher, with a shiny bald head, walked into the classroom unhurriedly with a textbook tucked under one arm. Although it was Grade 2, it was already near the end of the semester. The new lessons had long been finished, and they had already started interspersed review. Today's topic was about motion, such as velocity and initial velocity. Naturally, Xu Xing didn't have anything like notes, and his homework was completely blank. But relying on the fact that he had just transmigrated, plus the system's support, exams were no problem at all. There was no need to start studying so early, so he just stared at the blackboard in a daze. He first opened the binding gift pack given by number 0250. Open black lens bracket. Congratulations on obtaining academic mastery, computer mastery, martial arts mastery, and 5 beauty and health pills. Close black lens bracket. Xu Xing couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration in his heart. As expected of a perfect level binding, the items given covered both literary and martial arts, being very comprehensive and practical. After receiving the baptism of the gift pack, Xu Xing began to ponder over Sha Qingmeng's situation. If he didn't want the tragedy to repeat, the best way was, of course, to stay by Sha Qingmeng's side and protect her at all times. Another most important point was to protect Sha Qingmeng's grandmother. He couldn't let that madwoman Chu Shi harm an innocent elderly person. But right now, he wasn't very familiar with Sha Qingmeng and hadn't even said more than a few words to her. Wouldn't it be very perverted to suddenly start following her? He had to find a suitable reason to strike up a conversation. For now, he still had one advantageous condition. Sha Qingmeng sat right in front of him. Indeed, as someone who was a bit self-deprecating and sensitive, stubborn and unwilling to lose but also having a people-pleasing personality, Sha Qingmeng wouldn't choose to sit in the front row. That would make her feel insecure. so she chose the back row of the classroom, and coincidentally, she sat right in front of Xu Xing. In fact, when the classroom was being assigned, Xia Qingming originally wanted to sit in the very last row, but regardless, letting a 168 cm girl sit behind a 187 cm boy would be too much. So the original body's owner had chosen the last row and gave the seat in front to Xia Qingming. That seat change was one of the few times the original body's owner and Xia Qingming had spoken. After all, the original body's owner had a good family background and used to be heartless. The two of them basically belonged to two completely different worlds, so they naturally didn't talk much. Xu Xing rubbed his hair with a bit of a headache. He hadn't chased a girl before. How should he start a conversation? 3. Number 3 Delinquent School Bully vs. the Darkened Girl Next Door. 3. Chapter 3. Delinquent Campus Tyrant vs. Blackened Girl Next Door. 3. Holding a pen in one hand, his knuckles moved as the black ballpoint pen spun rapidly between his slender fingers. Xu Xing stared boredly at the graceful figure in front of him. It was no wonder Xia Qingming's unscrupulous parents wanted to sell her to an old man. She was truly beautiful, a fact even the ordinary school uniform couldn't hide. Her features were exquisite and elegant, her appearance bright, and her skin was naturally rosy and fair. It was already good enough without any skincare. It wasn't hard to imagine how stunning she would be if she had the means for meticulous skincare and styling. It really was a face perfectly suited for a villainous character. Xu Xing couldn't help but shake his head and let out a soft chuckle. Zhang Jie was also bored. He secretly opened a bag of small cookies and ate one every 2 minutes. Having eaten almost half the bag, he felt he should share with Xu Xing, so he pushed the cookies over under the desk. The next second, he looked up and saw this lord, who used to sleep at the drop of a hat, now staring intently at the back of Xia Qingming in the front row, as if trying to bore a hole through it. Zhang Jie peeked at his textbook. It was clean, without a single word written on it. Zhang Jie thought to himself, he's acting a bit normal, but not by much, so he silently moved the cookies back. Could it be that this dense guy has finally noticed Xia Qingming's beauty? Xia Qingming was a sensitive person, and it wasn't hard for her to notice the burning gaze coming from behind. For the first time in class, she felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. But fearing she was just being paranoid and overthinking, she suppressed the awkward feeling, told herself not to take herself too seriously, and forced herself to calm down and continue listening to the lecture attentively. During the short physics class, some felt time was brief, like Zhang Jie who had been snacking. Others felt time was long, like Xia Qingming who had been enduring the gaze from behind. As soon as class was over, Xia Qingming almost fled, grabbing her water cup and heading out to get water. Of course, getting water was just a pretext. Taking the opportunity of getting water, she secretly glanced at Xu Xing's seat through the window. Their eyes met instantly, and Xu Xing smiled at her. Xia Qingming hurriedly looked away, her hand holding the cup trembling involuntarily, causing water to trickle down the side and wet the back of her hand. Xia Qingming hurriedly realigned the cup with the water outlet and switched to her other hand to catch the water. Too strange. It was simply too strange. Xu Xing actually smiled at her. They had been classmates for almost a year, and she had thought Xu Xing only possessed expressions like impatience, unhappiness, and boredom. However, the way he smiled was actually quite good-looking. He was already a youth with deep features and a bright appearance. Smiling like this added a few hints of sunshine compared to his usual delinquent air. After filling the cup about halfway, Xia Qingming slowed her pace as she walked back. Just as she reached the aisle next to Xu Xing, someone bumped into her head-on at the corner. Even though Xia Qingming had been careful enough, some water still spilled from the cup. "Hey, are you crazy? You wetted my clothes." A sharp female voice pierced through, sounding as if it wanted to rupture eardrums. Xu Xing couldn't help but rub his ears. This screeching sound was somewhat of an assault on his hearing. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Did it splash a lot?" Xia Qingming turned pale and quickly apologized. Chu Zai's temper was famously explosive. If you didn't provoke her, you could coexist peacefully, but if you did, she would likely target you for a while before letting it go. "How can I wear these clothes now that they're wet? You owe me a new outfit," Chu Shi shouted irritably. Xia Qingming's expression stiffened as she looked at Chu Zai's clothes. It was just a bit of cold water, and with summer approaching, it would dry quickly. Demanding a new outfit was a bit too much. Not to mention she didn't have much money to begin with. Xia Qingming braced herself and decided to refuse. Student Chu Shi, "Hey, you, apologize to me." Before Xia Qingming could finish, a figure stood out and blocked her path. It was Xu Xing. He leaned halfway against the desk, one hand in his pocket, while the other pointed nonchalantly at Chu Shi before curving to point at the textbook on the floor that had been splashed with water. Chu Shi was used to being arrogant and never thought her actions could be wrong. She immediately retorted, on what grounds? Xu Xingyi's tone wasn't very pleasant as he looked down at her. On the grounds that I saw you were the one who bumped into her first. Chu Shi refused to back down and said stubbornly, she clearly spilled water on my clothes, she still has to compensate me. Hey, Xu Xing glanced up and down with a sneer. Quote, what, is your school uniform different from everyone else's? Is it particularly precious, inlaid with gold? These few drops of water are about to evaporate, aren't they? Bystanders secretly peeked at Chu Shi. Even Chu Shi herself looked awkwardly at the few drops of water stains on her clothes that were almost disappearing. Sha Qingmeng hadn't filled the cup much, only half a cup, so not much water could spill out. Moreover, it would be more accurate to say most of the water splashed onto the books on the floor rather than onto Chu Shi. But I still got splashed with water. Chu Shi didn't want to be reasonable. In her subconscious, whenever she didn't want to be reasonable, the whole world had to make way for her. The people around them all kept their distance. This madwoman always had some issues. When she went crazy, it was life-threatening. Better not to provoke her, better not to provoke her. Xu Xing, however, didn't back down at all. You bumped into her first, which caused the water to spill. This is called karma at most. My book was splashed with so much water. As the culprit, it shouldn't be too much for you to apologize to me, right? Chu Shi was exasperated. How could this person be so glib? An argument is an argument. Who wants to talk about karma and logic with you? So she shouted angrily, who told you to put your book on the floor? Aren't you just asking for it? Xu Xing shrugged. Where I put my book is my freedom, but the source of this matter is you. You decide what to do. In all her years, it had always been others apologizing to her. When was it ever her turn to apologize to others? Chu Shi gritted her teeth and said, in your dreams do you know who's backing me? Nothing more than the Chu family of Haicheng. What else could it be? Xu Xingyi's voice was flat, his tone perfunctory. Oh, how impressive. I'm so scared. Zhang Jie, watching the scene from the side. If you showed even a hint of a scared expression, I would believe you. The onlookers, wanting to laugh. It's so hard to hold back, it has to be Xu Xing. Chu Shi looked at Xu Xing, then at Sha Qingmeng, fuming with rage. How come a poor girl and a hoodlum now dare to ride over her head? Did they think she was an easy target? Chu Zai's face darkened. Xu Xing, I advise you to think carefully and not poke your nose into other people's business. She was very angry and the consequences would be severe. If she didn't teach this person a lesson, it would be hard to satisfy her hatred. Xu Xing said with some disdain. Chu Shi, if your mouth stinks, it's better not to speak. Are you afraid people won't know? This young master just felt like meddling today. So what? The malice in Chu Zai's eyes could no longer be hidden. Xu Xing, don't go too far. You think you're something just because you can use your fists? Xu Xing didn't care, his eyes full of contempt. Sorry, I really do consider myself someone. Are you sure you have the ability to beat me? Xu Xing suddenly felt that having a strong background had its benefits. For instance, at a time like this, he had no fear of a character like Chu Shi. Having confidence is great. Hearing Xu Xingyi's words, Chu Shi felt as if she had heard a huge joke. When you stop ranking dead last, then you can consider yourself someone. Xu Xing gave a fake smile. What, you can't beat me with fists, so you want to bring up grades? I'm proud of being dead last, but I see your grades can't even compare to half of Sha Qingmeng's big toe. Chu Shi was choked with rage. She pointed at Xu Xing, wanting to say something but at a loss for words. Finally, she could only stomp away with exceptionally heavy steps. She could definitely not beat Xu Xing in a fight, but damn it, this person ranked last and could still be so at peace with it. It was truly infuriating. Xu Xing curled his lip in disdain. Tisk, what a weakling, how boring. 4. Number 4 Delinquent School Bully versus the Darkened Girl Next Door. 4. Chapter 4. The Delinquent Campus Tyrant versus the Blackened Girl Next Door. 4. When it comes to the question of whether one's fists are hard enough, Xu Xing has a lot of authority on the matter. At least for now, roughly speaking, there shouldn't be anyone tougher than him in the entire Haicheng No. 1 middle school. As an enthusiastic citizen, he has done his fair share of punishing evil and promoting good, even if he occasionally overdoes it by accident. Every time Zhou Mei rushed over in a panic to deal with Xu Xingyi's messes, she couldn't help but fall into self-doubt. Looking at the group of villains lying on the ground and Xu Xing standing there claiming he was in pain, she for a moment didn't know who was the partner of justice. Fortunately, Xu Xingyi's intentions were always good. Coupled with the backing of that teaching and experimental building, he could still stay peacefully at No. 1 middle school despite such incidents. So, Xu Xing didn't take Chu Zai's little tricks seriously at all. If she had the guts, she could come. Whether she could return in one piece, he wouldn't guarantee. In any case, he couldn't let down the title of campus tyrant. It was precisely because she couldn't win against Xu Xing in a direct confrontation that She left in a huff. Hey, wipe it off. Zhang Jie tossed a pack of tissues to Xu Xing. Books are different from clothes. Pages soaked with water will curl, and even after they dry, they won't be the same as before. Xu Xing looked at the stack of books on the floor, wiped them with tissues, and then simply tidied up the messy pigsty. Zhang Jie teased him. Oh, our trash heap has gained a blessing in disguise. If it weren't for the water being splashed, I've never seen you tidy up. Xu Xing gave him a sharp look. You talk too much. Zhang Jie curled his lip and continued his battle of wits and courage with the snacks. Sha Qingmeng took the initiative to take out tissues from her pocket and wipe the water-stained textbooks. I'm sorry for getting your textbooks wet. The brand new books, which hadn't even been flipped through many times, were ruined by water stains. Sha Qingmeng couldn't help but feel sorry for them. Xu Xing waved his hand dismissively. It's not your fault. Besides, I don't read books anyway. Although water was splashed, only the top few books were actually wet. It wasn't a big deal at all. He was telling the truth, but Sha Qingmeng felt a warmth in her heart for no reason. This was probably the first time she had heard someone stand up for her and speak on her behalf. She had thought that with Xu Xing's personality, he would disdain helping her. Not only because he didn't like getting involved in girls' matters, but also because of his famous campus tyrant title. He always felt very unapproachable and even harder to mess with. I'll help you tidy up. Sha Qingmeng took the initiative to pick up the books from the floor, separated the textbooks from the workbooks, and then returned them to Xu Xing. Xu Xing, thanks. Sha Qingmeng, you're welcome. Zhang Jie's small eyes darted back and forth between the two. He felt something was strange. The atmosphere was a bit strange. Xu Xing used to hate getting involved in girls' matters the most, always saying girls were troublesome creatures. Since when did he learn to speak up for someone? Just staring at that girl's back during the last physics class was very abnormal. Zhang Jie's gossiping heart simply couldn't be suppressed. He wrote a small note and inconspicuously slipped it into Xu Xing's hand. Open black lens bracket. You don't actually like her, do you? Close black lens bracket. Zhang Jie rubbed his hands in anticipation, feeling that a huge piece of gossip was right before him. Xu Xing read the contents of the note and raised an eyebrow. His deskmate was quite perceptive. So, he picked up a pen, wrote one word, and slipped it back. Zhang Jie rubbed his hands together and opened the returned note. There was only one word on it. Yes. Zhang Jie's eyeballs almost popped out. Do you have to be so straightforward, bro? Aren't you even going to try to make an excuse or be stubborn about it? As the saying goes, doesn't whoever admits their feelings first lose? When did this happen? Zhang Jie leaned over and asked quietly. Since when did Xu Xing become so good at hiding things? When did he start liking that girl without showing any signs at all? Xu Xing gave him a smiling glance. Zhang Jie sensibly shut his mouth and made a gesture of zipping his lips. Understood. Nothing else matters, he just needs to be a qualified wingman. The last class of the morning was biology. Accompanying the bell were students swarming toward the cafeteria. Every second counts. A moment's delay could mean losing the right to a certain dish. Xu Xing didn't go to the cafeteria to eat as usual, but instead sat motionless in his seat, which was rare. He saw the female protagonist, Wen Li, and the male protagonist, Su Yan, surreptitiously leave the classroom one after another. It seemed something was already brewing between them. Sha Qingmeng didn't go to the cafeteria to eat either. Firstly, she was quite perceptive. Her friend had been eating with Su Yan lately, and she had no interest in being a third wheel. Secondly, some mysterious rumors had recently surfaced saying that both she and Wen Li liked Su Yan. But in reality, that wasn't the case, so it was better to avoid suspicion. Thirdly, the cafeteria food was a bit expensive for her. It wasn't that she couldn't afford it, but it was better to save. Her lunch was very simple, a steamed bun that had already gone cold. She had bought it at a breakfast shop in the morning. For no other reason than it saved money. Xu Xing scrolled through his phone contacts and didn't find Sha Qingmeng. Or rather, he didn't even have many classmates' contacts. True, Xu Xing was, after all, the young master of the Xu family from the imperial capital. He had a natural arrogance in his bones, and there weren't many people he would truly consider friends. So now the question was, how should he start a conversation and successfully exchange contact information with Sha Qingmeng? Sha Qingmeng took out today's lunch from her school bag and munched on it while doing practice problems. While she was eating, she felt someone behind her poke her with a pen. Sha Qingmeng, what's wrong? Xu Xing organized his words in his mind. Hey, let me discuss something with you. Sha Qingming couldn't help but be confused. What is it? Xu Xing analyzed it logically. Chu Shi definitely won't let this morning's matter go. So, let's walk home together in the evenings for a while. I have to take responsibility for your safety, right? Once she settles down, I won't bother you. What do you think? Xu Xing thought about it. These words were well spoken. Out of protective intent and without pestering her, Sha Qingming shouldn't refuse. Sha Qingming pondered for a moment. She almost forgot that Chu Shi had a vicious personality. After being rebuked by Xu Xing today, she would most likely have a follow-up move. She couldn't afford to provoke Xu Xing, but she could shift the conflict onto her. What Xu Xing said actually made a lot of sense. Then I'll have to trouble you. Sha Qingming nodded, agreeing. Xu Xing held out his phone and handed it to her. Let's add each other's contact info. If she comes to bother you, just call me. Sha Qingming, is this appropriate? Sha Qingming didn't think Xu Xing was the type of person who would proactively add friends. She remembered when the classes were first rearranged, others were moving around everywhere, excitedly adding friends, while Xu Xing just sat in the corner without moving his butt, not caring at all. However, Xu Xing didn't mind. What's not appropriate? Adding contact info will be convenient for later. Oh, since he put it that way, Sha Qingming still noted down his number and added him as a friend. Xu Xing chuckled in his heart. HMPH, she's quite easy to fool. It wasn't as difficult as imagined. After evening self-study that day, Xu Xing escorted Sha Qingming all the way home. Sha Qingming originally thought Xu Xing would only take her to the school gate, but to her surprise, he was unexpectedly serious and responsible. Sha Qingming felt a bit embarrassed by his actions, as her home was quite a distance from the school. She was currently living at her grandmother's house, which was in an old residential area. The alleys were narrow and crowded, the roads were patched and uneven, and the exterior of the house was mottled and peeling. Sha Qingming thought that someone like Xu Xing, who didn't lack money, would show a look of disdain. Instead, Xu Xing looked calm and composed. It turned out she had been judging a gentleman with a petty heart. I'm home. Thank you for today. Sha Qingming bowed slightly and thanked him sincerely before going upstairs. You're welcome, it's only right. Xu Xing waved his hand, said goodbye to her, and watched her go upstairs. Only after seeing the room light turn on did he turn to go home. 5. Number 5 Delinquent School Bully vs. the Darkened Girl Next Door. 5. Chapter 5. The Delinquent Campus Tyrant vs. the Darkened Girl Next Door. 5. She was clearly a perfectly nice girl, so how did her ending turn out like that? Xu Xing, sitting on his bicycle, couldn't help but look back at the small, lit-up bedroom. The plot summary he received was only brief, making it hard to truly imagine, with empathy, all the dark things Sha Qingming would have gone through if the original storyline had unfolded. But none of that counts now. He would nip Chu Zai's various schemes in the bud and deal with her as quickly as possible. Without Chu Shi stirring up trouble, many things wouldn't happen, and Sha Qingming could study peacefully. Thinking of this, Xu Xing's gaze turned cold. He really couldn't let Chu Shi off easy. Back home, Sha Qingming couldn't resist looking down from her bedroom window. The early summer wind fluttered the hem of Xu Xing's clothes, and the dim streetlight cast a strangely soft glow on him. He didn't seem as violent and scary as the rumors suggested. He felt quite kind, a good person. Sha Qingming's stereotypical impression of him had improved quite a bit. After escorting Sha Qingming, Xu Xing rode his bike back home the same way. His current residence was an apartment not far from school. 2 bedrooms, a living room, a bathroom, and a kitchen. The space wasn't large, but it was more than enough for him alone. Of course, with the Xu family's wealth, living in a luxurious villa wouldn't be a problem, but it wasn't necessary. Cleaning was a hassle, even if he didn't have to do it himself. After taking a comfortable shower and admiring himself in the mirror for a while, Xu Xing finally lay back in bed. As soon as he unlocked his phone, several message notifications popped up on the lock screen. The content was simple and direct, all were money transfers from family members. The amounts were quite substantial. Father, a young man out in the world should always have some money in his pocket. Mother, the temperature difference between morning and night is a bit big lately. Take care not to catch a cold. Older brother, I heard it's quite hot over there. Here's some money for cold drinks. Xu Xing quickly skimmed the messages and replied to each one. Truly the little young master doted on by thousands. Xu Xing couldn't help but sigh after checking his account balance. But the feeling of having money was absolutely fantastic. After receiving the money, Xu Xing opened his chat window with Sha Qingming. Her profile picture wasn't quite like her in person. It was a very cute cartoon cat. Xu Xing found it somewhat familiar, as if he'd seen it somewhere before, so he decisively did a reverse image search. Whoa, it turned out to be part of a matching set. Besides the cat, there were several other animals like a rabbit, a dog, and a bear. Xu Xing thought for a moment and changed his profile picture to one with a blue background, featuring a dog. Roughly speaking, it could count as a matching couple avatar with the pink background cat picture. After all, since ancient times, red and blue make a pair. After returning home, Xia Qingming still had to solve a few more practice problems before going to bed. Just after finishing 2 small questions, her phone lit up. Xu Xing had sent a message. Open black lens bracket XSTAH close black lens bracket. Top student, how do you solve this problem? I can't understand the answer I found online either. I suspect steps are missing. Attached, problem image plus answer. This guy was actually taking the initiative to study? Xia Qingming couldn't help but be surprised. Everyone knew Xu Xing was a troublemaker who never turned in homework. Whenever it was time to collect homework, don't even ask him. If you ask, the answer is, I don't have it, didn't do it. Xu Xing also knew he simply didn't do homework. Not only did he not want to do it before, he actually still didn't want to now. But it might be difficult in the future, since he was determined to establish a persona of someone who had turned over a new leaf and was striving hard. Open black lens bracket XSTAH close black lens bracket. We're almost in our final year of high school. If I don't start studying now, it'll be too late. And now that I have the top students' contact info, shouldn't I take advantage of being close to the water to get the moon first? Despite her doubts, Xia Qingming patiently looked at the problem. The answer indeed had an issue. It skipped steps in the middle. It shouldn't be hard to understand for some people, but for someone like Xu Xing with only a superficial understanding, it really wasn't easy to grasp. Xia Qingming filled in the missing steps, took a photo, and sent it to Xu Xing. However, her old phone wasn't very cooperative, and the network signal was poor. Sending the photo took forever and even got stuck, just as the other side sent 2 messages asking, is it done yet? Xia Qingming sighed. She usually didn't use her phone much, let alone mobile data. That stuff cost money, but not using it really wasn't feasible either. After all, it's an information age now. Without a phone, you could barely move an inch. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Her phone suddenly vibrated, showing an unknown number. Xia Qingming answered immediately. Hello, Xia Qingming. A clear, bright male voice came from the other end. For the first time, Xia Qingming realized that Xu Xing's voice sounded so pleasant when transmitted through the phone line. Xu Xing, I think I'm a bit slow. How about you explain it to me directly over the phone? Xia Qingming replied with an then began explaining based on the answer she had written. Xu Xing naturally wasn't listening. With subject mastery by his side, he didn't need to review at all. Of course, even without subject mastery, he was confident he could pull his grades up on his own merit. He was actually listening to the girl's voice, clear and crisp with a hint of a soft, sticky lilt at the end. It sounded wonderful, a complete pleasure. Xia Qingming's voice tone perfectly matched her person. With her cool and beautiful appearance, she sometimes unintentionally revealed traces of a young girl's simple innocence. 10 minutes later, the problem was finished. Xu Xing, thank you, Xia Qingming. For the first time, Xia Qingming felt a bit inexplicably shy hearing someone call her name. She hurriedly said, you're welcome. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up first. Wait a moment. The male voice on the other end sounded a bit urgent. Quote, can I call you to ask questions in the future? Xia Qingming initially wanted to refuse because phone calls were expensive, but then she thought he was the one calling, so she inexplicably agreed. Okay. Xu Xing, thank you. Good night, Xia Qingming. You too. Good night. On an early summer night, the evening breeze brushed past a somewhat restless heart. Xia Qingming realized her palm holding the phone had broken out in fine beads of sweat at some point, damp and moist, her heart thumping incessantly. This was the first time she had talked to a boy on the phone. She just felt his voice was so pleasant it made her heart feel a bit uncomfortable. Staring at Xu Xing's profile picture for a while, Xia Qingming murmured to herself, did he change his profile picture? It looked strangely like a matching pair with hers, but Xia Qingming was far too self-aware. She thought it was probably just a coincidence. Shaking off the unfounded thought, she went back to solving problems. In his apartment, Xu Xing hung up the phone and giggled, hee, rolling around on his bed twice. Great, he had seized another good opportunity. Calling Xia Qingming every night was beneficial for nurturing their relationship. For the next 2 weeks straight, Xu Xing unfailingly escorted Xia Qingming home after school every day. Once home, he would use asking about problems as an excuse to have long phone calls. Under the old, small building, the two said goodbye as usual. But this time, Sha Qingming didn't head upstairs. Instead, for the first time, she turned around and called out to Xu Xing. Xu Xing, what's up? Looking at Xu Xing's somewhat indistinct figure under the dim streetlight, Sha Qingming said, "It's been 2 weeks. It should be fine now, right? You don't have to go through the trouble of escorting me anymore." Ultimately, it was just a small matter. Sha Qingming didn't think Chu Shi would go to extremes. 2 peaceful weeks had passed. She felt it should be about over. Having Xu Xing escort her further made her feel undeserving. However, Xu Xing didn't think this small matter was over. In the original plot, Chu Shi used this incident to bully and torment Sha Qingming in various ways. It was just that Sha Qingming was tough and refused to yield, seeing her uncooperative. Chu Shi then set her sights on Sha Qingming's grandmother, forcing her to comply. So Xu Xing didn't agree with Sha Qingming's suggestion. No, this is the calm before the storm. She's definitely brewing something bad, she just hasn't acted yet. Xu Xing's tone was firm, leaving no room for negotiation. Sha Qingming pursed her lips and finally nodded. Anyway, she had nothing to lose. Having company to talk to on the way home at night was nice. Then you should also be careful on your way back. 2 weeks of interaction wasn't long, but it had made the two originally unfamiliar people much closer. Sha Qingming wasn't stingy with showing concern for a friend. Xu Xing nodded and turned his bicycle around. Watching Sha Qingming go upstairs and the light turn on, Xu Xing, without even realizing it, let out a sigh of relief before feeling assured enough to leave. 6. Number 6 Delinquent School Bully vs. the Darkened Girl Next Door, 6. Chapter 6, The Delinquent Campus Tyrant vs. the Blackened Girl Next Door, 6. Back home, Xu Xing, as usual, asked Sha Qingming a question. He didn't ask too many, fearing he might disturb her studies. After Sha Qingming answered his question, she hung up the phone and, surprisingly, felt a rare sense of loneliness. Grandma, being an elderly person, had already gone to sleep. The quiet house was silent, with only the chirping of insects outside the window. Unwilling to be lonely, her only good friend, Wen Li, was currently in a complicated situation with Su Yan, and as someone with a people-pleasing personality, how could Sha Qingming bring herself to bother her friend at such a time? Sha Qingming sighed. If Xu Xing hadn't been around these past few days, she would probably feel even lonelier. Unbeknownst to her, she had grown accustomed to Xu Xing calling her every night to ask questions. Although it was strictly about academics, she found herself looking forward to it a little, and it was even a bit interesting. She must be crazy. With the 3rd year of high school approaching, at such a crucial juncture, what was she thinking about? Sha Qingming decisively placed her phone far away and plunged back into the ocean of knowledge. Xu Xing held his phone, grinning foolishly. Even the game console in front of him no longer seemed appealing. He now felt happy going to school every day. Just staring at Sha Qingming was enough happiness. The 10.5 hours from 6:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. felt insufficient to him. The next morning, Xu Xing rode his bike, humming a tune. Zhang Jie looked at his radiant, spring-like face and couldn't help but marvel again that love truly was a wonderful thing that nourished people. He had seen more smiles from Xu Xing in the past 2 weeks than in the entire previous year. Today, the breakfast shop had a new item. Xu Xing thought of Sha Qingming, so he brought a portion for her. When he placed it on her desk, he was surprised to see that there was no school bag on her chair. "Hasn't Sha Qingming arrived yet?" Xu Xing asked. He was already late enough. There was no reason for Sha Qingming to be late. "No, she hasn't." Sha Qingming's deskmate shook her head. She also found it strange. Sha Qingming had never been late before. Quote, "Could she be sick?" Xu Xing felt a chill run through his veins. "Number 0250, help me check Sha Qingming's location." Xu Xing forced himself to calm down and give the order. He had a very bad premonition. Could it be that Chu Shi found people to ambush Sha Qingming on her way to school? After all, if they couldn't ambush her on the way home, the way to school was also an option. As soon as he thought this speculation held a high probability, Xu Xing grew anxious. He didn't care about anything else, dropped his school bag, and ran out. "Hey, brother Xu, where are you going? Morning reading is about to start." Zhang Jie subconsciously stood up and shouted at him, trying to call him back. "Help me ask for leave. Just say I have a stomachache." Zhang Jie heard a distant voice, though the person was out of sight. "Look at you. Do you look like you have a stomachache?" Number 265, Yingxin Village, connected to a small alley. Sha Qingming was now calling out to heaven and earth, but no one was answering. Being late for school was secondary. She had encountered a bigger problem. She probably didn't check the almanac today. After riding her bike for maybe 2 minutes after leaving home, she collided with a bicycle that turned out from an alley. She didn't know if the other party was intentionally trying to extort her, but his bicycle was broken. However, Sha Qingmeng's own bike was also broken, as both were antiques. But the other party seemed unwilling to let it go, demanding compensation from her. Sha Qingmeng reluctantly agreed, offering to leave her phone number so they could contact her for reimbursement after the bike was repaired, but the other party seemed dissatisfied with this outcome and wanted to push their luck. Even as slow-witted as Sha Qingmeng was, she should have realized they were doing this on purpose. Compensation was just an excuse. The real intention was to cause her trouble. Are you sent by Chu Shi? Are you working for her? Sha Qingmeng calmed down and asked. The few hoodlum-like boys on the other side froze for a moment, then argued, what Chu Shi? Never heard of her, never heard of her. Don't talk nonsense with me. My bike is broken. If you know what's good for you, show some sincerity. Sha Qingmeng observed the four of them. Although their clothes and demeanor were very street-like, their ages didn't seem much older than hers. But just by looking at their faces, she guessed they hadn't done few bad things and were already seasoned delinquents. Sha Qingmeng. I've already left my phone number, which is sincere enough. I still have to go to school, and you should also go back to school for class. One of them, without concealing the lewdness and greed in his eyes, sneered, HMPH, school? I stopped bothering with that stuff long ago, little beauty. I think you're quite pretty. How about this, you play with us brothers for a bit, and we'll call off the matter of you breaking our bike. Sha Qingmeng's heart sank. Her worst premonition had come true. She thought Xu Xing was right last night. Chu Shi was indeed malicious enough not to let her go. She didn't understand, was it really just a few drops of water? Was it worth all this? I can give you all the money I have. How about you let me go to class? Sha Qingmeng forced herself to remain calm and negotiate. Especially at times like this, she couldn't provoke them. As a defenseless girl against four boys, she was bound to be at a disadvantage. Hey, you? How much money could you have? Exactly. Let us brothers have some fun, and we'll let you go right away. The four of them pressed closer, leaving no room for negotiation. Sha Qingmeng had no choice but to seize an opportunity and run. Help! But it was too early. Office workers hadn't woken up yet, and there weren't many people in the winding alleys. Occasionally, someone would see the scene, pretend not to, and quickly leave. These few hooligans were quite arrogant in this area. It seemed they had someone backing them, and they were frequent visitors to the detention center, going in and out and in. So, most people, to avoid trouble, would rather avoid them. Sha Qingmeng felt both disappointed and scared. Human nature sometimes really couldn't withstand testing, or perhaps, she was just unlucky. To run faster, she even abandoned her school bag. But at this critical moment, her phone suddenly malfunctioned again. It froze. Little bitch, where do you think you're going? You hit my bike and now you want to run? Sha Qingmeng couldn't outrun them and was dragged by two of them and pinned against the wall. Her wrists were restrained, making the extremely proud Sha Qingmeng feel particularly humiliated. Let go of me. Sha Qingmeng glared fiercely at the person in front of her, as if to engrave his appearance in her memory. Little thing, you're quite pretty. The man stroked Sha Qingmeng's face, not taking her words to heart. Honestly, this fair and tender little face was definitely the prettiest he had ever played with, and her figure seemed pretty good too. The man shamelessly and wantonly eyed Sha Qingmeng from head to toe. Pitui, Sha Qingmeng spat at him, then bit the man's finger hard. Ah, accompanied by a piercing scream. Teeth marks were deeply imprinted on the man's finger, with dots of red blood oozing out. Damn it, little bitch, you're quite feisty? I like that. The man, instead, showed a sinister smile and pinched Sha Qingmeng's chin. He loved this struggle before death. The more intense the struggle, the more he liked it, because he knew that all these struggles would ultimately be futile. I'll have a turn first, and after I'm satisfied, you guys can have your turn. Alright, big brother, you go first. One of them smiled wickedly. Big brother, it's not like we can't go together. That's a good idea. Let's try it today and see how feisty you little bitch can be. With that, several dark hands impatiently began to loosen their clothes and reach for Sha Qingmeng. Sha Qingmeng closed her eyes in despair. If she meant if only someone would come to save her. 7. Number 7 Delinquent School Bully versus the Darkened Girl Next Door. 7. Chapter 7. The Delinquent Campus Tyrant versus the Blackened Girl Next Door. 7. Bang. Ah. Bang. 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 The dull thud of fists hitting flesh, accompanied by wretched screams, echoed through the silent alleyway. Sha Qingmeng instantly felt the grip on her arms loosen. The reversal happened so fast, it was over in an instant. Still immersed in her previous despair, Sha Qingming didn't dare open her eyes, instinctively curling up and covering her ears. Damn it, you dare touch my person? Xu Xingyi's fury had reached its peak. Just a little bit more, just a little bit. If he had been any slower, this scum would have touched Sha Qingming. Xu Xing had taken a taxi all the way after 0250 located Sha Qingming. After getting out, he had sprinted without stopping. He had good eyesight. Seeing Sha Qingming's disheveled clothes and her reddened cheek filled him with both rage and heartache. To dare do such a thing in broad daylight, was he really relying on the Chu family's influence to act tough? Was he used to being in jail, or did he just not want his manhood anymore? Xu Xing cast a cold glance at the four men's lower bodies, making them instantly feel a chill between their legs. Two of them, whose pants were half off, felt the chill even more intensely. Before they could fasten their waistbands, a cold breeze swept through the early summer morning for no reason. The man who had first spoken out of turn, referred to as Big Brother, was already rolling on the ground in pain, clutching his unspeakable parts. Damn it, no sportsmanship. We're all men here, yet you use such underhanded tactics? The other three turned to flee. Trying to run? Xu Xing snorted coldly. In just a few strides, he leapt in front of the three. He grabbed one by the neck and delivered a heavy kick that sent him flying, putting almost all his strength into it. The weight of an adult male combined with the acceleration of the flight slammed into the two behind him, knocking the wind out of them so badly they couldn't recover for a long time. In less than half a minute, all four were on the ground groaning in agony. Your hands are dirty, your feet are dirty, and certain other places are even dirtier. I think it's better to just remove the dirty parts. Xu Xing didn't intend to let them off easily. He stepped on one man's palm and ground it repeatedly. Bye Big Brother, I was wrong, I won't do it again. The man being stepped on pleaded for mercy, with a distorted face. I'll kill you. Having caught his breath, the Big Brother tried to fight back. He gripped a red brick he'd picked up from the corner and charged at Xu Xing with an awkward gait, throwing the brick from his hand. Watch out, an urgent voice came from behind Xu Xing. Xu Xing instinctively dodged the brick, and the man attacking him crashed to the ground. Behind the man stood a girl with disheveled clothes holding a brick. Her arms were still raised, and her body was shaking uncontrollably. Seeing the man in front of her fall, Sha Qingming slumped to the ground, panting heavily. With a cold expression, Xu Xing grabbed the man by the collar and dragged him over like a dead dog, tossing him in with the other three. Xu Xing seemed like a different person. He cracked his knuckles and then threw a punch without hesitation. One after another, like hitting a punching bag, countless iron fists landed on the four men. Desolate screams echoed in the alley, and blood splattered. Xu Xing remained deaf to it all, like a ferocious beast or a heartless god of death. Without this, he couldn't soothe the hatred in his heart. Sha Qingming was startled by Xu Xing. Ignoring her trembling body, she rushed forward and grabbed his arm. Xu Xing, enough, they'll die. If they died, Xu Xing would be in trouble. This was a society ruled by law after all. These scumbags would be punished by the law. Xu Xingyi's eyes were bloodshot as he spat through gritted teeth. Scum that deserved to die. However, he wasn't without reason. He stopped, though his clenched fist still betrayed his inner rage. If he had arrived a step later, Sha Qingming would have been the one hurt. As a weak girl, if she had begged for mercy, would these four scumbags have let her go? Xu Xing, let's call the police. Sha Qingming's body was stiff as she searched for her phone in the alley. In that critical moment, she had thrown her phone. If she was lucky, it might have recorded something. The four scumbags lay on the ground, unable to get up. They never expected a student to be such a good fighter. The key was, shouldn't he be in school right now? Where did he come from? You sit, I'll look for it. Xu Xing handed his phone to Sha Qingming and began searching the alley. Sha Qingming saw the bloody mess on the back of his hand, and a pang of pain shot through her heart. Your hand. Xu Xing wiped it off casually. It's fine, it's not mine. Fortunately, the police arrived quickly. Sha Qingming's phone was found, and the recording was there. With ironclad evidence, these men had no way to escape. The four were immediately handcuffed and taken away. Xu Xing silently glanced at Sha Qingming. She was still clutching her collar. It seemed to have been torn. Wear this. Xu Xing took off his outer shirt and handed it to her. I won't look. Thank you. Sha Qingming took the shirt he offered and hid behind him to put it on. He was very tall, and his shadow completely covered her. For the first time, Sha Qingming realized the difference between boys and girls, such as height and shoulder width. Under his shirt, he wore a white short-sleeved t-shirt. It fit his shoulders perfectly, and the hem was tucked into his pants, showing off his broad shoulders and narrow waist. He had a great physique. This body, which didn't look particularly burly, contained extremely domineering power. Do you want to go to my place? Xu Xing took Sha Qingmeng's hand and walked toward the apartment. Sha Qingmeng was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted. Okay, in her current state, she couldn't go to school, nor could she go back to her grandmother's house. If her grandmother saw her like this, it would only cause her extra worry. Xu Xing took a taxi back to the apartment. Sha Qingmeng wanted to split the fare, but Xu Xing stared at her silently for a long time until she dropped the idea. Sorry for the intrusion. Sha Qingmeng stood at the entrance, carefully took off her shoes, and lined them up neatly before entering. The decor was all black, white, and gray, with no other colors to be found. The coffee table in the living room was a bit messy, covered with gaming equipment. The kitchen and dining room, however, were exceptionally clean. To be able to rent an apartment of this size in this area, Xu Xingyi's family was likely even wealthier than she had imagined. Sha Qingmeng followed Xu Xing into the bedroom. He found a pair of sweatpants and a t-shirt. Wear these for now, the waistband is elastic. As Sha Qingmeng took the clothes, her eyes suddenly felt like sand had gotten into them, becoming incredibly sore. A few tears fell onto the black pants. Xu Xing was startled and felt a bit at a loss. He wasn't very good at comforting people. Despite all the vocabulary he had learned, he was still at a loss for words. Damn it, those punches earlier were definitely too light. Hey, you don't cry. Xu Xing wanted to help her wipe her tears, but he wasn't sure if the gesture would be too forward. His arm froze there, caught in a dilemma. Hearing his words, Sha Qingmeng cried even harder. Back in the alley, reason had held sway. Later, seeing Xu Xing and the police, she hadn't been as scared. But now that she had relaxed, fear came flooding back, and emotion instantly overrode reason. Sha Qingmeng sobbed uncontrollably, gasping for breath and crying harder and harder as if she might faint, letting out all the fear and grievance. Language felt even more pale and powerless at this moment. Xu Xing steadied himself, wiped away her tears, then pressed her head into his chest, gently stroking her. It's okay now. He now understood why Sha Qingmeng underwent such a massive change in the original plot. If he hadn't arrived in time, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Once something like that happened, how could one easily get over that hurdle? Especially for someone with as much self-esteem as Sha Qingmeng. Chu Shi is truly rotten to the core. Xu Xing unilaterally sentenced Chu Shi to death in his heart. 8. Number 8 Delinquent School Bully versus the Darkened Girl Next Door. 8. Chapter 8. The Bad Campus Tyrant versus the Darkened Girl Next Door. 8. Sha Qingmeng cried for a long time, soaking a large patch of Xu Xingyi's shirt with her tears before her sobs gradually subsided. I'm sorry. Sha Qingmeng wiped the tear stains on Xu Xingyi's chest with her fingers, as if that could dry the tears. Xu Xing was somewhat amused by her action. Feeling the vibration from his chest, Sha Qingmeng belatedly realized she was being held in his arms, so she struggled to push against his clothes, trying to create some distance. Xu Xing coughed to cover his embarrassment and immediately released her. The warmth and softness in his arms vanished, which was a bit of a pity. I'll go change first. Sha Qingmeng pointed toward the bathroom and turned to run. Xu Xing rubbed his head, his gaze drifting, too embarrassed to look at her. He hoped Sha Qingmeng wouldn't think he had overstepped just now. In the bathroom, Sha Qingmeng changed out of her torn school uniform. The collar was ripped, but it could still be worn after a minor repair at the tailor shop downstairs. Fortunately, the pants were fine, just a bit dirty, with no actual damage. Sha Qingmeng breathed a sigh of relief. It was good she didn't have to buy new ones. Otherwise, it would have been another expense. Xu Xing was so tall that his pants were also very long. Sha Qingmeng had to roll up the cuffs 4 or 5 times before they barely fit. Leaving the bathroom, Sha Qingmeng saw him returning from the doorway with a large bag. Xu Xing waved the bag in his hand at her. Changed already? You must not have had breakfast. I just ordered some takeout. Let's eat together. After all the commotion this morning, it was almost noon. He hadn't eaten breakfast and had even gotten into a fight, leaving him starving. Sha Qingmeng instinctively wanted to split the bill again, but remembering Xu Xingyi's look when she tried to pay for the taxi earlier, she felt it was better not to be so clear-cut with him. It would seem too fussy, especially for someone like Xu Xing, who wasn't short on money. Sometimes being too clear about money can ruin a relationship. Do you have any medicine at home? Sha Qingmeng glanced at Xu Xingyi's still unattended hand and asked him. Huh? Are you hurt? Where does it hurt? Xu Xing instinctively grabbed her slender wrist, looking very concerned. Sha Qingmeng shook her head and pointed to the dried blood scabs on the back of Xu Xingyi's hand. No, I want to treat your hand. Although Xu Xing said the blood on his hand was all from others, Sha Qingmeng didn't believe it. Force works both ways. His hand must have been injured too. Xu Xing searched his memory, found the first aid kit under the coffee table, and handed it to Sha Qingmeng. Sha Qingmeng first took him to wash his hands, and sure enough, there were many scrapes and scratches. Does it hurt? If it does, tell me. Don't hold it in. Sha Qingmeng disinfected the wounds with iodine. Xu Xing showed no expression, but Sha Qingmeng's face scrunched up as if she were feeling the pain for him. It doesn't hurt. Xu Xing felt this little pain was nothing. It was certainly better than being hit by a truck. Does this hurt? Sha Qingmeng carefully disinfected and applied medicine, afraid of hurting him. It really doesn't hurt. Go ahead and do it boldly. Xu Xing grinned at her, his eyes relaxed as if it truly didn't hurt at all. Sha Qingmeng stared fixedly at his smiling face. Sunlight streamed in through the floor-to-ceiling window, and his backlit smile seemed especially bright. Her heart skipped a beat for no reason. She felt she was acting a bit strange. She thought it must be because Xu Xing had saved her, and she was too moved. Yes, that must be it. After all, they were from different worlds after treating his wounds. Xu Xing opened the takeout bag. The receipt with the price had already been thrown away. He had ordered many dishes, both meat and vegetables. He had even ordered enough for dinner. Because he knew that, given Sha Qingmeng's nature, she wouldn't eat properly, so he might as well find an excuse for her to take the food back. Sweet and sour pork ribs, poached shrimp, shredded pork with garlic sauce, stir-fried potato strips, minced pork with eggplant, pickled fish. Sha Qingmeng noticed he had ordered mostly home-style dishes, with nothing she couldn't eat. Eat more, you're too thin. Xu Xing piled a lot of food into her bowl. Looking at the mountain of food in her bowl, Sha Qingmeng felt a warm feeling in her heart. So this was what it felt like to be cared for. She found herself craving it. But she also knew this was only temporary. She shouldn't have any more illusions. After today, things would likely return to how they were before, each going their separate ways. As expected, the two of them couldn't finish all the food Xu Xing had ordered. Several dishes hadn't even been touched with chopsticks. Xu Xing decisively packed up the dishes, repackaged them, and said to Sha Qingmeng, I think I accidentally ordered too much. I definitely can't finish all this by myself tonight. How about you help me take care of some of it when you go back? We shouldn't waste food. Sha Qingmeng nodded. She never wasted food. It was a bad habit. If these dishes were wasted, she would feel heartbroken. Seeing her nod without hesitation, Xu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed his plan had worked. Oh, right, I have something else to give you. Come with me. Xu Xing took Sha Qingmeng's hand and led her to the study. Sha Qingmeng lowered her gaze to his large hand holding hers, her heart churning with emotion. Why did he hold her hand so naturally? Didn't he dislike talking to girls? Didn't he think girls were troublesome creatures? Here, try it and see if it suits you. Xu Xing handed her a phone box. Although Sha Qingmeng had never used an expensive phone, she wasn't so ignorant that she couldn't recognize one. She knew the phone in front of her would cost at least 7,000 or 8,000 yuan, so she quickly shook her head. No, this is too valuable. I can't accept it. Xu Xing insisted on giving it to her. Hear me out first. I'm the type who likes tinkering with electronics in my free time. I just got a new phone recently, so this one is useless to me. Besides, wasn't your phone taken by the police? I thought it would be perfect to put this old one to good use now. Sha Qingmeng, that does make sense. There was no way Xu Xing could have known about today's events and bought her a phone in advance, right? Sha Qingmeng thought to herself. Then try it and see if you can get used to it. Under his eager gaze, Sha Qingmeng blushed and opened the box. It didn't seem brand new because the instruction manual and charging cable inside were stuffed in messily. But messy or not, after tidying it up, it looked almost as good as new. The phone was already turned on, but it had probably been formatted, right? There was no trace of Xu Xing's personal accounts inside. There was also a SIM card. Two, in fact. Sha Qingmeng downloaded 2 commonly used apps and tried them out. The phone ran smoothly and was very easy to use. Thank you. Sha Qingmeng didn't know how else to express her gratitude. She wasn't foolish. She knew Xu Xing's earlier words were just a way of considering her feelings, afraid of hurting her pride and self-respect. I don't have much to repay you with, but if you ever have questions about homework that I can answer, I'm always here. Sha Qingmeng said solemnly. What about video calls? Xu Xing's eyes sparkled as he stared at her. Yes. Sha Qingmeng nodded without hesitation. Xu Xing secretly smiled to himself. 9. Number 9 Delinquent School Bully vs. the Darkened Girl Next Door, 9. Chapter 9. Delinquent Campus Tyrant vs. Blackened Girl Next Door, 9. High school studies were intense, and Sha Qingmeng didn't plan on staying too long. After her school uniform was washed and dried, she put it back on, requested a day's leave from school, and went home. Xu Xing didn't feel at ease, so he escorted her all the way home before leaving. Sha Qingmeng stood at the door for a while, watching his figure ride into the distance before entering the house. Meng, why are you back so early today? With elderly steps, a gray-haired senior walked out of the room. I didn't feel very well today, so the teacher let me go home to rest. After saying that, Sha Qingmeng rubbed her forehead. Grandma Sha saw her granddaughter's exhausted expression and slightly reddened eyes. Seeing that she indeed looked unwell, she hurried over to help her to bed. Sha Qingmeng just shook her head. Grandma, I'm fine. I'll be better after a nap. I can manage on my own. After saying that, Sha Qingmeng put the packed food into the refrigerator and returned to her room. Grandma Sha sighed softly and didn't say anything more, but her heart was filled with mixed emotions. She only hated that she was just a bag of old bones and couldn't help the child with anything. Let alone taking care of her granddaughter had to take care of her instead. She only hoped to live a few more years, however she could, to collect a bit more pension, at least until her granddaughter could work independently and support herself. Grandma Shaw opened the refrigerator and saw the piles of packed lunchboxes inside. She felt doubtful, but she pursed her lips and didn't ask anything. Sha Qingmeng had always been sensible, and now that she was older, she had her own thoughts. If she wanted to talk, she naturally would. There was no need to pry. She just didn't know who bought all this food. They must be a kind-hearted person. Sha Qingmeng took a shower before lying back on the bed. Although she hadn't suffered any major physical harm, she was mentally exhausted. Touching her new phone, Sha Qingmeng fell into deep thought. She had originally only wanted to finish high school quietly and then work hard to get into her ideal university, but how had her life become so full of ups and downs? If Xu Xing hadn't been there today, what would have happened to her? Sha Qingmeng didn't dare to think about it, nor did she want to think about it anymore. There were no ifs in this world. The fact that it didn't happen was the greatest fortune. She had to find a way to properly thank Xu Xing. In fact, after spending so much time together these past few days, Sha Qingmeng had realized that her previous stereotypes had really been quite harmful. Although Xu Xing's grades were a bit poor, he was a good person. Being kind and loyal were his strengths. Actually, he was very smart, he just didn't like to study. If he truly put his mind to it, he could definitely be even more outstanding. Sha Qingmeng tossed and turned on the bedsheets. There weren't any holidays recently, so would giving a gift be too abrupt? But she was just simply saying thank you. There was no need to wait for a holiday, right? But Xu Xing didn't lack money, so what should she give? It's the thought that counts, so it had to be a sincere gift, right? For once, Sha Qingmeng fell into a state of indecision. In the rental house, after Xu Xing finished tidying himself up, he decided to give his older brother a call. Chu Zai's vengefulness was too strong. He decided to take down the Chu family once and for all. With such a grand family background, why not use it? Solving one Chu Shi and settling all future troubles, wouldn't that be wonderful? So, Xu Xing dialed Xu Nian's number without any psychological pressure. Hello? What made you suddenly think of calling me? Do you need another favor? Xu Nian's tone on the other end of the phone was teasing with a hint of doting, which made Xu Xing feel a bit of sentiment and envy. In his previous life, he never had a family that treated him so well. No one knows a younger brother better than his older brother. I do indeed need a favor from you, brother, but I'm not looking for a free ride. I'll give you something good as a reward. Xu Xing's voice sounded as confident and flamboyant as ever. Hearing his brother's familiar voice, Xu Nian nodded imperceptibly and curled his lips. He sounded like he was doing well, which put him at ease. He only hoped his brother would be happy. He could handle any other troublesome matters. Oh, since when did you learn to pay me rewards? There's no need to be so formal between family. Xu Nian laughed, not expecting Xu Xing to actually produce anything. He was just a high school student. What could he possibly have? Brother, I've sent the stuff to you. I've also mentioned the favor I'm asking for in there. The rest is up to you, brother. Send it to me? I'll go take a look first. Since when did you become so mysterious? Xu Nian hung up the phone and immediately went to check what Xu Xing had sent. Xu Nian had intended to look at it with a relaxed attitude, but to his surprise, the more he looked, the more shocked he became, and his expression grew increasingly serious. After reading everything, Xu Nian immediately called back, his breathing slightly hurried. Xu Xing, where did you get these things you sent? His brother's reaction was exactly as he had guessed. Xu Xing smiled mischievously. You underestimated me, didn't you? But for the sake of being family, I'll give these things to you. My only request is that you help me deal with the Chu family. Xu Nian was speechless. Good heavens, he thought his younger brother was really wasting his days in a daze. But it turned out he had spent all his time researching systems. How was he a slacker? He was clearly a genius. Moreover, this information was clearly just a prototype, yet it already outperformed all the security software on the market. Calling it epic-making wouldn't be an exaggeration. So he was playing the pig to eat the tiger, going wild for the sake of love? Xu Xingyi's request was too simple, and Xu Nian agreed without hesitation. Fine, no problem. It's just a mere Chu family. It's not difficult. We're family, after all. But now I'm more suspicious. Do you actually know how to chase a girl? Remember to restrain your temper so you don't scare her. Xu Xing, a certain someone who is still an old bachelor himself, is in no position to talk about others. Xu Nian, was he old? He was only 25 this year. Was that old? However, Xu Nian couldn't be bothered to argue with his dear brother. Compared to the surprise he had brought, everything else was trivial. As Xu Nian looked at the semi-finished system in front of him, he had already begun to conceive how the Xu family should develop next. He couldn't let his brother's achievements go to waste. After hanging up the phone, Xu Xing spun his phone in his palm a few times with satisfaction. Before continuing to grind away at the system, he found that the development of this current world was not as fast as his previous one. It just so happened that he had worked in information technology and the internet in his previous life, especially now with the computer technology bonus given by the system. Xu Xing didn't mind slightly accelerating the technological development process of this small world, but having money and power really makes things easier. Xu Xing couldn't help but sigh with emotion. See? Dealing with a small family was just a matter of a phone call and a single sentence. 10. Number 10 Delinquent School Bully vs. the Darkened Girl Next Door. 10. Chapter 10. Delinquent Campus Tyrant vs. Blackened Girl Next Door. 10. Chu Shi had been exasperated these past few days. She found that Sha Qingming was completely fine, whereas the few thugs she had hired had ended up in the police station. She was so angry her face was contorted. However, Sha Qingming had no one to question right now. In short, her plan had failed, and there was even a risk of being exposed by those thugs. Strangely enough, no one came to arrest her. After being on edge and behaving for a few days, Chu Zai's urge to stir up trouble began to resurface. During this time, without external interference in the development of the lead's relationship, Wen Li and Su Yan's relationship progressed rapidly, and they had already privately established a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Of course, it wasn't just Wen Li and Su Yan. The relationship between Xu Xing and Sha Qingming also became increasingly ambiguous. Sha Qingming uncharacteristically gave up some of her study time and spent about a week hand-weaving a wrist strap for Xu Xing to thank him for saving her life. Although the gift wasn't very expensive, Xu Xing was overjoyed. He wore it openly and never took it off. Zhang Jie felt that wearing the wrist strap made him look like a peacock in full bloom, excessively flashy. As the end of the term approached, the class teacher, Zhou Mei, felt both anxious and relieved. Ever since her talk with Xu Xing, the boy's grades had improved with every test. It seemed he really had turned over a new leaf. This made her very satisfied, and she even secretly looked forward to seeing how much he would grow by the final exam. Naturally, the results did not disappoint Zhou Mei. When the grades came out a few days later, Xu Xing had jumped from last place to the top 10 in the class and the top 100 in the grade. Such immense progress was a pleasant surprise. Since they were now rising seniors, the school only gave them a month for summer break, but the school hours were much more relaxed than usual. On the day summer break officially started, Chu Shi, who had been quiet for a while, began making subtle moves again. She actually took the initiative to invite Wen Li and Sha Qingming to dinner, claiming she wanted to apologize. Wasn't this clearly a case of the weasel paying a New Year's visit to the chicken, having ill intentions? However, this did align with the original plot, except in the original plot, it was Sha Qingming who invited Wen Li to dinner to apologize, while actually drugging her water to ruin her reputation. Now, because Xu Xing had butterfly-effected too much of the plot, Chu Shi had to do it herself, and the number of people invited changed from 1 to 2. When Xu Xing heard the real-time message from the 0250 system, he was so speechless he wanted to disappear into the ground. It was just a pity this small world was still a bit backward. How could anyone come up with such a full-of-holes framing method? Furthermore, this eldest miss of the Chu family was truly thick-skinned. The Chu family had been heavily targeted in the market recently and was on the verge of collapse. Instead of thinking about going home to share her parents' burdens, she was still persistently causing trouble. Xu Xing couldn't help but admire her. Wen Li and Sha Qingming were still very good friends. After discussing it, the two decided to go to the appointment to find out what was going on. But just in case, they also called Su Yan and Xu Xing to observe in secret. Sha Qingming originally didn't want to trouble Xu Xing. With her people-pleasing personality, she was too embarrassed to ask for such a favor again. But Wen Li had a keen eye and saw that there was something going on between the two of them, so she took it upon herself to inform Xu Xing. Xu Xing naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity and joined the operation without hesitation. He didn't mind witnessing Chu Shi being taken to the police station with his own eyes. The day of the appointment soon arrived. Chu Shi had arranged to meet at a KTV, where the darkness made it easier to get things done. Chu Shi dropped her usual arrogant attitude and tearfully expressed her sincere repentance. The next second, a bribed waiter brought several glasses of spiked juice to the table. Wen Li and Sha Qingmeng only ate a few bites of food and pretended to drink the water before, one after another faking a faint. Chu Shi slapped the two of them hard, but neither woke up. Overjoyed, she immediately called for the two men hiding in the next room. She was going to record this scene properly today. That way, Su Yan would belong to her alone. Unexpectedly, just as Chu Shi turned on the camera to start filming, the heavy door of the KTV was burst open by a group of people. Hands up behind your head, don't move. A group of plainclothes police officers holding handcuffs quickly brought Chu Shi and the two men under control. Just then, Wen Li and Sha Qingmeng also slowly woke up. At this point, what was there not to understand? Chu Shi immediately began to struggle hysterically. You two lied to me, you set me up. Quiet down. Seeing Chu's eyes intent to rush forward, the officer holding her immediately secured her firmly. The police on the scene were busy making arrests, collecting evidence, and doing registrations. Chu Shi was led out the door in a wretched state by two plainclothes officers. As she walked down the long corridor, she saw two boys at the end of the hallway in horror. One was Su Yan, the other was Xu Xing. Su Yan gave Chu Shi a cold glance, then immediately hugged Wen Li tightly, asking with concern if she was okay, without giving Chu Shi another look. Chu Shi was mortified and flew into a rage, shouting and even trying to assault the officers. Do you know who I am? I'm telling you, I have the Chu family behind me. The Chu family won't let you get away with this. Behave yourself. Assaulting a public official will add to your sentence. Startled by the loud shout, Chu Shi became frightened and immediately settled down. Xu Xing gave a soft huff. The Chu family? The Chu family really was a family of weirdos. Since he had asked Xu Nian to handle the Chu family, it was naturally done as quickly and quietly as possible. From 0250, Xu Xing knew clearly that the Chu couple had already fled to avoid punishment. Why would they care about this daughter they had raised to be useless? Yet Chu Shi herself was still in the dark, knowing nothing, still thinking she was that high and mighty miss of the Chu family? This arrest would settle both old and new scores. She could spend her time well in prison. Chu Shi didn't know her parents had abandoned her. Even while handcuffed in the interrogation room, she continued to shout persistently. The four of them, including Xu Xing, left after cooperating to give their statements. The officer in charge organized the various pieces of evidence and couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. She really kicked a steel plate this time. They had already investigated the Xu family thoroughly. Some of the information was classified, even to them. Could they be an ordinary family? Not to mention Xu Xing, this violent youth who hated evil. He had been in the station plenty of times before for various misunderstandings, and the officers were all familiar with him. The Chu family was surely doomed this time. I want to see my parents. Do you know who my parents are? They are people you can't afford to offend. The interrogating officer's head throbbed from Chu's eyes noise. Although there were many suspects like this and they were somewhat used to it, it was still hard to endure every time they had to suffer through it. Your parents can't be reached right now. Now, state your entire criminal process clearly from start to finish. Do you hear me? The young male officer tapped the table with his pen, his tone serious. How could they not be reached? You're the police. How could you not reach them? Chu Shi laughed loudly, obviously not believing it at all. The young officer raised an eyebrow slightly. He seemed to have discovered a clue. The Chu couple had fled to avoid punishment, abandoning even their own daughter? This miss of the Chu family still knew nothing? Well, if she had known, how could today's drama have happened? So he gently pulled the female officer beside him, and the two went out to communicate before returning to the interrogation room to continue the questioning. Because the evidence provided by Xu Xing was so conclusive, the interrogation was mostly just a formality. If Chu Shi confessed voluntarily, she might get a lighter sentence. If she refused to speak, the punishment wouldn't be so simple. Looking at the thick stack of evidence before her, Chu Shi finally realized that this time, no one was coming to bail her out, and no one would come to save her. Her face grew increasingly pale as she made a full confession of her actions. After the interrogation, Chu Shi was despondent. The investigating officer looked at the full confession and sighed. So young and attending Haicheng No. 1 high school. What a great school. What a bright future. She had ruined it all with her own hands. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 11. Number 11 Delinquent School Bully vs. the Darkened Girl Next Door. 11. Chapter 11. Delinquent Campus Tyrant vs. Blackened Girl Next Door. 11. Xu Xing didn't care about the Chu family anymore. He let 0250 keep an eye on them and report the arrest results at any time. In short, if the Chu family didn't spend most of their lives behind a sewing machine, they probably wouldn't be coming out. After the four of them finished recording their statements, they went to have hot pot together. Both Xu Xing and Su Yan wanted to grab the bill, but they couldn't withstand the two girls' obstruction. In the end, they split the bill, but only Xu Xing and Su Yan split it between themselves. What a joke, it was a rare treat to go out and eat. How could they let their girlfriend or prospective girlfriend pay? However, before the four of them could be happy for long, Sha Qingmeng received a distressing phone call. Grandma Sha had fallen. The four of them rushed from the hot pot restaurant to the hospital in a panic. Sha Qingmeng didn't know how she ran to the hospital, nor did she remember how she found the operating room. She only felt her head was dazed, and everything around her became a buzzing sound that she couldn't hear clearly, as if the sky was about to fall. Xu Xing supported her as they waited at the door of the operating room. Su Yan and Wen Li took the initiative to help with the paperwork. Even though it was summer, Sha Qingmeng's hands and feet were terribly cold. No matter how Xu Xing tried to warm them, they wouldn't heat up, and her rosy face was deathly pale. Xu Xing frowned slightly. In the original plot, at this time, Sha Qingmeng's grandmother had already been framed by Chu Shi, then struggled for 2 or 3 months before finally passing away. This also led Sha Qingmeng to lose all hope and jump off the teaching building. Now that the plot had already changed, Grandma Sha still couldn't avoid entering the hospital. It was likely that Grandma Sha's health was already not very good. The surgery lasted for a long time. Xu Xing stayed by Sha Qingmeng's side without leaving until the light of the operating room went out and the door opened. "How is my grandmother?" Sha Qingmeng asked the doctor with a face full of anxiety. The doctor comforted her. "She's out of danger for now, but she still needs continuous observation." The doctor's words seemed to float in her ears, drifting further and further away, and the scene before her became blurred. Sha Qingmeng only felt her vision go dark, and then she knew nothing. Qingmeng, Qingmeng. Xu Xing desperately supported Sha Qingmeng and picked her up in his arms. The doctor also didn't expect the young girl in front of him to suddenly faint, and hurriedly directed Xu Xing to cooperate with the examination. When Sha Qingmeng woke up, she was roused by a fragrance. Her breath was filled with a pleasant smell, the aroma of food. Struggling to get up, Sha Qingmeng saw a figure by the bed busy setting out breakfast. Xu Xing? Sha Qingmeng rubbed her eyes somewhat uncertainly. She felt something unusual on the back of her hand. Looking down slightly, she found a cotton ball taped to the back of her hand where she had received an IV drip. "You're awake? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" As soon as Xu Xing heard her calling him, he turned his head reflexively. "Right, Grandma, how is Grandma?" Sha Qingmeng shook her head. Before she could care about breakfast, she lifted the blanket and was about to get out of bed. Xu Xing held her. "Grandma is fine for now. The doctor said you are malnourished and weak. Eat something first, or you'll faint again." Hearing this, Sha Qingmeng breathed a sigh of relief. Her nerves relaxed, but she immediately felt a strong discomfort in her body, likely from the IV fluids. Her cheeks turned red, and embarrassed to look at Xu Xing, she dashed into the bathroom like she was escaping. A few minutes later, Sha Qingmeng came out of the bathroom with her head lowered. Xu Xing didn't notice her shyness. He just laid out the breakfast and eagerly asked her what she liked to eat. Since he wasn't quite sure of her preferences, he had bought a bunch of breakfast items. Looking at the overly abundant breakfast before her, Sha Qingmeng was moved beyond words. From childhood to now, except for Grandma and Wen Li, no one had ever cared about her preferences. Xu Xing was the only one she had ever met who did. "I'm not picky." Sha Qingmeng took a mini red bean bun and nibbled on it bite by bite. The decoration in the ward was very good, and it was even a private room. The bathroom facilities were also complete. It wasn't hard for Sha Qingmeng to guess whose favor this was thanks to. Why are you so good to me? Actually, you don't have to do all this." Sha Qingmeng's head lowered even further. She was too self-aware. She didn't think there was anything about her that deserved Xu Xing being so good to her. She wanted to cut her losses in time. She was afraid she would keep falling deeper. "Because I like you," Xu Xing said to Sha Qingmeng without hesitation. His words were extremely straightforward, without a single redundant word, just like his personality. Sha Qingmeng was stunned, then became somewhat despondent. I am not good enough for you. Whether it was her family or herself, Sha Qingming had no confidence. Not good enough? Xu Xing pondered for a moment, then became happy. Quote, does that mean you like me too? You're just worried about not being good enough for me? Sha Qingming was dazed by his peculiar logic. Could it be analyzed like this? It also seemed to make some sense. So these strange feelings were what it meant to like someone. Xu Xing cupped Sha Qingming's head. You have good grades and you're good looking. What do you mean by not good enough? You're great. I even feel like I'm not good enough for you. Sha Qingming still had an unchewed bun in her mouth. When he cupped her face, she was squeezed like a hamster. Xu Xing refuted seriously. Besides, as long as it's someone I like, I think we're the best match. Sha Qingming's cheeks flushed bright red. You keep your voice down. The two of them quickly finished breakfast. Sha Qingming could no longer sit still and hurried to the door of her grandmother's ward. Grandma Sha was advanced in years. If she hadn't fainted at the doorstep and been discovered by a neighbor in time, she probably wouldn't have survived the emergency treatment. Actually, Grandma Sha didn't have any major illness, but she had indeed reached a certain age, and her organs were in a state of failure. This fall had also broken her arm, so it was hard to say how many days she had left. Sha Qingming had been independent and sensible since childhood. Hearing the doctor say this, how could she not understand? She could only grit her teeth and try to be strong. Was heaven really going to ruthlessly take away her only relative like this? Xu Xing took her into his arms, stroking her shoulder to comfort her silently. Birth, aging, sickness, and death, no one can avoid them. This is a law destined not to be changed against heaven's will. Even if he changed the plot, he couldn't change the fact that Grandma Sha would leave sooner or later. However, Xu Xing still asked the system with a bit of hope. 0250, is there any way to make Grandma Sha healthy again? 250's mechanical and cold voice sounded. Sorry, this is the law of the heavenly Tao. One cannot act against heaven's will. Is there really no way at all? Xu Xing didn't believe it. 0250 paused for a moment, seemingly searching for a solution. After a while, 0250 spoke again. There is a longevity pill in the mall that can extend life, but the effect varies from person to person. Host, you can choose to purchase it. Xu Xing clicked in to look without hesitation. Good grief, it cost 5,000 points. Xu Xing looked at his 0 points and whispered, can I buy it on credit? The system's voice actually hesitated. Xu Xing looked at all his belongings, and only a few beauty and health pills from the binding gift pack were left. Are the health pills useful? Xu Xing asked. This time 0250 did not hesitate. They are not useful. Beauty and health pills can only regulate a healthy body and cannot be as heaven-defying as the longevity pill. Xu Xing was dejected. 0250 system. Host, given that this is your first transmigration and you have no remaining points, after checking and confirming, buying on credit is allowed. However, it needs to be repaid in the next small world, otherwise there will be a penalty. Xu Xing agreed without hesitation, exchanging 5,000 points on credit for a life extension pill. 12. #12 Delinquent School Bully vs. the Darkened Girl Next Door. 12. Chapter 12. Delinquent Campus Tyrant vs. Blackened Girl Next Door. 12. Grandma Sha was hospitalized for several days. Although she was staying there, she was actually quite anxious. Ultimately, the elderly woman couldn't bear to spend the money. She always felt that she was an old woman with one foot in the grave, and there was no need to waste this money. It would be better to leave it all to her granddaughter. However, Xu Xing also knew Sha Qingming had a stubborn personality, so he had already taken the initiative to pay all the fees in full. In the end, Sha Qingming had no choice but to write an IOU to Xu Xing. No matter what, she would pay him back. During the days Grandma Sha was hospitalized, Xu Xing visited her every day without fail, working hard to make his presence known. He called her Grandma at every turn in a very well-behaved manner, making Grandma Sha incredibly happy. He also took the opportunity to give the longevity pill to Grandma Sha. The effect was immediate, and even the doctors were astonished by such a rapid recovery. Grandma Sha herself could feel the changes in her body most clearly. As one gets older, one sees things more clearly. Although she didn't understand exactly what was happening, she was certain it had something to do with Xu Xing, so her gaze toward him became deeper and more affectionate. During her hospitalization, her own biological son never came to see her. Instead, this boy, whom she had never met before, put in all his heart and soul. She thought that she could leave in peace in the future. Her granddaughter had met a good boy. Because Grandma Sha's health improved quickly, she was discharged soon after, and the costs remained within a completely affordable range. Xu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. He knew Sha Qingming's self-esteem was exceptionally strong. If he had grandly paid a huge sum of money and acted as if he didn't want her to pay him back, believe it or not, Sha Qingming would have disappeared from his sight the very next day. Grandma's discharge made Sha Qingming very happy. While walking back with the medicine, she saw Xu Xing in the distance making her grandmother happy. Sha Qingming suddenly felt that life might not be so bad after all. It was still full of hope. After sending Grandma Sha home, the two of them became unusually clingy as they were about to part, both looking like they had more to say but were hesitating. Sha Qingming took several deep breaths and did a lot of psychological preparation before stuttering as she grabbed Xu Xing's sleeve and said, "Xu Xing, I also quite like you." She thought she was really done for. She was about to start her senior year of high school, and she was actually starting a relationship at a time like this? It's really not out of gratitude, it's just liking. Sha Qingming didn't know what she was babbling about. After she finished, she really wanted to dig a hole and crawl into it. Xu Xing was overjoyed. He grabbed Sha Qingming's shoulders and leaned in to plant a kiss on her cheek. "See you tomorrow. Don't forget you still have to help me with my tutoring." Then he ran off. Sha Qingming touched her cheek and watched his receding figure, feeling both like laughing and embarrassed. She held up her phone and saw the infatuated smiling face reflected on the black screen, immediately putting away her silly grin. Honestly, smiling so foolishly, that definitely isn't me. The police were very efficient. Even though the Chu couple had fled in fear and crossed half the country, they were still captured and brought to justice within a week. Chu Shi was a repeating student and an adult, so she also had to pay the price for her actions. The downfall of the Chu family caused a stir in public opinion, but it was quickly forgotten by people. Meanwhile, Haicheng underwent a new round of restructuring amidst the undercurrents. At the same time, led by the imperial capital's Shu Corporation, a new revolution in information technology arrived, quietly influencing everyone's lifestyle. Without those messy obstacles, Wen Li and Su Yan's relationship progressed rapidly. Because the effects of this relationship were so positive, Su Yan's parents were happy to see it and cared even less about the gap in social status. They had worked hard for most of their lives just hoping their son could be happy. How could they treat their son as a tool for a marriage alliance? The entire senior year was busy and fulfilling. Zhou Mei now had another treasure on her hands, and that was Xu Xing. She never expected that a prodigal son's return would bring her such a huge surprise. If all went well, at least 4 students under her guidance could get into Imperial Capital University after this year's college entrance examination. As a teacher, the more excellent students she had, the more honored she felt. Zhou Mei knew Xu Xing and Sha Qingming were dating, but she didn't oppose it. In fact, she supported it. Look at how good this relationship was, with someone to keep him in check. Xu Xing stopped causing trouble. She even wished their relationship would get even better. Maybe she'd have a chance to eat their wedding candy in the future. How did that poem go again? A boat full of clear dreams weighs down the starry river. These two were indeed fated and well matched. The effects of the longevity pill were limited. After the college entrance exams ended and she received her university admission letter, Grandma Sha's health began to deteriorate day by day. Grandma Sha knew her end was near, but seeing her granddaughter admitted to her dream university and having found someone she liked, her wishes were fulfilled. Therefore, she called Sha Qingming to her bedside and asked her to take out a thick bag from a most hidden box under the bed. Sha Qingming couldn't understand it very well and could only browse through the general idea, but she understood that the things in this bag were very important. Although the amount wasn't much, these were all the assets her grandmother had done her best to leave for her. Sha Qingming's lips trembled violently, and tears fell uncontrollably, yet her hands tightly gripped the bag. This was what her grandmother had left for her. She would do everything in her power to protect it. Lying on the bed, Grandma Sha used the hands that had worked hard for a lifetime to carefully stroke her granddaughter's face. Meng Grandma didn't have much ability in this life and even gave birth to a monster, but Grandma is still very happy to have such a good granddaughter like you. Sha Qingming choked with sobs. Grandma Sha continued, this is all Grandma can leave you. You must be tougher. Don't let those people snatch it away. Sha Qingming nodded vigorously. I know I will definitely guard these things. Grandma Sha smiled with relief and then slowly turned her eyes toward Xu Xing, who was standing by the bed. Xing, Grandma, I'm here. Xu Xing immediately took Grandma Sha's hand. Xing, I'll have to entrust Meng to you from now on. Grandma Sha didn't say much. The two of them just looked at each other and understood everything in their hearts. During this period, Xu Xing had been running around behind Sha Qingming's back. Most of the things in that bag were obtained with Xu Xing's money and effort. Grandma Sha naturally knew Xu Xing's sincerity and could see that Xu Xing was no ordinary person. Grandma, don't worry, I will take good care of Qingming. Shu Xingyi's voice also trembled slightly, but he was very solemn. Having received the guarantee, Grandma Sha gave a relieved and peaceful smile, then slowly closed her eyes forever. Grandma, Sha Qingmeng sobbed uncontrollably. Shu Xing couldn't bear it and turned his head away, but the hand holding her shoulder never let go. 13. Number 13 Delinquent School Bully vs. the Darkened Girl Next Door. 13. Chapter 13. Delinquent Campus Tyrant vs. Blackened Girl Next Door. 13. According to Grandma Sha's final wishes, everything was handled with simplicity. Just as he had promised Grandma Sha, Shu Xing accompanied Sha Qingmeng throughout the entire process of handling the funeral arrangements. Sha Qingmeng suddenly realized she had never truly seen the boy before her clearly. Many times when she was on the verge of giving up, he was the one standing in front, helping her solve every problem. He wasn't the arrogant and profligate playboy others thought he was. He was actually mature and responsible. Watching him communicate with professionals with ease, Sha Qingmeng realized where her shortcomings lay, and her secret desire to work hard grew even stronger. About a month after Grandma Sha passed away, a group of uninvited guests suddenly came to visit. Originally, Shu Xing had planned to help Sha Qingmeng move that day to stay temporarily in his apartment, as he didn't feel comfortable with a girl like her continuing to live in this old neighborhood with poor security. After the moving process was forced to a halt, Sha Qingmeng finally recognized the visitors. It was actually her parents, whom she hadn't seen for years, along with some uncles she had never met before who had appeared out of nowhere. A crowd of people stood at the door, blocking it completely. Sha Qingmeng, open the door for your old man. I'm your father, I know you're in there. The voice was raspy and terrifying. Anyone who didn't know better would have thought it was a debt collector. Old-fashioned apartments had two doors, one wooden and one iron gate. The violent pounding on the iron gate made a sharp clanging noise that was highly disruptive, drawing the neighbors out to watch the commotion. Who are you people? There's just a young girl in there, don't go too far. Exactly, this is trespassing. We can call the police. Some neighbors, unable to watch any longer, began to speak up for Sha Qingmeng all at once. Sha Qingmeng and her grandmother had depended on each other, and they had received help from neighbors and the community. Because Sha Qingmeng had good grades, was ambitious, and was well behaved, she had good relations with the neighbors, so many came to help now. Go away, I'm her father. This is a family matter, what does it have to do with you? The raspy male voice reeked of alcohol and cigarettes as he spoke. Exactly, I'm her second aunt, not some shady person, another shrill and mean voice rang out. The newcomer carried a red leather bag, swinging it 3 times for every word she spoke, as if afraid others wouldn't see the large luxury brand logo on it. Sha Qingmeng hid in the bedroom, listening to the voices outside. Her face was pale, but her eyes were more resolute than ever. Grandma was absolutely right. These heartless scoundrels would indeed come to snatch her property. She had to act very, very fierce. She couldn't let these people touch Grandma's things. Shu Xing gently hugged her and patted her back comfortingly. It's okay, I'm here. Trust me. Sha Qingmeng wasn't at ease and grabbed his arm. No, I want to be with you. After all, this is my family matter. Shu Xing smiled rebelliously. Sha Qingmeng, I've sworn to marry you. We'll be family in the future. Your business is my business. Sha Qingmeng's nervous mood was interrupted by him, making her feel much more relaxed. Shu Xing in your dreams. Shu Xing went to the kitchen, pulled a large kitchen knife from the rack without hesitation, and raised an eyebrow at Sha Qingmeng. As the saying goes, no matter how high your kung fu, you're still afraid of a kitchen knife. Today, I'll show you how I became the campus tyrant back in the day. Sha Qingmeng's eyelid twitched in surprise. You must be careful not to overdo it. Don't kill them. Shu Xing smiled confidently. Don't worry, I'm a law-abiding citizen. Seeing the door remain closed for a long time, the group outside didn't just knock, they started kicking it. You money-losing brat inside, come out and see your old man right now. Who are you calling a money-losing brat? Suddenly, the door was slammed open with a heavy bang, and a clear but radiating a heavy, low-pressure aura male voice roared. Everyone outside was stunned and went silent the next second. The boy in front of them looked no older than a high schooler and was exceptionally handsome, but his intense delinquent aura and the large kitchen knife in his hand looked terrifyingly intimidating. Shu Xing closed the inner door, opened the iron gate, leaned lazily against the doorframe, and stroked the kitchen knife with his slender fingers, seemingly nonchalant. Who are you, and what do you want with me? Sha Qingmeng's father, rubbed his hands, his attitude immediately softening as he smiled sheepishly. Little brother, let's talk nicely. Put down the knife. It wouldn't be good if you accidentally hurt yourself, right? Shu Xing chuckled. Uncle, why don't you ask around about my reputation in this area first? Sha Qingmeng's father was someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong. He immediately skipped the topic and got straight to the point. Little brother, I guess you're a tenant here, right? To tell you the truth, this house is mine, and I'm afraid I can't rent it to you anymore. Shu Xing snorted. Sha Qingmeng's father, I'm no tenant. Hearing his full name, Sha Qingmeng's father's expression shifted unpredictably. Just then, a woman suddenly fell ill and cried out, Xiao Meng, I'm your mother, how could you hang out with such shady people? Shady people? Shu Xing felt like laughing. What did you say? A crisp but angry female voice rang out from behind Shu Xing. Why did you open the door? Shu Xing looked down, trying to push Sha Qingmeng back into the house. He's not shady, I'm the one who doesn't have shady parents like you. As the saying goes, even a rabbit bites when cornered. Sha Qingmeng was now as angry as a flared-up hedgehog, clutching a fruit knife tightly, her whole body bristling with thorns. They could talk about her, but no one could talk about Shu Xing. If anyone said anything bad about him, she would fight them with her life. You money-losing brat, who are you calling shady? Sha Qingmeng's father's eyes lit up when he saw his daughter behind Shu Xing. But hearing her words, his chest heaved with anger, and he instinctively wanted to strike her. Damn it, this little money loser has grown up to be quite alluring. She could be sold off for some drinking money. Sha Qingmeng's father, a terrifying low growl sounded in Sha Qingmeng's father's ear like a soul-reaping demon. Quote, calling you scum is actually a compliment. The next second, a kitchen knife was pressed against Sha Qingmeng's father's neck. Ah! A miserable scream rang out. Sha Qingmeng's father's back was pinned under Shu Xingyi's foot, one arm forced behind his back, and the knife at his neck glinted with a cold light. Sha Qingmeng's father was used to groveling outside and being a tyrant at home. He had never been threatened like this. Coupled with the unbearable pain, a wet yellow puddle immediately formed under his pants. Shu Xing sneered and kicked the man aside in disgust. The neighbors watching the drama couldn't help but clap and cheer. Who else wants to try? Shu Xing looked coldly at the group. He never imagined that the house Grandma Sha left behind would attract so many people to fight over it. They were truly shameless to the extreme, bullying a young girl. Intimidated by Shu Xingyi's aura, no one dared to step forward. After all, no one wanted a knife at their throat. There was no telling what a crazy person like him might do. Hold on, little brother. You probably don't know the situation your girlfriend is in. We've brought a lawyer to explain things to you. A man dressed in a suit stepped forward, followed by a lawyer who was also dressed meticulously. Shu Xing raised an eyebrow, paused, and said, Fine, wait a moment. We have a lawyer to call too. With that, there was a bang as he slammed the door shut without hesitation. Pa, I don't believe they can afford any lawyer. Hey, what can a poor boy and a poor girl with no money possibly do? Let's just sit and watch the show. The large group of so-called relatives couldn't get inside and kept blathering at the door, their words full of vulgarity. 14. Number 14 Delinquent School Bully versus the Darkened Girl Next Door. 14. Chapter 14. The Delinquent Campus Tyrant versus the Darkened Girl Next Door. 14. After waiting for about 10 minutes or so, a sleek, pitch-black business car pulled up under the old residential building. In an orderly fashion, a group of people in suits got out one by one and headed upstairs. Following the business car was a group of tall, burly men, who even walked in perfect unison. Their imposing presence was unmistakable. Hello, we are the legal team representing Ms. Sha Qingmeng. You may liaise with us regarding matters related to the inheritance of Ms. Sha Hong. Where had this group ever seen such a spectacle? One lawyer against a whole team of lawyers? What a joke. They were instantly dumbstruck, frozen in place. The middle-aged woman known as Sha Qingmeng's second aunt still had some sense. How could Sha Qingmeng possibly afford such a team? Either she was putting on a brave front, or her boyfriend had hired them. They had come unannounced today, so Sha Qingmeng couldn't have prepared in advance. That ruled out the first possibility. Therefore, the boy inside must have quite a background. Wouldn't it be best to quickly curry favor? It really wouldn't be good to let things turn sour. So, she immediately fawned with a smile, we will definitely cooperate fully. However, standing at the doorway, there are so many people it's almost impossible to fit. Why don't we all go inside to talk? Indeed, the doorway was already crowded. Now, with the addition of a legal team, people were practically standing at the neighbor's door on the floor below. After some negotiation, Sha Qingmeng reluctantly opened the door, allowing the dense crowd to enter, though she never loosened her grip on the knife in her hand. A concerned neighbor holding up a phone shouted, Xiao Meng, don't worry, talk things out. I'm recording everything here on my phone. If they dare cause trouble, we'll call the police immediately. That's right, count me in too. I'm also joining in. In the living room, the large group of uninvited guests who had arrived with such bluster earlier were now huddled in a corner, not daring to make a move. Sha Qingmeng's father was so angry smoke was practically coming out of his nose. He had just taken one step forward when a bodyguard restrained his legs. Xu Xing sat on the sofa, legs crossed, propping his chin with one hand, and glanced over dismissively. Did I say you could move? Wasn't he supposed to be a playboy? Well, today was a perfect opportunity to play the part. With the bodyguards in control, what else was there for this group to not understand? They immediately became as docile as could be. The hired lawyer, facing an entire team, broke into a cold sweat on his forehead. Under immense pressure, he reviewed the documents and negotiated. Though the outcome was a one-sided rout, Grandma Xia had already decided to leave her assets to her granddaughter when she was discharged from the hospital. With Xu Xingyi's help over the past year, every detail had been meticulously planned. How could there possibly be any loopholes to exploit? Upon learning that as the biological son, he wouldn't get a single cent, Sha Qingmeng's father's face twisted with rage. That damn old hag, I'm your son, I am your son. Everyone around couldn't help but show displeasure. While there are many outrageous people in the world, one this extreme is truly rare. Xiao Meng, my daughter, Mom knows you've made something of yourself now. Please help Mom, okay? I'm begging you. Abruptly, the gaunt, middle-aged woman who had stood by silently knelt on the floor, crying her heart out. Seeing his useless wife kneeling and begging their daughter, Sha Qingmeng's father instantly felt he had lost all face and flew into a rage. Out of habit, he raised his hand to hit her. A bodyguard moved to intervene but was stopped by a slight gesture from Xu Xing. The camera in the corner and the neighbors' various phones recorded everything. Sha Qingmeng clenched her teeth and fists, watching this absurd scene unfold before her eyes. Sha Qingmeng's father landed 4 or 5 satisfying blows before realizing everyone was watching. Only then did it dawn on him, and he tried to drag his worthless wife away to escape. Sha Qingmeng's father, what do you think this place is? Come and go as you please? The sound of police sirens from downstairs drifted faintly, growing closer and closer. It's over, it's all over. Sha Qingmeng's father was truly scared now. He wanted to flee, but the many pairs of eyes around him were all fixed on him, as if trying to bore right through him. Sha Qingmeng's father, you bastard, I want a divorce. Damn it, you stupid woman, shut the hell up, shut up. We've received a report from the neighborhood. Everyone, please cooperate with the investigation. A uniformed police officer flashed his badge and announced. Sha Qingmeng's father didn't care about anything else now. He turned and tried to run. But the crowd here was packed layer upon layer. One layer of legal team, one layer of bodyguards, one layer of unfamiliar relatives, and several layers of onlookers. Even the police had to squeeze in while trying to disperse the crowd. There was no way for Sha Qingmeng's father to escape. He was trapped like a turtle in a jar. Sha Qingmeng's father continued to throw a tantrum, thrashing about. Used to hitting without restraint, he lashed out and scratched a police officer's arm, drawing blood. Well, that did it. Assaulting an officer. He was immediately handcuffed and taken away. After thorough investigation, Sha Qingmeng's father was ultimately convicted on multiple, extremely serious charges including domestic violence, assaulting an officer, home invasion, robbery, and rape. He was sentenced directly to life imprisonment. Of course, the information gathering during this period was not without 250s. Behind-the-scenes efforts to stir the pot, Liang Chunru, having lived most of her life under her husband's shadow, was finally freed from her misery one day. She didn't dare, nor did she have the face, to actively contact her daughter Sha Qingmeng again. She just secretly returned to her mother-in-law's house, kowtowed a few times at the doorstep, and left Haicheng with her only son. Sitting on the train leaving her hometown, Liang Chunru received a substantial money transfer, signed by Sha Qingmeng. Liang Chunru cried rivers of tears but did not get off the train to turn back. She was not worthy of being Qingmeng's mother. She had never cared for her even a little, yet Qingmeng repaid her cruelty with kindness. Therefore, her departure was the best help she could give Qingmeng. As for that flock of relatives who had followed the trend hoping to scrape off a piece of the inheritance, they had long since vanished without a trace after being taken to the police station together and given a verbal warning. In the end, Sha Qingmeng couldn't even remember what those relatives looked like. They were unimportant people anyway, never seen before and no need to remember in the future. Afraid these events would affect her mood too much, and taking advantage of the long summer vacation after graduation to have plenty of time for fun, Xu Xing took Sha Qingmeng on a trip. Traveling and traveling, the two of them ended up in the capital. Xu Xing took the opportunity to coax and trick Sha Qingmeng into meeting his parents. By the time Sha Qingmeng realized what was happening, she had already been given the title of future daughter-in-law. When Sha Qingmeng first learned how extraordinary the Xu family's background truly was, she was depressed for several days, constantly sinking into self-doubt. Sha Qingmeng had too much inferiority and a severe lack of security. Learning about Xu Xingyi's family background made her feel even more unworthy of him. Xu Xing had no choice but to bare his heart and give her a pep talk every day, but it had little effect. Finally, with no other option, he sought help from his mother. As the only woman in the family, Mother Xu understood a girl's heart better. Xu Xing wasn't sure what the two talked about, but Sha Qingmeng seemed like a changed person afterward, her spirit fully restored. The only downside was that she became even more driven. Being too focused on her studies and career even made Xu Xing feel somewhat neglected. When filling out college applications, though both were in the capital, not wanting to be too far apart, Xu Xing applied to the same university and major as Sha Qingmeng. However, Wen Li and Su Yan applied to another school. Fortunately, the two universities weren't far apart, and the four often had meals and gatherings together. 4 years of university life, nourished by love, changed Sha Qingmeng. She was no longer overly people-pleasing like before, learning to say no and to consider herself more. Though always beautiful, now with confidence, she radiated even more brilliance. Xu Xing graduated 2 years early from university. More than studying, he wholeheartedly threw himself into the research and development of the Full Dive VR game. This was what he had been doing before his transmigration, but he died in a car accident before seeing the game's release. So, he really wanted to fulfill this dream in this world. Whether it was Father Xu, Mother Xu, or his older brother Xu Nian, they all gave his idea high-level support. Su Yan, as the outstanding male protagonist, naturally had great ideas and didn't hesitate to decide to join Xu Xing in the R&D. After graduating, Sha Qingmeng even stayed by Xu Xingyi's side, actively becoming his assistant, helping him handle all business-related work. Xu Xing often asked her, "Don't you feel wronged?" Always busy following him around, when she clearly could have better choices, easier, well-paying jobs at other companies, or even staying at home doing nothing. But Sha Qingmeng didn't see it that way. She felt that being able to stay by Xu Xingyi's side, witnessing the birth of an epic-making technology and product, no matter how tiring, was incredibly meaningful. 15. #15 Delinquent School Bully vs. the Darkened Girl Next Door, The End. Chapter 15. Campus Tyrant vs. Darkened Girl Next Door, End. The office building late at night was devoid of the daytime clamor, leaving only the quiet sound of keyboard tapping. Xu Xing was burning the midnight oil, tackling the final problem. If this problem was successfully solved, then in the technological innovation market, the Xu family would undoubtedly ride alone ahead of the pack, becoming an existence others couldn't hope to catch up to. The new technology would also push social development forward by a significant step. And he could finally take a vacation, get some proper rest, and seriously prepare for his wedding with Sha Qingmeng. As always, Sha Qingmeng patiently stayed by his side, replacing his cup with hot water whenever it cooled. As the saying goes, a person is most attractive when they are seriously focused on their work. Sha Qingmeng felt Xu Xingyi's current appearance fully lived up to that saying. Okay, done. Xu Xing pressed the final key, let out a long sigh of relief, finished organizing and archiving the files, and curled his lips into a faint smile. He believed this game would be a groundbreaking masterpiece for the ages. Sha Qingmeng, let's go. Xu Xing turned to speak to Sha Qingmeng, only to realize she had fallen asleep at the desk beside him at some point. Xu Xing glanced at his phone. It was already 10 p.m. It was his fault for being so absorbed in his work, making Sha Qingmeng stay up late with him again. Xu Xing gently scooped her up in his arms, intending to carry her to the adjacent restroom to sleep. There was a bed there, so she'd be more comfortable. However, Sha Qingmeng was a light sleeper, and sleeping hunched over the desk made her neck uncomfortable. The moment Xu Xing touched her, she stirred and woke up. Xu Xing, her voice, fresh from sleep, carried a hint of laziness and dazedness, sounding adorably soft and slurred. "You're awake? Should we stay here tonight or go home?" Xu Xing gently smoothed her slightly disheveled hair, his gaze tender. Perhaps due to just waking up, her mind was still foggy. With only a dim lamp lit in the restroom, Sha Qingmeng's eyes looked moist, the corners slightly red, appearing exceptionally alluring. Xu Xing only felt a surge of heat in his blood, then subtly averted his gaze. "I'm really a beast, maybe we should stay here." Sha Qingmeng, seemingly lost in thought, blushed slightly, her expression a bit unfocused. The place they were in now, though called a restroom, actually lacked nothing. Thinking about it, if counting from their second year of high school, they had been together for almost 7 years. Yet, their relationship seemed to have remained at kissing, never progressing further. Although she trusted Xu Xing deeply and understood this was a sign of his respect for her, she sometimes couldn't help but wonder if she held no attraction for him at all. Why could he always remain so unmovable? Seeing her prolonged silence, Xu Xing knew she had something on her mind but was too shy to say it. So, he kissed her lips. Don't keep things bottled up. Holding them in for too long isn't good. Sha Qingmeng bit her lip, somewhat shy. Do I have no attraction for you at all? How could that be? Obviously you're so beautiful. Xu Xingyi's throat tightened slightly, his Adam's apple bobbing. It was just that they hadn't gotten their marriage license yet, hadn't held their wedding, although both were already in the works. He had always assumed that Sha Qingmeng, having lived with her grandmother before, would be relatively conservative in her thinking. Therefore, he had never dared to overstep before marriage. PFF'd, seeing Xu Xingyi's slightly stunned expression, Sha Qingmeng quickly understood and couldn't help but laugh. So it seemed she did have some attraction after all. Well, she had been voted campus belle in university, after all. Sha Qingmeng deliberately teased him. Back in high school, everyone called you the campus tyrant because you always did as you pleased, acting on impulse. Why are you so hesitant and cautious now? Seeing her sly smile, Xu Xing grabbed her waist, rolled onto the bed with her, and positioned her straddling his lap. Who said I'm hesitant? Even in the poor light, Xu Xing could see Sha Qingmeng's cheeks suddenly flush a burning red. She wasn't a little girl anymore. Sha Qingmeng hadn't expected Xu Xingyi's reaction to be so intense. It seemed like, apart from saying a couple of sentences, she hadn't done anything. Sha Qingmeng leaned softly against his chest, her fingers nervously clutching his shirt, stammering, Do you need help? The girl's orchid-like breath, her warm exhalations near his ear as she spoke, made Xu Xingyi's blood surge even more excitedly. Hiss! A slightly moist sensation spread across her collarbone, feeling cool upon contact with the air. Sha Qingmeng couldn't help but grab Xu Xingyi's soft hair, which made his movements grow more impatient. Ah, do you have that? Sha Qingmeng's expression suddenly cleared a bit. Xu Xingyi's movements abruptly stopped. I'll go take a shower. Too rash. Good thing Sha Qingmeng reminded him early. An emergency break later would have been worse. Hey, don't. Sha Qingmeng grabbed Xu Xingyi's collar, leaned in to kiss the corner of his mouth. We're getting the license anyway. It's fine. I'm willing. It's the safe period. Xu Xing laughed happily, a genuine laugh. Silly, Sha Qingmeng laughed too, not forgetting to tease him. The temperature in the room suddenly rose, intermittent gasps making the light seem ambiguously entangled until the storm subsided. Xu Xing grabbed tissues to clean up the evidence for both of them. Gently cupping Sha Qingmeng's face, he kissed her slightly swollen lips, utterly reverent. Sha Qingmeng, I can't wait any longer. How about we go get our marriage license tomorrow? He really didn't want to wait a moment longer, wishing he could run to the Civil Affairs Bureau right now. Sha Qingmeng gazed at him affectionately, then hugged him tightly, nodding vigorously in his embrace. Okay. Xu Xing couldn't help but savor the moment a bit, then asked Sha Qingmeng, do you prefer boys or girls? Sha Qingmeng nuzzled against him, laughing softly, I like both. But if it's a girl, I'll cherish her even more. Thinking of Sha Qingmeng's past experiences, Xu Xingyi's heart ached. He held her close. Me too. Sha Qingmeng murmured against him. Xu Xing, I want to take a bath. Xu Xing gently picked her up and carried her towards the bathroom. The warm water was mesmerizing, leading to another bout of tender, lingering intimacy the next day. Sha Qingmeng and Xu Xing went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get their marriage license. 3 months later, the two held their wedding on a crisp, clear autumn day. This surprised many people. They hadn't expected Sha Qingmeng to marry so early. Even more unexpected was that Sha Qingmeng had married the young master of the capital's Shu family. It made many envious, however. Even more were astonished that the legendary playboy second young master Shu could actually get married. After the wedding, Xu Xing, as if avoiding the plague, took Sha Qingmeng and resolutely boarded a plane for their honeymoon. The new generation of holographic games had been fully released. But that was no longer his concern. He was off to be sweet with his wife. As for company matters, well, there were still Xu Nian and Su Yan to help. He was, after all, playing the role of a playboy. Being a hands-off boss suited his persona perfectly. Xu Nian and Su Yan were as busy as spinning tops, each wishing they could be 10 people. Wen Li even held a grudge against Xu Xing. Good grief, so that's why these two got their license and married so quickly. They were planning this all along. If she had known, she would have done things earlier too. Now, being so busy, where would she find the time? The two played on their honeymoon for over a year. It was more like a honey year. Xu Xing took Sha Qingmeng to experience the magnificent landscapes of their country. After touring domestically, they went abroad. Until one day, Sha Qingmeng, who usually loved eating fish, suddenly found the fishy smell too strong. The two were delightfully alarmed, realizing something was off. Xu Xing swiftly took Sha Qingmeng to a local hospital for a checkup. The nerve-wracking yet joyful news was that Xia Qingming was pregnant with twins. Carrying one child was already taxing. Twins were even tougher. Without another word, Xu Xing immediately ended the trip and took Xia Qingming home, providing 24/7 close-fitting, close personal care. When the Xu parents learned their daughter-in-law was pregnant with twins, they treated her as if she might melt in their mouths or shatter in their palms. The best of everything was provided for food, clothing, and daily necessities. Xu Xing knew pregnancy was a hard and dangerous process for women. Without hesitation, he borrowed 3,000 points from 0250 to buy a fetus-protecting pill. However, the fetus-protecting pill's effects were limited. It could only ensure the babies were well-behaved and safe, not completely prevent all adverse reactions in the mother. Thinking of the beauty and health pills he had on hand, Xu Xing gave one to Xia Qingming. Being twins, Xia Qingming's belly was already showing a bit by just 3 months. The morning sickness was also more severe than imagined. Nothing tasted good. But for the baby's nutrition, Xia Qingming forced herself to eat, which made Xu Xing both regretful and heartbroken. No more. Absolutely no more children in the future. Fortunately, the adverse reactions didn't last too long. Perhaps the pills finally took effect. In less than half a month, Xia Qingming's appetite miraculously gradually recovered, and the weight she lost due to morning sickness slowly returned. As days passed, Xia Qingming's belly swelled like a balloon. 10 months of pregnancy, especially with twins, was no ordinary hardship. Even after taking 2 pills, Xia Qingming occasionally felt discomfort in her lower back, waist, or stomach. In Xu Xingyi's eyes, 0250 became his punching bag. How could system-produced items still have issues? However, in the eyes of Father Xu and Mother Xu, it was already astonishing enough. Mother Xu often sighed, recalling how miserable she was carrying Xu Nian, a single child causing enough suffering, feeling uncomfortable all the way until birth. She was quite envious of Xia Qingming's current state of enjoying food and rarely feeling unwell, with every prenatal checkup showing excellent health. Xia Qingming went into labor in the early hours of the morning. During the first contraction, she thought it was a false alarm and tried to go back to sleep, only for the pain to intensify. Realizing something was wrong, she woke Xu Xing, who became extremely nervous, even more so than Xia Qingming herself. A few days before the due date, Xu Xing had already accompanied Xia Qingming to stay at the hospital. So when labor started, she entered the delivery room after reaching 2 centimeters dilation. Only one family member was allowed in the delivery room, and Xu Xing decisively went in to accompany her. After more than 10 agonizing hours, a pair of Dragon Phoenix twins, i.e., boy and girl, arrived with their first cries. Everyone joyfully spread the news, while Xu Xingyi's face was pale with heartache, distress. Absolutely no more children in the future, Xu Xing declared with unwavering determination. Although somewhat exhausted, Xia Qingming managed a smile. The babies are so cute. She wasn't sure if it was her imagination, but she actually felt it wasn't that bad. It wasn't as painful as Mother Xu had described. She was just very tired. How strange, she had given birth to twins. Xu Xing kissed her forehead. No matter how cute they are, you're more important. Newborns could try breastfeeding, attempt breastfeeding, half an hour after birth. When the doctor brought the babies, Xu Xing immediately gave him an earful. Feed them milk? Those 2 little rascals had exhausted his dear wife for a whole day. Let them starve first. His sweet wife needed rest. Doctor. Xia Qingming was amused by his unreasonable behavior. Don't make things difficult for the doctor. Xu Xing ultimately listened to Xia Qingming and didn't starve the 2 children. Leaning against Xu Xingyi's chest while breastfeeding the babies, Xia Qingming asked him, "Have you thought of names for the children?" Xu Xing replied, "Haven't thought about it yet." "You're better with words. You think of them. I think one having the surname Xu and the other Xia is fine, quite good. What do you think?" Finally, after brainstorming with the whole family, the older brother was named Xu Jiali, and the younger sister was named Xia Mengyao. 3 years later, Xia Qingming finished coax, soothing, putting to sleep the 2 children, tucked them in, gently closed the door, and saw Xu Xing leaning against the bedroom doorframe, smiling at her. "Meeting you. I am truly happy," Xia Qingming said, skillfully and naturally, throwing herself into his arms. "I'm the happier one," Xu Xing said, skillfully, cupping her face, seeking that sweet red lip, then scooping her up, hooking the doorframe with his foot to close the door, and heading towards the big bed. Their story of happiness was actually just beginning. 16. Number 16 Domineering CEO vs 18th tier stand-in actress. 1. Chapter 1. The overbearing CEO versus the 18-line substitute actress. 1. After a bout of dizziness, Xu Xing felt the surrounding scenery rapidly change, shifting from clear to blurry in an instant, until a new location unfolded before his eyes. He found himself in a very large room, with clean and simple furnishings all around, looking very much like an office. He knew that in the previous world, he and Sha Qingmeng had lived out their natural lifespans together, so now he should have transmigrated to another new world. But gradually, the emotional memories of the previous small world became increasingly fuzzy and indistinct. Xu Xing tried hard to hold on to them, but failed. At the final moment before the emotional memories vanished, Xu Xing asked 0250, "Why are my feelings disappearing?" 0250 explained, "Because carrying too much emotional baggage from past lives doesn't align with the character setting for the new world, and it's also unfair to your partner in this new world. For the sake of purity, emotional erasure is necessary." Although Xu Xing felt regret, he saw the logic in it. Each world was relatively independent, he shouldn't mix these feelings together. However, host, you can rest assured, what's being erased are only your personal emotions. Other memories will not be removed. Once all tasks are completed, the system will automatically return the erased emotional memories. Xu Xing suddenly understood. No wonder he had only lost his feelings while all other memories remained intact. He then nodded. 0250, transmit this world's plot to me. Open black lens bracket acknowledged. Plot transmission preparing. 2%, 15%, 45%, 99% plot transmission complete. Close black lens bracket. As a feeling of heat and swelling filled his head, the original plot gradually unfolded in his mind. The original body, now himself, had taken over from his father at a young age and become the chairman of the Shu Corporation. In this world, cities were all designated by letters like A, B, C, and so on. The capital of Sha country was called City A. The Shu Corporation was a prominent major family in City A, with interests spanning various industries and possessing formidable power. However, this seemingly ever-prosperous and flourishing corporation gradually declined later in the plot, eventually being swallowed up by the Chu family. And the source of it all stemmed from the original body's own misdeeds. Of all people, the original body had to develop a secret crush on the female protagonist of the plot, Miss Yin, idolizing her as the white moonlight in his heart and unconditionally dedicating himself to her, like a lapdog. But Miss Yin only saw him as a dear, good older brother, stringing him along as a backup option. While abroad, Miss Yin encountered the male protagonist, Chu Shuwen. After returning to the country, she ultimately chose to be with Chu Shuwen. Furthermore, the two joined forces to take control of the Shu Corporation, living a happy and perfect life. After learning that his white moonlight was with another man, the original body's mental state began to deteriorate increasingly, becoming utterly deranged and obsessive. He committed many extreme acts, also creating numerous obstacles for the male and female protagonists' relationship. Of course, he ultimately failed in all of them. Not only that, but the male and female protagonists also stood on the moral high ground, pointing fingers at the original body, criticizing him as utterly worthless, while simultaneously expressing profound regret over how he had turned out. One could say that despite being the one who did all the bad deeds, all the good reputation was monopolized by these two. Xu Xing skimmed through the plot and nearly fainted from anger. How many brain clots did it take to simp for the female protagonist to this extent? How blind and foolish must one be to not see that Miss Yin was simply using him? What female protagonist? She's clearly a scummy, manipulative White Lotus. The female protagonist, Miss Yin, was the lost young lady of the Yin family, only brought back to the main family during middle school. She attended the same middle school as the original body, so, roughly speaking, they had a bit of a childhood friend relationship. The Yin family couldn't compare to the Shu family, but it was still a respectable family with standing. Due to Miss Yin's connection with Xu Xing, the Yin family prospered smoothly in the following years under the Shu family's patronage. The male protagonist, Chu Shuwen, was the illegitimate son of the Chu family's second branch. He was quite capable and shrewd, enduring hardships and biding his time within the Chu family with extraordinary patience. The Chu family's strength was on par with the Shu family's, but its interpersonal relationships were far more intricate and tangled, a mess impossible to sort out. But Xu Xing understood. These days, if a family's relationships aren't complicated enough, it's almost embarrassing to be the male protagonist. And in the entire plot, there was the most tragic cannon fodder, love-obsessed female supporting character. Xu Xingyi's destined person in this small world, Sha Qingmeng. In the original plot, during a work inspection, the original body accidental encountered Sha Qingmeng. At the time, Sha Qingmeng was filming, and her makeup and styling bore a slight resemblance to Miss Yin, which made the original body look at her a few more times. Sha Qingmeng was just an 18-line minor celebrity. Thanks to the original body remembering her, he casually gave her some opportunities and resources, allowing her career to gradually improve. She even later signed with the entertainment company under the Shu Corporation. But this was precisely the beginning of Sha Qingmeng's tragic suffering. The female protagonist, Miss Yin, went abroad for studies to gild her credentials starting from high school. From then on, the original body buried his longing and secret crush deep in his heart, letting it accumulate more and more. Self-delusion, planning to confess when she returned. During these years of waiting, whenever the original body missed his white moonlight, he would go see Sha Qingmeng. Year after year, he developed some pity for her, occasionally offering help. For the original body, this was just casual assistance, but for Sha Qingmeng, it was an immense kindness. Thus, Sha Qingmeng couldn't help but gradually develop feelings for him. Although Miss Yin was abroad, she remained very concerned about domestic affairs, especially matters related to the original body. In her subconscious, she could dislike her pursuers, but her pursuers were not allowed to pursue anyone else. Otherwise, it was disloyalty. Therefore, upon learning that the original body often helped Sha Qingmeng, driven by jealousy, she took revenge on Sha Qingmeng. Consequently, Sha Qingmeng was frequently smeared terribly, with topics always revolving around words like casting couch, transactional relationships, capital, and the other woman. Although Sha Qingmeng was wrongly accused, the original body didn't care about her at all, so he never addressed these rumors related to him. Rumors might not mean much to men, but they could easily ruin a woman. Later, Sha Qingmeng's agent, having no other choice, risked losing her job to seek him out and beg him to cooperate in clarifying the situation. At that time, Miss Yin was about to graduate and return home. The original body, perhaps following some terrible advisor's suggestion, decided to go with the flow, and he simply announced publicly that he was with Sha Qingmeng. He thought that by publicly being with Sha Qingmeng, he could excitement, Yin Xinya, maybe even successfully pursue her. Sha Qingmeng already had feelings for the original body, so she naively agreed to his request, and the two became a publicly acknowledged couple. Sha Qingmeng was secretly happy. Unfortunately, the original body was only using her, especially after Miss Yin returned, and wasn't stimulated at all, instead generously offering her bless. This greatly the original body was attacked, making him even more indifferent towards Sha Qingmeng. Due to long unrequited love, the original body grew increasingly impatient with Sha Qingmeng. A substitute was, after all, just a substitute, not the original. Under the constant stimulate from the male and female protagonists, the original body gradually turning into a villain, becoming paranoid and sinister. And all these negative emotions ultimately rebounded onto Sha Qingmeng. Later, the original body even imprisoned Sha Qingmeng. Before obtaining Miss Yin, I always imagined her as Yin Xinya, his attitude becoming unpredictable, hot and cold. Sha Qingmeng consequently suffered double torture, both psychological and physical. But Sha Qingmeng, I am always grateful for the original owner's kindness and support, loving him deeply from the bottom of her heart. So she willingly served as a substitute, even bore his child, giving everything for him. But unfortunate, she suffered 2 consecutive unplanned miscarriages, severely damaging her health. To make matters worse, the original body but then got into a car accident. Having lost everything, Sha Qingmeng was utterly despondent and ultimately couldn't bear it, following the original body in suicide. After reading the plot, Xu Xingyi's face turned ashen. Although Sha Qingmeng also didn't have a good life in the original plot of the previous world, strictly speaking, it wasn't caused by him. But in this world, one could say he was the source of Sha Qingmeng's tragedy. Xu Xing leaned back in his chair, resting his forehead in his hand, feeling a tumult of mixed emotions. The original body in this world was truly a complete scumbag. And Sha Qingmeng, that silly girl, still insist on being so good to the original owner. What was worth it? Did she have Stockholm Syndrome or something? The original body was the abnormal who imprisoned her, and the children Sha Qingmeng lost through abortion, could they have been Lei and Yao Yao? He didn't believe for a second they were merely accidents. Thinking of this, a cold glint flashed in Xu Xingyi's eyes. He wasn't the original body from the plot. He wouldn't do those outrageous things. He would make Sha Qingmeng happy, and he would make the male and female protagonists suffer eternal damnation. After the plot transmission finished, there was a period of memory integration. The timing of Xu Xingyi's transmigration was quite skillful, coinciding with the plot it's about to get on track. The day after tomorrow, the female protagonist, Miss Yin, would return from her gold plating abroad and hold a homecoming banquet. This banquet would be the starting point for all the ensuing love, hate, and grudges. In the original plot, the original body cancelled an important project and took Sha Qingming to attend Miss Yin's homecoming banquet. It was at this banquet that Miss Yin offered her bless, stimulated the original body. Enraged, the original body abandoned Sha Qingming, leaving her utterly humiliated, and directly it trended on social media. Xu Xing rubbed his temples. The top priority was to first complete the previously cancelled project. As for the banquet, it might be a good opportunity to clear Sha Qingming's name. 17. Number 17 Domineering CEO vs 18th tier stand-in actress. 2. Chapter 2. The overbearing CEO vs the 18th tier stand-in starlet. 2. Open black lens bracket host. A friendly reminder. This system provides a points exchange service. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Due to your excellent performance in the previous world and achieving a 100% conquest achievement, you are awarded 10,000 points. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Simultaneously, the host developed an epic-making product and contributed to the world's development, receiving an additional 10,000 points. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Deducting 8,000 points for the previous debt. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Current balance, 12,000 points. The mall function is now officially open. Close black lens bracket. Xu Xing was deep in thought when 250's voice suddenly popped up. Following 250's announcement, a blue mall interface appeared before his eyes. Xu Xing clicked in and browsed through it. He saw familiar skills, such as open black lens bracket subject proficiency close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket martial arts proficiency close black lens bracket, which he had already possessed in the previous world. Not only that, since his identity this time was the chairman of a large group, he also acquired skills like open black lens bracket language proficiency close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket finance master close black lens bracket through skill inheritance. These skills were quite expensive if bought individually. Any decent one started at 3,000 points, and some even cost tens of thousands. Xu Xing looked through them and ultimately didn't exchange for anything. Points were precious. It was better to wait until he actually needed something. Moreover, Xu Xing felt that some skills didn't necessarily need to be exchanged for points. He could learn them himself, and only what he learned for himself truly belonged to him. Closing the system interface, Xu Xing glanced at his watch. It was already 2:30 p.m. Miss Yin's flight was scheduled to arrive at 3:30 p.m. The original host had previously pushed aside a project worth over $1 billion just to pick her up. However, the current him wouldn't be so foolish, so he summoned the secretariat. A man with a proper and dignified appearance walked in. President Xu, what are your orders? Xu Xing, Chen Yao, reschedule that project I previously pushed aside. Preferably as soon as possible. The man quickly agreed, asked for some details, and then left. Within 15 minutes, Chen Yao received a reply. The meeting time was 2 hours later than originally scheduled, and they could talk today. 2 hours later would be around dinner time. Presumably, the other party was also very anxious and had just been waiting for an agreement. 3:30 p.m. Miss Yin arrived at the capital airport on time. Not long after leaving the boarding gate, Miss Yin saw several of her former classmates gathered together waiting for her. They seemed to recognize her, and before Miss Yin could even get close, they had already surrounded her. Behind her sunglasses, Miss Yin's gaze swept around inconspicuously, but she didn't see the person she wanted to see. Oh my, you're finally willing to come back. I almost thought you'd never return to the country. In this lifetime, a girl with pink hair, looking flamboyant and unrestrained, ran up and gave her a tight hug. Long time no see. You've even learned to dye your hair, Miss Yin said with a smile as she touched Meng Zan's hair. She still remembered that back in middle school, Meng Zan was just as plain as she was. Who would have thought that the current Meng Zan was already a fashion designer with her own studio and a decent reputation? Miss Yin, welcome back. Don't forget to treat us to a good meal the night after tomorrow, 2 or 3 boys said as they helped Miss Yin carry her luggage, teasing her. These 3 were the 2 brothers from the Qin family, Qin Feng and Qin Yu, as well as Duan Qian from the Duan family. These people all had good relationships with Meng Zan and even had some business collaborations. Since they were all classmates in middle school, they were considered old acquaintances who knew each other well, so they all came to pick her up, especially since Miss Yin had just returned and had a lot of heavy luggage. Meng Zan thought about it and dragged along a couple more guys. Boys were strong, so why not use the labor? By the way, why hasn't Brother Hao arrived yet? Duan Qian thought of something and asked Meng Zan. Yeah, now that you mention it, Brother Shu hasn't come either, Qin Yu suddenly realized. No wonder he felt someone was missing. Just as Meng Zan was about to answer, Qin Feng interrupted. Those two busybodies often act together. Isn't it normal for them not to show up? Miss Yin had actually been wondering why Xu Xing wasn't there since she got off the plane. Based on her understanding of Xu Xing, he should have been dying to pick her up. Why was there no sign of him now? Earlier, she had wondered if he had gone to the restroom because he had been waiting too long. Now it seemed he really hadn't come. Meng Zan said apologetically, "This happened suddenly, and I didn't have time to tell you. I just received a message from his secretary saying he had a last-minute project to discuss. It's quite important, so he couldn't make it." That's true. A project is definitely more important than picking someone up. As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, he was nudged in the arm by his brother, Qin Yu. After giving Miss Yin an apologetic smile, Qin Feng decisively shut his mouth. A hint of embarrassment appeared on Miss Yin's face, but thanks to her excellent expression management, it was quickly covered up. All right, the luggage is almost all packed. Should we find a place to get together and have a meal? My treat? Meng Zan took the initiative to ease the atmosphere, and the group headed toward the parking lot. Sure, don't be stingy this time. When it comes to making money, you, little rich woman Meng, are the most skilled. Qin Feng teased her. Oh, please. When it comes to making money, which of you here can compare to that guy surnamed Shu? That's what you call real money making. Meng Zan laughed as she boldly headed for her car. This statement couldn't be refuted, so the three boys didn't respond and took the initiative to help arrange the luggage. They had brought 2 cars, and with the luggage, there was just enough room for everyone. Meng Zan secretly had Duan Qian and the others move more of Miss Yin's luggage to her car, but she chose not to sit in the same car as her. Having grown up in a complex environment, she was best at reading people's expressions. Although Miss Yin didn't show it on her face, Meng Zan could tell that she hadn't been quite right since hearing that Xu Xing hadn't come to pick her up. The key was that she wasn't very close to Xu Xing herself, and she was afraid Miss Yin would ask about him in a roundabout way. Following the principle that less trouble is better than more, she decided to avoid it. And upon her return this time, Meng Zan felt that Miss Yin had become even more of a stranger, and they could no longer find common ground in their conversations. Meng Zan admitted that her success today was entirely due to the luck brought by 2 people. One was Miss Yin, and the other was Xu Xing. When Miss Yin was recognized and brought back to the Yin family, she was Miss Yin's best friend. She had looked after her a lot in their daily lives, so she later benefited and followed Miss Yin to a good school. Later, after she graduated and established her own studio, the Shu family invested in her. Initially, it was even a loss-making investment, but Meng Zan knew very well that Xu Xing didn't do it because of her, but because she had the status of being Miss Yin's friend. So Meng Zan had always remained clear-headed and a bit apprehensive. In recent years, she had worked desperately hard to manage her studio because feelings were always the most unreliable thing. They could change in an instant. Now, as she expected, Xu Xing had a girlfriend and seemed to be keeping his distance from Miss Yin. With Miss Yin's bridge broken, it meant he would no longer look after an insignificant friend of Miss Yin like her. Xu Xing was a person who could be said to be both sentimental and cold, or perhaps protective of his own, was more appropriate. Meng Zan used the excuse that the boys drove too recklessly and might break the girl's things to drive the car full of luggage herself. The boys then drove with Miss Yin following behind to the restaurant Meng Zan had booked. The atmosphere in the car was a bit dull, mainly because after so many years apart, even as old classmates, there weren't many topics left to discuss. Duan Qian, who was driving, felt that it wasn't good to keep it this way, so he took the initiative to find a topic. Shinya, how long do you plan to stay this time? Miss Yin replied with a faint smile. I won't be going abroad again after this return. Now that I've graduated, staying in the country is better. She wasn't just coming back. Her goal this time was to develop her own business empire. With Xu Xingyi's affection for her, he would definitely help her. Although she heard he officially announced his relationship with Sha Qingmeng this year, Miss Yin felt deep down that Sha Qingmeng was no threat. Xu Xing surely just wanted to provoke her, but how could she lower herself to easily agree to be with him? Men always stop cherishing things once they have them. Stringing him along and letting him know she isn't that easy to get is the best strategy. Besides, Sha Qingmeng was just an actress with a poor background. In their circle, being a lover or a bed partner was already a blessing. Wanting to marry into a wealthy family and become the mistress? don't even think about it. Even if Xu Xing himself agreed to such a thing, as long as the Xu family didn't agree, it wouldn't happen. Therefore, Miss Yin didn't take Sha Qingming seriously, but that didn't stop her from creating some obstacles for Sha Qingming to make her back down and leave Xu Xing as soon as possible. Miss Yin was confident in herself and in Xu Xingyi's feelings. With Xu Xingyi's abilities, if he wanted to handle the scandals about Sha Qingming, wouldn't it be a matter of minutes? Yet he didn't bother. See, that's a sign of lack of care and indifference. Miss Yin curled her lips into a smile. Xu Xing was truly a man who was both deeply affectionate and thin-hearted. Miss Yin asked as if casually, by the way, what have Brother Hao and Brother Xu been busy with lately? I'm really not sure. But haven't those two always been like that? Duan Qian gave a helpless smile and then stepped on the gas to keep up with Meng Zan ahead. Qin Feng comforted her. Hey, Xinya, don't overthink it. When Brother Xu gets busy, he ignores everyone. It probably wasn't intentional. Qin Yu changed the subject. Speaking of which, Brother Xu already has a girlfriend. Xinya, have you found a boyfriend yet? Miss Yin shook her head and sighed, then put on an open-minded appearance. Not yet. Maybe I just haven't met the right person yet. Qin Yu joked. Then I'm relieved. If even Miss Yin isn't in a hurry, then I don't need to be either. My parents have been nagging me so much lately that I don't even want to go home. Miss Yin didn't listen closely to their subsequent conversation. She rested her chin on her hand, her gaze turning somewhat heavy as she looked out the window. Although she remained confident about the future, she always felt as if something was slipping out of her control. However, she quickly adjusted. It must be because she hadn't slept well these past 2 days. She was now the eldest miss of the Yin family. Why should she worry timidly about things that didn't exist? 18. Number 18 Domineering CEO vs 18th tier stand-in actress. 3. Chapter 3. Overbearing CEO vs 18th tier stand-in starlet. 3. At the same time, a busy shoot was taking place at City A's famous film and television base. Zhang Li, I'm sorry, I'm really tired. With those words, a woman with a sorrowful smile sank deeply into the water. Cut. After a moment, the person in the water came ashore, gasping for fresh air. After the director called a halt, he said with a pleased expression, Sha Qingming, you did well in today's part. Your performance was great, congratulations. You've officially finished your scenes. Her assistant, He Xiaoxiao, hurried forward to wrap Sha Qingming in a towel and handed her a thermos filled with ginger tea. Sha Qingming, congratulations on finishing. Congratulations on finishing. Other staff members and actors also brought bouquets to Sha Qingming, thrusting them into her arms and congratulating her. Such a warm scene only appeared after she and Xu Xing went public with their relationship. Everyone knew that even if the Xu Corporation didn't manage the entertainment market very diligently, it still held significant influence. Sha Qingming dried the water on her hands with a towel and took the bouquets. The director watched from a distance as Sha Qingming said her goodbyes and thanked the staff members, taking commemorative photos, and sighed inwardly. She was a good actress, hardworking and motivated, but she lacked resources and opportunities. Speaking of which, it had been a while since she went public with the young master of the Xu family, so why were her resources still so poor? Logically, with capital backing her, shouldn't becoming famous be a matter of minutes? The director was puzzled, thinking that the waters must run deep. Sha Qingming was too pure. She probably couldn't handle a young master from such a prominent family at all. The director shook his head and quickly shifted his attention to the male and female protagonists. At most, Sha Qingming was the 4th female lead. Now that she had finished her scenes, there would likely be no more opportunities to meet or work together. Xiao, let's go to the hotel to pack first, then go home. Sha Qingming packed her things from the set. There wasn't much, just a small shoulder bag. He Xiao, meanwhile, carried various miscellaneous items toward the production van. After finishing her scenes, Sha Qingming had nothing left to do. She had no upcoming announcements or filming schedules, and for a moment, she felt a bit lost. Her resources had always been poor, and she had much more free time compared to other popular actors. Flipping through her contacts, she had no particularly close friends. Her few good friends were busy with their own careers, so who would have time to eat and chat with an idle person like her? He Xiao put the things away, and the driver drove back to the hotel first. The water in the filming pool was a bit fishy and salty, so Sha Qingming took a thorough shower before she started packing her things at the hotel. Her belongings were always simple, and with Xiao's help, packing went quickly. While packing, Sha Qingming received a call from her manager, Yi Qin, saying she had secured an opportunity for her to appear on a variety show and told her to check her email when she got back. Sha Qingming agreed. Just as she hung up, another message popped up on her screen. Open black lens bracket Xu Xing. the usual rules. Close black lens bracket. It meant that since it was Friday, he would go to her house tonight as usual and stay until Monday morning. Of course, these rules only applied when she was in City A. When she was filming out of town, Xu Xing never visited her on set. Xia Qingming pursed her lips, unsure whether she felt disappointed or happy. She had originally thought that being with Xu Xing would be the start of her happiness, but now it didn't seem that way. Even though they were a couple, she rarely saw Xu Xing smile. It was as if he were born without the ability to smile, always cold, only becoming slightly more passionate and overbearing in bed. Despite being a couple, even seeing her seemed like a task for him. He arrived punctually every Friday night, engaged in intimate exercise with her every night, and then left on Monday morning. What kind of relationship was this? It was truly too strange. Clearing the message from her screen, Xia Qingming sighed and got into the car headed home with her limited luggage. If Xu Xing was coming tonight, she had to think about what takeout to order. Xia Qingming knew her cooking skills were mediocre, not bad, but not particularly good either. Fearing that Xu Xing wouldn't like her cooking, Xia Qingming always ordered takeout, and she didn't dare order anything cheap, spending a lot of money each time. Although both were in the capital, the filming location was quite far from home, and with the evening rush hour, the drive took over 3 hours. By the time Xia Qingming reached home, it was already dark. Fortunately, the takeout had already arrived. Though the late autumn evening was a bit chilly, the thermal bags kept the food steaming hot. After saying goodbye to Xiao Xiao, Xia Qingming set the takeout down, arranged the dishes on the table one by one, and then collapsed onto the sofa in exhaustion. East or west, home is best. Staying at home was still the most comfortable, and even the sofa felt like the softest place 9 o'clock at night. As soon as Xu Xing finished his social engagement, he rushed to Xia Qingming's home. He had been busy for most of the day, and now he couldn't wait to see Xia Qingming. Arriving downstairs at the apartment, Xu Xing looked up, following his memory, and found that Xia Qingming's room was pitch black. Was she not home? Xu Xing's pace upstairs quickened involuntarily. He entered the code and opened the door. As expected, the lights weren't on. However, with his sharp eyes, he immediately saw Xia Qingming curled up on the sofa, sleeping. A lavish spread of now cold food sat on the dining table, though it was clearly takeout. Xu Xing silently approached the sofa. Even without the lights on, he could clearly see Xia Qingming's face, the same face as in the previous small world, still so beautiful, with her characteristic touch of stubbornness. But why was her face a bit flushed? Xu Xing's heart tightened, and he quickly felt her forehead. It was a bit hot. The chill of late autumn was even more pronounced, with a huge temperature difference between day and night. Xia Qingming was lying on the sofa in just 2 thin layers of clothing without even a blanket, so it was natural for her to catch a cold. Moreover, she had just finished work and had been tired all day. Her resistance was low, making it easier for the cold to take hold. Xu Xing immediately picked her up, moved her to the bed, and covered her with a quilt. Xu Xing searched the room and found a medicine box by the bed. There were no cooling patches, much less fever reducers. He finally managed to find a small pack, but it was expired, along with some other miscellaneous medicines. In the end, only a thermometer was somewhat useful. Helpless, he immediately ordered medicine for delivery. Then he inserted the thermometer and soaked a towel to wipe Xia Qingming's face, trying to lower her temperature manually first. When enough time had passed, Xu Xing took out the thermometer. It was 37.5 degrees. Fortunately, it was only a slight fever, so physical cooling would suffice. About 20 minutes later, the medicine he ordered arrived. Xu Xing applied a cooling patch to Xia Qingming and fed her plenty of warm water, finally breathing a sigh of relief. While being fed water, Xia Qingming woke for a moment with blurred vision, sensing a face very close to hers and being given water. In her discomfort, she subconsciously swallowed it, and then there was nothing more. 19. Number 19 Domineering CEO vs 18th tier stand-in actress. 4. Chapter 4. Domineering CEO vs 18th tier stand-in starlet. 4. When she woke up the next day, the sky was already bright. Xia Qingming struggled to open her eyes, only to find that she had somehow ended up lying in bed. Her whole body felt sticky, as if she had run a lap drenched in sweat and returned without showering. Her throat also felt drier than usual. As she propped herself up, a blue object fell from her forehead. It looked like a cooling patch. Turning her head, she saw a thermos and several used wet towels on the nightstand. Xia Qingming realized belatedly that someone had taken care of her last night, and that person was very likely Xu Xing. Xia Qingming hurriedly lifted the covers to get out of bed, just as the bathroom door opened with a timely click. "You're awake?" Xu Xing, wearing only a black bathrobe, walked toward her. Quote, "How are you feeling now?" Any better? Sha Qingming shook her head in a daze. She felt that her head wasn't burning as intensely as it had been in her muddled dreams last night, but as Xu Xing approached her, it felt like she might have a relapse. Why was he speaking to her in such a gentle tone? Was she dreaming? Xu Xing used an alcohol swab to disinfect a thermometer, then pinched Sha Qingming's cheek and tucked it into her mouth. Take your temperature again. Sha Qingming couldn't speak, so she just stared at him with wide eyes without blinking. Could it be that he had become so gentle because she was sick? She actually found herself craving this feeling. 5 minutes later, he took out the thermometer, 36.5 degrees. It was a normal temperature. Fortunately, it had only been a low-grade fever that broke in the middle of the night, with no signs of returning. Are you hungry? I made something. Do you want to eat? Xu Xing asked while changing clothes in front of her. Even though they had done much more intimate things, Sha Qingming's eyes still darted away, embarrassed to look directly at his body. She lowered her head with a flushed face and hummed an hum. How could he be like this? He really didn't treat her like an outsider at all. Xu Xing curled his lips imperceptibly. He was quite confident in his physique. I'm going to take a shower too. Sha Qingming fled into the bathroom like a startled rabbit. She had sweated a lot last night and her body felt quite uncomfortable. After a while, a muffled, cautious voice came from inside. Xu Xing? Are you still there? Xu Xing was already standing at the bathroom door, leaning against the frame with a stack of clothes in his hand. He was stifling a laugh, but his voice remained steady. I'm here. What's wrong? I think I forgot to bring my clothes. Sha Qingming covered her face in embarrassment. She felt like she was the stupidest person alive. Xu Xing turned around. I brought them for you. Then, with a click, the door was twisted open. Wait a second. Sha Qingming frantically hid behind the curtain, showing only her head. Xu Xing smiled wickedly. What are you hiding for? Is there any part of you I haven't seen? Sha Qingming didn't know if she was angry, ashamed, or frantic, but her face was bright red. Xu Xing didn't tease her too much. He put down the clothes and closed the door as he left. He went to reheat the meal he had just finished cooking. Xu Xing had brought her a set of warm cotton long-sleeved pajamas. Sha Qingming didn't feel hot wearing them, which finally gave her the sense that autumn was ending and winter was almost here. Where's the takeout I ordered last night? Sha Qingming asked, puzzled by the fresh food on the table. I ate it. Xu Xing knew Sha Qingming didn't like to waste food, so he finished it all. Fortunately, she had been restrained when ordering, calculating enough for about 2 people. Since Sha Qingming, being an actress, didn't eat much to begin with, Xu Xing had no trouble finishing it alone. Sha Qingming nodded and took bites of the vegetable porridge he had cooked for her. The vegetables were finely chopped, and the slightly salty fragrance and freshness were very welcoming to someone like her who had lost most of her sense of taste. Sha Qingming was still sick, so her reactions were a bit slow, and she looked like she didn't want to use her brain. Xu Xing saw that she lacked energy and told her to go back to bed and rest after eating. Since her body hadn't fully recovered, Sha Qingming unknowingly slept through the day. By the time she woke up, it was already dinner time. When Xu Xing called her for dinner, she remembered she hadn't checked the email Yi Qin sent her, so she quickly checked it before eating. It was for a variety show that was currently relatively niche, focusing mainly on married couples or romantic partners during their travels. It was a combination of emotional, lifestyle, and travel genres. A previous season had been released with a decent response, so the second season was about to be filmed. Of course, the reason for the decent response was that the 4 couples who participated in the last season ended up either divorced or broken up. The main reason the production team sent the invitation was largely due to the status of the new head of the shoe corporation, Xu Xing. Even if he wasn't a celebrity, he brought his own buzz and traffic, not to mention adding a Sha Qingming who was riddled with scandals. After browsing the entire content of the email, Sha Qingming was a bit hesitant. This variety show was considered a slow variety show, which was quite suitable for her. It could maintain a certain level of exposure, and with luck, it might even turn her reputation around. She knew very well that she had no scripts to film right now and could only rely on these variety shows. But Sha Qingming wasn't sure if Xu Xing was willing. As someone with such strong boundaries, he probably wouldn't like having a camera pointed at him all day. What are you looking at? You look so serious, Xu Xing asked when he saw her brows knitted together. I'm looking at a variety show invitation, Sha Qingming answered a bit cautiously. Although Sha Qingming liked him a lot, to be honest, she was still a bit afraid. On one hand, he was too cold and had a powerful aura. On the other hand, he was too capable. Despite his young age, his methods were sharp, and Sha Qingming couldn't help but feel inferior in front of him. Xu Xing tried to soften his tone as much as possible. What variety show? Tell me about it. It's called With You All the Way. Have you heard of it before? Xu Xing nodded. Naturally, he knew of it. In the original plot, they had also participated in this variety show, but the result wasn't great. Sha Qingming became famous, but it was the infamous kind of fame. It's a good opportunity. We might as well participate, it won't hurt you. Xu Xing agreed directly without any hesitation. This was no longer an era where good wine needs no bush. Although traffic and exposure weren't everything, they were very important. Huh? Sha Qingming nodded, then realized what he said and was startled, instinctively covering her mouth with her fingers. You agreed to go with me? Sha Qingming couldn't help but want to confirm. Xu Xing asked her back, it seems I'm your only boyfriend, aren't I? Sha Qingming nodded like a chick pecking at grain. I just checked. The email needs a reply by next Wednesday. Filming is tentatively scheduled to start the week after next. Okay, I got it. I'll arrange my schedule. Xu Xing agreed without hesitation. Then, the two focused on eating. Today was the first time Sha Qingming had eaten a meal cooked by Xu Xing. Because she had a cold, the food was on the light side, but the taste was still very delicious. Sha Qingming felt both disappointed and happy inside. She was happy to eat a meal he had personally cooked, but disappointed that she couldn't even beat him at cooking. This man simply had no flaws. 20. Number 20 Domineering CEO versus 18th tier stand-in actress. 5. Chapter 5. Overbearing CEO versus 18th tier stand-in starlet. 5. After dinner, the two of them washed up and went to bed. When Sha Qingming came out of the bathroom, she stood at the door and watched Xu Xing for a while. He was leaning casually and lazily against the headboard making a phone call, speaking a fluent foreign language that sounded a bit like French. Sha Qingming sometimes doubted herself. What kind of great merit had she performed to become a couple with this person? She was an orphan who had come out of an unknown small county town, while he had been a favored child of heaven since childhood. The two were simply as different as clouds and mud. Occasionally, Sha Qingming would feel a secret joy, but more often than not, reality would wake her up. Perhaps he was just playing around. When he got tired of it, he would break up whenever he wanted. At that time, she would be the only one who had lost her soul in her body. After all, who else would look for her as if an emperor were flipping over a concubine's name tag? He was usually very cold and aloof, only speaking a few more words to her during intimate moments. This kind of relationship didn't look normal no matter how you viewed it, so Sha Qingming felt she was being quite sentimental and had been trying hard to suppress the emotions in her heart, but whenever she thought about the day they might actually break up, she couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. Because she really liked Xu Xing. She didn't know exactly what she liked about him, but she just couldn't stop herself from caring about his mood. Sha Qingming lowered her head and gave a helpless, self-deprecating laugh. She was truly beyond saving after Xu Xing finished his call. He saw Sha Qingming standing motionless at the door. He frowned and patted the bed beside him. Come here. Sha Qingming paced over to the bed. Xu Xing rolled over and pressed toward her. Sha Qingming subconsciously closed her eyes. It's quite good, no relapse. Does your throat still hurt? Xu Xing pressed his forehead against hers, his deep voice sounding by her ear. Sha Qingming shook her head. Opening her eyes, she fell into his deep gaze and dazed for a moment. You don't need to be so guarded. I won't do anything to you tonight. I'm not low enough to make a move on a patient. Xu Xing felt a bit depressed. Sha Qingming still seemed a bit afraid of him. It was only to be blamed on his past attitude and actions being too much. Changing his image in Sha Qingming's heart wouldn't be easy in a short time. It's not exactly being guarded, Sha Qingming murmured. She was just a bit unaccustomed and very nervous. She felt that Xu Xing had changed a bit, as if he had become gentler. Was it because her illness had moved his compassion? If it were true, she would rather stay sick forever, hoping his tenderness toward her could last a bit longer. By the way, this dress was delivered this morning. There's a banquet tomorrow night. If you're not feeling well, we won't go. Xu Xing handed a box from the nightstand to Sha Qingming. He had originally thought the project he previously pushed back would take 2 or 3 days to negotiate, but he hadn't expected to settle it in one night. So he still planned to take Sha Qingming to the banquet. After all, not going for no reason would seem strange. But what he hadn't expected was for Sha Qingming to fall ill. Is this banquet very important? Is a female companion mandatory? Sha Qingming asked as she took the box. Xu Xing thought for a moment. Actually, it's not that important. Not going would indeed mean missing some plot points, but it wasn't a big deal. It wasn't about any important people or matters. Right now, nothing was more important than Sha Qingming's health. It's okay. I feel like I'm mostly recovered. It wasn't serious to begin with. I'll attend tomorrow night, Sha Qingming agreed anyway. She wasn't a fool. The essence of banquets was to build connections, which was still very important, even though Xu Xing himself was a sufficiently powerful connection. Xu Xing frowned and touched her smooth, delicate face. Don't force yourself if you're uncomfortable. Sha Qingming broke into a smile. I'm not forcing myself, I haven't even taken any medicine. This fever of hers had come and gone quickly, like a dream. She was mostly fine now. Sha Qingming was still clear about her own physical condition. Xu Xing nodded, understanding her thoughts, then pulled up the quilt for her and pulled her into his arms. Sleep. Sha Qingming lay in his arms. Her heart was beating so fast that it was almost unbearable. They had hugged many times before, but that was just her unilaterally falling into his arms to rest, exhausted after they were finished. One was like venting, the other was like completing a task. Though they seemed to be hugging, their hearts were very, very far apart. But today was different. Clearly nothing had happened, yet it felt very warm. Sha Qingming felt she was closer to him than ever before. The next afternoon, Xu Xing took Sha Qingming to get her hair and makeup done and changed into her dress. The dress was custom-made, a fairly form-fitting tube-top style. The water blue fabric looked exceptionally swaying and graceful when she walked. Absolutely beautiful, though it was a bit cold to wear. However, when it was commissioned, no one expected this autumn and winter to be so cold. Today's temperature had even taken a cliff-like drop. Xu Xing was prepared and had chosen a white wool shawl for her. The style was simple and elegant, the color combination wasn't abrupt, and it also provided a certain degree of warmth. But this one piece alone was just a drop in the bucket. Sha Qingming was still shivering from the cold, but her good professional quality as an actress made it so she didn't easily show it. Xu Xing saw through her bravado at a glance. Knowing that these clothes had limited cold protection effects, he took off his own overcoat and handed it to her. Wear this for the journey. It won't be cold once we're inside. It was simply perfectly normal for a girlfriend to wear her boyfriend's clothes. Sha Qingming wasn't pretentious. She was indeed cold, so she draped Xu Xing's coat over her shoulders. His coat was very long and still carried his body heat, making it exceptionally warm. Putting it on was like entering another world. From time to time, she could smell the crisp fragrance coming from the clothes. Xu Xing didn't smoke or use perfume. His clothes generally smelled of detergent, gentle and soft. When Sha Qingming was near him, she felt he smelled cleaner and better than anyone else. Sha Qingming peeked at the person in front of her. His back was straight, his build was upright, and he was so handsome in his sharp suit that it made her heart flutter. Of course, she had seen him when he wasn't wearing clothes. It wasn't an exaggeration to call him a masterpiece of the human world. This was the first time Sha Qingming had attended a party with him, and one of the few times she had seen him dressed so formally up close. Because he was so handsome, she really couldn't help but steal a few more glances. The banquet venue was a hotel under the Yin Corporation, very famous in the capital. Many important banquets were held here. This time, just for Yin Xinya's return to the country, such a high-specification banquet was held, showing the importance the Yin family placed on this youngest daughter. Of course, this hotel originally belonged to the Yin family anyway. Using their own property however they wanted was only natural. Basically everyone present today was a person of status. Sha Qingming didn't dare to hold Xu Xing back. After only wearing it for a while after getting out of the car, she returned Xu Xing's coat to him. Sha Qingming had just recovered, and Xu Xing couldn't bear to let her freeze, so he quickly led her into the building. The hall was already very lively. Many people saw Xu Xing arrive and turned their gazes fervently toward him. Regardless of gender or age, they all had their own thoughts, yet shared a similar goal, wanting to establish a connection. Sha Qingming held Xu Xing's arm and stayed by his side, acting poised and generous. As an actress, her looks were naturally top tier and very distinctive. Now, even more so with fine clothes making the person, she was radiant and unforgettable at a glance. Although she appeared quite calm, Sha Qingming couldn't help but feel nervous inside. The events she had participated in before were small scale and simply couldn't compare to the banquet before her eyes. She was afraid that if she did something improper, it would make Xu Xing lose face. Xu Xing noticed her arm was a bit stiff and reached out to gently pat her in reassurance. Then, ignoring the gazes of others, he took her to get some food. Xu Xing handed her a piece of chocolate cake. Sometimes when you don't want to talk to people, using eating as a cover is quite good. Sha Qingming felt a warmth in her heart and quickly calmed down. She then gave him a sweet smile and took the cake. Thank you. Xu Xing met her eyes, a smile swirling in his gaze. Sha Qingming took a small bite. The sweetness was just right and it was delicious. She subconsciously said with joy, What a coincidence. You picked exactly the chocolate flavor I love. Xu Xing gave her a deep look and said, it's not a coincidence. I picked this flavor on purpose. Sha Qingming looked up at him in a daze, then quickly lowered her head to eat the cake. Did he mean that he was actively caring about her? Xu Xing did not shy away from watching Sha Qingming. His blunt gaze made Sha Qingming's face turn increasingly red. Sha Qingming had no choice but to finish the entire piece of chocolate cake under his gaze, saying bashfully, stop staring at me. Xu Xing reached out to wipe a bit of chocolate that had accidentally stained the corner of her lip, then licked it. Sha Qingming was so teased by him that her eyes flickered, not knowing where to look. She was thinking that her relationship with Xu Xing seemed to have suddenly developed from one extreme toward another. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 21. Number 21 Domineering CEO vs 18th tier stand-in actress. 6. Chapter 6 Domineering CEO vs 18th tier stand-in starlet. 6. Sha Qingming told him to stop looking, so Xu Xing obediently withdrew his gaze. Once Sha Qingming felt that burning stare vanish, she let out a shallow sigh of relief in her heart. She didn't know if she was being overly sensitive, but being stared at by him made her quite shy. The banquet was about to begin, and the host had already entered the stage. Xu Xing pulled her along to find a place to sit and rest. The people on stage were just spouting pleasantries. Xu Xing found these speeches long and tedious, completely failing to pique his interest. However, his expression remained as cold and indifferent as ever, making it look as though he were listening attentively. Sha Qingming, on the other hand, listened quite earnestly. Perhaps because she had seen too many hateful comments online, she found even this kind of chicken soup for the soul, and formal talk pleasant to the ear. The last person to appear was naturally the protagonist of this banquet, Miss Yin. Dressed in a high-end white gown, she looked ethereal, with a gentle, water-like smile permanently fixed on her face, appearing like a pure and kind fairy who was naive to the world's affairs. As the female protagonist of the plot, everyone present gave her a round of thunderous applause. Amidst the thunderous applause, Sha Qingming subconsciously glanced at Xu Xing, unexpectedly meeting his gaze. After clapping a few times just for show, Xu Xing directly grabbed one of Sha Qingming's hands and began to toy with it in his palm. Sha Qingming knew of Miss Yin. She used to pay a lot of attention to the negative news about herself, and one of the rumors was that she looked like Miss Yin, and that Xu Xing was only with her because he treated her as Miss Yin's substitute. However, no matter how Sha Qingming looked at herself, she didn't think she resembled Miss Yin. Coupled with the fact that Xu Xing had never admitted to it, she hadn't paid it much mind. Especially just now when she instinctively looked at Xu Xing, she found that he wasn't paying attention to Miss Yin at all, so Sha Qingming felt that this particular piece of gossip wasn't very true. After Miss Yin gave a brief speech, she played a piano piece to liven up the banquet. Her piano skills were average, but the atmosphere was well cultivated. She maintained a humble posture and spoke beautifully, making it impossible for anyone to find fault with her. Experts who heard it didn't mind, and laymen didn't understand anyway. Besides, who would dare to speak ill of today's protagonist? Thus, the atmosphere of the banquet naturally reached a climax. People chatted, exchanged ideas, ate, and danced. In the ballroom, all sorts of people were dancing. While their feet moved to the dance, they were stepping on business deals. Do you want to dance? Xu Xing asked Sha Qingming, who was sitting beside him, as he leaned lazily against the sofa in the corner. Sha Qingming shook her head. She was actually quite a homebody. If it weren't for Xu Xing, she wouldn't have wanted to attend the banquet at all. Xu Xing didn't really want to dance either, so the two of them leaned against each other lazily, watching the people in the ballroom sing and dance. However, there are always those who lack discernment and come to disturb this peace. Sha Qingming was sharp-eyed. Before the person could get close, she said to Xu Xing with a smile, "Xu Xing, I want to dance again." Xu Xing had noticed even before she did. Sha Qingming's action was exactly what he wanted, so he curled his lips slightly, took her hand, and the two of them turned toward the dance floor. Miss Yin looked at the two people dancing gracefully in the ballroom, her knuckles turning white as she gripped her wineglass, but she still maintained a proper smile on her face. How awkward. Miss Yin thought that if she pretended to pass by, Xu Xing would naturally come over to talk to her. She had even prepared a script in her head. In the end, he actually went to dance with his female companion? Miss Yin immediately adjusted her mindset. She believed that Brother Xing was just trying to provoke her, and she should show more magnanimity instead of being led astray by this rhythm. After the song ended, Xu Xing held Sha Qingmeng's hand and walked toward another hall in the opposite direction of Miss Yin without looking back. Miss Yin looked at their close-knit backs, feeling a bit anxious. What was going on? Why didn't Brother Xing come to find her? Was he playing hard to get? No, whoever bows their head first loses. Miss Yin had only just returned to the country, and as today's protagonist, she naturally couldn't bring herself to take the initiative to speak to Xu Xing. Ultimately, she gritted her teeth and chose not to follow. Rather than taking the initiative herself, Miss Yin preferred the method of having someone else introduce them. Xu Xing caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye and immediately looked away. As he expected, Miss Yin was too proud. Her arrogance as the female protagonist would not allow her to actively approach a simp during such a glamorous moment, even if that simp's status was not low at all. However, Xu Xing didn't care what Miss Yin thought. He hadn't brought Sha Qingmeng here today without a purpose. He wanted to clear her name. They had been dating for quite a while, yet he had never introduced Sha Qingmeng to his friends, which was starting to feel a bit inappropriate. Xing. A low, steady male voice came from behind Xu Xing. Brother Hao. When Xu Xing saw the newcomer, his originally cold expression softened with some warmth, and he clinked glasses with him. The newcomer was named Long Hao, Xu Xing's childhood friend and a brother in arms. In the original plot, when everyone turned against Xu Xing, only Long Hao supported him unconditionally from beginning to end, regardless of whether he was right or wrong. Sha Qingmeng had never met Long Hao, but she still smiled politely and greeted him. Long Hao lowered his head slightly to observe Sha Qingmeng, finding her very familiar. After thinking for a few seconds, he realized, oh, I remember now. You're the Sha Qingmeng who played Qin Shuangshuang in 3 Lives Decree, right? I was wondering why you looked so familiar. You look even more beautiful in person than in photos. I almost didn't recognize you. Although Sha Qingmeng wasn't extremely famous, she was truly beautiful. Qin Shuangshuang in 3 Lives Decree was her first role after her debut, playing the peerlessly beautiful senior sister. When the drama was airing and popular, she had stunned many viewers. The upper-class circle was only so big, and Long Hao hadn't missed the rumors. Some said Sha Qingmeng was a substitute girlfriend Xu Xing found based on Miss Yin. Looking closely now, Long Hao felt they didn't look alike at all. Perhaps it was because actors have 1,000 faces, which gave people the illusion of resemblance. In all fairness, he thought Sha Qingmeng was much better looking than Miss Yin. Furthermore, their temperaments were worlds apart. Sha Qingmeng was the bright and elegant type, while Miss Yin had the vibe of a weak little white flower. Long Hao nodded imperceptibly. Seeing was indeed believing. All that substitute nonsense was just people talking rubbish when the parties involved hadn't even admitted anything. Hey, if you've seen enough, move your eyes away, Xu Xing said bluntly, inconspicuously blocking Sha Qingmeng. Long Hao teased, I haven't seen you being this stingy before. So it's true that once you have a girlfriend, you forget your brothers? But why are you willing to bring her out to meet us today? I thought you were going to keep her hidden forever. After saying that, Long Hao's gaze shifted between the two of them, making Sha Qingmeng feel a bit embarrassed, her grip on Xu Xing's arm tightening slightly. Xu Xing didn't hide anything and said straightforwardly, there have been a lot of rumors lately. I don't want to be associated with random people, and Qingmeng shouldn't have to suffer mysterious grievances. Random people? Good grief, Miss Yin's position in Xu Xing's heart has directly become random. Long Hao was also a clever man and immediately realized Xu Xing was implying something. He cooperated without concealment, ha ha ha, so that's how it is. Didn't you take quite good care of Miss Yin before? I thought you liked her back then. It would be a lie to say she didn't care. Hearing Long Hao say this, Sha Qingmeng couldn't help but feel a bit downcast, but she adjusted herself in just a second or two. She should have confidence in Xu Xing and not let her thoughts wander. Since Xu Xing said he wouldn't let her suffer grievances, he wouldn't. He was always a man of his word. Take care of her? That was just helping a classmate out. How does helping someone turn into liking them? I've never liked her. Don't go pinning labels on me. Qingmeng will be unhappy if she hears that. In a few sentences, Xu Xing distanced himself completely from Miss Yin. As for the female protagonist, whoever wants her can have her. It would be best if she were locked tightly with the male protagonist and didn't come to bother him. He didn't like her one bit anyway. 22. Number 22 Domineering CEO vs 18th tier stand-in actress, 7. Chapter 7. Overbearing CEO vs C-list stand-in actress, 7. Who are you saying doesn't like who? A head suddenly popped out from the side. Following behind him was another man who looked about 60 to 70% like him. The addition of two people suddenly livened up the previously quiet corner. Sha Qingmeng stared blankly at the two unfamiliar men in front of her. The newcomers were indeed the two brothers of the Qin family, Qin Feng and Qin Yu. They had all attended the same middle school and their families had collaborations, so their relationship was good. There was no need for them to adhere to many formalities. Oh, I get it. This is the legendary sister-in-law, right? Qin Feng was always straightforward and said whatever came to mind. He enthusiastically greeted her. Hello, sister-in-law. Hello. Although Sha Qingming was slightly startled by his sudden enthusiasm, her demeanor remained graceful and appropriate. Long Hao lightly rubbed his chin, thinking the two of them looked quite compatible. Qin Yu habitually elbowed his seemingly less than smart younger brother, then introduced himself to Sha Qingming. Hello, I am Qin Yu. Qin as in Qinwei. Yu as in Yu the Great controlling the flood. And this is my younger brother, Qin Feng, Feng as in icebound. So, what gossip were you just discussing? Qin Feng was like a civet cat jumping around in a melon patch. Shu Xing. Don't play with them, you'll get stupid. Shu Xing spoke nonsense with a serious face. Sha Qingming covered her mouth and chuckled softly. It was the first time she had seen Shu Xing joke. She thought someone as aloof as him probably didn't even understand the meaning of the word joke. Long Hao, acting as Shu Xing's spokesperson, explained everything. The two Qin family brothers looked thoughtful, then exchanged a meaningful glance. No wonder Shu Xing didn't go to pick her up 2 days ago. Being busy was one reason, but an even more important reason was avoiding suspicion. Speaking of which, they had always thought Shu Xing secretly liked Miss Yin, and they were utterly convinced by the stand-in theory. After suddenly hearing him deny the rumors today, they immediately felt strange. But after listening to the explanation, it seemed quite reasonable. They all went to the same school before, and their elders knew each other, so they naturally interacted. This seemed like perfectly normal interaction between classmates, right? So who exactly was it who first said Shu Xing secretly liked Miss Yin? How did that rumor even start? Thinking back on it now, it was terrifying. Miss Yin watched the group chatting and laughing merrily from afar, especially seeing Sha Qingming and Shu Xing's hands tightly clasped together. She was so angry she nearly snapped the stem of her glass. Why could Sha Qingming, a mere low-class actress, easily infiltrate her circle of friends? No, she wouldn't allow it. Since Shu Xing was someone she had set her sights on, no one else should dare to touch him. Miss Yin disregarded her so-called pride and face, stepping on her stiletto heels toward them. And just at that moment, a tall figure happened to be walking quickly from the other side. Ah, the classic male protagonist and female protagonist collision encounter scene. Miss Yin's cry of surprise drew everyone's attention to her. Shu Xing also looked over, just like everyone else. Red wine spilled onto the snow-white dress. While Miss Yin felt a pang for her dress, she looked up resentfully, wanting to see who had bumped into her. The man also subconsciously reached out to steady her, apologizing profusely. With one looking up and the other looking down, their eyes met. It's you? Both spoke simultaneously. Chu Shuwen hadn't recognized Miss Yin earlier because he was too far from the stage. Now, upon closer inspection, he realized that the compatriot he had met abroad was actually the Yin family's eldest daughter who had studied overseas for many years. Miss Yin also hadn't expected that the man she thought was merely a casual acquaintance would appear at her welcome home banquet. I am truly sorry, I stained your dress. Chu Shuwen took off his jacket and draped it over Miss Yin. Miss Yin, who had initially been somewhat annoyed, immediately calmed down upon seeing Chu Shuwen's handsome face. She smiled faintly and accepted his jacket with pleasure. A fleeting glance in a foreign land, followed by a chance encounter after returning home. Hey, Shu Xing sneered internally. This was truly the classic of classics. All that was missing was himself to initiate the emotional Asura field. In the original plot, he should now be standing beside Miss Yin, getting wildly jealous over male protagonist Chu Shuwen's intimate behavior toward her, but only receiving Miss Yin's hypocritical explanation. Shuwen and I just met once abroad. Xing Gerger, please don't misunderstand. The him in the plot would then confess his feelings in a fit of anger, confirming the stand-in trope, which would, in turn, make Sha Qingming look bad both internally and externally. Miss Yin, who was the focus of the entire room, acted innocent and anxious. Her line, I'm sorry, I've always treated you as my best brother, would utterly wound him, thereby beginning the love-hate entanglement between the three of them. Shu Xing glanced indifferently at the male protagonist and female protagonist, who were currently chatting happily, and muttered silently in his heart. Thank you please, absolutely lock yourselves down, the kind where the key is thrown away. Although Miss Yin was talking with Chu Shuwen, she didn't forget to observe Shu Xing's reaction out of the corner of her eye. Disappointingly, he looked very calm. Aside from exchanging a few words with friends, he mostly kept his head down, focusing on talking with Sha Qingming. The irritation in Miss Yin's heart flared up again. It wasn't jealousy, just the unpleasant feeling of something that had always belonged to her being snatched away by someone else. Not wanting to be outdone, Miss Yin greeted Chu Shuwen and went to an inner room to change her clothes. Chu Shuwen acted very gentlemanly, escorting her the entire way. Occasionally passing by other guests, Miss Yin could hear people praising her and Chu Shuwen as a perfect match, talented man and beautiful woman. Her previously unhappy mood became smug again. After all, Chu Shuwen was the young master of the Chu family, one of the strong contenders for the heir position. As the male protagonist of the story, he was also extremely handsome, looking distinguished and easily becoming the center of attention. Miss Yin came out wearing a red dress and unexpectedly ran into her mother. "Oh dear, why are you still up here? Hurry, hurry, go downstairs and properly entertain the guests, especially Shu Xing. Did you hear? Talk to him more, don't ignore him. He doesn't owe you anything, and staying on good terms with him won't hurt you." Miss Yin's mother rattled off instructions like a machine gun. "Alright, I know." Miss Yin felt impatient but obediently agreed verbally. She had witnessed the power of her mother's silver tongue. In short, it was best not to talk back unnecessarily. Miss Yin's mother was very satisfied to see her daughter agree obediently. She hoped her daughter could marry Shu Xing. Firstly, the Shu family was wealthy and influential, holding a crucial position in a city. Secondly, Shu Xingyi's private life was clean. He had only ever dated one girlfriend, who was rumored to be a stand-in modeled after her own daughter, demonstrating his deep affection. Therefore, Miss Yin's mother was very confident in her daughter, constantly urging and encouraging her to be more proactive with Shu Xing and stop being so reserved. Because if the marriage alliance succeeded, the Yin family would be the absolute beneficiary, all upside and no downside. However, Miss Yin liked pursuing freedom and disliked the feeling of being arranged. The more her mother urged her to maintain a good relationship with Shu Xing, the more unwilling she became. Thus, the more Shu Xing cared for her, the less she appreciated it. Furthermore, she greatly enjoyed the process of being secretly admired and pursued, which gave her a sense of superiority and happiness from being favored. Miss Yin smoothed her dress and went downstairs again. She was confident in herself and believed this red dress would once again capture people's attention. She didn't think Shu Xing could remain so composed and unaffected by her for long. However, when Miss Yin emerged, Chu Shuwen was indeed thoroughly stunned, but the corner of the hall where Shu Xing had been standing was now empty. Chu Shuwen looked at the radiant Miss Yin, and his interest in her deepened. Miss Yin pretended to casually glance around but couldn't see Shu Xing or even Sha Qingmeng anywhere. Long Hao was casually drinking wine. Seeing Miss Yin, who looked even more glamorous in her changed outfit, he proactively walked up and nodded slightly. "Miss Yin, long time no see. I hope you've been well." Miss Yin clinked glasses with him, her words full of playfulness. "Hao Gerger, long time no see. Why isn't Xing Gerger with you?" Long Hao subtly curved the corner of his lips. "Oh, you mean Shu Xing? He took his girlfriend home." "Went home?" Miss Yin was slightly taken aback. What time was it? The banquet was only halfway through. She hadn't even managed to exchange a single word with Shu Xing tonight. Long Hao explained. His girlfriend wasn't feeling well, and she only recently recovered. It's normal for him to worry and take her home early. Ah, the stench of romance. Miss Yin tried her best to maintain a calm expression, nodding with a slight smile. Haha, let's not talk about them anymore. Shinya, congratulations on your return. I'll treat you to a meal another day. Long Hao politely raised his glass in a gesture, dropped his well wishes, and slipped away. Miss Yin. Why did her return home not feel as happy as she had imagined? 23. Number 23 Domineering CEO vs 18th tier stand-in actress, 8. Chapter 8. Overbearing CEO vs 18th tier stand-in starlet, 8. Halfway through the banquet, Shu Xing took Sha Qingmeng around openly, and the rumors about the stand-in trope were debunked unknowingly. However, while the stand-in trope was over, a new conspiracy theory suddenly emerged among the crowd. It became a mystery as to who exactly had spread the stand-in rumor. Many could easily guess the other protagonist of the trope, Miss Yin. Consequently, the looks many people gave Miss Yin became complex. Who would have thought that a girl who looked as pure as a little white flower could actually be so calculating? Shu Xing didn't care at all about what others thought of Miss Yin. Before the banquet ended, he found an excuse and slipped away early with Sha Qingmeng. Sitting in the car, Sha Qingmeng felt Shu Xingyi's large hand interlaced with hers the whole time. It felt like a dream. Neither of them spoke, and the car was silent, but the atmosphere was no longer as awkward and cold as before. The one who felt this most deeply was the driver. Before, it was like sitting on pins and needles, but these past 2 days felt like a spring breeze. Sha Qingming leaned against the car window, watching the city night scenery speed by. At first, the scenery was somewhat familiar, but as the car drove further, the views started looking wrong. This wasn't the way back to her home. Realizing this, Sha Qingming turned to ask Xu Xing, "Where are we going?" "Xu Xing, my house." Sha Qingming's eyes widened. "Your house? Why so sudden? What about my things?" She had only been to Xu Xing's house once so far. She could guess with her toes that he couldn't possibly have her daily necessities ready. What would she wear? What would she use? Was she really moving in with nothing but herself? Sha Qingming was puzzled all the way until she saw Xu Xing's living room filled with neatly stacked boxes. All her questions were resolved. This moving efficiency was second to none. Money really does make things easy. "Actually, I thought that apartment was quite nice to live in," Sha Qingming muttered, looking at the floor full of boxes, but she immediately started unpacking obediently. She had to organize quickly, otherwise, having them piled in the living room would be too much in the way. Xu Xing took a utility knife from a drawer and helped her unpack. "I thought about it carefully. Since we're about to film a variety show, it's better to live together. Living apart makes it easy for people to slander us." Sha Qingming felt that what he said made sense. Xu Xing continued, "Besides, the security at your apartment is too poor. It's too easy for saucing fans and such to break in." Sha Qingming tilted her head and thought, "But many celebrities live in that apartment. I think it's quite good." Xu Xing stared at her. "Do you trust me or yourself?" Sha Qingming chuckled. "Then I'll trust you." Xu Xing cleared out most of the walk-in closet for her. Sha Qingming didn't have many other things, but she really had a lot of clothes, which might be related to her profession as an actress. After the two finished organizing, Xu Xing personally went to the kitchen to make some food. Sha Qingming originally wanted to take over the task, but in the end, she only managed to put together a diet meal. Xu Xing flicked her forehead. "When I'm not around, I'm afraid you'll starve to death sooner or later if you cook for yourself." "It's not that exaggerated." Sha Qingming touched her forehead. Quote, "I haven't starved to death after all these years." She admitted her cooking wasn't as good as his, but starving to death was really out of the question. At least it was cooked and edible. However, she secretly decided to put improving her cooking skills on the agenda. Having decided to participate in the program, Sha Qingming replied to the email that night. After dinner, Sha Qingming exercised for a while to help digestion, while Xu Xing handled a few work matters. Then, the two of them washed up and went to bed. Lying next to Xu Xing, Sha Qingming couldn't help but feel nervous. Before, because her cold came on so suddenly, Xu Xing hadn't touched her. Now that she was better, then Sha Qingming couldn't help but tighten her grip on the corner of the quilt. Although their relationship had softened a lot, deep down, she was actually still somewhat resistant. She felt that these things should be built on a foundation of sufficient love, and between her and Xu Xing, it was clearly not enough yet. Xu Xing turned on his side to get closer to Sha Qingming and whispered in her ear, "Is your body okay?" Of course, there was more to his words than met the eye. Sha Qingming could hear the underlying meaning. Xu Xing reached out and held her hand, fingers interlaced. Her touch was somewhat cool. She was nervous. He originally wanted to become a gentleman, but that didn't fit the original character setting. If he suddenly didn't touch Sha Qingming at all, it would be too strange and easily raise suspicion. It would be better to proceed gradually. Sha Qingming took a soft breath, closed her eyes tight, and then gave a tiny like the buzz of a mosquito. She also knew in her heart that she couldn't hide forever. With Xu Xing's stubborn personality, he would definitely want her to pay him back sooner or later. Sure enough, the next second, Sha Qingming felt a figure press down heavily, and her breath immediately hitched. "Are you afraid of me?" Xu Xing stared at her tightly closed eyes and asked, though his tone was very certain. Sha Qingming pursed her lips, not knowing how to answer him. Both afraid and not afraid? That probably summarized her current feelings better. Because she liked him, she wasn't afraid, but because he always bullied her too hard, she was scared. Vast memories of the original body flashed through Xu Xing's mind. He indeed hadn't been gentle enough with Sha Qingming. It was understandable that she feared him. But now, he was the original body, and the original body was him. No distinction. To put it bluntly, he had to resolve the mess he had created himself. Xu Xing rolled over and let go of Sha Qingming. He reached his long arm toward the nightstand and pulled open the drawer to get a parasol, but it was empty, and his expression immediately became unpleasant. The original body was indeed a bastard and a scumbag. Not only did he bully Sha Qingming, but he also sometimes intentionally skipped safety measures, typically only caring about his own pleasure without being responsible. They had been together for over half a year now, and Sha Qingming had never gotten pregnant, which meant she actually took care to use contraception. Xu Xing suddenly remembered seeing a strange strip of medicine in the medical kit before. It had no packaging, and even the foil had been torn off. He hadn't thought much of it then, but now it seemed there was indeed a problem, so he turned over to find the medical kit. Sha Qingming watched him pull the pills out of the luggage with great anxiety. Xu Xingyi's expression was serious. What is this? Contraceptive pills? Sha Qingming's small face instantly turned pale. Xu Xing looked angry. Was he blaming her for taking birth control? But how could she not take it? Their relationship was already complicated. Although they were now a couple in the open, they weren't married or registered after all. But he sometimes didn't use protection. If she got pregnant, would they keep the child or not? What about her career? And how innocent would the child be? In the end, the two of them were simply not ready to be qualified parents yet. Sha Qingming had many things she wanted to say, but when the words reached her lips, she began to struggle with which one to say first. Don't take them anymore in the future. Xu Xing put the medicine back where it was, his brow slightly furrowed, filled with guilt. Taking medicine long-term was not good for her health at all. In the original plot, she had an accidental miscarriage. He wondered if it had anything to do with this. Xu Xing felt stifled and silently cursed the original body, even though he and the original body were now one and the same. Sha Qingming's expression looked even worse, her fingers twisting together as she asked him, "Why? Do you want to? Taking too much medicine is bad for your health. I'll be careful in the future," Xu Xing explained to her seriously. Sha Qingming blinked subconsciously and looked at him earnestly in the darkness. What did Xu Xing mean by saying this? Was it a form of taking responsibility for her? Then why did he do those things before? Was it because her illness made his conscience reappear? Sha Qingming felt she couldn't quite understand him. Then tonight, are we still? Sha Qingming gripped the quilt tightly, looking at him with wide eyes. Not doing it, Xu Xing pulled her into his arms and said, fiercely, even at a time like this, she was still thinking about that? Sha Qingming's mood was an indescribable kind of wonderful. She could be sure now that Xu Xing clearly cared about her more than before. Although she didn't know why he started to change, Sha Qingming guessed it might be because she had been sick. For the first time, Sha Qingming was somewhat grateful for this minor illness, as it had actually made him realize his past mistakes. Actually, I didn't take them that often, Sha Qingming muttered softly. Xu Xing pressed her into his arms a bit more. He had been such a scumbag, yet she was still speaking up for him. I'm sorry, it was all my fault before. It won't happen again. Xu Xingyi's voice sounded deeply in Sha Qingming's ear. He sounded guilty but gave a very firm promise. I will change. Let's live well together from now on. Buried in his arms, Sha Qingming's eyes gradually moistened, and she responded muffledly, He really was too much before, always making things very hard for her and not caring much about her feelings. What did he take her for? Was she even his girlfriend? Sha Qingming thought of a whole list of reproaches in her heart, but in the end, she said nothing. It was good enough that he could realize it. If he hadn't realized it like before, saying more would have been useless. 24. #24 Domineering CEO versus 18th tier stand-in actress. 9. Chapter 9. The overbearing CEO versus the 18th tier stand-in starlet. 9. Not long after Sha Qingming replied to the email, she received an invitation for the variety show's promotional shoot. Since it was a couples show, Sha Qingming decided to go home first and ask about Xu Xingyi's schedule. After all, he was the one who was truly busy. Selfishly speaking, she was quite happy to take on this variety show. For one, slow, variety shows were her favorite type, but most importantly, she could be with Xu Xing. Once they both got busy with work, they would often be in different locations, and their actual time together was quite limited. Xu Xing returned home a bit earlier than usual that evening. The two of them called the director to discuss the filming schedule. The director agreed to everything without a single objection. Who was Xu Xing? He was the prince of the Xu family. A single stomp of his foot would make all of a city tremble. How could a minor director like him dare to oppose his views? Thus the conversation went very pleasantly, and they settled on filming the day after tomorrow to get it over with quickly. The promotional shoot was scheduled for the afternoon. Since Sha Qingmeng had no other work for the time being, Xu Xing took her to the company for a visit. Consequently, most of the employees experienced the impact of true beauty up close, and many changed their favorite celebrity on the spot. While the entertainment industry was full of beauties, there really weren't many who were as stunning as Sha Qingmeng. Why didn't we notice the boss's wife was so beautiful before? Is she one of those chameleon actresses whose face changes with every role? Oh, well, never mind. Sha Qingmeng was a bit idle all morning, so she curled up on the sofa in Xu Xingyi's office to watch him work. She had never seen it up close before, but now it seemed that being the chairman of a corporation wasn't so easy. He held 2 consecutive meetings in just one morning, and the terms were so profound that they made her sleepy just listening. By the time she was woken up, it was already time for lunch. Sha Qingmeng felt quite embarrassed. She had actually managed to fall asleep right next to such a serious meeting. Xu Xing didn't mind at all, smoothing out her sleep-mussed hair. Everyone has their own specialty. You can sleep in peace, don't force yourself. Sha Qingmeng felt shy because he had been getting more and more gentle lately. Did he enroll in some manly virtue training class? Or did he suddenly become enlightened? How was he getting more tender by the day? He hadn't been possessed by someone else, had he? Seeing her thoughts becoming more and more ridiculous, Sha Qingmeng shook her head repeatedly, tossing out the messy ideas. Why think so much? All she needed to know was that she liked the old Xu Xing very much, and she liked the current Xu Xing even more. The two of them went out for tea at noon and then headed to the filming location. The director, Chen Yi, had been waiting there for a long time. When he saw them, his enthusiastic smile made the wrinkles on his face deepen significantly. What is traffic? Leans back. JPG. This is traffic. He could already envision what the reaction would be once the program aired. The promotional shoot went quickly and smoothly. Both of them were highly attractive, very cooperative with the work, and the atmosphere between them was sweet. For a dating show, the chemistry between a couple was more important than anything else. After the shoot ended, since they were already a couple, they left together without any reservations. Xu Xing wasn't particularly keen on food, but now that Sha Qingmeng was living with him, he naturally couldn't be as casual as before. Moreover, as an actress, she had to be careful about what she ate. Realizing this, Xu Xing drove her to go shopping. Sha Qingmeng wasn't extremely famous yet, nor was she an idol. With a slight disguise, she had no problem going shopping. The Sha Qingmeng who was shopping was like a completely different person from her usual self. Her stamina was like a wound-up clock, and she was interested in everything she saw. Xu Xing, being completely infatuated and having no shortage of money, simply bought whatever she wanted. In the end, because they bought too many things, they actually attracted some strange looks. Thus, Sha Qingmeng had to restrain herself and stop shopping. Finally, at the checkout, Xu Xing thought of his empty nightstand. With a straight face, he cleared out several types of umbrellas from the shelf, filling an entire bag. Sha Qingmeng was flushed with embarrassment by his actions and covered herself even more tightly, while also bundling Xu Xing up for good measure, fearing they would be recognized. Even though she wasn't incredibly famous, she was still a minor celebrity with a pile of scandals. Who could guarantee that no one would recognize her? If she were recognized, she would lose all face. With several drawers full of battle gear, Xu Xing was like a tiger with wings that night. He doted on Sha Qingmeng inside and out, from head to toe, over and over again, vowing to make up for all the debts owed from the previous week. Sha Qingmeng was eventually worn out and fell into a deep sleep, but this time, there was a faint smile on her face. The gentle, sweet words whispered in those deep, magnetic murmurs by her ear had seeped into the depths of her heart. In order to clear his schedule for the variety show recording, Xu Xing had been rushing to arrange all his work in advance lately, working quite a bit of overtime for it. Sha Qingmeng saw this and felt for him, which unintentionally fueled Xu Xingyi's increasingly demanding arrogance, eventually resulting in her being the one who was exhausted in the end. While these two were living a life as sweet as honey, Miss Yin's life was full of ups and downs. Miss Yin had returned from abroad with great ambition, wanting to build her own career. Of course, relying solely on her own ability was definitely not enough. Being someone with high aspirations but little ability, the first solution Miss Yin thought of was to find a reliable ally. She looked down on ordinary people but didn't want to lose face by going to Xu Xing, so Miss Yin set her sights on Chu Shuwen. On one hand, the Chu family was on par with the Shu family. On the other hand, Chu Shuwen's appearance and abilities were both good. Similarly, Chu Shuwen was also interested in Miss Yin's status as the eldest daughter of the Yin family. The two of them hit it off immediately, quickly sparking a romantic flame and planning to cooperate for a win-win situation. But the mission was only half completed when disaster struck. They encountered problems just as they were starting. Chu Shuwen was only the second young master of the Chu family. To be precise, he was just an illegitimate son. He was suppressed by an older brother, Chu Xiao, who was always maliciously targeting them. The Yin family's strength was still far inferior to the Chu family's. Despite using many connections, their business still struggled to make progress. In the original plot, although the original host minded the relationship between the male and female protagonists, out of love for the female protagonist, he still provided selfless help to her career in the early stages. This also planted the seeds for the Shu family's later decline and takeover. Now that Miss Yin lacked Xu Xingyi's help, her commercial blueprint hit a bottleneck before it could even unfold. When the two were driven to a dead end by Chu Xiao's suppression, Miss Yin finally remembered the forgotten Xu Xing. Ever since the last homecoming banquet, Miss Yin had nearly been driven mad with anger by Xu Xing, so she had unilaterally decided to ignore him. How could she possibly take the initiative to show favor to Aspertire? That would be too beneath her. Moreover, Miss Yin had always had confidence in herself. She believed Xu Xing would eventually be unable to resist contacting her, but now that her career development really couldn't continue under the Chu family's suppression, Miss Yin helplessly thought of Xu Xing again. Because at present, the only one who could provide her with help, besides the Xu family, was no one else. Thinking of this, Miss Yin decided to set aside her status and take the initiative to contact Xu Xing to ask for his help. This was giving him a chance to pursue her. He should be very happy to be able to help her. Thus, Miss Yin confidently dialed Xu Xingyi's number. But no matter how many times she called, it either indicated the other party was busy or the phone was turned off. Only then did Miss Yin realize that she had actually been blacklisted. He actually dared to blacklist her? Miss Yin was in disbelief. Even for a game of playing hard to get, this was going way too far, wasn't it? Wasn't it just because she hadn't accepted his feelings? Doesn't romance depend on mutual consent? If they couldn't be a couple, couldn't they still be friends? Was it necessary to be so final? Fine not picking up the phone, right? Then she would come to find him in person. Surely that was sincere enough? The next day, Miss Yin specifically changed into a new outfit and went to the Shu Corporation to visit in person. But she was defeated before the battle even began. She was stopped at the front desk because she didn't have an appointment. The chairman of a corporation was so busy, with schedules and work every day. How could he be seen just because someone wanted to? Miss Yin's expression wasn't very good when she was stopped. In her subconscious, she had always positioned Xu Xing as her pursuer who could be summoned or dismissed at will, completely forgetting that he was also the chairman of a major corporation. Miss Yin felt she had lost face, but she had to see Xu Xing. He was currently the only person who could help her career. So her tone became a bit colder and more arrogant, even carrying a hint of a threat. I am a friend of your chairman Xu. I have urgent matters to discuss with him. Help me contact him as soon as possible. The receptionist was a bit conflicted. Although she hadn't been hired for very long, she had basic professional qualities. And people claiming to be the chairman's friend showed up from time to time. 9 times out of 10, they were fakes. So the receptionist maintained her professional smile. I'm sorry, Miss Yin, we just checked, and you do not have a prior appointment, so you cannot enter. Before the receptionist could finish her sentence, Miss Yin took a business card from her bag, placed it on the counter, and gave a slight nod. The receptionist politely took the card. So the person in front of her was the eldest daughter of the Yin family? Although the receptionist was new, she had heard plenty of gossip from her seniors, and she remembered that the Yin family and the Xu family did indeed seem to have some sort of connection. Thus, the receptionist continued her professional fake smile. Very well, Miss Yin. I will make a call to confirm for you. Please wait a moment. Miss Yin's originally impatient expression finally relaxed a bit. A few minutes later, the receptionist smiled. I'm sorry, Miss Yin, I've just confirmed with the secretariat. You indeed do not have an appointment, and our Chairman Xu's schedule for today is full. Perhaps you could make an appointment in advance next time? Or you could call Chairman Xu directly and have him send someone down to pick you up. Miss Yin's eyes widened in disbelief. Xu Xing actually refused to see her? No, she didn't believe it. Clearly he liked her so much. How could he be unwilling to see her? Someone must be maliciously blocking her from seeing him. Refusing to accept this, Miss Yin simply waited at the front desk and had the receptionist make call after call. 25. Number 25 Domineering CEO vs 18th tier stand-in actress. 10. Chapter 10. The overbearing CEO versus the third-tier substitute actress. 10. After receiving over a dozen consecutive calls, the secretariat was finally disturbed beyond endurance. Chen Yao, the chairman's assistant, steeled himself to dial the number for Xu Xingyi's office. Hello? A woman's voice answered the phone, not Xu Xing himself. However, Chen Yao remained calm. He recognized the voice immediately as the boss's wife. My apologies. Could you please relay a message to Chairman Shu? A lady named Miss Yin is at the front desk. She has called over a dozen times, saying she has an extremely urgent matter and insists on seeing Chairman Shu in person. She refuses to leave until she does. Alright, I understand. I'll let him know. Sha Qingmeng hung up the phone and stood up to go find Xu Xing. Just as she rose from her seat, the office door was pushed open. What's wrong? Did you miss me? Seeing her halfway up from a slight bend, Xu Xing strode over and pinched her cheek. Sha Qingmeng patted his hand. Hey, be serious. Xu Xing let go of her cheek and instead wrapped an arm around her waist. I just finished a meeting. What's unserious about that? Sha Qingmeng didn't forget the message. Assistant Chen just called. He said Miss Yin is waiting for you downstairs. It seems like something very important. She's already called the secretariat more than 10 times. Xu Xingyi's face immediately darkened. It's not important. I won't see her. Next time you get a call like that, just say I'm not here. Sha Qingmeng covered her mouth, suppressing a giggle. Be honest. Did you have something with her before? Why else would your face darken like that? Without love, where does the hate come from? Xu Xing tightened his grip on her waist, kissed her fiercely, effectively silencing her nonsense. What nonsense are you talking? Can't I just dislike her purely and simply? Sha Qingmeng gasped for breath from his kiss. You ate all my lipstick, hurry up and go see what's really going on. She wouldn't look for you for no reason. Xu Xing remained expressionless and refused to move. Plenty of people look for me for no reason. Others might not know why Miss Yin was seeking him out, but he knew perfectly well. Her career must be hitting a wall, and she wanted to find a sucker to fund her. Could he stand to suffer such injustice? Sha Qingmeng coaxed him. For a girl to insist on seeing you like this, it must mean there's something important. If you keep putting off seeing her now, she'll definitely come looking for you again later, right? So wouldn't it be better to take the time you have now to clarify things? Xu Xing stared into Sha Qingmeng's eyes and asked, You're pushing me toward another woman? You're not jealous? Sha Qingmeng lowered her head, embarrassed to look at him. She traced patterns on the desk with her finger and mumbled softly, Well actually, I'm not that magnanimous either. If it were other women, she might not care at all. But Miss Yin, after all, had some kind of connection with Xu Xing. She wasn't a saint, it was impossible to have no reservations. But she wasn't brainless either. Reason told her she should trust Xu Xing and not delay important matters. Xu Xing took her by the shoulders and pulled her into his embrace, his tone firm. There's only ever been you. Sha Qingmeng was momentarily stunned, then broke into a smile. I know. Don't keep her waiting too long. Xu Xingyi's hand began to wander restlessly, slipping under her sweater. Let her wait. Sha Qingmeng scolded playfully, dodging to the side. This isn't good of you. Xu Xing encircled her, not giving her a chance to escape. I saw this happen in your TV drama. Sha Qingmeng covered her face, both embarrassed and annoyed. That's a TV drama, you don't forget about work. How could he have even watched the TV dramas she acted in? So embarrassing. The work is already done ahead of schedule. Xu Xing gave her no room to argue, pulling her down onto the sofa. Pressed down by his weight, Sha Qingmeng suddenly thought of something. She cupped Xu Xingyi's face and asked, Were you jealous? Is that why you were always so cold and distant to me before? Is that why you kept deliberately bullying me? Xu Xingyi's eyes darted away. How to explain this? Although he had transmigrated here, he had inherited all the original body's memories and fused with its entire personality. He was both the original and not the original. It really wasn't something that could be explained in a sentence or two. I guess you could say so, Xu Xing said, then sealed Sha Qingmeng's lips with his own. This time, Sha Qingmeng didn't refuse. Instead, she responded to him actively. When the kiss ended, Sha Qingmeng was slightly breathless. She explained, That was acting. I only like you. So in the future, if you're jealous, tell me. Don't just bully me randomly, okay? Xu Xing agreed with an okay, and was about to kiss her again. Sha Qingmeng covered his mouth with her hand. No, you have to pinky promise. Xu Xing frowned. So childish. But he couldn't withstand Sha Qingmeng's demand and seriously made the pinky promise. Only then did Sha Qingmeng happily hook her arms around Xu Xingyi's neck. I'm very happy. I'll make an exception and reward you this once. Xu Xing curled his lips smugly. Even without your reward, I could still take it for myself. Meanwhile, Miss Yin waited at the front desk for a long time, until her calves were sore. To see Xu Xing today, she had specifically worn sky-high heels, which now only tormented herself. After waiting a long time, she finally saw a man come down to fetch her, only to be told that Xu Xing was currently busy and she would have to wait a while longer in the reception room. Miss Yin initially tried hard to maintain an elegant sitting posture, but by lunchtime, no one had come to get her. Her feet were exhausted, and the sky-high heels had long been kicked off to the side. She was nearly dozing off from waiting when someone finally came to call her. "Hello, are you Miss Yin? Chairman Xu asked me to bring you to his office. Please follow me." Miss Yin immediately perked up, stepped back into her heels, tidied her hair in a mirror, reapplied her lipstick, confidently unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of her blouse, and followed to the office door. Miss Yin cleared her throat softly, then knocked gently on the door. "Brother Xu, are you in there?" A low, clear male voice came from inside the office. "Come in." Miss Yin adjusted her facial expression, revealing a standard, brilliant smile, and pushed the door open. Upon entering, she could see a massive desk by the expansive floor-to-ceiling window. Sitting before the desk was a handsome man. His eyes were dark as ink, his brows sharp as blades, his features deep and chiseled, his thin lips slightly pressed together, appearing cool and detached with little emotion. However, the casually unbuttoned collar and the slender hands resting on the armrests added a touch of languidness to the aloofness. The atmosphere was colder than anticipated. Miss Yin's smile stiffened for a moment, but she maintained it, her voice taking on a coquettish tone. "Brother Xing, it's been so many years. You've become even more handsome. We didn't get to talk at the last banquet. I'm only coming to see you now. You won't blame me, will you?" Xu Xing raised an eyebrow slightly. He couldn't help but start to wonder what exactly Chu Shuwen saw in Miss Yin. "What do you want with me?" Xu Xing had no intention of indulging her roundabout small talk, choosing instead to get straight to the point. Miss Yin found Xu Xing's attitude unbelievable. He was never like this before. He used to take such good care of her. "Brother Xing, what's wrong? Did I do something to upset you? Why are you so cold to me?" Miss Yin's expression turned aggrieved. "Xu Xing, if there's nothing important, I'll have someone see you out." Xu Xing stood up, intending to leave. It was almost lunchtime. Compared to dawdling here, he'd rather go eat with Sha Qingmeng. Miss Yin grew anxious. She hurried forward, but due to her high heels, she accidentally stumbled and fell to the floor. "Ouch!" A pained cry full of grievance escaped her. "I'll still have someone see you out." Xu Xing opened his phone, about to scroll through his contacts. "Wait." Miss Yin leaned on the table, slowly standing up, her expression even more aggrieved. Quote, "Brother Xing, I do have something to discuss. Say what you need to quickly. My time is rather precious." Xu Xing finished speaking and glanced pointedly at his watch. Only then did Miss Yin realize he was serious. She finally got to the point. "Brother Xing, I just returned to the country and want to start my own business. This is my business plan. It already has a preliminary framework and I've found partners. So I really hope you can join us. I believe our project has great potential and significant room for future development." Xu Xing took the file from Miss Yin and patiently read through it. However, halfway through, his sharp brows furrowed slightly. Miss Yin caught this change, her heart sinking. To be honest, this document wasn't written by her at all. She only provided the general ideas. The actual work was done by subordinates. She didn't know if Xu Xing could tell, but Xu Xing didn't care who wrote the file. It wasn't important. After skimming through it, he directly closed the folder and handed it back to Miss Yin. "I declined to join." Miss Yin was shocked and asked anxiously, "Why? Our project has great development potential, Brother Xu. You won't lose out by joining us." Xu Xing sneered coldly. "Potential? On what basis do you claim it has potential? Let me ask you, how much do you know about smart home technology? Have you done any market research? You're planning to start from scratch, right? But do you know there are already mature applications on the market? Or have you looked into the products under the Xu Corporation? Name 2 products from my company for me, off the top of your head." Miss Yin was speechless. She wasn't a marketing major, and when it came to market research, why would she be the one doing it? As for Xu Corporation's products, she knew of them but wasn't familiar with them. But was that important? The key point was, if she didn't know about Xu Corporation's products, would she have swallowed her pride to seek out Xu Xing? Xu Xing knew that protagonists these days were all too good at painting grand pictures. Talented teams could be assembled with just words, and not only assembled but also made to work willingly 24/7. It was truly baffling. Xu Xing didn't hold back at all, continuing his soul-searching questions. "Miss Yin, I ask you sincerely, when you say potential, do you mean the R&D team is in place? The management team is in place? Or the funding is in place? Miss Yin was rendered speechless by his questions. She was just starting out. Where would she get such a complete team? It was already hard enough to gather the first wave of people, but all these talents would come later, and besides, if Xu Xing joined, wouldn't everything be available? That was precisely the purpose of her visit today. However, she didn't dare say this to Xu Xing's face. She only said, disappointment and grievance lacing her voice, "Brother Xing, I thought with our years of friendship, you would help me." Xu Xing looked at her with cold eyes, his gaze narrowing slightly. "Miss Yin, why do you think I would help you? Don't forget, I'm a businessman. I never do business at a loss. Or, more strictly speaking, we are competitors." Miss Yin stared somewhat dazedly at the man before her, finding him extremely unfamiliar. No, or perhaps this was his usual demeanor. The special treatment he gave her during their student days was the exception. Miss Yin's expression fell. "Brother Xing, I thought we were more than just ordinary classmates." Xu Xing's eyes were filled with coldness, his words even more distant. "Miss Yin, I hope you haven't forgotten. Back then, I only looked after you because of our father's relationship and as a favor to someone. I hope you don't overinterpret it." Miss Yin forced a rather strained smile. Xu Xing continued. "Also, I apologize for giving you such a misunderstanding. I currently have a girlfriend, and she will be my wife in the future. I hope you can respect us. Please refrain from saying things that could easily cause misunderstandings in the future." With things said to this extent, there was nothing left unclear. Miss Yin collected her file, her face pale, and left in her high heels. She had already been humiliated enough today and could hardly stand to stay any longer. She had thought this would be an easy collaboration, but she hadn't expected such a slap in the face. The more Miss Yin thought about it, the angrier she became. As she left the Shu Corporation building, she looked up at the very top of the tall commercial tower and declared indignantly, "HMPH, the world is ever changing. Just you wait and see." 26. Number 26, Domineering CEO vs 18th Tier Stand-in Actress, 11. Chapter 11, Domineering CEO vs 18th Tier Stand-in Starlet, 11. Alright, stop hiding. She's already gone. Xu Xing walked to the lounge door and gave it a pull. "Who's hiding?" I'm applying concealer. It's all your fault," a coquettish voice came from behind the door. "My fault for what?" Xu Xing laughed as he pulled the sliding door open with force. Sha Qingmeng hurriedly covered her neck. "Look what you've done. I can't even hide it now." Xu Xing pulled her hand away, examined it carefully for a moment, and then lied through his teeth, "I think it looks fine. It's not obvious." Sha Qingmeng had good skin and used lightweight makeup, so her concealer lacked coverage, and the hickey on her neck was fresh. It really was a bit hard to cover up. "I'm not talking to you anymore," Sha Qingmeng huffed as she continued her efforts to cover it up. "Wear this." Xu Xing found a scarf in the closet and handed it to Sha Qingmeng. Sha Qingmeng hesitated. "Is it too early to wear this now?" It was only late autumn, not yet winter. It was also high noon with good sun, and there were hardly any pedestrians on the road wearing scarves. But her concealer really wasn't up to the task. After hesitating for a few seconds, Sha Qingmeng took the scarf. "Thanks. What's there to thank me for? It's all my fault anyway." Xu Xing smiled radiantly, his expression seemingly reminiscing about the romantic atmosphere from moments ago. Sha Qingmeng slapped him and gave him a glare that lacked any real threat. "Stop thinking about it. She really was something." Actually going along with his nonsense, Xu Xing, looking triumphant, helped her wrap the scarf. Sha Qingmeng looked down at the scarf around her neck, thinking about what he had just said to Miss Yin. Did he just say he would marry her? Could she take it seriously? Xu Xing, Sha Qingmeng couldn't help but call his name. What's wrong?" Xu Xing leaned down slightly and looked at her. Nothing." Sha Qingmeng hesitated for a moment, then shook her head, asking nothing after all. She trusted Xu Xing. She knew better than anyone how well he had treated her these past few days, so there was no need to ask more. Xu Xing ruffled her hair. "If you want to ask something, just ask." Sha Qingmeng smiled and shook her head. "It's nothing. Let's go. I'm hungry. Let's go eat. I want hot pot, okay?" Xu Xing thought about it and didn't press her. He agreed. "Alright, let's have hot pot then." As they left, the girl at the front desk watched their retreating figures and sighed in admiration. These two really were a perfect match. What was with that woman who came looking for Chairman Xu so arrogantly just now? Even if she's some young lady, she has no grace at all. The boss's lady is much better. She even gave them autographs. They were just waiting for the day the boss's lady would become famous with looks like that. Not being famous would be a waste. With You All the Way soon reached its official filming day. Before filming began, the production team released a promotional trailer, and the official Weibo announced the guest pairs. Because all the guests from the previous season had either broken up or divorced, there were many curious onlookers rushing to the new season to see the drama. When mentioning "with you all the way," almost everyone had the same reaction. Huh? That breakup variety show has a second season? Then I have to go join the fun. I want to see what kind of weird couples or pairs there are this time, especially since this season has a popular CP in Sha Qingmeng, who's riddled with scandals and hooked up with a company director. Wouldn't I have to take a look? Although it ran contrary to the show's original intent, the traffic was certainly earned. Director Chen was very happy. It was still very important to draw in traffic before the show even aired. The variety show continued the model of the previous season, inviting 4 pairs of guests, 2 dating couples and 2 married couples. It used a live broadcast plus edited replay format to show the most authentic side of each CP. Of course, even though it was a live broadcast, there could still be a lot of acting. After all, everyone was an adult and lived with some kind of mask, not to mention being under live broadcast conditions the entire time. Among the 2 dating couples, one was Xu Xing and Sha Qingmeng. The other was a currently popular CP. The man was named Shang Ran and the woman was named Shen Shichun. The 2 were said to have fallen in love while filming together, but whether it was true love or just for hype was hard to say. Additionally, the 2 pairs in the older group were both married couples. One was a well-known athlete couple. The man was named Feng Chengle and the woman was Qin Zan. They had always been low-key in their personal lives and their relationship was stable. It was clear the production team didn't want this season to continue the breakup streak of the last one. Their survival instinct was very strong. The other pair was also a famously low-key couple in the entertainment industry. The man, Wang Zheng, was a stage actor by training, and the woman, Deng Yuanli, was a singer-turned-actress. Both were veterans who had fought their way up in that era. Their private lives were clean, they had been happily married for nearly 30 years, and they were now getting older and gradually moving behind the scenes. Participating in this variety show was partly to find an opportunity to go traveling and partly to give fans some final benefits, as they would be appearing in front of the camera less and less in the future. No one knew if this would be their last time on screen, so fans cherished every moment. The variety show would be recorded for about 3 weeks, which was neither too long nor too short. After the live broadcast, a fixed edited version would go online every Wednesday and Saturday. The production team conducted surprise visits to each guest's home in the morning to start recording and hand over mission cards. Of course, this segment had been explained in advance. Sha Qingmeng originally thought Xu Xing wouldn't like it, but she was surprised he didn't object. The production team didn't say what time in the morning, but who would have thought they would launch a surprise visit before dawn? Xu Xing and Sha Qingmeng were woken up by the knocking on the door. Sha Qingmeng originally frowned and wanted to keep sleeping, but then she remembered they were recording a variety show today and immediately woke up. Xu Xing got out of bed to open the door, telling her to take her time and not rush. Then he checked the time on his phone. Good heavens, they really knew how to pick a time. 5 in the morning. It was getting colder now, and at this hour, the sky outside wasn't even light yet. He opened the door, and sure enough, it was the production team. As soon as the door opened, 2 dark cameras were shoved in his face. Xu Xing took the mission card handed over by the team, which laid out the first mission. Everyone needed to arrive at a designated location within a set time, and the late groups would face corresponding punishments. The production team had specifically chosen a central meeting point between the residences of the 4 guest pairs to ensure fairness in travel time for each group. After Xu Xing took the card and read the mission, the production team followed him into the house to film. It was too early, so there weren't many people in the live comments yet, but a few were already exploding. Rice lover. Open black lens bracket. Holy shit I have no words. Only national treasures. Profanity. Close black lens bracket. Melon eating foodie. Open black lens bracket. Is this visual for real? No filter? Close black lens bracket. Ha 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 ha. Open black lens bracket. The shot is so dark, it doesn't look like there's a filter. Close black lens bracket. Striving tomato. Open black lens bracket. Brother, it's a real pity you didn't go into the entertainment industry to benefit humanity. Close black lens bracket. Human who wants to lie flat but does sit-ups. Open black lens bracket. Damn, is it reasonable for a CEO to be this handsome? What kind of novel setting is this? Close black lens bracket. Who am I? Open black lens bracket. I'm not jealous of Sha Qingmeng at all. Really. Close black lens bracket. Salted fish is me. Open black lens bracket. Drooling.jpg. Honestly, this guy looks so abstinent. Why is his collar so conservative? You could undo a few more buttons. I don't mind. Really. Close black lens bracket. The production team was also tactful, staying only in the living room and not wandering around. They didn't even go to the second floor to film. On the contrary, some viewers in the comments were dissatisfied and urged the team to go up and film more, but the production team couldn't trespass into areas they shouldn't enter without permission. So they didn't respond to the viewers' requests. The viewers just let it go when they didn't get a response. Xu Xing walked toward the bedroom, and by this time, Sha Qingmeng had finished washing up and changed into a simple set of casual clothes. Xu Xing handed her the mission card, then ruffled her hair before going in to wash up. Open black lens bracket. So you call this a bad relationship? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. This is a real couple. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. What do you mean, gotten into? Didn't they announce it long ago? They are a couple. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Wasn't it said that Sha Qingmeng used dishonorable means to get to her position? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Then why don't you say Xu Xing wanted to find a stand in close black lens bracket? Open black lens bracket. Don't listen to rumors. Don't believe rumors. Don't spread rumors. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. What's the fight about? You're fighting here while they live their lives. Isn't shipping the CP better? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. So why do people earning a few thousand a month care about the emotional lives of rich people? What does it have to do with us? Just watch for entertainment, right? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Is no one noticing how beautiful Sha Qingmeng is without makeup? Xu Xing has good taste. Close black lens bracket. Xu Xing moved quickly. The two discussed and made a simple breakfast, then checked if the luggage packed last night was complete. After checking the house to make sure there were no issues, they set off very quickly. The two moved so fast that the viewers couldn't quite react. Open black lens bracket. Meng Meng, you're a female star after all. Don't you wear any makeup? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. This is a case of being criminally beautiful. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. These two are relying on their good looks and not even treating the camera like a camera. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Camera, thank you. I feel offended. Close black lens bracket. Meanwhile, on the other side, the popular CP was frantically packing their things. Their messy home was filled with clothes everywhere, forming a sharp contrast with Xu Xingyi's house, which was clean and tidy to a fault. The two's lifestyles were clearly a bit out of sync, and just organizing the luggage took a lot of time. Open black lens bracket. Why do I feel they don't look like a couple, but like roommates? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Watching them makes me anxious. Forget it, seeing them take forever to pack. I'm going back to the other room. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Is this the daily life of a dummy hottie and a dummy beauty? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. TCH, what are they pretending for? Go without makeup if you're so capable you have time for makeup but don't know how to pack your luggage earlier? Do you have no common sense? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Are you an anti-fan wearing a passerby's skin? What do you have against our idols to attack them like this? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The CPI ship is the sweetest in the world. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Just a passerby. Where's the sweetness? Scratches head. Close black lens bracket. The once peaceful comments suddenly became a battlefield for fans. Even at 5 in the morning, their combat power was extraordinary. Instead, many passers-by couldn't stand it and were pushed into Sha Qingmeng and Xu Xingyi's live stream room. They needed a clean comment environment and visuals that purified their eyes. Unexpectedly, they accidentally started shipping another couple. The other two older pairs were old married couples, and their traffic wasn't as large, so the comments seemed a bit sparse. But at least it was harmonious. Without much traffic, there naturally weren't as many drama-filled scenes. 27. Number 27. Domineering CEO versus 18th tier stand-in actress. 12. Chapter 12. Domineering CEO versus 18th tier stand-in starlet. 12. The scheduled meeting time was 6:45 a.m. Combined with the unfamiliar location and a drive of nearly half an hour, the 1 hour and 45 minutes of preparation time was actually a bit tight. Sha Qingmeng hadn't had nearly enough sleep. Xu Xing told her to get in the car and keep sleeping, even finding a blanket from the suitcase to cover her with. Still quite drowsy, Sha Qingmeng gave him a soft, sweet, thank you, and went back to sleep. Consequently, the audience was unexpectedly fed a mouthful of dog food. Whoever says they aren't sweet will have to answer to me. What kind of nonsense were those scandals talking about? If a corporate chairman goes to such lengths just to put on an act, what could he possibly be after? With someone like him, who has both the wealth and the looks, countless people would be rushing to serve him. Why would he need to serve someone else? Neither of them was the type to like being late, so they essentially rushed to the meeting point at maximum speed. When they arrived, they were surprised to find they were actually the first ones there. The host was already waiting and greeted them warmly, recorded their arrival time, and then arranged for them to rest while waiting. Not long after, the athlete couple arrived. Both had been athletes for many years, and although they were now retired, the sense of time they had developed made them very observant of the rules. They arrived at the meeting point 20 minutes early. While Xu Xing had a cold personality, it didn't mean he was impolite. He shook hands and greeted Fang Chengle and Qin Zan, maintaining proper boundaries by not prying into personal matters or forcing awkward small talk. This made the Fang couple feel quite comfortable around him. Sha Qingming directly brought out some food to share. After all, they would be spending the next 3 weeks together, seeing each other constantly. It wouldn't do for things to be too awkward. Xu Xingyi's personality was clearly not one to take the initiative, so it was better if she did it, even though Sha Qingming herself was actually a bit introverted. Seeing Sha Qingming sharing food, Qin Zan also shared some snacks. The two of them chatted casually and surprisingly hit it off quite well. Qin Zan didn't know much about Sha Qingming. Her only knowledge came from those messy scandals. Now that she had met her in person, she felt that rumors were truly fearsome and could really ruin someone. Their relationship was clearly quite good. It was the marketing accounts that had nothing better to do than fabricate nonsense every day, probably because they were being paid by someone. She saw that while Xu Xing wasn't making any moves now, he was likely just holding back. Participating in this variety show was, in a way, a counterattack, wasn't it? What normal man could stand his girlfriend constantly being the subject of such rumors? He would definitely want to clear things up. The four of them waited a while longer until the third pair of guests arrived. To Sha Qingming, Wang Zhengzheng and Deng Yuanli were definitely highly respected seniors, and she greeted them with great respect. At their age, Wang Zhengzheng and Deng Yuanli had long since become open-minded. They smiled and told her not to be so stiff, and to just treat it as making new friends. Wang Zhengzheng had always been famous for his sharp eye. Seeing Xu Xing standing beside Sha Qingming and greeting him politely, he could tell this young man was extraordinary. His appearance looked young, but his maturity was beyond what most peers could match. But then again, how many peers could reach his position? Those who could sit in that seat were usually over 50 or already have one foot in the grave. The Shu Corporation's current prosperity was all thanks to the young man before him. Anyone who truly treated him like an ordinary youth would be the real fool. He didn't know how a girl like Sha Qingming had ended up dating such a young man. He was an old fox. Fortunately, he seemed to have genuine feelings. If he were just playing around, someone as simple as Sha Qingming would probably be sold and still help him count the money, not knowing how she'd been cheated. After the three groups of guests registered separately, they had a brief exchange in the rest area while waiting for the final couple to arrive. Surprisingly, after waiting for nearly 20 minutes, they still hadn't arrived. Finally, the production crew couldn't stand it anymore. Most importantly, if they didn't continue, the ticket times would expire. So, the production crew held an emergency consultation and decided on the travel methods for the three groups that weren't late, based on their arrival order. As the first to arrive, Xu Xing and Sha Qingming could take a direct flight. The second to arrive, Fang Chengle and Qin Zan, would take a direct high-speed train. The third to arrive, Wang Zhengzheng and Deng Yuanli, would also take a high-speed train, but unfortunately, it wasn't direct. However, stopping along the way suited them just fine. Finally, the latecomers Shang Ran and Shen Shichen saw the empty meeting point and had to accept their punishment, a self-drive trip to the destination. The journey was quite far. Even without resting, it would take more than half a day of driving. Shang Ran had no problem accepting it, but Shen Shichen pouted with dissatisfaction, drawing a wave of criticism in the bullet comments. Then, her solo fans rushed out to defend their sister. In the process of defending her, they inevitably dragged Shang Ran into it, blaming him for being too slow at packing and causing them to miss the time. How could Shang Ran's fans take that? They immediately began to fight back. Then the solo fans of both sides started bickering. In the end, it was a world where only the CP fans got hurt. It was useless even to stay in their own corner. They were disliked by both sides and took heat from both. In a fit of anger, many people left the fandom. There were filters in the TV dramas, making it look sweet. But in reality, it didn't look sweet at all. It felt like artificial sweetener. It was better to go to other live rooms to ship real couples. Even Sha Qingming and Xu Xing look much sweeter than these two. Shipping is shipping, and it's all for fun and happiness, so why suffer this grievance? In fact, Shang Ran and Shen Shichen were indeed just a staged CP. Although Shang Ran had been somewhat popular before, his company was terrible. They lacked follow-up resources and had been using him to promote newcomers. This Shen Shichen was indeed a newcomer, and he had indeed been ordered by the higher-ups to promote her. But what could he do? If he didn't, he would be blacklisted, so he could only grit his teeth and agree. And through all that promotion, it turned out like this. Although he had become somewhat popular again, it was purely based on marketing and hype. Shang Ran himself couldn't guarantee how many active fans he had truly gained. The two fanbases were constantly fighting fiercely, to the point of ruining their reputation with the general public. There was also a reason why the luggage wasn't packed this morning. Shen Shichun didn't live with him at all, but since they were hyping their CP so hard, Shen Shichun had moved a bunch of messy things into his place overnight. He didn't live alone in that house either. To be honest, although Shang Ran was a celebrity, he grew up in an ordinary family and didn't have extravagant spending habits, so he shared the rent with a childhood friend. His friend knew he had many things he couldn't control and had specifically packed up and moved out for a few days. This was also why the bullet comments said they looked more like roommates than a couple, but many people didn't care about these details. After all, to cover his tracks, the friend had made the already messy house even messier. Shang Ran really had a headache. Shen Shichun was high maintenance. Her fame wasn't great, but she certainly put on airs. It was said she had a powerful sugar daddy or something behind her. How could an ordinary person like Shang Ran, with no background, compete with that? He was confused about why he had even come to participate in this variety show. Was it to suffer? The others were all loving couples using the show as a chance to play. While he felt like he was undergoing a trial, Xu Xing and Sha Qingmeng took the plane and arrived in 2.5 hours. For some reason, Sha Qingmeng felt a bit airsick this time. She just wasn't very comfortable. Xu Xing directly pulled her into his arms to let her sleep. Fortunately, other anti-nausea supplies were fully prepared, so even if she felt unwell, they weren't caught unprepared. Sha Qingmeng had woken up early anyway, and she soon fell into a deep sleep. Once she was sound asleep, she didn't notice the airsickness at all. By the time she woke up, they had reached their destination. Those who arrived first could move freely. There would only be group activities once everyone had gathered. Plus, this was originally a travel variety show, so there was a lot of freedom and not many group activities. Everyone was quite happy. The first stop of the trip was City X in the south. It was like spring all year round, even a bit hot, making it especially suitable for a vacation in the cold winter. The production crew had arranged a local boutique guest house. Naturally, the first to arrive had priority in choosing rooms. The two of them chose a room furthest inside. It was quieter, but still had decent lighting. Because they had woken up so early, neither of them felt like playing. They just wanted to sleep. So after unpacking their luggage and tidying up, they fell straight into bed. The audience watching the live stream. Good grief, did they come here to watch a live stream of people sleeping? It's actually quite sweet. Their relationship must be good to sleep so closely in each other's arms, right? Sha Qingmeng's fans felt both vindicated and a bit heartbroken. They were vindicated because if any more haters claimed their daughter was a mistress or a stand-in, they could slap them with evidence. Which mistress or stand-in gets this kind of treatment? Anyone with eyes can see she's the official girlfriend. This son-in-law is actually quite decent, he's a keeper. But the heartbreak was that their pristine cabbage had still been rooted by a pig. Even if it was a rare golden pig, but that's a story for another time. Shen Shichun sat in the car, fuming. Since it was a live broadcast, it wasn't easy to say anything nasty openly, so she just had a sour face and pretended to sleep. Shen Shichun had always positioned herself as career-oriented. Faking a CP with Shang Ran was just because she valued his base popularity and wanted to use him. Once she was done using him, she would break the tie. As it turned out, she had made the right choice. She had become an overnight sensation. At least for now, she was incredibly popular, hitting the trending searches every few days. And now, compared to Shang Ran, she had found an even better target, Xu Xing, who was also participating in the show. Although Xu Xing wasn't a celebrity and didn't have many fans, his identity was incredibly powerful. The crown prince of the Xu family, the chairman of the Xu Corporation, holding half the country's economic lifeline in his hands. As long as she could hook up with him, wouldn't she be able to walk tall in the entertainment industry? As for Sha Qingmeng, Shen Shichun didn't care about her at all. She believed that given Xu Xingyi's status and family background, how could he really marry a female star? Since they were both stars, they were on the same starting line. Anyway, it was all just playing with feelings. If you take it seriously, you lose. It wasn't Shen Zichun's first time. She didn't mind using her body to trade for resources at all. Open black lens bracket. Why isn't Chunchen sitting in the passenger seat? Go keep Shang Ran company. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. How can sitting in the front be as comfortable as lying in the back? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Ah, so sweet to make Shichun comfortable. Ran let her sit in the back while he has to drive. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. This candy is so hard it broke my tooth. Close black lens bracket. The bullet comments were still arguing, but that wasn't important. Anyone could see that the traffic was already very high. Xu Xing and Sha Qingmeng slept until it was dark before getting up. By now, except for Shang Ran and Shen Shichun, the other two groups had arrived. The six of them discussed and decided to prepare and eat dinner together. The funny thing was, all six were busy in the kitchen when they were helping out, but when it came time to actually cook, the kitchen was suddenly left with only the three men. The three of them looked at each other. What a coincidence, isn't it? It seemed none of their wives really knew how to cook. It was dinner time now, and there were many viewers. The bullet comments were filled with, ha ha ha. Open black lens bracket. My wives who are so frail they can't take care of themselves. Not close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Fang Chengel's pink apron is so funny, ha ha ha. No malice, just purely funny. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Is no one going to praise these three for their great cooking skills? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Watching this makes me hungry. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The instant noodles in my bowl suddenly don't smell so good anymore. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Is it reasonable for the chairman of a large corporation to be so good at cooking? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. So what? Is a chairman not human? Why can't he cook? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The person above must have read too many novels. Cooking is a basic life skill. Close black lens bracket. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shang Ran and Shen Shichun had driven half the way. The two decided to rest for the night and continue the next day. Now the two were having a headache over where to eat. To be precise, only Shang Ran was having a headache. Shen Shichun kept saying she had to maintain her figure, so she couldn't eat this or that. She was also a very picky eater. Shang Ran felt like his fist was clenching. The bullet comments had been arguing and never stopped. Some passers-by thought Shen Shichun was being pretentious. Shen Zichun's fans thought those were rival fans pretending to be passers-by. Shang Ran's fans, on the other hand, felt it wasn't worth it for him. They didn't understand if their brother had something wrong with his eyes, why he had fallen for an affected woman like Shen Shichun who only knew how to cause trouble. She didn't have the life of a princess, but she had all the diseases of one. She had only just become a bit popular because of one drama and was already putting on such airs. What would happen in the future? The die-hard CP fans were still comforting themselves, saying things like she was only acting this way because she was facing someone she liked, and because she was favored, she was fearless. A passerby stabbed right at the heart. Acting like this will wear out the affection sooner or later, right? On only the first day of the live broadcast, 5 or 6 trending topics had already popped up, half of which were contributed by Shen Shichun. Her relatively small fanbase, especially the data fans, were so exhausted they were practically spitting blood. 28. Hash 28 Domineering CEO versus 18th tier stand-in actress. 13. Chapter 13. Overbearing CEO versus 18th tier stand-in starlet. 13. The next day, since Shang Ran and Shen Shichun had not arrived yet, the activities mainly focused on free time. They were currently in City X, which was by the sea and had exceptionally beautiful natural scenery. There was also a unique sea train that could cross over to City Y on the opposite shore. The travel time was short, and it had become a famous tourist train for both locations. After doing some light planning, Xu Xing took Sha Qingmeng to eat first before heading to catch the train. The various snacks in City X were very famous. The two of them walked and ate along the way, almost forgetting that the cameras were still rolling. Sha Qingmeng was rarely so happy eating, but Xu Xing didn't forget that she was a female star and couldn't eat too much. At least she had to show some restraint in front of the camera, so he took the snacks from her hands. Sha Qingmeng's expression looked a bit aggrieved, but after Xu Xing kissed her twice and coaxed her a little, she was fine again. The onlookers watching the drama felt their teeth aching from the sweetness. The bullet chat was filled with, so sweet, and the special effects of pink bubbles almost never stopped. The director's team was also quite surprised. To be honest, when they first invited them, it was a bit unkind. They had intended to continue following Sha Qingmeng's path of being infamous but popular. Who would have thought this couple was real and cloyingly sweet? They had been sweet from the moment they took the promotional photos all the way until now. As for the Shang Ran and Shen Shichun pair, the production team had originally wanted to use the hype of their TV drama CP to gain fans. Who knew that reality would be full of issues? They weren't sweet at all, and now they were becoming infamous but popular instead. These two groups had completely reversed expectations. After finishing their snacks, the two rushed to the station. The train was most beautiful during high tide, and they were lucky enough to catch it just right. Xia Qingming quite liked photography. She walked and snapped photos all the way, pulling Xu Xing along as a high-quality male model, and taking a bunch of photos of him. Xia Qingming had studied digital media in university and usually had a lot of ideas. Later, because she was scouted, she chose to become a celebrity. The reason was quite realistic, it paid a lot. Even if she wasn't that famous now, she truly earned quite a bit. She had been short on money since childhood. As an orphan with no one to rely on, her life basically consisted of either applying for various subsidies or working desperately at part-time jobs to earn money. In university, she used the money from her part-time jobs to buy her first camera, and then used her photography skills to help others take portraits, earning her first pot of gold. People usually say that those who play with photography either have family wealth or will go bankrupt, which showed that Xia Qingming did have some talent. Xu Xing was never stingy with his praise. With more praise, Xia Qingming looked more confident than before. Many passers-by on their side had been directed over from Shang Ran and Shen Zichun's side. They really couldn't stand that atmosphere of constant bickering, and hearing that this couple was quite sweet, they came over to take a look. Who doesn't like watching a handsome guy and a beautiful woman in love? And so, they started shipping them. The main thing was that the sweetness was natural, not like industrial artificial sweetener at all. They looked like a very normal young couple. Since Xu Xing wasn't a celebrity and didn't have fans, the bullet chat was basically peaceful, though Xia Qingming's career fans were working hard to promote her works. Originally, there were some anti-fans bashing her for things like casting couch rules or being a mistress, but the key was that this was a show for couples in the first place. Bashing that point was quite ridiculous. So later, not many people bashed her anymore. It must be said that Xia Qingming made the right choice coming to this variety show. It brought her a huge wave of traffic, and her followers increased significantly overnight. Of course, this was also thanks to the situation next door. Open black lens bracket LMAO, is anyone else here from the other side like me? Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket +1 close black lens bracket plus 10,086 close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. I can't ship, ran pure hope anymore. Didn't expect to end up shipping this pair instead. Laugh cry, close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Real couples are just so good to ship, close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Praising each other is just so sweet, close black lens bracket. And many passers-by who previously followed the crowd without knowing the truth weren't blind. After watching the show, anyone with half a brain knew that those past black materials were likely mostly untrue. Such a good young girl was almost ruined by the foul internet environment. After a day of free activities, Shang Ran and Shen Shichun finally arrived at the destination. What should have been a quite interesting self-driving tour arrangement was turned into an ordeal by Shen Shichun. After resting for a day upon arrival, the production team arranged the first group picnic, which served as a formal communication opportunity once everyone was gathered. The production team prepared many buffet ingredients, even including a barbecue. Everyone usually paid close attention to their physique, so they didn't eat barbecue often and were all quite craven for it now. Thus, the four men all went to handle the grilling, leaving the four women who weren't very good at cooking to chat. Brother, your learning ability is really something. Shang Ran didn't have a deep impression of Xu Xing and no real sense of him, only knowing that he was the very impressive chairman of the Shu Corporation. Their corporation was serious about R&D and only did entertainment for fun. They weren't on the same level. If not for this variety show, he wouldn't even have come into contact with such a figure. As it happened, Xu Xing hadn't tried barbecuing much today, so Shang Ran rarely had the small thought of teaching him a bit. After all, there's always a lot of strange competitive desire between men. But what left him dumbfounded was that Xu Xing got the hang of it after just 2 tries. The timing and flavor of the grilled food were excellent, on par with him, a person with rich experience in grilling skewers, and even showing signs of surpassing him. Shang Ran couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This was probably the gap between a genius and an ordinary person. They just learned everything faster than others. I think it's okay, as long as Qingming doesn't think it tastes bad. Xu Xing took a bite and felt he had done a good job. Don't worry, it's fine. Shang Ran immediately gave his affirmation. As the saying goes, 3 women make a drama. With 4 women, the drama was very lively. Xia Qingming positioned herself as the photographer and, at most, a listener. Unexpectedly, Deng Yuanli found her quite pleasing to the eye and also liked her photos, taking the initiative to talk to her several times. Sha Qingming was naturally happy that a senior took the initiative to talk to her, and the two of them began chatting like that. But while some were happy, others were troubled. Sha Qingming was happy, but Shen Shichun was miserable. She tried several times to insert herself into the conversation but failed. Seeing this, the bullet chat started arguing again. Open black lens bracket. What's with Shen Shichun? Why does she keep interrupting when others are talking? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Our Chunchin isn't interrupting. She just wants to join the chat so the atmosphere isn't awkward. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. No. Chin Zan has been listening with a smile the whole time and says even less. Yet I don't see the atmosphere being awkward anywhere. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. I actually find it quite awkward seeing her constantly trying to interrupt. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Isn't that just being rude? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Could these be anti-fans disguised as passers-by? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Fine, as long as someone says something slightly negative, they're an anti-fan. Passers-by aren't human these days? You have to slap some mysterious title on me? Close black lens bracket. Deng Yuanli's eyes had actually lit up the moment she saw Sha Qingming a few days ago. This girl was just so full of spirit. Most importantly, those big eyes of hers could speak. It's very important for an actor's eyes to be expressive. Too many young actors nowadays are too impetuous and their minds aren't focused, which can be seen from their eyes. She had also heard some black material about Sha Qingming about half a year ago. It was truly at the level of being blacklisted by the whole internet. Looking at it now, although these rumors made her a bit unconfident, they didn't crush her. The girl's ability to handle pressure was quite good. Deng Yuanli quite liked Sha Qingming and took the initiative to introduce an opportunity. I have a student recently who is preparing to film a web drama and is currently looking for actors. It's a small budget production, so the pay might not be high. I wonder if you're interested in looking at the script? Sha Qingming was happy just to hear there was a role to play, let alone one introduced by Senior Deng. It was likely a good script, so she happily agreed. Sure, I'm definitely interested. Deng Yuanli knew she wouldn't refuse and was also happy. That's great then. I'll give you the contact information later. Shen Zaichun's face was a bit hard to maintain seeing them chatting happily. She was also an actress. Why didn't she get an introduction too? Hasn't this senior been in the entertainment industry for so long? Shouldn't she know how to behave? Is it necessary to show such differential treatment on a show? So she tentatively spoke up. Teacher Deng, what about me? Deng Yuanli glanced at Shen Shichun. She still replied in a very friendly tone. Oh, your image doesn't quite fit my students' requirements. The bullet chat got lively again. Open black lens bracket. High EQ. Image doesn't fit. Low EQ. You wish? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Help, my toes have already curled enough to dig out a 3-bedroom apartment. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Help, I've dug out a Barbie dreamhouse castle. Close black lens bracket. Shen Shichun felt a bit aggrieved and a bit unconvinced. In terms of age, she was similar to Sha Qingming, and they both started out in idol dramas. She believed she wasn't less beautiful than Sha Qingming and suited both modern and ancient styles. How did she not fit the requirements? Shen Shichun had probably gotten ahead of herself, forgetting that the only work she had to show was that one TV drama that was popular a while ago. In contrast, although Sha Qingming hadn't played many female leads, she had at least 3 or 4 respectable works. The roles she had played so far didn't have a high overlap rate, though there were still quite a few bad films. But fortunately, she didn't play the lead, and a film being bad didn't conflict with her acting being good. This was also why Deng Yuanli took a liking to her. Chin Zan couldn't get a word in about their entertainment industry stuff, so she just ate melon seeds and listened happily. As the oldest senior, Deng Yuanli couldn't really leave the others out in the cold, so she chatted briefly about filming and then shifted the topic. After all, it was a dating show. Eventually, it had to return to talking about feelings, right? Shen Shichun got excited and directly asked Sha Qingming how she and Xu Xing met. Because the other 3 pairs were clearly all from the same circle. Xu Xing and Sha Qingming were the exceptions. Although a female star marrying into a wealthy family wasn't rare in the entertainment industry. How did we meet? Sha Qingming fell into thought for a moment. Let me think. In fact, the first time they met was on a film set. Later, she could feel that Xu Xing's frequency of coming to the set was getting higher and higher. Occasionally, he would help her out, like giving her audition opportunities or something. But Xu Xing never said anything. She only found out by chance later on. In the few works where she was the female lead, there was some help from Xu Xing. But his help was limited to giving her an audition opportunity. However, Sha Qingming liked this method. She felt respected and wouldn't feel the guilt of using the back door. Later, for some reason, many people online started bashing her, saying she had an improper relationship with Xu Xing. Actually, at the beginning, Sha Qingming didn't really like Xu Xing. He looked very cold and aloof, hard to approach, and certainly not her type. But the scariest thing was perhaps that Xu Xing always appeared when she needed help most. After many times, her heart couldn't help but fall. The more the rumors said so, the more Sha Qingming felt like she really did like him. Later, due to the overwhelming negative trending searches, the two of them got together for real to clarify things. Holding hands, hugging, kissing, and even breaking through to the most intimate relationship, they became even more inseparable, developing into what they were now. We met on set. He would sometimes come to inspect, and then after seeing each other more often we got together. Sha Qingming obviously couldn't give too many details, but what she said was roughly correct. The evening twilight fell on her cheeks, making her already bashful face look even rosier, clearly looking like a young girl in love. Seeing this, Qin Zan's speed of eating melon seeds increased by several degrees. What you said isn't entirely correct. I was originally running to the set all the time just to see you. Xu Xingyi's voice suddenly came from above Sha Qingming's head. Then, several skewers of barbecue appeared before her eyes. Here, try it and see how it is. Xu Xing took a tissue, wrapped it around the skewers before handing them to her. Thanks. Sha Qingming happily took the barbecue, took a bite, and then her bright eyes lit up. It's delicious. You kid, you run so fast only you would be so mindful of your girlfriend. Ha ha ha. Fang Chengle walked over at this time, holding a large tray in each hand. They were filled with freshly grilled skewers. Qin Zan smiled as she helped clear the table and set the plates, then teased Xu Xing. So you deliberately wanted to go to the set to see Qingming. You liked her back then, didn't you? Xu Xing curled his lips slightly and looked at Sha Qingming. Yes, because it was my first time chasing a girl and I had no experience. I had to find an excuse to go to the set. Sha Qingming looked at him in a bit of a daze. So that wasn't a coincidence at all? Xu Xing wiped the sauce from the corner of her mouth for her and shrugged. I'm actually very busy. There's nothing to see on set except you. Sha Qingming's face suddenly turned red. There are so many people and cameras saying something so cheesy. Xu Xing, however, looked perfectly composed. In fact, after he accepted all the memories and emotions, he could clearly recognize that he had liked Sha Qingming a long time ago. Otherwise he wouldn't have had an intimate relationship with her. As for Yin Shinya, that was more like a twisted obsession that ended up hurting both himself and others, and even harmed the person who loved him deeply. But he wouldn't repeat the mistakes of the original plot. He could let go of the obsession and choose to love the person he truly loved. There were particularly many people in the bullet chat right now. Firstly, it was dinner time, and secondly, they had been on several trending searches in the past 2 days, so their popularity and traffic had already risen. Open black lens bracket. Good heavens, so that's how it was. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. So it's clarified she wasn't a mistress at all, and certainly not a stand-in. She's the official girlfriend. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. So who exactly wanted to bash Sha Qingming like that before? It's terrifying to think about. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Probably touched someone's interests, forcing the person himself to come out and explain personally. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. I'm sorry, I'm guilty. I shouldn't have followed the crowd and bashed her before. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. What to do? I find this pair more and more ship-worthy the more I watch, laugh, cry. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Then just ship them. It's a variety show meant for shipping anyway. Close black lens bracket. Shen Shichun took a bite of barbecue, a faint disdain showing in her eyes. Act, just keep acting. Real feelings in the entertainment industry? Who are you kidding? Being so cheesy. Why not just say it was casting couch rules in bed? What film set? Isn't it all just erotic transactions? It's just, why does Sha Qingming get to sleep with high-quality men while she can only sleep with greasy men with fat heads and big ears? She didn't believe she couldn't hook Xu Xing. Zhang Ran saw her expression, pretended he hadn't seen anything, and continued eating his meal. After these 2 days of filming, he had already given up. At worst, he just wouldn't be a celebrity anymore. It's not like he didn't have other skills. He had seen through it now. This disgusting CP, he couldn't keep faking it anyway. 29. Number 29. Domineering CEO vs 18th tier stand-in actress. 14. Chapter 14. Domineering CEO vs 18th tier stand-in starlet. 14. The first stop was filming in City X, and 7 days passed in a flash. 2 episodes of the official edit had also been broadcasted, and the response was much better than the previous season. During these 7 days, Sha Qingmeng's fan count grew rapidly, basically increasing by 10 or 20,000 every day. Xu Xing did not make his Weibo public, but there were quite a few organic casual fans. Many people settled for the next best thing and followed their CP super topic, which was named Qingmeng Xing. When the mood struck him, Xu Xing would sometimes go in and browse the fanfics written by netizens. Some of the fanfics were quite well written and had a considerable level of spice. Xu Xing would send them to Sha Qingmeng to tease her, and it was very amusing to see her face turn beet red. As the show aired and its popularity soared, everyone arrived at the second stop of their trip, City F. City F was different from the warm and pleasant climate of City X. City F was in the north and was very, very cold. It was said that if you were lucky, you could even see the aurora. This time, it was a collective activity. After a week of getting to know each other, everyone got along quite well. Aside from Shen Shichun being occasionally difficult, there were no unpleasantries along the way. Upon arriving in City F, as soon as they landed, the biting wind blew so hard it almost took their breath away. For the first night, the production team arranged a relatively famous local hot spring hotel. The production team knew how to have fun. The hot springs here had separate baths for men and women, as well as mixed baths. The bullet comments were filled with howling, and the screaming almost overflowed from the screen. Unfortunately, everyone ended up being quite well behaved and chose to soak separately. Then the bullet comments were filled with lamentations. What a pity, what a pity. They have the opportunity right in front of them and they don't cherish it at all. Xu Xing soaked for a while and then went back. Without Sha Qingmeng there, what was the point of soaking with a bunch of guys? Better to go back to the room and wait for Sha Qingmeng. A group of netizens were constantly drooling at the camera, pitying that such a good physique didn't stay on screen for a while longer. On the other hand, the 4 ladies heard that the hot springs here were good for the skin, so they soaked for a bit longer. After soaking for a while, Sha Qingmeng felt it was too hot after staying too long and felt a bit oxygen deprived, so she told the other 3 she was heading back early. Seeing this, Shen Shichun also got up to go back. The 2 of them walked toward the locker room together. Sha Qingmeng felt like she was having a bit of bad luck. Her locker lock mysteriously wouldn't open. Shen Shichun told her to wait a moment while she went to help her get clothes first, and then find the staff members to resolve the issue. Since there was no one else who could help her at the moment, Sha Qingmeng had no choice but to agree. Shen Shichun was happy. The show had been filming for over a week, and she hadn't managed to exchange a single word with Xu Xing. Now that she finally had an opportunity, shouldn't she seize it? Shen Shichun walked to Sha Qingmeng and Xu Xing's room and knocked on the door twice. Xu Xing, who was lying on the bed resting, heard the knocking and found it strange. Sha Qingmeng should have a room card and could just swipe it, so the person outside probably wasn't her. Xu Xing got out of bed and opened the door. He saw Shen Shichun standing at the door wearing only a camisole dress, looking very scantily clad. We're filming a show, is it reasonable for you to dress so scantily? Of course, Xu Xing couldn't be so classless as to say it out loud, so he politely asked, "What's wrong?" Shen Shichun, however, put on a worried face. Sha Qingmeng's locker is stuck and won't open, so I came to help her get some clothes. Xu Xing wasn't a fool. Why would a perfectly good locker suddenly have a problem? And it just happened to be Qingmeng's? So, he stared at Shen Shichun with a thoughtful look, then walked into the room. I understand. I'll get her clothes, you wait a moment. Shen Shichun was about to follow him into the room. Xu Xing glared at her, and Shen Shichun was frightened by his gaze. Retreating directly back to the doorway, Xu Xing fetched the clothes. Shen Shichun wanted to take them, but Xu Xing didn't give them to her. Shen Shichun had no choice but to awkwardly lower her arms. That the clothes. Xu Xing didn't trust the person in front of him at all and said, "I'll go with you." Shen Shichun could only smile and walk beside him. Cameras were only inside the rooms and not outside, but even for that tiny bit of footage, the netizens exploded. Open black lens bracket, holy shit, this is so freaking intense, what's the situation here? Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket, is Shen Shichun for real? Dressing like that on the show? Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket, is she ditching the pure image and going for the sexy route now? Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket, mom, the CPI ship has reached a bad ending. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket, I feel like Shang Ran's head is looking pretty green. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket, don't spread rumors, okay? Chunchen is just helping Sha Qingmeng get her clothes. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket, is it necessary to dress like that just to get clothes? Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket, what about freedom of dress? Okay. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. But freedom shouldn't go overboard, right? This is just disrespectful, isn't it? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. It's hard not to suspect it's intentional. Close black lens bracket. Xu Xing was made dizzy by the smell of her perfume, and his pace grew faster and faster. Shen Zichun's clothes were too skimpy, and she couldn't walk fast at all. However, the man in front of her didn't have a shred of gentlemanly grace and wouldn't stop to wait for her. Shen Shichun had no choice but to clutch the hem of her dress and hurry all the way to keep up, her steps looking somewhat comical. Xu Xing was afraid this woman with impure motives would try something bad again, so he stared at her as she took the clothes inside. Shen Shichun felt a chill down her spine from being watched. As soon as Sha Qingmeng came out, she saw Xu Xing standing at the door with a dark face. The staff members arrived at this time as well. After some work, the locker was opened, and the personal items inside were retrieved. Sha Qingmeng had just thanked Shen Shichun when she was pulled away directly by Xu Xing. There was no one filming them at this moment. Xu Xing's tone carried unconcealed dislike. You should have less contact with her in the future. Sha Qingmeng saw him being so seriously angry and chuckled softly. I know. I'm not a fool. She was dressed like that. She definitely wanted to seduce you, am I right? You're still laughing. You have no sense of crisis at all. I think you're just silly. Xu Xing flicked her forehead. Sha Qingmeng touched her forehead and protested. I call this having confidence in you. Okay, forget it. Let's go back to rest and sleep. Xu Xing slid his hand down her arm to hold her small hand, and the two of them walked toward their room. At this time, Qin Zan and Deng Yuanli also came out after finishing their hot spring soak. They happened to see this scene, and the two of them exchanged a thoughtful look, both having gained some new realizations and thoughts. The next day, Shen Shichun indeed trended again. Her attire sparked a frenzy of discussion among netizens. Fans were there defending her, saying it was freedom of dress. But many people also blasted her for intentional seduction. Consequently, what also trended alongside was Xu Xing's male virtue. This made Sha Qingmeng chuckle secretly as she watched. So all this happened while she wasn't looking? Although it seemed like a small matter to her, the netizens were discussing it with extraordinary heat. Shen Zichun's studio issued 2 statements in a row, with various lawyer letters warning that these were rumors and that legal responsibility would be pursued, but the effect was minimal. After all, there was a previous case where a popular top star's lawyer letter warning ended up sending himself to jail, so the weight of this warning letter seemed, as they say, what people fear most is comparison. Without comparison, there is no harm. With Shen Shichun as a comparison, Sha Qingmeng's reputation improved almost instantly. In fact, she didn't have many black marks to begin with, mostly just the scandals with Xu Xing. Now that everything was clarified, her reputation naturally returned. If nothing else, she had already received many collaboration invitations in her email, including scripts and some endorsements. Of course, the most dramatic part didn't stop there. By the 3rd week of filming, any normal person could see that Xiang Ran and Shen Shichun were not a couple at all. This wave of CP hype had completely collapsed. Consequently, the two of them left the show early and ended their filming. Normally, such an event would be quite a blow to a variety show, but fortunately, it was all made up for by Sha Qingmeng and Xu Xing. Moreover, with Shen Zichun's early contributions, the level of discussion was unusually high. Director Chen Yi had nothing to be dissatisfied with. Xiang Ran was liberated, but his company was fuming. However, Xiang Ran's contract was almost up anyway. As a barefooted person who didn't fear those with shoes, he directly confronted the company head-on Weibo. Shen Shichun was originally a newcomer being pushed and had become popular by riding on Xiang Ran's coattails. Now, she was even more black-red across the entire internet by her own efforts, so she could only play dead at this time. The solo fans of both sides weren't very sad. Only the deceived CP fans were heartbroken, shouting that they would never ship artificial sweeteners again. Xu Xing remembered that in the original plot, Xiang Ran stopped being in the entertainment industry after his contract termination. As for his subsequent development, it wasn't detailed, so he wasn't sure. But Sha Qingmeng believed he was a very talented actor. Xu Xing did not question Sha Qingmeng's judgment and gave him a business card, inviting him to join Dawn Entertainment under the Shu Corporation, which was the entertainment company Sha Qingmeng was currently in. Sha Qingmeng smiled and praised him for being kind-hearted and having the eye of a bull, recognizing a swift horse. Xu Xing would never admit to it, stubbornly claiming he was just finding a cash cow for his company. Although the filming was short one pair of guests, the atmosphere was more harmonious than before. It was just that with Xiang Ran gone, everyone still felt it was a bit of a pity. The 3rd week's destination was City H. City H was most famous for its local food culture. And in this season, City H's oranges, as a local specialty, were just coming onto the market. The group showed off quite a bit of food and inadvertently drove a wave of sales. When it was finally time to part ways, Xia Qingming was quite reluctant. This variety show could be said to be the most pleasant one she had participated in since entering the industry. Director Chen Yi was also quite reluctant. The guests for the previous season were indeed not well chosen, and filming had been quite difficult, unlike the relaxed and happy atmosphere of this season. Who knew if there would be another chance to cooperate in the future, so he cherished the moment. Many passers-by were won over by Xia Qingming and kept leaving messages online urging her to quickly post the photos she had taken to share with everyone. Xia Qingming's photography skills were indeed good, to the point where every shot could be used as a wallpaper. This variety show also won her a wave of photography fans. And Xu Xing, having returned home from the trip, hadn't rested for many days before he received phone calls from his parents. "You rascal, you've already gone on a show with your girlfriend and you're still not willing to bring her home for a look? You're too much. Son, do you have any plans for when to get the marriage license, have the wedding, and have children? You haven't proposed after dating for so long, have you? I don't have a son like you." Xu Xing was given a headache by the voice message bombardment. Next time for sure. Next time for sure. I also have to see when Qingming is free. Then he decisively hung up the phone. Well, it was indeed time to put the matter of meeting the parents on the agenda. It would be best to get the license and have the wedding as soon as possible to complete everything directly. Xu Xing was gleefully planning in his heart when the long unseen 0250 suddenly piped up. Host, there's a situation. Only then did Xu Xing remember that he had been happily playing with Xia Qingming for over half a month and seemed to have not cared about the male protagonist and female protagonist for a long time. Go ahead, what's wrong? 0250, Miss Yin is on her way to your house. Xu Xing. How does she know where my house is? 0250, she knew it all along. Xu Xing, move house immediately. 0250, it's too late. She's pregnant now with Chu Shuwen's child, so she's come to find you. Xu Xing was full of question marks. If she's pregnant with the male protagonist's child, why isn't she looking for him? Why is she looking for me? Isn't she just completely out of her mind? 30. Number 30 Domineering CEO vs 18th tier stand-in actress, 15. Chapter 15. Overbearing CEO vs 18th tier stand-in starlet, 15. Meanwhile, Xia Qingming, who was hiding in the bathroom, looked at a small box in front of her, biting her nails in nervousness and trepidation. She had been feeling a bit off lately. For example, she was often fatigued, got motion sickness more easily than before, and her taste in food had become blander, with a lack of appetite for meat. Moreover, when she went to H-City last week, she ate many oranges all by herself, even though she hadn't been that fond of them before. Because she was still filming a variety show at the time, it wasn't easy for her to speak up, nor was it convenient to buy things to confirm. Later, she simply didn't think much about it and almost forgot the whole matter. But now that she had been back for about a week, Xia Qingming realized that her period had been delayed for some time. Thinking of the various possibilities, Xia Qingming panicked. But the more one fears something, the more likely it is to happen. The two red lines told her that the truth was exactly what she suspected. She was really pregnant. Xia Qingming leaned against the door, her mind in a mess. What should she do? Should she tell Xu Xing? Should she keep this child or not? She still had her career. What would happen to her career? With a somewhat listless expression, Xia Qingming hid everything before walking out of the bathroom. Xia Qingming stood on the stairs of the second floor and looked downstairs. Xu Xing was sitting in the living room on the first floor. Xia Qingming touched her lower abdomen, hesitating on how to bring it up. Ding dong. The doorbell suddenly rang. Xia Qingming's thoughts were pulled back, and she was puzzled. Who would be visiting at this time? Xu Xing stood up, approached the front door, and glanced at the visitor on the electronic display screen. It really was Miss Yin. Xu Xing frowned and simply walked away. Forget it, he'd just pretend no one was home. As soon as she left, he would move house immediately. Seeing his displeasure, Xia Qingming curiously went downstairs to see who it was. Miss Yin? Why would she come? And how did she know about this place? Perhaps it was because she was pregnant and feeling sentimental, but Xia Qingming felt a strange pang of jealousy. However, she suppressed her irrationality and pulled Xu Xing back. She's already come to the door. Why don't we open it and ask what's wrong? No. Xu Xing wrapped his arm around her waist and pulled her into his embrace. Quote, what were you doing just now? Why were you in there so long? Xia Qingming thought about it and felt that now wasn't the right time, so she shook her head. Oh, it's nothing. Are you really not going to open the door? The doorbell keeps ringing. Xu Xingyi's face was grim. Then you come with me. It really wasn't easy for Miss Yin. She had originally been stopped by the neighborhood security, but after much pleading with a passing resident, the kind-hearted person helped her get into the complex. After entering the complex, Miss Yin displayed her spirit of perseverance and finally managed to get the door to Xu Xingyi's house to open. What is it? Xu Xing held Sha Qingmeng, showing off their affection in front of her without any hesitation. Miss Yin hadn't expected them to actually be living together. She was filled with envy, jealousy, and regret, a complex mix of emotions. But in the end, she calmed down and looked exceptionally weak and pitiful as she said, "Brother Xu, I've run into some trouble. Xu Shuwen and I broke up, but I'm pregnant. Can I stay here with you for a while? I won't cause you any trouble." Sha Qingmeng was so shocked she was speechless. Xu Xing looked at her for a moment as if he were looking at an idiot. Honestly, of all people to look for, was it necessary to come to the home of a man who already has a partner? You are a huge trouble to me. Xu Xing wasn't polite at all. Hey, as long as I have no morals, morality can't kidnap me. Miss Yin looked at him in disbelief. Brother Xu, you weren't like this before. Xu Xing sneered. Miss Yin, please get your status straight. You and I have no relationship whatsoever. At most, we were former classmates. You're pregnant and need someone to take care of you, but you could easily go to a female friend or family members. Why would you come to the home of a man like me? And I already have a girlfriend. Am I out of my mind to take in a strange woman at home? Miss Yin. But Xu Xing didn't want to deal with her anymore. He turned around and called the Yin family. Before long, Miss Yin was taken away by a car sent by the Yin family. The process was so fast that Miss Yin was in a daze when she left. She couldn't understand why Xu Xing had become like this. Xu Xing, quite heartlessly, stood at the entrance holding Sha Qingmeng and waved with a smile to the departing Yin family. Take care, I won't see you out. The Yin couple's faces turned pale with anger at their disappointing daughter. How long had she been back in the country before she started fooling around with men? And she even got herself pregnant now. She even had to go to the Xu family's place to make a fool of herself. They really didn't want such a daughter. After seeing off the Yin family, Sha Qingmeng was still a bit dazed. Xu Xingyi's speed in handling this could definitely be described as swift and decisive, right? Qingmeng, we're moving tomorrow. We won't live here anymore. Xu Xing was still very angry thinking about it. How could there be such a shameless female protagonist? 0250 had just told him again. Ever since the leads lost his selfless help as a sucker, their careers had been collapsing all the way. Nothing they did worked, and in just 1 month, they couldn't keep going. Xu Shuwen had originally taken an interest in Miss Yin through rose-tinted glasses, but after spending time together recently, even the thickest filters were useless. He finally discovered that she had no real talent but was a master at making a mess of things. Just when things were starting to look up, she would step in and ruin it. Why wouldn't he break up now instead of waiting for the new year? And so, the scene of Miss Yin coming to the door just now occurred. Seeing Xu Xing so angry that his smooth hair was almost standing on end, Sha Qingmeng smiled and stroked his head. Oh, don't be angry, don't be angry. It's quite nice living here. It's not worth moving for unimportant people. Xu Xing took her hand and said in a rare, wealthy bachelor tone, It doesn't matter. I have plenty of houses anyway. Sha Qingmeng. Alright, consider what she just said unsaid. Alright, I see it's getting late. Shouldn't we go to sleep and rest? Xu Xing wrapped his arm around her waist, tilted his head slightly to blow a breath into her ear, and then carried her toward the bedroom upstairs. They had been filming the variety show lately, so the two of them hadn't had a chance to be intimate. You wait a minute, Sha Qingmeng pushed Xu Xing. However, Xu Xing thought she was just making a token gesture of resistance as usual and didn't take it seriously. Within seconds, they both sank into the warm, large bed. Sha Qingmeng felt Xu Xingyi's hand already reaching into her clothes. She grabbed his large hand and struggled more intensely. Really, wait a minute. Xu Xing immediately realized something was wrong. He helped her sit up and asked softly, What's wrong? Sha Qingmeng bit her lip, those two lines constantly flashing back and forth in her mind. Plop, 2 bean-sized teardrops fell. Why did she suddenly start crying? Xu Xing panicked at her tears, feeling a bit at a loss. Could it be that what he just did was too much? But Sha Qingmeng hadn't refused before. Today was the first time. Xu Xing wiped her tears, held her tight, and comforted her softly. It's okay. Tell me if anything is bothering you, and we'll solve it together. Sha Qingmeng wiped her tears with the back of her hand. She had so much she wanted to say, but she found that she suddenly didn't know how to organize her words. The worries and fears deep in her heart seemed to be infinitely magnified by the pregnancy, making even her emotions unstable. Xu Xing pulled out a tissue and gently wiped away the tears on her face. It's okay, take your time. Xu Xing just patiently held her in his arms, gently stroking her thin back to comfort her. Their relationship hadn't been equal from the start, which caused many problems. All he could do was work hard to build up Sha Qingmeng's sense of security. Sha Qingmeng nodded in his arms, rubbed off some tears, and then calmed down. Yes, I have a lot to tell you. Xu Xing gently caressed her cheek. I'm listening. Sha Qingmeng held his large hand that was on her cheek and looked at him with watery eyes. Xu Xing, do you really like me? Xu Xing nodded without hesitation. Yes, I like you very much. Sha Qingmeng continued to ask cautiously, what kind of very much? Do you like me enough to be willing to take responsibility for me? Xu Xing thought his past behavior had deeply hurt her, so he leaned forward and kissed away the tears at the corners of Sha Qingmeng's eyes. That's for certain. Sha Qingmeng asked again in a low voice. You won't say this to other girls too, right? Did you ever say it to Miss Yin? Xu Xing frowned imperceptibly. What was she talking about? How did Miss Yin get brought into this? What did that woman have to do with anything? He had cut ties with her long ago. Was his performance just now not obvious enough? Xu Xing blocked Sha Qingmeng's lips and kissed her fiercely several times until her lips were glistening. Only then did he let her go and said fiercely, I've only ever slept with you. What do you think? Also, I'll reiterate one last time. I have nothing to do with Miss Yin. I don't like that woman. I only love you. You'd better engrave my words into your heart. Sha Qingmeng's head felt oxygen deprived from his kissing, but her heart felt sweet because of his words. Even though he spoke overbearingly and his tone was bad and fierce, it miraculously smoothed out her complicated thoughts and made her feel at ease. Then I have something very important to tell you. You're not allowed to get angry. I want to discuss it with you properly. Sha Qingmeng bit her lip, still a bit nervous deep down. Xu Xing held her tightly and assertively. Tell me. Sha Qingmeng pulled Xu Xing's warm, large hand and gently placed it over her lower abdomen. Xu Xing was so clever, he wouldn't be so foolish as to think Sha Qingmeng had a stomachache. Sha Qingmeng had just been hesitating and wouldn't let him do it, so what could it be? Xu Xing had already guessed the answer in his heart. Are you pregnant? Xu Xing looked down, his palm gently stroking Sha Qingmeng's stomach, and then he looked at her seriously to confirm. Yes. Sha Qingmeng nodded, instinctively touching her stomach, which was still as flat as usual. This matter had come too suddenly. She was still a bit panicked herself. Xu Xing was also a bit surprised. He had taken precautions every time, so how could she be pregnant? Unless she had already conceived before he transmigrated here. Xu Xing carefully recalled his memories from before the transmigration and indeed remembered some details. Indeed, a month ago, there were a few times when precautions weren't taken. Sha Qingmeng had objected at the time, but he hadn't listened and ended up having his way. In the original plot, Sha Qingmeng had an accidental miscarriage during a filming session 2 months later. The news of the premarital pregnancy even trended on the trending, but as her boyfriend, he hadn't responded in time, which deeply broke Sha Qingmeng's heart. Xu Xing felt some regret that he hadn't transmigrated even earlier. If it had been earlier, he certainly wouldn't have done such irresponsible things. Moreover, a pregnant woman shouldn't be exerted during the first trimester. Didn't that mean he had exerted Sha Qingmeng several times during the period she was pregnant? Xu Xing felt quite a lingering fear thinking about it. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 31. Number 31 Domineering CEO vs 18th tier stand-in actress, 16. Chapter 16. The overbearing CEO vs the 18th tier stand-in starlet, 16. When did you find out? Xu Xing's hand stroking Sha Qingmeng's belly became even gentler, fearing he might accidentally hurt her if he wasn't careful. I suspected it a bit towards the end of the variety show recording, and I just confirmed it now. Sha Qingmeng's voice grew quieter and quieter. Why didn't you tell me right away? Xu Xing couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart. They had been busy running around while recording the variety show. Had she been exhausted? No wonder she had eaten so many oranges those few days. How could he have been so dense? Sha Qingmeng said hesitantly. I was afraid. As she spoke, her eyes welled up again. I was just too worried. I was afraid you wouldn't want me, afraid my child would become illegitimate. But I couldn't bear to leave you, because I really like you. Xu Xing could understand her concerns. Reality is cruel, after all. Many men use sweet words but walk away when it's time to take responsibility. Sha Qingmeng's choice not to tell him immediately was her own way of weighing the situation. Moreover, she had a career, so the pressure was naturally high, and losing control of her emotions was normal. In short, it was because he hadn't provided enough security. The fault lay with him. Since security isn't built in a day or two, and between him and Sha Qingmeng, there was no substantial or written mandatory connection other than their publicly announced relationship. To put it bluntly, Sha Qingmeng was now pregnant out of wedlock, so her worries were perfectly normal. Is your household registration booklet with you? Xu Xing held Sha Qingmeng's shoulders tightly, helped her lie down, and tucked her in. Huh? I didn't mean that but not getting a marriage certificate seems like I think I'm a bit confused. Sha Qingmeng gradually became incoherent, finally burying her head in her palms in resignation. The booklet is here. There's no time like the present. Why don't we go get our certificate tomorrow? Xu Xingyi's tone rose, clearly very happy. Under the warm light, Sha Qingmeng could see the warm smile on his face. The anxiety that had been plaguing her gradually subsided. Xu Xing turned off the light, and in the darkness the two huddled close together. Xu Xing lowered his head to kiss Sha Qingmeng's forehead. I'm sorry, I was too impulsive before. It's up to you whether to keep this child. However, I'm very afraid that either decision will cause harm to your body and your career. I'm sorry this child has delayed you, but I believe in your acting skills, and you can trust the resources I have. Try to rely on me a little more. After all, everything I have is yours. Sha Qingmeng proactively tilted her head up to return Xu Xingyi's kiss. I've already decided. I want to give birth to this child. Previously, she had hesitated about whether to keep the child, considering the possibility that Xu Xing might not take responsibility. If she kept it, the child would be illegitimate with a shameful status, and her career would be affected. If she didn't, her career might continue, but it would definitely be more damaging to her body. But now that they had talked things through clearly, her concerns were gone. She liked Xu Xing to begin with, so of course she was willing to have this child. Let's take you for a checkup after we get the certificate tomorrow. I didn't know you were pregnant before. You had a fever once and later soaked in a hot spring. Those were too dangerous. We'd better go see a doctor. Pregnant women have many taboos, so this checkup was very necessary. Xu Xing knew these basics quite well. However, he still called out 0250 and spent 3,000 points to exchange for a fetus-protecting pill. A system product is bound to be a premium product. As for the benefits, he had already experienced them once in the previous world. Sha Qingmeng leaned her head softly against Xu Xingyi's chest and gave a soft response. Sha Qingmeng, whether you blame me, scold me, or resent me, I'll accept it all, but I don't regret it one bit. I'm so glad you're willing to have a child for me. It's just that it'll be hard on you. I'm sorry. Xu Xing admitted he was being a bit stubborn now, but what had happened in the past couldn't be changed. All he could do was be twice as good to Sha Qingmeng in the future. Moreover, he was looking forward to the child's birth, though he didn't know if it would be Lei or Yao Yao this time. Sha Qingmeng felt his palm gently stroking her lower abdomen and placed her hand over his, intertwining them. Do you like children? Xu Xing adjusted himself, pulling Sha Qingmeng into a more comfortable embrace as he answered. I only like the ones you give birth to. In the darkness, the corners of Sha Qingmeng's lips curled up. She felt as if she were in a dream, so happy it felt unreal. Wife, after we get our certificate, I want to take you home to meet my parents. Is that okay? Xu Xing asked close to her ear. Sha Qingmeng's ears softened at his pleasant, deep voice. Of course. I just don't know if your parents will like me. Her background was indeed not great, but that wasn't something she could decide. Furthermore, with a family background like Xu Xingyi's, what kind of woman couldn't he have? She was indeed just an actress, which might be seen as somewhat unpresentable to the Xu family, so it was no lie that Sha Qingmeng was worried. Xu Xingyi's chest vibrated with a low laugh. Don't worry, they like you very much. They nag me every day to bring you home. Really? Sha Qingmeng happily snuggled into Xu Xingyi's arms. Xu Xing took the opportunity to plant a few kisses on her cheek. Wife, when do you want to have the wedding? Should we do it as soon as possible, or wait until after you've had the baby? That was indeed a question. Sha Qingmeng counted on her fingers. Let me think. I have 3 more endorsement commercials to shoot, and I've looked at the script teacher Deng introduced. I thought it was pretty good, so I agreed to it. There aren't many scenes, so it should be finished in about a month. There's also an audition for a movie. I'm a bit hesitant about whether to go. I heard it's a big production, but I actually think the script is just average. Once Sha Qingmeng started talking about work, she became a bit talkative. Then you're quite busy. But you're pregnant. You need to be careful with your body during the first 3 months and not get too exhausted. Xu Xing was very uneasy about her working while pregnant. It's fine. I'm nowhere near as busy as you. My recent workload is already quite light, Sha Qingming comforted him with a smile. Then turn down the movie. If the script isn't good, don't get involved, it's pointless. You're better off resting. You deserve better. If it really comes down to it, I can write scripts for you and we can produce them ourselves. Anyway, we aren't short on money. At worst, he would just exchange points with 0250 for a screenwriting skill and write a few good scripts specifically for Sha Qingming. He could just pay for the production himself, couldn't he? He was so rich that he had nothing but money left. Sha Qingming was amused by him. She knew Xu Xing was both talented and wealthy, but he was usually low-key and aloof. It was rare to hear him say such domineering yet childish things. President Xu, don't you think I'm engaging in hidden rules right now? Sha Qingming playfully blew a breath on his chest and traced her finger over his muscles. She had to admit the texture was really good. Xu Xing grabbed her wandering hand and grunted, "Don't tease me. We're family. Don't talk like an outsider." Hidden rules? What an ugly way to put it. She would be the lady of the Xu Corporation in the future. Sha Qingming withdrew her hand and stopped teasing him. "I'll listen to you." Actually, I was hesitant too. I remembered that when my resources weren't great before, I took on a lot of bad dramas, which really ruined my reputation. So now I plan to only take on high-quality projects as much as possible. I support your idea, Xu Xing agreed with her. In the original plot, Sha Qingming had a miscarriage due to an accident while filming a movie. Coincidentally, Shen Shichun was also in that movie. He couldn't be by Sha Qingming's side every second during filming, so not going to film was a way to protect her once and for all. "So, wife, when do you plan to hold the wedding with me?" Xu Xing brought the topic back. "Oh right, we got off track and I forgot," Sha Qingming said sheepishly. "How about waiting until after I have the baby? By the time I finish my work, my belly will be big. I don't want to get married with a big belly. It won't look good." Sha Qingming imagined herself in a wedding dress with a baby bump, and her fantasy immediately shattered. She didn't want that, it wouldn't look good at all. Xu Xing smoothed her furrowed brows. "Alright, then we'll do it after the baby is born. That way we can also prepare properly." The two were very efficient. They went to get their certificate the very next day and then suddenly announced their marriage publicly. They had truly done something big without a word of warning. Manager Yi Qin. Does she not exist? Couldn't they have at least notified her? As a result, Weibo exploded that day, even crashing at one point, nearly working the technical staff to death like dogs. Everyone who participated in the variety show sent their blessings to the couple, and the director's team also made a special post to celebrate them. Netizens jokingly said that "With You All the Way" was finally no longer a show that encouraged breakups, it was now effectively encouraging marriage. Shen Shichun also rode the wave of popularity to post a blessing, though her heart was itching with jealousy. Father Xu and Mother Xu were both shocked and overjoyed, immediately heading to the young couple's home to verify the news. When the two brand new red booklets were actually presented before her, Mother Xu was ecstatic. She looked at the booklets over and over again, absolutely loving them. "You're not exactly young anymore. If it weren't for Mengmeng taking you in, I would have thought there was something wrong with your sexual orientation." Mother Xu didn't hold back at all, saying with a chuckle, "Here, this is a red envelope for Mengmeng to celebrate us becoming a family." Xu Xing reached out to take the red envelope, but his mother slapped his hand away. "Why are you reaching out? This is for Mengmeng." Sha Qingming took the red envelope. It felt heavy in her hand, looking like it was about to burst. Father Xu also prepared a red envelope. The two red envelopes combined were quite substantial. "Dad, Mom, actually, I have one more thing to tell you," Xu Xing said with a serious and earnest face. "Ah, what is it?" The smile on Mother Xu's face was still unstoppable, but she still cooperated with her precious son. Xu Xing looked down slightly at Sha Qingmeng's belly. "Qingmeng and I are having a baby." Huh? Once Mother Xu realized what he said, her mouth instantly formed an O shape. Father Xu was drinking tea and choked, coughing several times. This brat usually stays silent, but when he speaks, he really shocks everyone. "Is that for real?" Mother Xu shifted her seat to Sha Qingmeng's side, her movements becoming instinctively cautious. "How many months? What should we do now? The wedding needs to be organized quickly." "Mengmeng, what kind of wedding do you like?" She only had this one precious son and had originally worried he would grow old alone. Now he had a partner and even a baby. The surprises were coming so fast she could hardly take them all in. Sha Qingming gently stroked her still flat abdomen. "It's only been a month. But I still have work right now, so I plan to have the wedding after the baby is born." Mother Xu looked worried instead. "Why is there still work? Then you must be careful. You absolutely have to be cautious during these first 3 months. Why don't you and Mengmeng move in with us? Anyway, I'm just an old lady with nothing to do, idle all day." I can take care of you. I have more experience. Thinking about the annoying female protagonist, Xu Xing had already wanted to move. Now, it was better to just move back to the family home. The people there were trusted old staff who were more reliable at taking care of people, so he agreed on Sha Qingmeng's behalf. The family acted immediately, efficiently packing things up and moving. 32. Number 32 Domineering CEO vs 18th tier stand-in actress, 17. Chapter 17. Overbearing President vs 18th tier stand-in starlet, 17. The script recommended by Deng Yuanli was quite good. It was an urban ensemble drama. Sha Qingmeng played a girl who was originally young, wealthy, and happy, but unfortunately met a scumbag who pooed her. In the end, she was cheated of both money and feelings, becoming a single mother. Perhaps because she was also pregnant and had been feeling insecure lately, Sha Qingmeng had a particularly deep understanding of the character. Her performance during the audition was brilliant, and the director hired her on the spot. When signing the contract, Sha Qingmeng confessed that she was already pregnant, fearing that her weight gain later would affect the filming. Considering this, the director arranged for her scenes to be filmed first as much as possible. Fortunately, the weather was cold, and they wore winter clothes for filming. Since the shooting period wasn't long, her pregnancy wasn't noticeable at all, and the filming went smoothly. After finishing the shoot, Sha Qingmeng filmed the 3 endorsement commercials she had previously agreed to, and then officially stayed at home to focus on nurturing her pregnancy. Sha Qingmeng felt she was quite lucky. While other pregnant women were tormented by various pregnancy reactions, she had a great appetite and didn't feel any discomfort during filming. Everything went very smoothly. Sha Qingmeng didn't know this was thanks to the system. She only felt that the child she was carrying would definitely be very well behaved in the future. Generally speaking, pregnant women only start showing in the 4th month. However, Sha Qingmeng's belly began to show not long after her work ended, at just over 3 months. Initially, Sha Qingmeng didn't pay much attention, but Mother Shu, having been a mother herself, felt something was off the more she looked at the belly. She gave it a keen touch and said strangely, "Meng, isn't your belly growing a bit fast? I remember when I was pregnant with that stinky boy, it wasn't even noticeable at this stage." Lacking experience, Sha Qingmeng also looked down and touched her already protruding belly, thinking, could it be twins? Why wasn't it detected during the previous checkup? HMPH quack doctor. Actually, the previous checkup was done too early, so it was normal not to detect it. Moreover, Sha Qingmeng had been healthy and smooth since then, so she hadn't gone for another checkup. At the thought that Sha Qingmeng might be carrying 2 little ones, Mother Shu was incredibly happy. She immediately went on a passionate shopping spree and added another set of baby supplies, leaving Sha Qingmeng stuck between laughter and tears. When Xu Xing returned from work in the evening, Sha Qingmeng told him about it. Xu Xing was surprised and delighted. The two decided to go to the hospital to check if it was true, lest it be a false alarm. Xu Xing also suddenly doubted his usually excellent memory and called out 0250 to review the original plot. That's right, in the original plot, Sha Qingmeng had indeed been pregnant twice, but both ended in miscarriages due to accidents. However, the plot didn't specify how many children there were. In the last world, he and Sha Qingmeng only had Lei and Yao Yao. Could it be that in this world, they had more than just Lei and Yao Yao? It would have been fine if he didn't know, but knowing made him a bit conflicted. He didn't really want more children. Too many children would be too noisy, and pregnancy was very hard. After thinking it over, Xu Xing finally decided to pretend he didn't know. What good were more children? Not only would they cost money and energy, delaying his closeness with Sha Qingmeng, but they would also hinder Sha Qingmeng's acting career. Most importantly, he didn't have the final say in this matter. Wouldn't it have to depend on Sha Qingmeng? During the time Sha Qingmeng was pregnant, several of her dramas were broadcast one after another. The first to air was the television series You in Time, where she played the 4th female lead. In the drama, she played a brainless, villainous supporting female character. Actually, this drama wasn't originally that popular, and she was only the 4th female lead. However, she couldn't help but gain popularity after participating in the variety show, which in turn made this drama a hit. As this drama became popular, several of Sha Qingmeng's previously backlogged costume dramas were actually broadcast as well. Unexpectedly, they were quite good and helped her solidify a group of fans. Perhaps the industrial assembly line flavor from a few years ago wasn't as strong yet. Even though they were backlogged dramas, they were surprisingly competitive in today's market. Since Zhang Ran signed with Chengxi, the company was finally no longer a drag, and resources caught up. Facts proved that he had potential. Basically, every drama he acted in became a hit. but he might have developed some kind of shadow regarding variety shows. In short, he never participated in one again. Fans originally thought it was a pity, but later they just became indifferent. Forget it, as long as the kid is happy. It's good to focus on acting. Actors should maintain their distance and shouldn't always participate in variety shows. 10 months of pregnancy passed neither quickly nor slowly. Even after experiencing two worlds, Xu Xing still felt that this period was very hard for Xia Qingmeng. The two children were born in the morning, and it really was Lei Lei and Yao Yao. Although the emotions from the previous world had been stripped away, the memories remained. When he truly saw the two children with his own eyes again, Xu Xing still felt a wave of familiar emotion. It's great, they are still a family. While Xia Qingmeng was in confinement, her new drama Our Life also happened to start broadcasting. Even if it was a web drama, the one recommended by Senior Deng was indeed of high quality. Although it was an ensemble drama, every character in it was vivid. Especially Xia Qingmeng's character, which sparked widespread discussion among netizens. From time to time, fans would advise her in the comments section not to be a love brain. Being a love brain is unacceptable. Focus on your career. Of course, most of them were asking her to come out and work. She hadn't really been active for nearly a year. Every time she did something, she just posted a few photos, and the fans missed her to death. Fortunately, many of her dramas were broadcast during this year, so the fans weren't too lonely. By the time Xia Qingmeng finished her confinement, the drama was also nearing its end. In the story, Song Wen, played by her, finally got a divorce, secured custody of the child, and lived alone with the child. Although it was hard, getting rid of the scumbag was a kind of liberation. Fans were crying their eyes out, and the bullet comments were all feeling sorry for Song Wen for meeting the wrong person and wasting her youth. Many people also congratulated Song Wen for staying away from the scum and wished her happiness in the future. Xia Qingmeng felt that after being away from the screen for so long, she should give her fans an explanation. So she took a photo with Xu Xing and the two children and posted it on Weibo. Hi, long time no see, everyone, I'm living very happily now, you all should be healthy and happy too. Attached, one group photo. Consequently, the internet exploded once again. The fans were all stunned. Good heavens, this pair really likes to do big things quietly. Getting married without a word, having babies without a word. No wonder she hasn't been seen for so long. Turns out she went to have babies. Manager Yi Qin. Just pretend she doesn't exist, because many of Xia Qingmeng's dramas were broadcast this year and the quality was good. Although she didn't work frequently, her popularity with the general public actually rose significantly. The wedding, which the two had postponed because of the children, was finally put on the agenda. When the wedding was held, many people sent their blessings. Many incredible industry big shots also attended. The CP super topic for the two was even more of an all-night revelry. Xu Xing was happy and even interacted with fans in the super topic for once, sending wedding candies to lucky fans. Fans praised him for being a good son-in-law. Xia Qingmeng could be considered to have officially made her comeback. Because her popularity with the public had improved and her professional ability was strong, her career was flourishing. Miss Yin came to the door several times later, but was blocked by Mother Xu. After multiple failed attempts, she could only return in defeat. Xu Xing didn't consider himself a kind person. If he didn't deal with the Chu family would reach out to the Xu family. Therefore, it was impossible for him to give the Chu family any development opportunities. In recent years, he had been working tirelessly to develop emerging technologies and open up new scientific fields. In a luxurious bedroom, Chu Shuwen, with a splitting headache, smashed a half-drunk bottle of wine and hung up the phone that had just rung countless times. Over the years, he had spent a lot of effort to get the Chu group, but he wasn't as happy as he had imagined. Just trying his best to maintain the company's current operating status was already exhausting. He really had no mind to deal with this woman who lost her temper and caused trouble all day long. On the other end of the phone, Miss Yin saw her call hung up again, and her heart was filled with even more hatred and anger. He was the one who agreed to strive together at the beginning, but he was also the one who abandoned her. He was the one who said they would be together forever, but he was also the one who drugged her to cause a miscarriage. Without the help of the Xu family in recent years, plus her multiple failed entrepreneurial attempts, the Yin family had incurred a lot of debts, and their lives were getting worse by the day. Now, let alone the latest clothes and bags. Even whether she could keep the Yin family's large villa had become a problem. If she hadn't been truly desperate, why would she have sought out Chu Shuwen? On the phone was the busy signal of an unconnected call. On the television, the new movie for which Xia Qingmeng won Best Actress was being broadcast. Miss Yin found it incredibly eyesore and gripped the remote to change the channel. But she switched to Xu Xing talking eloquently during an interview. Miss Yin gazed almost greedily at the young and handsome man on the screen. This was supposed to be her man. He was so obsessed with her back then how could he change his mind? And like Sha Qingming, she had to ask clearly why he didn't like her anymore. Miss Yin almost couldn't suppress these crazy thoughts in her heart and took a taxi to Shu Xingyi's company. I want to see Shu Xing, tell him to come down for me, Miss Yin shouted at the front desk, even throwing her bag and stomping her feet with no image to speak of. After several years, the receptionist was no longer the newcomer from back then and was already as familiar with Miss Yin as could be. This crazy woman would occasionally come here to act crazy. She was already used to it. But she still had no way to deal with her and could only call security to drag her out, lest she affect the corporate image. Let go of me, Miss Yin struggled desperately. She was the eldest miss of the Yin family, not even some stinking security guard could touch her. 33. Number 33 Domineering CEO vs 18th tier stand-in actress, the end. Chapter 18. The overbearing CEO versus the 18th tier stand-in starlet, end. As soon as Sha Qingming entered the main entrance of the corporation, she saw this chaotic scene before her eyes. She didn't quite understand why Miss Yin always refused to let go of Shu Xing. They clearly had no relationship other than being former schoolmates, and even that connection had long since been worn away. But Shu Xing had told her not to get close to this crazy woman, as it would only lead to misfortune. Today, she had just made some delicious food and wanted to bring it to Shu Xing. She had no intention of causing trouble. Over the past few years, she had put effort into practicing her culinary skills and had actually found some joy in cooking. So, Sha Qingming proactively kept her distance, not wanting to cross paths with Miss Yin. When Miss Yin saw Sha Qingming, her eyes turned red with envy. She recognized that Sha Qingming was wearing the latest dress from Brand T, and the bag in her hand was a limited edition. Why did this woman get to appear before her, looking so glamorous? She must be doing it on purpose. Sha Qingming, don't you get too ahead of yourself. Do you think Shu Xing really likes you? You're just a stand-in. You'll be nothing but my stand-in for the rest of your life. Do you know who Shu Xingyi's first love is? It's me. I am his first love. I'm the one he'll never be able to forget, Miss Yin shouted almost hysterically. Sha Qingming gave her a strange look, intending to ignore her. One of the security guards blocking her couldn't stand it anymore and snapped back at Miss Yin. Give it a rest. If she really were your stand-in, why would our chairman Shu pass up on you, the original, and insist on marrying a stand-in instead? The receptionist silently gave the security guard a thumbs up. He was absolutely right. Miss Yin was likely provoked, as she began to expose her own actions. Sha Qingming, how do you think all those scandals about you came about? I'm the one who leaked them. Ha ha ha. You think Shu Xing really cares about you? If he did, with the Shu family's power, how could he have let those scandals get out? He's been lying to you. He's a complete and utter liar. Sha Qingming's hand tightened around the lunchbox. Angrily, she placed it on the reception desk and said, "Watch this for me." The receptionist nodded. She watched as Sha Qingming walked up to Miss Yin with an indignant expression. He has never been a liar. Don't spread malicious rumors, Miss Yin. My patience has its limits. Limits? Everything I said is the truth. If you don't believe me, go ask him yourself. See how he answers you. Miss Yin gave a couple of dry, mocking laughs, ridiculing Sha Qingming for being too naive. Sha Qingming took a deep breath, trying her best to calm down. She stared back and replied, "Actually, I've known for a long time that you were the one who intentionally leaked those scandals. But I should thank you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the chance to be with him." Why do you think he agreed to join that variety show with me back then? Miss Yin couldn't bear to hear this. It struck a nerve, and she covered her head, screaming, "Ah," and refusing to listen, even reaching out to push Sha Qingming. Caught off guard by the forceful push, Sha Qingming lost her balance and stumbled back 2 steps. Everyone around them instinctively tensed up. "Miss Yin, I advise you not to go too far." Shu Xing pulled Sha Qingming tightly into his arms, his expression icy. Sha Qingming looked up at Shu Xing, somewhat surprised. "Why did you come down? I saw that you hadn't come up after so long, so I wanted to come down and find you." Shu Xing shot a cold glance at Miss Yin. "I didn't expect to see this scene. Is the eldest Miss Yin so idle today that she wants to cause another scene at my place?" Miss Yin's face turned pale. She then covered her face and began to sob piteously, as if she had suffered a great injustice. "Brother Shu, didn't you used to like me the most? Have you really forgotten everything?" Shu Xing didn't give her any face at all. "Xiao He, contact the legal department and call the police immediately. This lady seems to be suffering from severe delusions. She might not care about her reputation, but our company still cares about its image. Look at what this has turned into." The young man called Xiao He responded crisply and immediately went to make the call. Miss Yin panicked instantly. You're making a false report. You can't do this. Sha Qingming was no pushover either. She said angrily, Miss Yin, this isn't the first or second time you've come here to harass us. We have evidence. Whether it's a false report or not, the police will decide. Xu Xing picked up the lunchbox from the reception desk and led Sha Qingming upstairs. Originally, he had planned to let Miss Yin fend for herself, but since she kept coming back to annoy him, he decided to settle it once and for all. Sending her away to reflect would be better. Otherwise, she was simply too annoying. Not long after, Miss Yin was taken away by a group of people in uniform, crying and screaming. She felt regretful and confused. She was just making a scene like she always did. How did it end with her going to jail? It wasn't until she was faced with a pile of old and new grievances to settle that Miss Yin finally realized clearly. She and Xu Xing could never go back to the past. She couldn't help but recall their student days. Back then, he would cross a whole teaching building just to bring her notes. He didn't look at her with an icy face. Back then, he would smile at her gently. Who was it that said Xu Xing had a crush on her back then? She could no longer remember. But that belief seemed to have taken root in her heart since then, and had remained unchanged until now. No, perhaps it had finally changed now. Having been sent away by his own hand, she finally woke up completely. He had long since stopped liking her, or perhaps he had never liked her even during their student days. It was all just her own unrequited wishful thinking. Xu Xing didn't care about what happened to Miss Yin. He was currently eating. The food sent by his wife was truly delicious. Sha Qingming rested her chin on her hand as she watched him eat, her sparkling eyes curving into crescents. How is my cooking now? Is it pretty good? Xu Xing immediately gave his affirmation. It's very delicious, but you don't have to go out of your way to learn. We have people at home to cook. Sha Qingming just smiled. I enjoy it. I find cooking quite interesting now. Lele and Yao Yao also like the food I make. Xu Xing teased her. They're still so small. Do they even know what tastes good? Sha Qingming pouted. You're trying to discourage me on purpose. No, it really is delicious, Xu Xing denied repeatedly. Sha Qingming's current cooking level was completely incomparable to when she only knew how to make diet meals. By the way, have Lele and Yao Yao been good at home lately? Have they been bothering you much? Xu Xing didn't believe those two little brats were always well behaved. They always liked to disturb him late at night, ruining his private time with Qingming. Sha Qingming chuckled softly. I think they're quite good, not too noisy. Oh, right, I recently took on a new script. Where is the filming? Xu Xing asked, suddenly alert. We might have to be in a long-distance relationship for a while. Sha Qingming leaned in and gave him a kiss as compensation. That's simple. You'll just have to work a bit harder these next few nights to soothe my longing. Xu Xing gave a wicked smile and kissed her back. Sha Qingming. She only intended to deliver lunch, but ended up being eaten as lunch herself in this life. Sha Qingming achieved her wish of winning Best Actress in both film and television. She continued to film at a pace of 1 or 2 projects a year, never stopping her career. Later, she gradually retired from the screen to work behind the scenes, personally directing and producing many films that received widespread acclaim. Although one person's power is meager, she wanted to work hard to change the overly impetuous state of the film and television industry, even if only a little. Meanwhile, Xu Xing led the Xu Corporation to collaborate with the state many times, making outstanding contributions to both technological development and society. Although Chu Shuwen managed to seize the Chu Corporation, the early internal friction was severe, causing him to miss the optimal window for development. He could no longer be compared to the Xu Corporation. No matter how much blood and sweat Chu Shuwen poured into it, he could never catch up for the rest of his life. Without the so-called female protagonist halo and the blessing of luck, Miss Yin was nothing more than a person with very ordinary abilities. When her days of atonement ended and she saw the light of day again, passing by the Xu Corporation building once more, she could only lower her head and scurry away, terrified that someone there might recognize her. When Sha Qingming and Xu Xing grew old, they handed over their work to their 2 children and went off to travel and enjoy the sights. Because of her years of filming, Sha Qingming had some old injuries and passed away before Xu Xing. She didn't want to lie in a cold hospital. She preferred to sit in the small garden she had carefully tended and leave while basking in the warm sun. Xu Xing agreed to her request. Sha Qingming left with a smile. She said that in this life, meeting Xu Xing was the greatest luck of her life. The moment she stopped breathing, Xu Xing called for 0250 and left this world. Even though the 2 children were no longer young, seeing their parents embracing each other and then falling into eternal sleep, they couldn't help but burst into tears. But they knew their parents were happy. 34. Number 34 Loyal Knight vs Princess of a Demised Kingdom. 1. Chapter 1. The Loyal Knight versus the Princess of the Fallen Kingdom, 1. When Xu Xing woke up again, he found that all the scenery around him had changed. Instead of modern decor, he saw a wooden roof. Having gone through 2 consecutive worlds with a modern style, the sudden switch to something so rustic left Xu Xing slightly disoriented. The emotions related to the previous world gradually faded away under the system's stripping process. However, all his other memories remained. 0250, transmit the plot of this world to me. Open black lens bracket understood. Plot transmission preparing. 2%, 15%, 45%, 99% plot transmission complete. Close black lens bracket. Xu Xing lay on the bed and carefully reviewed the plot. The world he was currently in was an ancient continent, where over a dozen kingdoms of various sizes were scattered. The 2 largest among them were Saralida and Atelj. This continent was somewhat cursed. Every 2,000 years, the seal on the demon would loosen, and its reappearance would bring disaster to the entire continent, such as monsters becoming stronger and the environment deteriorating. But whenever this happened, a saintess and a hero would awaken on the continent. Only by combining their strength to seal the demon could peace be restored to the land. In the original plot, the male protagonist was Grady, the first prince of Atelj, and the hero who saved the continent in the story. The saintess, who was the female protagonist in the original plot, was a commoner girl named Karina whom the first prince rescued during a secret visit. The prince used a demon exorcising divine sword, combined with the holy energy awakened by the saintess, to seal the demon. This deed was celebrated as a legend, and the 2 lived happily ever after. Of course, the story was far from being that simple. Prince Grady and Saintess Karina were not truly in love, and their seal was not secure. The demon would soon return, and when it did, the entire continent would be utterly destroyed by it. This was because the abilities of these 2 individuals were stripped from the true hero and Saintess long ago. These 2 had already teamed up to murder the real hero and Saintess. It was just that the true hero and Saintess were framed as villains in the original plot, making the fake hero and fake Saintess appear to be partners of justice. Xu Xing sighed and climbed out of bed. He was no longer called Xu Xing. Rather, Lantalizi was the more fitting name. He was a knight of the Saralida kingdom. He was also the wronged hero who was framed as a villain and murdered in the original plot. His destined person in this world was the least favored little princess of the Saralida kingdom, Freya Ramirez, who was also the true saintess whose holy energy was cruelly stripped away. In the original plot, the original host possessed extraordinary martial skills and quickly became a royal guard knight serving the king of Saralida. He also gained the recognition of the demon exorcising divine sword during a campaign. Unexpectedly, 4 years later, the demon awakened prematurely, with its source pointing directly at the Saralida kingdom. The original host fought fiercely against the monsters until exhaustion, but the kingdom still fell. The aid from the neighboring kingdom of Atelj only arrived late, and the original host was subsequently rescued by troops dispatched by Grady, the first prince of Atelj. However, because he was too severely injured, Grady developed ulterior motives, resulting in the host being imprisoned and the divine sword being stolen. But the divine sword recognized its true master. Others couldn't even utilize 1/10 of its power. This was also why the seal would quickly loosen again later, allowing the demon to reappear. Because without the true saintess and hero, that power could not be genuinely wielded. Freya Ramirez was born to a low-status palace maid, so she was not favored by the king of Saralida. In fact, she was practically despised. In the year she turned 16, the king used a political marriage as an excuse to marry her off as a concubine to Prince Grady of the neighboring kingdom. Freya's health was poor. Congenital deficiencies made her frail and sickly from a young age. Grady disliked her constant melancholy, looking as if she might die at any moment, but he still showed great care on the surface. When Freya was 17, she participated in a royal hunt. When assassins suddenly attacked, Grady happened to save her, and Freya awakened her holy energy at that critical moment. From then on, Freya uncontrollably gave her heart to him. But such affection did not bring her a good outcome. During a subsequent secret visit, Grady met the commoner girl Karina and instantly fell in love. Swayed by Karina's sweet talk, Grady firmly believed that Freya's frail body could not support the activation of holy energy. He then used forbidden technique to transfer the holy energy from Freya's body to Karina's while Freya was unsuspecting. Freya was severely wounded by this, lost all hope in Grady, and her heart gradually darkened. However, she was already at the end of her rope, ultimately succumbed, and died filled with hatred. Lanta finished reviewing the plot and couldn't help but let out a slight sigh. This time, he not only had to save his beloved but also the world, or else he could forget about living a peaceful life. Fortunately, the current timeline was still early. He had not yet become a Royal Guard Knight to the king, but was only a small captain in the Royal Knights Order. Freya was also only 14, not yet of marriageable age. Getting out of bed and changing into clothes suitable for going out, Lanta picked up the sword from the nearby rack, deciding to first familiarize himself with the swordsmanship. Although he had inherited the memories and physical techniques, he still needed more practice to further refine them. 0250. How many points do I have now? Open black lens bracket. Due to the host's excellent performance in the previous world, achieving the 100% capture completion, 10,000 points are rewarded. Additionally, for the host's contribution to social development, an extra 10,000 points are rewarded. Current balance is 29,000 points. Close black lens bracket. Having gone through 2 worlds, he had accumulated some savings. Lanta then clicked into the mall for a quick browse. To put it plainly, this was a world of swords and magic. In the previous 2 worlds, he had maximized his technology points, but they seemed somewhat useless in the current world. He currently only had 1 usable skill gifted in the binding package. Open black lens bracket. Martial arts mastery. Close black lens bracket, which could compensate for his weakness in unarmed close combat. Aside from that, his current hero level body inherited open black lens bracket swordsmanship mastery. Close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket bullseye shot. Close black lens bracket. After some thought, Lanta spent 6,000 points to exchange for open black lens bracket magic mastery. Close black lens bracket. Although it could only be used in specific worlds where magic existed, its powerful, cheat-like functionality made it worth the cost. Lanta didn't exchange anything else. He closed the mall, took a beauty and health pill, and practiced his swordplay all morning. He was drenched in sweat, but his entire body felt refreshed. The health pill worked well. Lanta could clearly feel his physical condition was better than before. In this world of unforgiving swords and rampant magic, a strong physique was crucial. After quickly eating lunch, Lanta carefully examined the sword he was currently using. This sword was the standard issue saber for the Royal Knights Order, but as a small captain of a squadron, the quality of his weapon was naturally superior to the others. Promotions within the Knights Order were based on merit. Once a certain threshold of merit was achieved and an assessment passed, one could be promoted. The Knights Order was divided into outer city and inner city branches. Knights from the outer city could enter the inner city after selection. The Inner City Knights Order, after further rigorous screening, could become personal Royal Guard Knights for members of the royal family. This was the ultimate honor for a knight, and he himself was currently the youngest captain in the Royal Inner City Knights Order, commanding immense prestige and having a bright future. Lanta merely curled his lip at this. Not everyone was worthy of his protection. Today was the first day of his vacation. The Knights Order did have holidays, but they were based on a rotation system, and naturally, the higher the position, the more vacation time and better benefits one received. As soon as Lanta thought of all the events that would occur in the original plot, he immediately decided to use this vacation to retrieve the divine sword first, and then keep a low profile. He wouldn't foolishly go and become the king's royal guard knight with great fanfare like in the original plot. That person wasn't worthy. He needed to find a way to become Freya's royal guard knight directly and protect her personally. 35. Number 35. Loyal Knight vs. Princess of a Demised Kingdom. 2. Chapter 2. The Loyal Knight vs. the Ruined Princess. 2. Lanta had always been decisive and efficient. Immediately after making his decision, he began preparing his travel gear. The demon exercising divine sword had historically been sealed within the divine tower, which was hidden deep within the Yuya forest. The Yuya forest was perpetually shrouded in heavy fog, never seeing the sun. Here, there was no distinction between day and night, leading people to commonly call it the foggy forest. Once entered, unless one was blessed with heavenly luck, they would be lost forever until they perished and turned to bone. In the original plot, a monster riot would occur in the Yuya forest 2 years later. King Cyrulida's first attempt to suppress it failed, forcing him to dispatch Lanta, who was the captain of the Inner City Knights Order, to handle the situation. It was during his fight with the monsters that Lanta accidentally stumbled into the Divine Tower. Of course, rather than saying he stumbled in, it was more accurate to say the Divine Tower itself was summoning him, which was why he was able to safely traverse the forest and ultimately retrieve the Divine Sword. After retrieving the Divine Sword, Lanta was valued even more highly by the king, being directly promoted to Royal Guard Knight. However, this also made him more feared, so the king kept him constantly by his side. This time, however, he intended to retrieve the divine sword ahead of schedule, preparing in advance. The road to the Yuya forest was not easy. The variable and unpredictable weather was the most critical problem. Especially after the awakening of the heteromorphic demons, not only was the climate harsh, but groups of heteromorphic demons would occasionally attack travelers, making the area even more deserted. Lanta was originally only scheduled for 3 days of rotation leave, but 3 days wasn't even enough time for the journey to the Yuya forest, so Lanta specially requested an extended leave. This was the first time he had ever requested such a long leave, but it was easier than he expected and met with no obstruction. After all, Lanta's military merits and his history of never taking leave were well known. No one objected to his request. In fact, many wished him a pleasant vacation. This trip to the Yuya forest was a secret operation, and Lanta did not want anyone to know. Therefore, some disguise was necessary. First, his sidearm could not be the standard Knight's Order issue sword. Lanta switched to a sword named Black Steel Fang. This blade was a family heirloom left by his father, and its dark color blended well with the knight, facilitating his movements. Furthermore, his silver hair was too distinctive, so he had to wear a hooded cloak. Although it seemed strange, in settings akin to this two-dimensional world, wearing a hood was usually enough to prevent recognition. But Lanta still felt the hood was unreliable, so he called out 0250. After consulting the system mall, he spent 50 points at the best price to buy a color change card, which could alter his hair color for a limited time of 20 days. In addition, he prepared a bow and arrows for long-range attacks, a large supply of arrows, various hidden weapons, and of course, poison, since all is fair in war. The vicinity of the Yuya forest was fraught with danger, and nothing was unexpected. Some items might prove surprisingly effective. Aside from weapons, the most important thing was dry rations. It was ridiculous. Although technology was underdeveloped in this minor world, the food he ate was incredibly filling and staved off hunger for a long time. Lanta was used to it, as this was a world that even had magic. Even he himself wasn't just a simple knight, but a magic knight. Host the mall actually offers portable space. Too, it's an essential artifact for home and travel. Would you like to take a look? 0250 reminded him at the opportune moment. Space? Space truly was a good thing. Lanta inquired, are there usage restrictions? It won't be usable in this world but not the next, right? 0250 quickly explained. Absolutely not, there are no restrictions on using the portable space. It is the host's personal property and it can grow and level up. A space that can grow? Lanta was tempted. Crucially, the ability to grow made it more valuable than ordinary space. He clicked back into the mall to check. Good heavens, it was truly expensive. 10,000 points only got him 8 cubic meters? Wouldn't 8 cubic meters fill up quickly with just a few items? The next upgrade required 20,000 points, but the space increased exponentially, becoming 64 cubic meters. The level after that required 60,000 points, and the space became 512 cubic meters. And so on. Although the calculation method was a bit strange, in a way, it was quite a bargain. Lanta gritted his teeth and exchanged for it. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Good things always come at a price. After exchanging for the space and packing his belongings, he prepared extra hot food and warming equipment, and Lanta set off on the road to the Yuya forest. To the outside world, however, he claimed he hadn't gone out to relax in a long time, having been stuck in the military camp every day, and thus wanted to take a trip. Those living here were mostly family members of the Knight's Order. Neighbors were well acquainted, and Lanta was a famous genius swordsman who often returned with great rewards, benefiting the surrounding households. Especially since he was young, orphaned, and lived alone, his buffs were fully stacked. Thus, everyone was friendly, and no one suspected his true intentions for the trip. Lanta named his warhorse Light. He had spotted it at the horse market years ago when Light was just a malnourished foal. For some reason, they clicked instantly, and Lanta personally raised and trained Light. Now, they were the best comrades. Only an exceptional warhorse like Light could handle a place like the Yuya forest. The path to the Yuya forest mostly traversed highland snow ridges, where experiencing all 4 seasons in a single day was not an exaggeration. The road was already difficult before the heteromorphic demons appeared, let alone 4 years later when the heteromorphic demons awakened. By then, this area would completely become their stronghold. It took Lanta 4 days to reach the foot of the mountain where the Yuya forest was located. A small village still resided here. Although the environment was harsh, the villagers' lives were still orderly. Lanta found the only inn in the area to stay. There were more travelers in the inn than expected, mostly adventurers or explorers. They came here either for tasks or for the legendary countless treasures of gold and silver, rumored to be hidden in the Divine Tower. Lanta ordered a cup of hot tea and a standard single meal set, taking a seat in a corner to discreetly gather information. The innkeeper was a burly middle-aged man. When he saw Lanta, he couldn't help but offer a word of caution. "Young man, be careful. Lanta looked like a slender teenager barely in his teens, and coming here alone was truly risky. Thank you. Lanta nodded, saying nothing further. They were merely passing acquaintances, and that single sentence was an act of considerable kindness. The innkeeper placed the tray down and hurried off to serve tea and water to the other guests. Hey, let me tell you, I ran into a diviner on the roadside 2 days ago. I don't know if the guy was telling the truth or not, but he kept shouting that the end of the world was coming, and disaster was imminent. A man, likely drunk, stood up, loudly waving his wine cup. Ha 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 ha, you believe a roadside charlatan? So what if the world ends? It certainly won't be our turn first. A young man at the next table, clearly disbelieving the drunkard, took a sip of wine and shook his head repeatedly. You dare not believe me, that person said. It's just 4 years away, everyone will be finished in 4 years. The man felt annoyed that others didn't believe him. Ha 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 ha, this dog-forsaken life can't get any worse. I'll just wait for the heavens to take me. In 4 years, a man dressed like an adventurer angrily smashed his wine cup, laughed uproariously toward the ceiling, but didn't forget to leave a few copper coins to pay for the damage. Boss, I've been here for so many days, and it snows every day. When will the weather clear up here? Some adventurers didn't care about the 4-year prophecy. They only cared about their current tasks. If they couldn't complete the task and get paid, forget 4 years from now, they'd starve today. Just wait a little longer, it'll be soon. The weather here is just like this. There's nothing you can do but wait. A plump woman emerged from the kitchen to help her husband with the work. It was almost mealtime, and the number of people in the shop was increasing. One person alone was getting overwhelmed. After finishing his meal, Lanta stayed in the shop for a bit longer, but failed to gather any particularly useful information. He paid his bill and turned to go rest in his room upstairs. Although the Yuya forest was dangerous, the deepest part of the forest was the most perilous. The surrounding area was relatively safe and was the main zone for human activity. Most adventurers came here to hunt relatively rare beasts and monsters or to collect plants. The climate here was complex and the environment harsh, so plants that could survive here had high medicinal value. Similarly, the furs and hides of the beasts here were extremely precious, fetching considerable prices and beloved by nobles. Hence, many people were willing to take risks. Looking out the inn window, everything was a white blur, with visibility less than 10 meters. But this was only true for ordinary sight. When he focused his magic power into his eyes and looked out, he could see everything clearly. In this harsh weather, hardly anyone was moving outside. Most people were indoors waiting for the weather to clear. 36. Number 36, Loyal Knight vs. Princess of a Demised Kingdom. 3. Chapter 3. The Loyal Knight vs. the Fallen Princess. 3. Lanta packed his bags and decided to take action tonight. If he waited for the weather to clear, there would surely be too many prying eyes, making it inconvenient to move. It was better to take advantage of the current night as cover. Compared to harsh environments, human nature is often the thing that least withstands testing. On the outskirts of the Yuya forest, wind and snow raged, with the snow reaching almost knee-deep. If it weren't for using magic to maintain a constant body temperature, Lanta couldn't guarantee he would survive walking in this godforsaken place. Having experienced 2 small worlds, he had never seen such a harsh environment. After walking for about an hour, he stepped past a stone tablet. Lanta squinted at it. 3 large characters were written there, Yuya Forest. It truly was a world with an anime-like setting. As soon as Lanta crossed the boundary marked by the stone tablet, all the wind and snow vanished instantly. His ears were met with an unusual silence, making him feel a bit unaccustomed for a moment. Everything in the Yuya forest was misty. The sky was obscured by the shade of trees that blotted out the sun, and the gray sky could only be vaguely seen through the gaps. From time to time, howls that sounded like monsters or perhaps just animals echoed in his ears, which was quite eerie. Lanta summoned the black steel fang from his storage space, ready to draw the sword at any moment. Wasn't there supposed to be a summoning guide for the hero? Why wasn't there one? But then again, it's better to rely on oneself than others. Compared to that unreliable summoning, it was more practical to find it himself. The paths in the Yuya forest were actually easy to walk, but there were an extraordinary number of forks. One could easily get lost or trapped in a loop, which was why many people were stranded here forever. At the very least, as he walked along this path, the number of skeletal remains he stepped on grew more and more frequent. The weed Lanta used for marking was called silver needle grass. This grass has extremely tenacious vitality. As long as a trace of mana is injected, it can maintain its activity for a long time, so it is often used as a wayfinding marker to prevent getting lost. Despite the lack of any summoning, miraculously, Lanta discovered through the residual magic on the silver needle grass that he hadn't walked down a single repeated path. On one hand, he felt fortunate, but on the other, a chill ran down his spine. Somehow, he was already being guided by this forest. Lanta's journey was extremely smooth, even though the withered bones beneath his feet went from scattered individuals to eventually forming near continuous patches, which was very unsettling. If he weren't the chosen hero, he feared he would have become one of these thousands of skeletons. There is no concept of time in the Yuya forest. All timekeeping instruments fail here. Lanta kept walking forward without stopping, until eventually, he almost had the illusion that he had been walking for a lifetime. Just when it seemed he couldn't hold on any longer, a magnificent high tower finally appeared before his eyes. The spire towered into the clouds, and the body of the tower was covered in vines, looking ancient and mysterious. Upon seeing the newcomer, this tower, which had been silent for 2,000 years, finally glowed with a hint of light again. An old and deep voice slowly echoed from the heavens. 2,000 years, my master, you have finally returned. You know me? Lanta withdrew the sword in his hand and looked up at the top of the tower where the voice came from. He didn't sense any malice. Indeed, I have been waiting here for your arrival. The blood flowing in you has the scent of the master. Creak. Along with the aged voice, the gates of the divine tower slowly opened. Lanta strode inside with large steps. He really wanted to see just how miraculous the so-called demon exorcising divine sword was. According to travelers, besides a demon exorcising divine sword, the divine tower also contained countless gold and silver treasures, as well as elixirs of immortality. But the reality was, aside from a broken sword stuck in the ground, there was nothing. Lanta walked up to the divine sword. The blade was covered in rust and had chips in it, except for a hilt where some patterns could vaguely be seen. It looked broken no matter how one viewed it. Lanta, well, is this because it hasn't been consecrated yet? Divine sword. Lanta, tell me, how do I activate it? You don't need my blood as a sacrifice to the heavens, do you? Divine sword. Cough, cough, after all it's been 2,000 years. I really am lacking some essence blood. Fine, it's all tropes. Lanta pulled out a silver needle, intending to prick his finger. Divine sword. Isn't this a bit too little? Lanta looked at the dilapidated blade. A drop or two of blood was indeed a bit insufficient. He then pulled out a dagger and decisively cut a wound in his palm. Fresh blood flowed slowly down the hilt, and the blade was bathed in red blood, emitting bursts of golden light. The blood began to gradually diverge, permeating into every pattern of the blade and merging with it. Along with the fusion of the blood, the chips in the blade began to fill in rapidly, and the rust all over it fell off at a speed visible to the naked eye, revealing its original, flawless appearance. The golden light gradually dissipated. With a slight effort, Lanta pulled the divine sword out of the muddy ground and swung it at a pillar in front of him. The blade was unsullied by dust and as thin as a cicada's wing, yet it cut through iron like mud. Viewed from the front, the blade was ice blue, but from the side, it shimmered with golden light. It was unknown what miraculous material it was made of. Divine sword. Master, let's go out and defeat the abyssal demons. I've waited for 2,000 years and can't wait any longer. Lanta put away the divine sword. No rush, the abyssal demons haven't appeared yet, and the saintess hasn't awakened either. Divine sword. Lanta, anyway, come back with me first. The divine sword chattered. No wonder Master doesn't look very old. Master, are we going to look for the saintess next and wait for the abyssal demons? This time we can take action in advance, Master. Lanta's head throbbed from its noise, so he sent it directly into his storage space to be quiet for a while, then prepared to set off back. On the way back, Lanta clearly felt that his pace had become much faster. When he left the Yuya forest, the wind and snow outside hadn't stopped, and a sudden gust almost knocked him over. However, the distant sky seemed to be brightening slightly. Without realizing it, an entire night had passed. But in all fairness, this speed was already fast enough. Lanta rushed back to the post station at full speed, hunting a few wild beasts along the way and throwing them into his storage space, then flipped through the window into his room. Excellent, most people were still dreaming, and no one noticed he had left in the middle of the night. Having settled a matter on his mind, Lanta took off his coat and had a comfortable sleep. After traveling day and night for the past few days, this was the first night he had slept so peacefully since crossing into this world. Lanta slept until he woke up naturally the next afternoon. By the time he woke up, the sky outside was bright and the wind and snow had stopped. Thinking he should at least put on an act for his return, he got up to wash, packed his gear, and then picked out a beast that wasn't too large, pretending to have returned from hunting, and asked the innkeeper to help skin and process it. The innkeeper didn't expect that he, looking thin and weak and not very old, could actually take down a fierce beast single-handedly. The look in his eyes became a bit more impressed. Young man, it's cleared up today. You didn't go to the Divine Tower with the others? The innkeeper remarked casually. After all, at least 8 out of 10 people who came here were for the Divine Tower. No, I didn't, Lanta nodded, confirming the owner's question. He couldn't exactly say he had already been there, could he? That would be too abnormal. True, the Divine Tower is still too dangerous. People go in but don't come out. Being able to hunt a couple of wild beasts makes this trip worth it already. The innkeeper had seen too many people wanting to find treasure in the Divine Tower. He used to advise them against it, but now he was numb. He could only say that everyone has their own fate. After the processing was finished, Lanta packed his luggage, checked out, and prepared to set off back. When he left the post station, seeing it was his first time here and that he was young, the owner warmly gave him a bag of local specialties. Lanta thought for a moment and still gave the owner a reminder. In 4 years, whatever you do, do not head in the direction of Saralida. Saralida was a disaster-stricken area where abyssal demons appeared. Ordinary people going there would only find death. As the saying goes, rumors can become reality. Looking at the young man's thin frame and his back as he rode away, the innkeeper fell into deep thought. He thought of the prophecy the drunkard had rambled about last night from a diviner. Perhaps it really wasn't without merit? 37. Number 37 Loyal Knight vs. Princess of a Demised Kingdom. 4. Chapter 4. Loyal Dog Knight vs. Fallen Princess. 4. By the time Lanta returned to Saralida discreetly, 4 days had already passed. During these 4 days, a major event occurred in Saralida. 2 days ago, a highly respected diviner reached a startling conclusion through stargazing. The hero, who had not appeared for 1,000 years, had resurfaced on the continent. But who was the hero? Where were they? No one knew. It was even possible that the hero themselves didn't know they were the hero. Naturally, this important news could not be spread around casually. The diviner met with the king alone in a personal capacity. Some low-level diviners among the common folk had reached similar conclusions, but even fewer people believed them. The reappearance of the hero on the continent meant that the otherworld demons, silent for a millennium, were about to break their seal and make a comeback. Now, the hero had appeared, but where was the other legendary figure, the Saintess? Having occupied a high position for a long time, the king was naturally more afraid of death than the average person. He believed the diviner's words without a doubt. Aside from regretting that he wasn't the chosen hero, he began to recruit knights on a large scale. He even broke protocol by holding the knight selection, which was originally held every 4 years, ahead of schedule. On one hand, by recruiting extensively and improving benefits, there was a chance of discovering the true hero. On the other hand, recruiting more knights was also to better protect the royal family. The hero was only responsible for slaying the ultimate otherworld demon. There was no mission to protect the king. As the ruler of a country, he naturally had to plan ahead for himself. The people of Saralida had no idea what was happening, but the whole country was excited about the early knight selection tournament. Knight selection was very important for commoners. It was the most common way for ordinary people to make a name for themselves and a relatively fair way to climb the social ladder. Now that they were expanding recruitment and raising benefits, how could the people not be happy and excited? Thus, in just 2 or 3 days, this good news spread throughout the streets and alleys of Saralida. As soon as Lanta returned home, Auntie Sation from next door enthusiastically brought him a promotional notice. Lanta, good news, the knight selection that was supposed to be in 2 years is being held early. It's in just 3 months. With your strength, you'll definitely be able to become a Royal Guard Knight directly after this selection. Royal Guard Knights didn't have to leave the city for missions every few days, nor did they need to perform fixed patrol duties. They were only responsible for protecting their masters. Most of the time, it was idle and easy. If one followed a good-tempered master, the benefits were even more extraordinary. So, which knight wouldn't want to be a royal guard? The place where Lanta lived was a residential area for knights and their families, and basically everyone was heatedly discussing this good news. Lanta thought for a moment and spoke up to warn them. Could it be that something is amiss when things are so out of the ordinary? Although he was a squad leader and a recognized genius of swordsmanship, he was still young, only 14 years old this year. In the eyes of many adults, he was just a child. Consequently, most people laughed loudly. Oh, you're overthinking it. Kid, don't always be so mature for your age, or life will be too exhausting. Ha ha ha, exactly, it's just a selection. How could there be so many twists and turns? Lanta, you really need to change that habit. Don't always have such a serious face. Occasionally, you should look on the bright side of things. Lanta said a few more words, but no one listened. Speaking was in vain. He could only shake his head in regret. Only Auntie Sation took Lanta's words to heart. She thought about having a good talk with her husband when he returned. Although Lanta was young, he was very capable and smart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a squad leader. If he said something was a bit off, there must be a reason. Although she was uneducated, she understood whose words could be trusted and whose could not. Meanwhile, at the Saralita Palace, in a bedchamber that was much dimmer and simpler than those of the other princes and princesses, a burst of violent coughing could be heard. Princess, a little girl of only 13 or 14, wearing a blue palace maid's uniform, hurriedly rushed to the bedside with a basin of water. Princess, how are you? Are you feeling any better? The girl's face was full of anxiety as she used a towel dipped in warm water to constantly wipe the sweat from the woman on the bed. Rita, thank you. I'm much better now. The woman lightly covered the corner of her lips and took the towel, wanting to do it herself. Quote, you've been taking care of me all night and haven't slept well. Go and rest first, I can manage on my own. Rita remained worried. Then I'll go add some more firewood. Honestly, why hasn't the stove I applied for 2 days ago arrived yet? Those old fogies only know how to make things difficult for us. It's truly infuriating. Arg. Rita was very indignant. Even if her princess was unfavored, she was still a princess. Those old guys in charge of the storehouse were all snobs. They dared to bully her princess just because she was in poor health. Every time they applied for something, it took forever to be delivered. A magic hand warmer wasn't some rare item, yet they had to wait over half a month. It was simply too much. Rita, forget it. They're doing it on purpose. It's just a pity my health is poor. When I'm better, I'll go with you personally. At least in my presence, they won't find it so easy to keep bullying us. The woman on the bed sat halfway up, drank a cup of warm water, and comforted Rita. Her skin was as white as snow. Because she was weak year-round and didn't see the sun, she almost looked translucent, making her appear even more fragile, like a porcelain doll that would break at a touch. She was the most unfavored little princess of Saralita, Freya Ramirez. Because she was unfavored, the location of her bedchamber was poor. In this winter, it received even less sunlight. Even with several handfuls of firewood added, there wasn't much warmth. Wrapped in several layers of clothes and blankets, it was still cold. Otherwise, she wouldn't have caught a cold. Rita had no better solution. As a small palace maid with no say, she could only nod helplessly. Then I'll go to the kitchen to get you some hot food. Princess, is there anything you want to eat? Freya shook her head. No need, I'll just drink some more hot water. Rita, you should go rest quickly too. The more Rita thought about it, the angrier she got. She sat down on the edge of Freya's bed with a thud. I've really had enough of those people in the kitchen. They take the money but don't do the work. I really don't understand. If that old geezer hates us that much, why not just let us out of the palace? Anywhere would be more comfortable than here. Freya curled her lips bitterly. How could that be possible? To him, I have at least the value of a political marriage. He won't let us go until he's used me up completely. Rita couldn't help but punch the corner of the bed in anger. A princess? Which princess lived so miserably? Clothes and blankets were only replaced every few years, and on a freezing day, they couldn't even get a heating device. The kitchen didn't prepare meals for them, and they weren't even left fresh ingredients. They had to do everything themselves. Was this the life a princess should lead? Alright, don't be angry. Haven't we lived like this for so many years? At least we still have a place to stay now, don't we? Freya gently patted Rita to comfort her. In truth, she didn't know when such days would end. Unfortunately, she wasn't capable enough. If she could, she really wanted to run away from home. Rita suddenly thought of something, her eyes sparkling. Princess, I heard that the knight selection tournament is going to be held early, in 3 months. Freya sensed that Rita seemed to have some ideas. She held her shoulders and shook her head. Rita, you know our situation. I don't want to hold anyone back, and no knight would be willing to follow an unfavored princess, right? This time, Rita was truly indignant. Oh princess, we don't need to belittle ourselves like that. How will we know if any knight is willing if we don't try to recruit? Think about it. If we have one of our own to help, wouldn't our chances of escaping be greater? Freya's hand gripping the blanket tightened as a conflict began in her heart. But if we escape, what about him? We'll leave together. What's so good about the palace anyway? Rita didn't like this hypocritical place at all, and besides, she also had her own ways of making a living. Freya sighed. Rita, you have to realize how much effort, how many missions, and how much blood a knight who can enter the palace must have spent. How could he easily leave with us? Rita clutched her head in conflicted agony. Ah princess, is there really no way for us? That damned old geezer, he's capable enough to have people watch us, but not capable enough to have people escort us out. Freya covered Rita's mouth. Keep your voice down. This is the palace, the walls have ears. Watch your language. Rita curled her lip. Not even a dog would come to this place. Freya gave a bitter smile, then took a deep breath. Her eyes gradually became determined, as if she had made up her mind. How about we try once? Anyway, it won't be worse than it is now, will it? Rita immediately became happy. Exactly, that's the right way to think. How will we know if any knight is willing to be with us if we don't try? Maybe some blind soul will take a chance on us. If he's willing to help us escape, we'll definitely have to thank him properly in the future. Seeing that Rita was finally no longer angry, Freya smiled faintly. Actually, I was just thinking that it would be good if there were someone who could protect your safety. Although Rita was just a palace maid, in Freya's heart, she was a sister, a partner, and her best friend, yet her friend was always offending people for her sake and being intentionally bullied. So, if a knight were to protect Rita on her orders, it would be much better. As the saying goes, a higher rank can crush those below. Even if she was unfavored, she was still a princess. Overt bullying would still be criticized by others. Rita was deeply moved and shook her head repeatedly. Princess, you're so silly. You're the one who needs protection the most. The two looked at each other and smiled. For the first time, they felt some anticipation for the knight selection tournament. 38. Number 38 Loyal Knight vs Princess of a Demised Kingdom. 5. Chapter 5. Loyal Dog Knight vs Princess of a Fallen Kingdom. 5. Before anyone knew it, 3 months had passed. The weather had officially entered the cold winter. A thick layer of snow covered the roofs, and heavy snowflakes fluttered in the sky. Despite the freezing weather, it couldn't dampen the enthusiasm of the people on the streets. The knight selection tournament, usually held every 4 years in the summer, was being held for the first time while snow fell, giving it a novel feel. It also happened to coincide with Saralita's New Year, making it doubly lively. The knight selection tournament was both a competition and a highly ornamental event. Some people even placed bets on popular contestants. If they were lucky, they could make a small fortune. The tournament would be held at the famous Senna Arena for a duration of half a month. The first 5 days were for the on-site assessment of ordinary knights. Each candidate would undergo assessments in 3 areas: swordsmanship, magic, and theory, with professional mentors scoring them on the spot. Those who passed could become apprentice knights. After a 3-month apprenticeship and meeting the assessment standards, they could become official knights. Most of the people who came to watch during these 5 days were relatives of the candidates. The following 10 days were for the selection of members for the Knights Order. This was divided into the outer city and inner city. The positions being selected included outer city squad captains, inner city members, inner city squad captains, and Royal Guard knights, all of which were highly entertaining to watch. The positions of commander of the outer and inner city Knights Order were special, carrying significant power and responsibility. They were personally appointed by the king and were not easily replaced. A re-selection occurred every 5 years, and incumbents could be reappointed. The specific selection method followed a traditional elimination tournament format. Groups were drawn by lot for one-on-one duels. The ultimate winners could become new squad captains. If the original captain did not participate in the promotion selection, the new and old captains would face off to determine the winner. Outer city captains could participate in the selection for inner city membership. If successful, they entered the inner city, and if they failed, they would passively participate in the captain's defense match. Similarly, inner city captains could participate in the selection for Royal Guard knights. If chosen by royalty, they would serve as a Royal Guard knight, and if not, they would passively participate in the captain's defense match. These 10 days were incredibly lively. As long as one had a ticket, they could go to the arena to watch. Of course, getting a ticket was no easy feat. Today was the penultimate day of the tournament, and also the most exciting and bustling day. Today, the selection for the new batch of Royal Guard knights would take place. King Saralita, his queen, concubines, and a host of princes, princesses, and other royal family members would all come to watch and select the knights they valued. Not only was the specification the highest, but the caliber of the competition and the brilliance of the performances would also be at their peak, because Royal Guard knights were, to some extent, exempt from the orders of the king and the Knights Order, answering only to their direct superiors. The selection was a two-way process to maintain so-called equal rights for citizens. In each knight selection tournament, a member of the royal family had only one quota, which was very rare. Thus, they needed to report their intent before the tournament began. Naturally, if they had no recruitment needs, they didn't have to report. However, royal family members generally wouldn't let this quota go to waste. After all, money was no object, and who wouldn't want their own exclusive bodyguard? And the more, the better, with only one person selected every 4 years. Everyone was quite short-staffed. Before the selection officially began, royal family members could anonymously draft candidates from among all participants. After the knights determined the required number of candidates for the quotas, they could choose which royal to serve in order of their ranking. If both parties selected each other, it was a happy ending for all. If one side was left unmatched, the royal family member would select again, and the knight could either accept or refuse, continuing this mutual selection process. If a consensus still couldn't be reached, the recruitment failed and the quota became void. However, while those were the rules, unless a knight was chosen by multiple people, most would not actively refuse a reselection. Firstly, quotas were few and opportunities rare. Secondly, no one dared to do so. If they did, they likely wouldn't want to show their face in the palace again. So in essence, it was still a unilateral selection or rejection by the royal family. This year was the first time Freya had actively used this quota, and it was also a long-awaited trip out of the palace. Looking at the festive and lively scenes on the street, her perpetually pale cheeks showed a hint of blush and excitement. The citizens on the street actively gave way to the royal procession, standing on both sides to welcome them. Today was also the liveliest day of the new year, with every street and alley filled with joy and smiling faces. The top floor of the Senna Arena was the viewing platform reserved for the royal family. Grand stone pillars stood tall, carved with exquisite and complex patterns full of artistic flair. The seats below had long been cleaned, and fresh fruits and delicacies, rare sights in winter, were laid out upon them. Snowflakes were still falling, except for the royal viewing platform, which had a cover and magical devices to block the wind and provide heat. The rest of the arena was open air. Despite the cold, the people's passion remained as hot as fire. Freya had a weak constitution, and because she was unfavored, her treatment wasn't great. She couldn't have new clothes to wear every year like her other siblings. Although Rita had found her most presentable coat for today's grand occasion, it was, after all, a style from 2 years ago. Back then, a simple and elegant style was popular. Combined with Freya's snow-pale skin, she looked even less pleasing to the king amidst today's festive and fiery atmosphere. King Cyrulida, sitting high in the center, merely gave a faint glance at his youngest daughter in the corner before frowning and looking away. In contrast, the other princesses and princes were all clad in warm, vibrant new clothes, draped in Yuya fox furs from the Yuya forest. Each was glamorous, competing for brilliance. Rita felt they were all dressed like gaudy butterflies, their filthy hearts completely unworthy of such beautiful clothes. It was upsetting to look at, so she simply looked away, out of sight, out of mind. Princess, here, your body is weak. Eat more fruit to supplement your nutrition. Rita carefully used a hand warmer to slightly heat the ice-cold fruit before peeling it for Freya to eat, since it was there for the taking, and such good things weren't usually available in the palace. Rita focused on preparing food for Freya with the intention of making sure she got her money's worth. Thank you, you've worked hard. Freya wasn't formal and took it to eat. Even though she was unfavored, she couldn't let herself suffer, could she? Especially on an occasion like this, she couldn't let herself be at a disadvantage. Otherwise, even more people would bully her in the future. By then, even with her status as a princess, she wouldn't be able to protect the people she cherished. At the same time, in the preparation hall, Lanta, like the other knights, was carefully tending to his sword and doing warm-up exercises. Although they were all captains, their usual missions were different, so they rarely met and were quite unfamiliar with each other. Only those who happened to live nearby were somewhat acquainted. Hey, Lanta, have you thought about whose knight you want to be? A young man with short blue hair patted Lanta's shoulder and struck up a conversation warmly. Lanta searched his memory but didn't recall this person, so he asked in confusion, "You know me?" The young man's eyes widened, and he clutched his chest with a heartbroken expression. "My house is just one alley away from yours. I greet you every single time." Lanta scratched his head. "Sorry, next time. I'll visit you personally next time." The young man waved it off, not minding. "It's fine, let's get reacquainted then. My name is Dick." "Hello, I'm Lanta." Lanta gave a simple nod. "Haha, you're as taciturn as ever, but that's just like you." Dick gave Lanta a hearty slap on the back. "By the way, I heard some news 2 days ago. Apparently, there's one more person recruiting a Royal Guard knight this time. It seems to be the 6th princess. I think this is her first time recruiting a knight." Dick enthusiastically shared the intel with Lanta. "Hey, I heard that 6th princess is quite beautiful." "Dick, you brat, you aren't aiming for the princess, are you?" A burly, tall middle-aged man teased Dick informally. Dick jumped in annoyance. "Hey old ghost, what kind of person do you take me for? She's only 14, I'm already 22. I wouldn't sink so low as to go after a little kid." The man called old ghost chuckled. "Who knows?" Dick was exasperated. "I still have some self-awareness, but I heard that princess is in poor health and isn't favored. Being her knight wouldn't have much of a future, would it?" Someone nearby pointed out the crux of the matter. A few people echoed the blunt young man's words, while most remained silent. But they all thought the same thing. So what if the princess was beautiful? Wouldn't she have to get married eventually? An unfavored princess would sooner or later be sent away for a political marriage. As her Royal Guard knight, wouldn't one be destined to just follow along? That was exactly what no future meant. So no matter what, one couldn't choose the sixth princess. Whoever became the sixth princess's knight would be the unluckiest person alive. It was better to just peacefully remain a small squad captain. While the royalty were eating and drinking on the viewing platform, a horn sounded, and the spectator stands below began to erupt with waves of increasingly enthusiastic cheers. The knights were finally entering the arena. A total of 100 knights were participating in this Royal Guard knight selection, but there were only 25 quotas. Everyone was a captain from various squads of the Inner City Knights Order. Officially speaking, they were all commanders and were among the most elite candidates. Lanta was among them. In the original plot, Lanta wasn't supposed to participate in the selection until 2 years later, but at that time, he was on a mission in the Yuya Forest and was directly appointed as the commander of the Knights Order. Later, after pulling out the divine sword, he became the King's Royal Guard Knight by exception. By then, Freya had already been married off, and the two never had a chance to meet. But now Lanta glanced up at the high and mighty viewing platform. He was determined to win. Hey, kid, I see you're young, so I'll give you a piece of friendly advice. You have to follow the right person, or you'll be in for a lifetime of hardship. An experienced-looking old knight, seeing how young Lanta was, offered a kind word. Lanta didn't rebuff the man's kindness and simply nodded. Seeing no further reaction, the old knight shook his head. Still young and impetuous. 39. Number 39 Loyal Knight vs Princess of a Demised Kingdom, 6. Chapter 6, Loyal Dog Knight vs Princess of a Fallen Nation, 6. The arena had a large magic screen made of reflective magic items, used to broadcast the arena's duels in real time. At this moment, the introduction of the 100 knights participating in the selection had already begun. Meanwhile, the people on the royal observation deck had each received the full profiles of the contestants, and they were to conduct a first round of anonymous selection. This was Freya's first time participating in a selection assembly. Lacking experience, she flipped through the profiles seriously, not forgetting to watch the introductions of each contestant on the large magic broadcast screen. The age range of the 100 knights varied greatly. The oldest was already 58, while the youngest, Lanta, was only 14. Freya couldn't help but feel curious about this knight who was the same age as her, so she took a few extra looks at Lanta's profile. Both parents deceased, no other relatives. At 10 years old, he was introduced and joined the Outer City Knights Order after an assessment. At 12, he was exceptionally admitted to the Inner City, and only a year later, he was again exceptionally promoted to captain. Known as a swordsmanship genius, he has completed S+ missions multiple times and has no record of defeat to date. Freya couldn't help but look at him with envy and admiration. Others could already hold their own at 14, while she was still lying in bed sickly all day, and her understanding of magic was only half-baked. While Freya was still caught in the struggle of whom to choose, a discordant voice suddenly popped up beside her. Oh my, some people just haven't seen the world. They take forever just to pick someone. I was wondering why a bastard was sitting next to me. What bad luck. Although Freya didn't actively seek trouble, she couldn't stop trouble from actively seeking her out. Sitting next to her was the 5th princess, Shania, born to the 4th consort, her father's favorite. Relying on the emperor's favor, she had always been accustomed to being outspoken and lawless. Freya ignored her and continued looking at her own materials. Shania ate the grapes peeled by her maid and said nonchalantly, "Right now it's just a casual selection. What can you possibly find among 100 people? Only a fool would be so serious. However, I think this knight looks quite good. He's quite pleasing to my eye, though he is a bit young." Freya subconsciously turned her head to look at the knight Shania was pointing at. It was none other than Lanta. Indeed, among these 100 people, although Lanta was the youngest, his appearance was top tier and handsome. However, if he were chosen by Shania, it wouldn't be a good job. Shania never looked at strength when picking people, only at looks. To put it nicely, those knights were her Royal Guard knights. To put it bluntly, they were just a group of gigolos she kept. Freya bit her lip. Although being her own Royal Guard knight wasn't exactly a good thing either, she couldn't bear to see an outstanding youth jump into Shania's fiery pit. But by what right could she make decisions for someone else? Freya began to hesitate. Rita saw her princess's struggle of wanting to choose but not having the heart to, and whispered encouragement from the side. "Princess, if you want to choose him, just do it. Whether he gets picked is another matter. Besides, he's the same age as us. If it really works out, being together will definitely be more comfortable than with others." Freya's expression was somewhat conflicted and lonely. He is a genius. There should be many people who want to choose him. She felt as if she wasn't worthy of choosing such an outstanding knight. Rita gave a soft, "Oh my, princess, since that's the case, there's even less to worry about. Choose him anyway, so many people are choosing, one more won't hurt. Aside from Rita, Freya had no peers around her, so it was hard not to be moved. Thus, after choosing Lanta, she handed the result to the attendant. Seeing her hand in the result, Shania snorted coldly. A motherless wild child actually has the whimsical idea of choosing a knight. Who would want to protect a weakling? Although Freya was angry inside, she remained indifferent on the surface and ignored her. With some people, the more you compete with them, the happier they are. It's better to leave them be. Once they find it boring, they won't bother you anymore. Inside the arena, the 100 knights were already poised and ready. The first 2 rounds were elimination matches, with pairs drawn to duel until 25 remained. Then, these 25 would participate in a points challenge. The winner gets 2 points, the loser 0, and a draw gives 1 point each. Finally, the individual rankings would be determined by the points. This was a selection competition that depended on both strength and a great deal of luck. The arena was huge, capable of hosting up to 15 pairs of duels simultaneously with real-time broadcasting. Therefore, the first 2 rounds of elimination proceeded very quickly. The highlight would be the subsequent individual points matches. The selection of Royal Guard Knights placed special emphasis on individual comprehensive strength, so there were no mandatory regulations requiring the use of the Knights' orders. Uniform equipment. Personal weapons could be used, though there were certain range restrictions. In that case, Lanta would definitely choose that heirloom sword. This time, he had seriously offended the divine sword in the space. The divine sword kept feeling wronged and nagging. Ah, master, you don't love me anymore. Only 2,000 years your love for me has become so thin. Lanta's head throbbed from its noise, so during the first 2 rounds of duels, he finished off his opponents in a few moves, taking the victory instantly and making the whole match completely uninteresting to watch. However, being mixed in with a bunch of groups, not many people noticed him. Only in the top-tier royal observation deck did some royals who had chosen him have their eyes light up. This included Shania, and also Freya. The youth was dressed in black, carrying a black sword. Amidst the heavy snow, his silver hair fluttered in the wind. In the fluid sword swings where man and sword were one, not a trace of crimson was seen as he seized an overwhelming victory without any suspense. Looking at Lanta on the magic screen, Shania immediately forgave his age. Although he was 5 years younger than her, it didn't matter. The key was that he was tall, handsome, strong, and a cool-tempered handsome guy. He was exactly her type. This person, she wanted him. Freya's gaze revealed a sense of longing. Because of her perpetually sickly body, she couldn't learn magic as smoothly as others. She was very envious that Lanta, up here, was already so powerful. In Saralida, 16 is considered adulthood, but Lanta was only 14, still a minor. Due to the age limitation, his resume was very short. Even though he was known as a swordsmanship genius, not many in the royal family selected him. This was because, subconsciously, people believed adults were often more reliable than children. After finishing his match, Lanta sat on the ground bored. The fights were still going on the surrounding stages, and Lanta inadvertently looked up toward the highest observation deck. Using magic was indeed convenient. He saw Freya sitting low-key at the very edge in one glance. She was dressed simply and elegantly, quite different from the other gaudy people. Her face was as beautiful as a doll's, but her frame looked frail, and she seemed to be sensitive to the cold. Freya had been watching Lanta all along. Through the vast snow and the crowd, she saw Lanta standing facing her in the arena. She didn't know if it was her imagination, but she actually felt like he was looking at her. Freya thought she had probably been out of the palace for too long and hadn't seen a vibrant pier, leading to hallucinations. So she shook her head and quickly withdrew her gaze. Lanta saw her little expression of self-doubt and slightly curled his lips. What to do? She's simply too cute. Lanta waited for a long time, and just as he was about to get sleepy from waiting, the elimination rounds finally ended. The top 25 had all been decided. This also meant that a new batch of Royal Guard Knights had officially been born, and the following individual points matches were the real priority. The entire arena was almost boiling with excitement. Even outside, people who had placed bets began to rub their hands in anticipation, hoping their chosen person could win them a fortune. The royal nobles on the observation deck stopped their leisurely posture of tasting delicacies, and began to observe seriously. Congratulations to all prospective Royal Guard Knights in the next matches. You will fight for yourselves. Which brave warrior is willing to be the first to take the stage and defend it? The host's words were full of passion as he began to heat up the atmosphere. This was not just a simple selection, but also an opportunity to make a name for oneself and elevate one's status. The eyes of all the knights couldn't help but turn fervent, except for Lanta. I'll do it, a deep, mellow voice rang out, sounding like that of a tall, burly man. Sure enough, Lanta looked toward the source of the voice with his sword in his arms. A tall, stalwart man carrying a two-handed greatsword stepped toward the central stage. This person was the middle-aged uncle who had teased Dick before the match and was jokingly called Old Ghost by Dick. Then I'll challenge you. Dick had long wanted to spar with Old Ghost, so he immediately stood up and took the initiative to challenge him. Come and fight. Old Ghost accepted the challenge frankly. Dick was using a one-handed sword, which was a disadvantage against a greatsword. However, Dick's strength lay in his agility, and his speed in casting magic was also faster. He might not be without a chance. The two were also old acquaintances of many years, so the mindset of sparring and exchange was more prominent. The first duel featured two people with completely different styles, and the atmosphere heated up instantly. Old Ghost's moves had no schemes, they were all straightforward and powerful. In contrast, Dick lacked strength but used various tricks to deflect and counter. The two, whose battle was originally thought to be without suspense, unexpectedly fought to a stalemate. Red and blue magic on the field were released in a dazzling display. By the end of the fight, both of them were injured, and no winner could be decided. They had to be credited with 1 point each, resulting in a draw. A draw in the very first match. The audience seats were filled with repeated exclamations. It seems the quality of this year's batch is very high. Even King Cyrulida, who originally had mediocre interest, developed quite a bit of interest. It seems that although the selection assembly was organized in a hurry, the level of the participating knights is quite good. Dick didn't manage to defeat Old Ghost, but he wasn't annoyed. He gave a broad-minded smile with cupped fists and stepped off the stage. With the first person starting it off, the knights' enthusiasm and desire to perform were also stirred up, and they were all rubbing their hands, eager to try. 40. #40 Loyal Knight vs. Princess of a Demised Kingdom, 7. Chapter 7. Loyal Knight vs. Fallen Kingdom Princess, 7. The competition was in full swing. Maurice Garcia wins 2 points. Maurice Garcia wins, successfully defends the ring, another 2 points. Maurice Garcia, 3 consecutive wins, successfully defends the ring, another 2 points. Vane Turner, challenge successful, 2 points. Vane Turner wins, successfully defends the ring, 2 points. Ebert Martinez, challenge successful, 2 points. The gamblers inside and outside the arena had already descended into madness, and the royal nobles in the viewing stands also began scouting their preferred candidates based on the points situation. Currently, the one with the highest points was Kane Harris, who had already achieved 10 consecutive victories, single-handedly defeating most of the contestants. And at this moment, only 3 knights had yet to take the stage for a challenge. King Saralida could hardly help but focus his gaze on Kane in the center of the ring, his beard trembling with laughter. He needed such talent, he precisely needed someone with such formidable strength to protect himself. No one could snatch this talent away from him. Thankfully, he had selected Kane during the preliminary nomination. It was truly heaven helping him. 10 consecutive victories had inflated Kane's confidence to unprecedented heights. This achievement made him even more convinced he could become the knight by the king's side. Lanta had not taken the stage up to this point, still sitting alone with his sword, calmly watching the currently triumphant Kane on the platform. In the original plot, this knight Kane did not become the king's man. Instead, relying on his decent looks, he followed Shania and gave Lanta no shortage of trouble. Now, Lanta decided to personally give this blessing to him, letting him and this cowardly, life-fearing king love each other dearly. Freya had been watching Lanta, feeling only confusion. Why was he just sitting there, not going up? He didn't seem to be asleep. Clearly, the strength of the previous few contestants wasn't even as good as his. Seeing Lanta remain motionless for so long, Shania gradually lost interest. What's this? I thought he was supposed to be amazing. Isn't he called a genius? A genius just sits there doing nothing? If he doesn't move soon, he won't even get any points. The rules of the Battle Royale were cruel, essentially a war of attrition. The later it went, the more it became a battle between titans. So, for those with weaker strength, the longer they delayed, the more dangerous it was. Unlucky ones might not get a single point. The fewer points one had, the less choice they had. When the time came, they could only obediently accept their assignment, following whomever they were told to follow. Freya couldn't help but feel anxious for Lanta. His strength should be quite good, right? This shouldn't be happening. What on earth was he thinking? If he took the stage now and won 3 consecutive matches, he'd still have a chance to earn points and get a decent ranking. Even if his points weren't high, defeating the 10-win streak Kane would be enough to make a name for himself. If he kept delaying and didn't go up, he'd really end up at the bottom. But Lanta still wasn't the least bit worried. He wasn't some good person. For his enemy Cain, he planned to thoroughly humiliate him on this grand occasion, but since he himself didn't want to be the king's royal guard knight, he could only skirt the edges of the competition rules to thoroughly disgust people. Cain ultimately lived up to expectations and secured 12 consecutive victories. Now, among all the knights, the only one who hadn't taken the stage was Lanta. Everyone's gaze naturally focused on the two of them. Cain's confidence was inflated to unprecedented levels. He even pointed his sword at Lanta. Lanta, if you don't want to admit you're a coward, come up here and fight me properly. He had had enough of Lanta. Every time a good mission came up, Lanta would snatch it away when asked. The captain always said his strength wasn't as good as Lanta's. Today, he was going to thoroughly crush Lanta's arrogance here. Cain, you're still so impetuous. Lanta, with one hand in his pocket, unhurriedly walked up to the ring. Although he was the youngest, he wasn't short, even towering half a head over Cain. Cain, after 12 consecutive battles, already had torn clothes. In contrast, Lanta's attire was still immaculate. Their auras were quite different. Cain hated this indifferent, uncaring attitude of his the most. Grinding his teeth audibly in anger, he couldn't help but mutter softly, "Coward, what are you trying to prove?" Dick looked back and forth between the two and quietly asked the old-timer beside him, "Did they have some grudge?" During peacetime, the various squads of their Knights Order rarely undertook missions together, so news about feuds and such wasn't very active. The old-timer lowered his voice. "Not sure about that kid Lanta, but Cain definitely hates him to death." Dick nodded, his face looking like he'd just gotten some juicy gossip. I took a closer look. Lanta is still the better-looking one, so the fault definitely lies with Cain." The old-timer gave Dick an indescribable look. "If all referees were like you, they'd have been unemployed long ago." Lanta slightly twisted his stiffened neck from sitting, drew his sword, and assumed a stance. Cain, as if facing a formidable enemy, crouched slightly and also assumed a stance. Both were using 1.5-handed swords, which, to a certain extent, made it easier for laymen to compare their strength. Accompanied by the sound of a horn, Cain instantly charged at Lanta. He had already fought 12 consecutive matches. His stamina was also depleted. Naturally, he needed a quick victory. Feeling the murderous aura rushing towards him, Lanta slightly raised his right hand, dodging the sword strike by a hair's breadth. The two swords collided, emitting a harsh clashing sound. The next second, to everyone's shock, Cain's sword cracked and broke in two. No flashy magic, not even any fancy moves, just this simple, unadorned single strike. Cain, gripping the bare hilt, instinctively turned, wanting to continue the attack with magic. The dark, gleaming tip of a sword, shining with a terrifying light, pressed against the tip of his nose. "Cain, you've lost." "No, I've already fought 12 matches, I'm just tired." Cain refused to believe it, refused to admit it. That overwhelming force just now was like a mountain, grinding the pride he had just built up inside him into the dirt. He didn't want to admit one fact. Even at his peak, he was no match for this power at all. The person before him was only 14, he wasn't even an adult yet. Cain looked at the youth, whose expression remained as indifferent as ever, with an incredulous gaze. Sword prodigy, he truly lived up to the title the captain bestowed upon him. Now he finally personally understood the gap. Lanta Lisi, challenge successful, 2 points. The audience buzzed with discussion. No one expected the famous Cain to lose to an unknown youth, and it looked like an overwhelming victory. Meanwhile, sitting below, Auntie Sation, a knight's relative, was overjoyed. She pulled her husband beside her excitedly. "Honey, I told you that child Lanta is a genius, he can do it." Steve was somewhat worried. Although Lanta won, his points are very low. His ranking is also low. He doesn't have an advantage. No, perhaps it could be said he has no advantage at all. Sation's excitement faded, and she also began to worry. But soon she thought better of it, comforting her husband. "Forget it. Lanta is strong and has always had his own ideas. He must have done this on purpose. We should believe in him." Steve thought about it and felt his wife made sense, so he stopped worrying. In his eyes, his wife had always been someone of great wisdom appearing as foolishness. The king sitting in the high seat had an even more fervent gaze. A genius youth who defeated a 12-win streak. He was the knight he was looking for. Only King Saralita began to grow anxious. So what if Lanta defeated Cain? He only had 2 points now. He basically had no initiative in choosing. Worst of all, during the preliminary nomination, seeing Lanta's short record and young age, he hadn't chosen him. Even the king couldn't help but regret it now. But it wasn't completely hopeless. As long as the other knights were sensible, the people around him were also sensible, and most importantly, Lanta himself cooperated a bit, there was still a chance to secure him. "Are there any more challengers wishing to take the stage?" The host rang a bell, reminding everyone again. Now, there were no contestants left who hadn't participated in a duel. If no one took the stage to challenge, the points competition would officially end. The host announced it 3 times in a row. No one else took the stage. A joke. The 12-win streak Cain had lost. Who could still defeat the one on the stage? What? Wanting to play the bodhisattva and deliver points. Thus, the knights also tacitly and officially ended the competition. The competition officially ended. The knights were arranged from highest to lowest points. Those with higher points could prioritize choosing which royal family member they wished to follow. Lanta's points were too low, only 2, placing him 3rd from the bottom. When it was his turn to choose, only the 3rd princess, 5th princess, and 6th princess were left to choose from. Lanta unhesitatingly chose the 6th princess, Freya. This surprised the attendant handing out the plaques somewhat, but it was understandable. The 5th princess kept knights and had a violent temper. The 3rd princess was also notoriously eccentric and difficult to serve. In contrast, the 6th princess seemed like the best choice. After all knights made their choices, the host would, according to procedure, simultaneously announce the royal family's preliminary nomination list and the knights' first-round counter-selection list. Cain, as a knight famous in every selection, was highly sought after. Many people, including the king, had nominated him. But at this moment, many in the royal family couldn't help but regret not choosing Lanta. Yet, they couldn't re-choose. After all, rules couldn't be broken, or the royal family would lose credibility. Lanta had only been a knight for 4 years, consistently promoted exceptionally by the captain. He had only officially participated in 1 selection tournament, so he had almost no popularity among the common people. Moreover, his conduct was extremely low-key. The key was, this sly guy deliberately wrote his record so short. Easily overlooked. Thinking back now, it was clearly condensed essence. Only a few royal nobles who had selected Lanta felt somewhat fortunately glad they hadn't misjudged. Shania was one of them. She was utterly confident, believing Lanta would choose her. After all, he only had 2 points. With a ranking 3rd from the bottom, there wasn't much to choose from. Barring accidents, he could only choose among the princesses. And she was the most favored princess. Lanta had no reason not to choose her. Seeing Shania so confident, Freya still felt somewhat apprehensive. On one hand, she hoped Lanta would choose her because she really wanted to make new friends and also wanted someone to protect Rita. On the other hand, she didn't want Lanta to choose her, as she was a princess with no future. Seeing Freya's slightly tense expression, Shania felt even more smug, as if Lanta choosing her had already become established facts. Cain, as the knight with the highest points ranking, unsurprisingly chose to serve King Saralida. Thus, both parties achieved a perfect mutual selection. According to the rules, Cain would officially become King Saralida's royal guard knight. King Saralida couldn't quite describe his current mood, a mix of emotions, but he couldn't blame anyone. He just felt stifled and blocked in his chest. He suspected Lanta might have done it on purpose, deliberately concealing one's shortcomings, but he had no evidence. With his Mo Yan, Lanta easily caught the king's unnatural expression. He felt immensely comfortable. Feeling disgusted? Good, that's the point. What he did today was precisely to intentionally disgusting the king and by the way create some discord and contradiction between Cain and the king. The more uncomfortable they were, the happier he was. When it was Lanta's turn, there was an upset. No one expected Lanta and Freya to achieve a perfect mutual selection. Freya was utterly shocked. She never dared to imagine Lanta would initiative choose her, because anyone with eyes could see that following an unfavored princess was like cutting off one's own future. Shania was so angry her nose was crooked. She truly couldn't understand why such an excellent knight as Lanta would choose an unfavored princess over her, the highly favored one. He clearly lacked vision and foresight. The king was also furious. He was filled with hatred and jealousy. Why could a bastard choose such excellent talent? She, a useless woman, didn't need such a high-quality knight at all. Only he, as the ruler of a nation, truly needed one. But he wasn't shameless enough to fight his own daughter for a knight. He could only comfort himself that it was all coincidence, all accidental unbeknownst to him. The so-called coincidences were all someone's meticulously calculated, deliberate actions. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 41. Number 41 Loyal Knight vs Princess of a Demised Kingdom. 8. Chapter 8. The Loyal Knight versus the Princess of a Fallen Nation. 8. After 2 to 3 rounds of mutual selection, the 25 knights and royal nobles finally reached an agreement. The king presented each royal guard knight with a badge of identity, marking the official end of the day-long selection assembly. Lanta, Dick, and Old Ghost shook hands and gave a brief hug before bidding farewell and parting ways. Kane was the king's royal guard knight. Compared to the silver badges of other knights, his was not only pure gold but also a size larger. He proudly showed it off in front of Lanta, even deliberately raising an eyebrow as he brushed past him. So what if he's a sword genius? He still has no future, only able to follow a disfavored princess not like me, who is the king's royal guard. We're not even on the same level. Lanta's expression was calm, and he even said indifferently, "Congratulations." Of course, he genuinely meant it. Kane was somewhat confused by his congratulations. Was he truly magnanimous, or was he actually feeling sour? Never mind, none of that matters. The most important thing is that he is now the king's royal guard knight. Royal guard knights are different from ordinary knights. They report directly to their superiors, and their duty is close protection, so they need to move into the palace. Naturally, a knight's treatment depends on the status of the person they protect. When Freya saw the young man who had been standing far away in the arena now standing before her mind went blank. She had gotten the person she wanted just like that? Having such an excellent person as her personal knight, wasn't it overkill? Freya couldn't help but think a lot. "Princess, I will be following you from now on." It was their first meeting, and Lanta didn't know what to say. Seeing her not speak for a long time, he took the initiative to speak. I really thank you, but my treatment here might not be so good." Freya didn't know what she was saying. Looking at the young man who was a head taller than her, she subconsciously didn't treat him as her subordinate but as a peer. "I don't care about that. I just need a place to live." Although Freya was very approachable, Lanta still stood properly and replied according to etiquette. He was now a royal guard knight, so he naturally had to observe the proper etiquette of a knight and not overstep his bounds. "Of course, I will arrange it for you as soon as possible. If you need anything, you can contact Rita, and we will do our best to prepare it for you. In 2 days, Father Emperor will hold an investiture ceremony in the palace, so it's best to move in these 2 days. If there aren't enough hands, I can arrange for people to help you move." Freya thought for a moment, confirmed she hadn't missed anything, and then nodded slightly, affirming herself. Lanta nodded. "I don't have any special needs, just one warhorse that requires a place to be looked after." Freya listened and let out a small sigh of relief, smiling. "No problem. I have a stable there that has never been used. Now it will be put to good use." "Thank you." Lanta thanked her and then stood still beside Freya. Freya was a little puzzled. "Knight Lanta? Aren't you going to move?" Other knights around were already preparing to go home. Only Lanta stood motionless. I don't have anything to move, nor do I have family to bid farewell to." Lanta stated this fact very plainly. All his belongings had long been packed into his spatial storage, and to cover his tracks, he had even prepared a storage ring in advance. Although it was only 2 cubic meters, it was better than nothing. "Alright, I'm sorry." Freya remembered that Lanta's parents had died long ago and he had no family, so she felt very apologetic. "Then why don't you come back to the palace with me now?" "But what about your warhorse?" "No worries, I can teleport directly with magic, as long as it's within a certain range and a memory link has been established between the 2 locations. One can carry a certain amount of people or objects and achieve the effect of instant teleportation using transfer magic. Of course, the stronger the magic power and the higher the skill level, the wider the range of use. This was a recognized fact in the magic world, but so far, only high-level mages could achieve it. Freya didn't expect him to casually say something so shocking. Isn't this something only high-level mages can do? Isn't he a knight? Is it really reasonable for a knight's magic to be so strong? However, Freya didn't ask further. Lanta's willingness to reveal this was a sign of his trust in her, and she just needed to keep it a secret. That night, Lanta returned to the Saralita royal palace with Freya. Freya lived in the most secluded side palace, which only had 4 attendants. Although the sunlight wasn't as good in winter, the environment was quiet. Freya was born to a palace maid, so she was disliked from birth. But the then king had only recently ascended the throne and his position was unstable. To avoid criticism, he didn't kill Freya but arranged for her to live in the side palace to fend for herself. Rita was the result of an affair between a knight and a palace maid and was abandoned in the side palace where Freya lived at a young age. The old maid who looked after Freya hadn't passed away then, and seeing Rita's pitiful state, she took her in as well. From then on, the 2 lonely children supported each other as they grew up. Freya's residence was in the south of the side palace, and Rita's room was next door. Although they were nominally princess and attendant, they weren't particular about such things and only put on an act in front of outsiders. "You'll live here from now on." Although it's a bit simple, there should be no lack of furniture. If you need anything else, tell me, and I'll help you get it tomorrow. Rita led Lanta to the room opposite Freya's. As a royal guard knight, one should live close by to respond immediately to any situation. I don't have any other needs, but the princess asked me to stay by your side and protect you, Lanta said seriously to Rita. Rita helplessly rubbed her forehead. Oh no, I don't need your protection. You should protect the princess. You are her royal guard knight, and your mission is to protect her. Besides, she's frail. She's the one who needs protection, Lanta repeated. But I obey the princess's command, and the princess asked me to protect you, Rita. It seemed like a dead loop. Lanta thought for a moment, then took out a sound transmission ring and a defense ring, handing them to Rita. This is a sound transmission ring, which can be used 3 times. If you encounter danger, use the ring to contact me, and I will arrive as quickly as possible. And this defense ring can withstand 3 attacks, so use it sparingly. Rita thought this plan was feasible and took the rings without being coy, putting them on. I hope we never have to use them, and that the 3 of us can always be together and never separate. Lanta nodded. Yes, I hope so too. Rita smiled, touching the rings on her hand, and teased, Knight Lanta, you're quite something. What other good stuff do you have? Let me see, Lanta said earnestly. I cannot. My mission is to protect the princess, so my things are all for the princess and cannot be shown to you casually. Rita wasn't annoyed. Instead, she felt happy hearing his words. You stingy fellow. I consider you a friend, but how could you bear to give me the rings? Because the princess asked me to protect you. I must fulfill her request, Lanta answered seriously. Rita's smile grew wider. Thank you for being willing to protect Freya. She really is a very, very good princess. Lanta agreed with her, nodding. Yes, I can tell. Rita laughed at how serious he was. Why do you speak so stiffly? How long have you known us to tell? Aren't you afraid we might trick you? Lanta, however, didn't mind. He held his sword, glanced at Rita, and said calmly, I've been in the Knight's Order for 4 years, and in 4 years, I became a captain. To put it more officially, I am a commander. Rita, alright, she took back everything she said. He was the first to reach this level in 4 years. Don't you regret it? You're so strong, why did you choose us? Rita still couldn't understand. If Lanta wanted to, he could have been the first to enter the arena and win 24 consecutive matches without breaking a sweat, right? Why wait until the very last one? Why regret? I chose because I wanted to. There's no deeper reason. Lanta naturally couldn't tell Rita the real reason, but no matter what, regret was out of the question. He had deliberately done this just to become Freya's personal knight. Freya, hiding behind her bedroom door, secretly heard the conversation outside. A smile couldn't help but appear on her small face. Perhaps she could make a very formidable new friend. 42. Number 42 Loyal Knight vs Princess of a Demised Kingdom, 9. Chapter 9. Loyal Knight vs Princess of a Fallen Nation, 9. 2 days later, time flew by, and soon it was the day of the investiture ceremony. After only 2 days of interaction, the other 4 attendants in the side hall had already warmly welcomed Lanta's arrival. Although he appeared cold and spoke little, he was essentially very kind-hearted, not only diligently caring for the princess but also actively offering help. When he saw them struggling to boil hot water in the dead of winter, he would actively use magic to help heat it. When he saw them returning from the head chef empty-handed and dejected, he would proactively provide meat, though it was always bloody and unprocessed when he took it out. When firewood was insufficient, he would actively chop wood, though he eventually found the efficiency of burning wood too low and directly set up a magic array around the entire side hall. When the princess was unwell, he would proactively remind her to add clothes and keep warm, and even personally took her pulse and brewed medicine. Of course, brewing medicine was a pretense. Lanta merely used this excuse to give Freya nourishing pills to improve her physique. Not only that, Lanta also opened a vegetable patch in the empty front yard and personally planted many fruits and vegetables. When ingredients were scarce, his ingrained instinct to grow vegetables kicked in. This way, even if they were later harassed by the head chef, they wouldn't fear not having fresh fruits and vegetables. This skill completely won over everyone in the side hall. They had lived in the imperial palace since childhood, had no access to the library, and no way to get seeds, so they couldn't possibly learn vegetable growing skills. The princess was frail and needed more nutrition, yet she was constantly troubled by artificial scarcity of ingredients. The attendants had been distressed by this for a long time. Lanta's arrival significantly improved the living standards of the entire side hall. In just 2 days, he had won over everyone's hearts and inadvertently deepened the cohesion of the entire side hall. Although, including Lanta himself, there were only 7 people in the side hall in total. Tonight, the Imperial Palace will host the investiture ceremony for the new Royal Guard Knights. This is a custom and a public acknowledgement of the social status of the Royal Guard Knights. It signifies that these people are no longer ordinary knights but are now half nobles. Although, in Lanta's opinion, it was nothing more than that, crossing social strata. Just a joke. Hearing there was a banquet, the divine sword in his space was already restless, clamoring to go out and see the world. But Lanta absolutely wouldn't let it out. What a joke. He took out the divine sword in advance to conceal his identity as a hero. How could he possibly take it to see the world? Stay put in the space, there will be plenty of opportunities to go out in 4 years. The divine sword could only obediently comply, feeling wronged. Lanta, someone just brought you something, it's your uniform, I put it by the door for you. Lanta was still maintaining his heirloom sword when Rita's lively voice came through the door, and then she hurriedly ran to the opposite side. She still had to help Freya get dressed. Today was another grand occasion, and she was already getting a headache over what to wear. Other princesses had headaches because they had too many clothes and didn't know what to choose, but they had too few clothes and no choice at all. Lanta opened the box, flipped open the uniform, and took a look. The Royal Guard Knight's uniform was primarily black with small gold and red accents, a classic color scheme. He quickly changed into the uniform, put on his medal, and then took out a snow-white fur coat from his space, knocking on the opposite door. He had this fur coat specially rushed by someone outside the palace because he realized that Freya, as a princess, didn't even have a decent one. Thankfully, he had hunted several Yuya foxes in Yuya Forest back then, otherwise, it would have truly been, a clever housewife cannot cook without rice. When Rita saw the white fur coat in Lanta's hand, she was momentarily speechless, not knowing what to say. This isn't for us, is it? Rita stammered, pointing to herself. It is for you. Tonight, let the princess wear this, Lanta said, tucking the fur coat into Rita's hands. Freya heard Rita's exclamation and quickly trotted out from the inner room. Seeing the two of them pushing a snow-white fur coat back and forth, she knew Lanta must have brought her something again. Lanta, this fur coat is too precious, I can't accept it. Freya had seen the fur coats worn by her other brothers and sisters, all of which had mixed colors. She had never seen one as pure and flawless as the one Lanta offered her. It must be very valuable, how could she possibly accept it? I don't need it anyway. Your health isn't good, so you should pay attention to keeping warm. This isn't actually very precious. I just hunted it casually when I passed by. Casually hunted? Rita felt like she could only make incoherent noises. Perhaps this was the world of a genius. Even a beast as difficult to hunt as a Yuya fox could be caught, casually. She truly found it hard to imagine. Freya looked conflicted, both moved and hesitant. Lanta, you don't have to do so much, how can I ever thank you? Lanta saw Freya's troubled expression and realized that, in her eyes, he seemed to have overstepped. His hand holding the fur coat also began to feel awkward. Sorry, I didn't mean to bother you. I just think that what others have, you should also have, and we can have it, Lanta retorted softly, with a hint of indignation. PFF'd, Rita and Freya were amused by him. Thank you, Lanta, then I'll accept it this time. Freya no longer refused his kindness and accepted the fox fur coat. Quote, Lanta, thank you. Really, thank you so much, thank you for being so good to me. As Freya spoke, she spontaneously embraced Lanta. A faint, pleasant floral scent from the girl filled his nostrils, and Lanta was stunned by her warm embrace. Princess, this is not proper. Lanta hadn't expected her to be so forward, and subconsciously wanted to push her away, but his hands couldn't bear to actually use force. No, here, I am the rule, Lanta. I've never treated you as my subordinate. We are good friends from now on. We will work hard and live together. Freya clasped Lanta's hand, her tone firm. In this side hall, though there were few people, they were all genuinely kind to her over the years. Their relationship was no longer just princess in attendance but family. Understood, princess. Then I'll wait for you outside. Lanta's cheeks flushed slightly from her unusually serious gaze, and he turned to stand with his back to the door, his steps a little flustered. Freya was perceptive. Seeing his stiff, almost rigid back and his unnaturally red ear tips, her own face flushed slightly, and she unconsciously smiled. Rita glanced back and forth between the two of them, then secretly covered her mouth and chuckled. Rita, what are you laughing at? Freya looked at her mischievous smile, somewhat puzzled. Nothing. I just, laughing. I think Knight Lanta is exceptionally good, especially good to you, and he's especially handsome, haha. Rita said, giving him a thumbs up in affirmation. Freya secretly glanced at Lanta again. It was indeed as Rita said. In his uniform, he looked more splendidly handsome than the unapproachable, cold demeanor he had in the arena. His figure was tall and slender, and the uniform fit him exceptionally well, making him look truly striking. "Alright, my little princess, just go back inside and sit down, leave the dressing up to me." Rita patted her chest, hung up the precious fur coat, rolled up her sleeves, and decided to get to work. Since the investiture ceremony was a very important occasion, the attire had to be formal and appropriate. Rita finally took out a white long dress with a simple, neat style and a rather stiff, fitted cut. The large area of white, with a few gold and red embellishments, complemented the knight's uniform perfectly. The only drawback was that this dress was an old model from 2 years ago, and now it was a bit too small, making it difficult to breathe. However, Freya ultimately chose this one. Being tight was fine, it wouldn't show from the outside, and with the fur coat on, it would be even less noticeable. Most importantly, it was the most fitting match for Lanta's uniform. As a princess and Lanta's direct superior, it was best for her to dress as fittingly as possible. At least, she couldn't let him lose face. Rita couldn't attend the formal investiture ceremony, so she could only repeatedly give Lanta countless instructions and warnings. Lanta himself listened carefully to Rita's instructions, but Freya felt overwhelmed. "Rita, alright, I'm much better now, no need to be so careful. After all, I am a princess, and I know all these things." How could Rita be at ease? "But princess, this is your first time attending." Freya laughed. "You say that as if you've attended before." Rita blushed, and finally instructed Lanta, "Please take good care of the princess." Lanta nodded seriously. "Don't worry, I will." Rita felt Lanta seemed much more reliable than Freya herself, so she let out a sigh of relief before letting the two of them depart by carriage. Sitting in the carriage, Freya noticed that today's carriage was much steadier than before, and then realized Lanta had brought out his warhorse. Freya asked Lanta, a little embarrassed, "Why did you bring out your warhorse?" "Lanta, your health hasn't fully recovered yet, and it's not good for you to ride in too bumpy a carriage." Freya asked, "But he's a warhorse, is it really okay?" Lanta shook his head, then looked at his beloved horse. "It's fine. Light is actually very happy, right?" HMPH, Light snorted twice, as if in response. Freya breathed a sigh of relief. "So his name is Light?" "What a spiritual child." Light's tail swished, seemingly pleased by Freya's praise. Lanta's gaze softened slightly. "Yes, Light is my important companion." Freya looked rather envious. Unfortunately, her health had always been poor, so she couldn't practice horsemanship and had never experienced the thrill of riding. Even the stables had been idle. Lanta sensed her mood and comforted her. "Princess, once you're well, I'll teach you how to ride a horse." Freya felt comforted. "Okay, I just don't know if my body will ever get better." Lanta subtly reminded her, "After drinking the medicine I brewed last time, do you feel any better?" Freya thought carefully and felt her body. "Now that you mention it, I really do feel much better. I don't seem to get out of breath as easily as before, I can run a bit more, and I'm not as afraid of the cold." Because today's clothes were tighter, she even wore one less layer than usual, but she didn't feel very cold. Freya was pleasantly surprised to realize that her body seemed to be genuinely improving, and she instinctively grasped Lanta's hand. "Lanta, thank you. Really, thanks to your prescription I don't even know how to repay you." Even though they had only known each other for 2 days, Lanta had brought so many changes and surprises to her life during this time. She had never thought that a life that always seemed hopeless could be so vibrant. "Princess, these are all things I should do." Lanta wiggled his fingers, wanting to pull his hand back, but feared hurting her feelings, so he ultimately didn't move. After all, she said they were friends. Between friends, a handshake should be fine, right? Freya felt Lanta's fingers twitch slightly, realizing her action was a bit too enthusiastic, and quickly withdrew her hand, sitting up properly again. "I'm sorry." Lanta rubbed his pants with the hand resting on his knee, then clenched his fist. "It's nothing." 43. Number 43 Loyal Knight vs. Princess of a Demised Kingdom, 10. Chapter 10. Loyal Dog Knight vs. Princess of a Fallen Kingdom, 10. The two remained silent all the way until they entered the palace. The 6th princess, Freya Ramirez, has arrived. Lanta followed half a meter behind and to the side of Freya as they entered the palace hall. Looking around, the hall was magnificent, with an interior of extreme luxury. Even the window frames were made of pure gold. Decorative murals adorned the ceiling, adding an artistic touch. The steps alone numbered in the dozens. Compared to this, the side palace where Freya lived was like heaven and earth. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her quarters simple and crude. In the past, those dozens of high steps were always Freya's biggest headache. Her body was too weak. Even walking up these steps would leave her exhausted. Today, however, aside from her clothes feeling a bit tight, she didn't feel breathless, and her pace was even lighter than before. Freya was secretly pleasantly surprised and made up her mind to properly thank Lanta by preparing a thoughtful gift. The king, sitting in the highest seat, watched Lanta walk toward him behind Freya. His heart was filled with mixed emotions, and suddenly, even Cain didn't seem so pleasing to the eye. If Cain hadn't chosen him and Lanta hadn't chosen Freya, then no one would be competing with him for Lanta. This swordsmanship genius would definitely have been his. It really was just a hair's breadth away. The more the king thought about it, the more annoyed he became. He felt that the current outcome was entirely the fault of Cain and Freya. In the hall, the fifth princess, Shania, had already arrived. As someone who always cared most about appearance and dress, she noticed at a glance that the padded coat Freya was wearing today was unusual. 2 days ago, she was dressed shabbily, but today she was wearing a padded coat. It seemed she had this knight Lanta Lisi to thank for it. Shania had to admit that she was feeling quite jealous now. King Cyrulida was currently in his prime. The eldest, first Prince Cyrus, was only 22 and was the only prince currently married, with children. Nevertheless, a factional struggle had already begun to brew among the princes, and many nobles had already chosen sides. Meanwhile, the neighboring country of Atelj had been eyeing them greedily. The current temporary peace between the two nations was a brief tranquility bought by the marriage of the former eldest princess, King Cyrulida's own younger sister. Atelj hung over Sarulida's head like a sword of Damocles. In the original plot, Lanta followed the king, while Cain followed Shania. Shania supported the fifth prince, whose ambition was plain for all to see. He used all sorts of methods, both overt and covert, causing a great deal of trouble for Lanta's work. Also, because he was forced into the struggle for the throne, Lanta's energy was spread too thin. In the end, he failed to detect the signs of the abyssal demons breaking the seal early and was even seriously injured and fell into a coma while protecting the king. Looking at it now, these intrigues and deceptions were merely trivial compared to the unsealing of the abyssal demons 4 years later, which would plunge the entire continent into misery. Expecting these two countries to cooperate was out of the question. One should be grateful they hadn't started a war yet. The priority now was to nurse Freya's body back to health so she could awaken her holy energy as soon as possible. Freya's health was now steadily improving, but what trigger was needed for the awakening of her holy energy remained unknown. During the investiture ceremony, the king would personally present each knight with a medal and a new sword, and the knights would bow and swear an oath to those they served. Chosen knights, you have proven your perseverance and exquisite swordsmanship. Now, in the name of God, I bless you. May God be with you. I shall remember humility, honor, sacrifice, valor, compassion, honesty, and justice. I swear by my life to dedicate everything to you. Freya took the epaulets held out by the attendant and pinned them on Lanta. Lanta then performed a knight's salute to her. After the complicated procedures, the investiture ceremony finally came to an end. By the time they left the palace hall, the moon was already hanging high in the sky. The air after the snow had a cool, clean scent. The sky was clear, and a canopy of stars met their eyes. Freya's nerves, which had been tense throughout the ceremony, finally relaxed. She slightly loosened her collar, which was tied too tight, and took a few shallow breaths. Fortunately, nothing went wrong. Lanta nodded slightly in response. Looking at his calm face, which was as unruffled as ever, Freya asked curiously, Lanta, were you nervous just now? Lanta shook his head. Freya said with a hint of envy, I really admire you. I was very nervous just now. Princess, you did very well. Lanta affirmed her seriously. Freya couldn't help but feel delighted. In all her years growing up, few people had ever praised her. What she heard most were insults like, bastard, or motherless child. The status of princess was not an honor to her, but a shackle. Every time she made a slight mistake or didn't do something well enough, she would be mocked by her brothers and sisters. Thank you for the praise. Even if it was just words of comfort, Freya felt happy. I mean it, princess. Lanta looked at her earnestly. Freya stared into his eyes. His gaze was serious, and his silver-gray pupils were full of sincerity. Lanta, why are you so kind? Although it had been 2 days, Freya still felt like it was all a dream. Lanta was like a beam of light in her bleak life, leading her into a completely different world. Because I am your knight, Lanta replied as if it were the most natural thing in the world. A faint smile appeared on the young man's usually expressionless face, revealing a rare glimpse of the youthful vigor someone his age should have. Freya stopped dwelling on the matter and gave a rare, brilliant smile. That's right, you really are my knight now. I'll be in your care from now on, Sir Knight. It is I who will be in your care, my princess. His voice was steady and slow, with a low, magnetic rasp, yet it still held the freshness of youth. Hearing it made Freya's face turn slightly red. My princess? For some reason, it sounded special. Why did it feel so tingly? Freya patted her chest, telling herself it was just an illusion. It must be because she hadn't interacted with the opposite sex for so long that she was occasionally unaccustomed to their company. Thanks to Freya being unfavored, life in the side palace had been very peaceful for over 6 months, with no one coming to disturb them. Since Lanta's arrival, they had even achieved food independence and no longer had to endure the difficulties from the main kitchen. The attendants hadn't been to the main kitchen for a long time, to the point where the head chef had almost forgotten the 6th princess existed. It was said that Cain was very busy every day, protecting the king and participating in the intrigues between various factions. He was so exhausted he was losing quite a bit of hair. The king was initially still quite disgruntled about Lanta. He had summoned Freya several times and hinted to Lanta that he wanted to poach him. But Lanta always acted as if he didn't understand, remaining completely loyal to Freya. The king was helpless and eventually had to give up. As a high-level mage, a mere palace couldn't trap Lanta. He could come and go as he pleased. He didn't intend to hide this from Freya and Rita, and he would bring back interesting things every time he went out. As time passed, Freya and Rita grew accustomed to him suddenly producing good things. Sometimes it was freshly hunted high-grade ingredients, other times it was magic props they had never seen before. Freya's body had mostly recovered after being nursed back to health, and even her appetite had improved, so much so that she was now starting to fret over whether she needed to lose weight. Her desire to learn how to ride a horse also became increasingly fervent. The cold winter had passed, the ice and snow melted, the temperature rose, and the climate began to warm up until it was hot. The variety of produce in the vegetable garden also gradually increased. Kemi, we're having a feast tonight. One moment Lanta was catching wild chickens on the Solnak plain, and the next he appeared in the side palace kitchen. Ouch, Lanta, you scared me again. A boy with short orange hair was so startled he dropped the spatula in his hand. Sorry. I'll leave these to you. Lanta took 2 bloody fat chickens out of his space. Hey night, Lanta is back. Tira, who had just returned from picking vegetables in the garden, rushed over at the sound. Quote, wow, such fat chickens, let me handle them. Kemi, how about we make chicken stew with potatoes today? No problem. Kemi was full of energy. Then I'll be going now. Lanta handed the chickens to Tira and turned to leave. Alright, hurry back, otherwise, your princess will start missing you again. Kemi didn't forget to tease Lanta with a laugh while tossing the pan. Lanta unexpectedly tripped on the doorframe. Hee. Kemi, watch your position, don't just blurt out the truth like that. Tira was enjoying the spectacle. Lanta slipped away even faster. In the back garden, Freya sat bored on a swing. Rita, when do you think Lanta will be back? Rita had been asked for the 21st time and was starting to get a headache. Princess, why don't you just ask him using the sound transmission ring? Freya shook her head. No, what if he's busy? It would disturb him. Forget it, I'll just wait for him. Oh dear, what if he runs into danger? Maybe I should make him a new amulet? Yes, I'll make another one. Freya stood up, muttering to herself, and decided to go back to her room immediately to make another amulet. Princess, I'm back. Just as Freya stood up, a familiar male voice came from behind her. She turned around to see Lanta walking toward her from outside. Lanta, you're back. Freya ran over to him. Quote, how was it? Did you run into any danger? Are you hurt? Of course not. I caught 2 wild chickens today. They're very fat. Kemi and Tira are going to make stewed chicken. As Lanta spoke, he took a box out of his space. Quote, I also went to the market today and saw this. I thought it was suitable, so I bought it. Freya opened the box, and inside lay an exquisite, small hair accessory. It's enchanted and can block 1 high-level magic attack. The design is also quite low-key, Lanta added. His status was only that of a knight. Sending an ordinary hair accessory would be too intimate, but sending defensive equipment gave him a justifiable reason. Rita felt he was clearly trying to cover something up and teased him playfully. Oh my, why don't I have one? We're all friends. This is truly heartbreaking. Lanta remained calm. This style doesn't suit you. Besides, I am only the princess's knight. Freya's face instantly turned red. Seeing that she had achieved her goal, Rita ran off with a chuckle. I'm going to the kitchen, I want to see just how fat those 2 chickens are. Freya looked at her retreating back, feeling quite embarrassed. She's just like that. Don't be angry. I'm not angry, Lanta said frankly. This hair accessory is beautiful. I like it very much. It must have been expensive, right? Whenever Lanta gave her something, Freya couldn't help but worry he was wasting money, as most of what he gave were magic props, which were naturally more expensive. I enchanted it myself, so it wasn't very expensive. Lanta was telling the truth. If he relied solely on his salary, he naturally couldn't afford so many magic props. so he occasionally took on tasks as an adventurer or hunted beasts and monsters to sell for money. Princess, the weather has been very good lately. Do you want to learn how to ride a horse? 4 years later, the abyssal demons would awaken, and time was tight. Lanta felt it was time to put learning magic and horsemanship on the agenda. Really? You're finally planning to teach me how to ride? That's great, my health has long since recovered, let's go now. Freya was already beyond herself with joy. She had been looking forward to this day for a long time. Princess, please wait. You need to eat properly first. Lanta caught Freya's arm and then quickly withdrew his hand. Freya realized she was too excited and lowered her head with a bashful smile, but the excitement in her heart simply wouldn't stop. 44. Number 44 Loyal Knight vs Princess of a Demised Kingdom, 11. Chapter 11. Loyal Dog Knight vs Princess of a Fallen Nation, 11. The 2 chickens Lanta added to the meal were indeed very fat. Once stewed, their fragrance wafted quite far. Kemi's cooking was delicious, and everyone ate until their mouths were full of flavor. Although the food was fragrant, horseback riding was more appealing. Freya quickly finished her meal and urged Rita to help her choose clothes for going out. But she soon encountered a new worry. She had no suitable riding clothes at all. Furthermore, over the past 6 months, her nutrition had improved, she had grown taller, and her figure was fuller than before. Many of her clothes were now too short and too tight. Looking at Freya's distressed expression, Rita gave a mischievous chuckle. Princess, this is a rare opportunity. Why not ask your royal guard knight to take you to buy clothes? Wandering the market together, buying clothes together, picking out a horse together, just thinking about it is very interesting. Rita's teasing was too obvious, making Freya's face turn bright red. Well, she spinelessly admitted that she was indeed a bit tempted by what Rita said. Is that really okay? Freya couldn't help but feel both excited and conflicted, her 2 lily-white hands twisting together. You are a princess, he is your knight, shouldn't he obediently listen to you? Rita egged her on. Quote, go out without a worry, I'll watch the house, if anything happens, I'll notify you immediately, then I'll go talk to him. Freya hesitated as she walked toward the door. Go for it, princess, good luck, Rita cheered her on. At the door of Lanta's room, Freya took a deep breath and knocked. Lanta, are you there? Lanta answered immediately, opening the door. Princess, were you looking for me? Freya clutched her skirt. I don't have any suitable clothes, so I'd like to ask you to accompany me to buy an outfit, if that's okay? Of course, Lanta agreed without the slightest hesitation. Quote, by the way, princess, this is a magic prop that can change one's appearance. We'll need to use it when we go out. It wasn't actually a magic prop. It was a mask card Lanta had exchanged for using points with 0250. System products were naturally more reliable than magic. To eliminate all possible accidents, Lanta would rather spend some points. In addition to her joy, Freya decisively followed Lanta's instructions and used the item to change her appearance. After preparing the things they needed to bring and confirming their attire was low-key and, without issue, Lanta took Freya's hand. Princess, forgive my rudeness, but you must hold on tight to me. As the teleportation magic circle activated, Freya felt a bout of dizziness. The next second, the 2 of them appeared in a dark little corner. Where is this? Freya asked curiously. Follow me. Lanta steadied her and led her outside. It turned out to be an abandoned small warehouse near the market. After turning through 2 alleys, they arrived at the bustling market. The cries of vendors and the sounds of bargaining filling their ears were full of the breath of life. I know a shop. I'll take you there. Okay. Freya gripped Lanta's hand tightly the whole way and didn't let go, fearing she might get lost and cause him trouble. The 2 of them arrived at an old shop that looked like it had been around for many years. This is it. Lanta lifted the door curtain and led Freya inside. Ding ling ling. Welcome, feel free to look around and take your pick. A short man with a shifty voice heard the doorbell. Before he even turned around from cleaning a weapon, he spoke out of habit. Keen, I'm here to pick up the goods. Lanta wasn't polite at all. Oh, I was wondering who it was. It's young Master Luke. I prepared the items you wanted long ago. I was just waiting for you to come get them. Upon seeing Luke, Keen's eyes crinkled into slits with a smile. This was a major client. And this is? Keen glanced at Freya. My younger sister. Lanta gestured toward Freya for Keen's benefit. Hello, Freya proactively greeted him. Keen's small eyes glanced at their tightly held hands, and he smiled knowingly. A sister, I see. Young Master Luke really dotes on his sister. I'll go get your things right away. After a moment, Keen brought out a large box. Young Master Luke, please inspect the goods. There are definitely no problems. Our shop's craftsmanship is among the best on the entire continent. Lanta opened the box. Inside was a full set of armor, riding gear, and a defensive short sword forged from azure flame crystal. In addition, a bristle was forged. Though it was as beautiful as a work of art, it was actually used to release hidden weapons. Azure flame crystal was produced at the Kus volcano. The area around the volcano was scorching hot and the environment was harsh. Most fatally, there were high-level magical beasts. Those without great strength could not enter. It was a precious material that was often unavailable even if one had the money. Lanta had been able to get a whole box of it, and there was even some left over after forging the full set of equipment. He was either a ruthless person with formidable strength or a big shot with an extraordinary background. How could Keen not treat him as an honored guest? Young Master Luke, there's a fitting room inside. You are free to use it. Keen enthusiastically led the two to the fitting room. Go in and try it on. Lanta handed the equipment to Freya. Magic equipment could automatically fit the body. After Freya changed, it fit perfectly. Moreover, the equipment forged from azure flame crystal had impressive defensive power while being very light and thin, so it wouldn't place an extra burden on the body. The overall design of the equipment was also very beautiful and not bulky at all, making it very suitable for girls. This outfit was a preparation Lanta had specifically made in advance for the unsealing of the heteromorphic demon. Young Master Luke, are you satisfied? Keen smiled radiantly. Quote, if you are satisfied, please come again next time. Lanta asked Freya, is it comfortable to wear? Do you like it? Freya nodded, deeply moved, her eyes even growing moist. I like it very much. She had only wanted to come out and buy a normal set of clothes, but Lanta had already thought of it for her and considered everything so thoroughly. This was forged from azure flame crystal, which money couldn't even buy. Even her father could not have easily afforded such a set of equipment. It's good that you like it. For the first time, Lanta overstepped his bounds and patted Freya's head. If possible, he really didn't want Freya to know the truth. But there was no helping it. That day would come sooner or later. Freya didn't know why he looked like he was hesitating to speak. She was just surprised, shy, and happy that he had patted her head. Because he was usually so disciplined, he almost never touched her, at most only holding her hand. Thanks. I'll come back if I have any needs. Lanta settled the final payment and draped a coat over Freya. The two then left Keen's shop and headed to the horse market. With the recent large-scale recruitment of knights, the selection that originally happened every 4 years had been changed to every 2 years. Naturally, the horse market was busier and more crowded than before. Lanta had chosen Hikari based entirely on intuition, so this time, Freya decided to follow her feelings just like him. As the saintess, she was to some extent the darling of the heavenly Tao. The horse she chose would certainly be extraordinary. Therefore, Lanta decided not to stop her and let her do as she pleased. Freya finally chose a small white horse, though it had a bit of a bad temper. It was very irritable, frequently huffing at people as if it were about to use its hooves at any second, but it was undeniably beautiful, and Freya liked it very much, so the two decided to buy it. Freya named it Yuki, because its coat was as white and clean as snow. Miraculously, Yuki was exceptionally obedient in Freya's hands, looking nothing like the irritable little white horse from before. The owner found it incredible and tried to get close to Yuki again, only for Yuki to huff at the owner once more. Owner. Fine, sometimes fate is just that mysterious. After buying Yuki, Lanta found a hidden spot and once again used teleportation magic to take Freya and Yuki to the Solnak plain. Yuki was startled by the sudden change in scenery and let out a neigh. Freya repeatedly comforted it. Yuki scared the horse to death although it was startled. Yuki's intimacy and favorability toward Lanta suddenly increased. It seemed that the person protecting its master was very powerful. Today we'll start practicing with the simplest mounting and dismounting. Lanta held Yuki and helped Freya onto the horse. Her previous excitement and exhilaration gradually faded. Sitting on the horse's back, Freya immediately felt the tension of her whole body being unstable. When Yuki's pace quickened just a little bit, Freya subconsciously slumped onto the horse's back. Yuki moved its head slightly, and now even the horse was confused. I'm sorry, I'm too nervous. Freya forced a smile and slowly sat upright on the horse's back again. Princess, do you want me to take you for a ride first so you can get used to the feeling? Lanta patted Yuki's head, looked at Yuki, and then asked Freya. Yuki also gave a little huff, as if agreeing with Lanta's suggestion. Yes, I think that would work, Freya agreed immediately. It was her first time riding a horse, and she desperately needed someone to give her a sense of security. Then, Princess, forgive my rudeness. Lanta vaulted onto the horse, encircling Freya, his arms passing around her waist to grab the reins. Quote, I'll take you through a slow walk first, and then we can speed up, okay? Freya was so nervous she almost forgot how to breathe, and she nodded like a little chick pecking at grain. This was the first time she had been so close to Lanta she could smell a faint, very fresh scent on him. His chest was pressed against her back, and a continuous warmth came from him, which was particularly noticeable in this late spring and early summer season of thin clothing. The girl's floral scent was elegant and pleasant, and her golden hair was soft, fluttering against his neck in the wind as if plucking at his heartstrings. Lanta also felt a bit unnatural, but he forced himself to suppress it. Now was not the time for distractions. Although Yuki had a bad temper, it was very patient when facing Freya. Lanta guided it slowly for several laps, and it remained very obedient throughout. I'm going to start speeding up now. After walking back and forth for 3 or 4 laps, Lanta gently flicked the reins and spoke to warn Freya. Freya immediately couldn't help but hold her breath. Yuki's speed became faster and faster. Freya gripped Yuki tightly, her whole body pressed against Lanta. The feeling of tension gradually calmed during the continuous gallop, and the thrill of racing slowly replaced her initial fear and nervousness. Princess, Yuki is your partner. Try to trust him. Lanta's steady voice came from behind her, giving Freya a great sense of security. The speed gradually slowed down. Freya's cheeks were flushed from the wind, but her eyes were sparkling with excitement. I think I can try again by myself. Good. Lanta dismounted and held the reins again, letting Freya try once more on her own. This time, the progress was clearly much greater than the first. Because of the trust and sense of familiarity, Freya was no longer so afraid of heights or being scared. The two practiced from dawn until dusk, not starting their journey back until the horizon burned with an orange-pink sunset and the stars began to twinkle. Thanks to the high-quality equipment, although her waist, back, arms, and thighs were a bit sore after a day of practice, she didn't have any skin abrasions like other beginners. After dinner, Freya returned to her room and carefully took off the equipment, putting it into the space ring Lanta had given her. Then she took out her magic book and the needle and thread for making magic amulets. Freya was determined to learn a more advanced magic and make a better amulet for Lanta. Seeing that the light was still on in her room, Rita originally wanted to remind her to rest early, but seeing her princess's look of total concentration, she eventually left silently and gave up on the reminder. Forget it, it was better for her not to disturb a girl who had fallen in love. 45. Number 45 Loyal Knight vs. Princess of a Demised Kingdom, 12. Chapter 12. Loyal Knight vs. Princess of a Fallen Nation, 12. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. At 16, Freya was no longer plagued by illness and had grown increasingly graceful. After learning more magic from Lanta, her temperament had also become much more spirited. Everyone in the side palace was an active member of her praise squad, and with so many compliments, it was impossible for Freya not to gain confidence. The 16-year-old Lanta had shot up in height even faster. His once somewhat thin teenage frame had become increasingly solid and reliable. His swordsmanship and magic levels had also become more profound and unpredictable. The small vegetable patch that had been temporarily started in the front yard had now been moved to the back garden, occupying a large open space. They had achieved complete fruit and vegetable independence, and the variety was even quite rich. When Rita had nothing to do, she would go to check on how the vegetables in the garden were growing. The small vegetable patch in the front yard was converted into a small pond where 2 delicious, fat fish could be raised. With Lanta around, everyone in the side palace could go out of the palace to play and wander whenever they wanted, and they could even follow along to practice simplified versions of swordsmanship or magic for fitness. At this time, the fact that no one bothered them was actually a good thing, and their days became vibrant and interesting. For 2 years, King Cyrulida had lived in a state of constant anxiety and exhaustion, both physically and mentally. Those rebellious sons of his, he was still in his prime, yet they were already ambitious and plotting to usurp the throne. Neighboring Atelj had become increasingly arrogant over the past 2 years, provoking them time and again, and had even seized a piece of their territory. Then there was the prophecy from 2 years ago. Whether it was the hero or the saintess, there was still no clue. No one knew when or where the abyssal demon would break the seal and reappear, and this hung over King Cyrulida like a time bomb, threatening him at every moment. About half a year ago, unable to restrain himself any longer, King Cyrulida dispatched one of the Night Order captains to lead a group to Yuya Forest to search for the Divine Tower and the demon exercising Divine Sword. Unfortunately, the entire force was wiped out, and no one ever returned. Because of his strategic error, King Cyrulida suffered heavy losses and was frantically recruiting knights in a state of utter distress, to the point that even the citizens' trust in him had dropped significantly. 2 months ago, a riot of beasts and monsters suddenly broke out in Yuya Forest. Since Yuya Forest was within Saralita's borders and concerned the Divine Tower and the demon exercising Divine Sword, coupled with the previous failed exploration, King Saralita painfully dispatched Cain to suppress the riot. Cain was very unlucky. The riot was so violent that his level was insufficient to suppress it, and he even lost an arm in the battle. Over the past 2 years, he had been exhausted by being caught in the factional struggles between the throne and the nobility, and his swordsmanship had not improved in the slightest. Such a result was not at all surprising. Although King Saralita did not find Cain particularly pleasing to the eye, he was, after all, a rare talent. Now that he was seriously injured, the king had lost another fierce general among those who protected him. The king could not help but become anxious, so he once again turned his attention to Lanta, who held the title of genius. But Lanta was Freya's royal guard knight. According to the rules, even if he was the king, if he wanted to mobilize Lanta, he first had to get past Freya. How could Freya possibly agree to let Lanta protect her scumbag father who was useless at everything? Thus, she flatly rejected the king's request. The king had not expected that this neglected youngest daughter would become so defiant. He was so angry that he lost a lot of hair. Finally, he scoured the legal codes and brought out a regulation that neither Lanta nor Freya could resist. As a knight, one has the obligation to step forward in times of national peril, regardless of who gives the order. With the current riot in Yuya Forest, this was a time of national peril. Lanta should rightfully go and handle this matter. Lanta could not defy the code and the order, so he accepted the mission in the face of danger and set out leading the troops as an acting captain. Freya was worried sick about him and stayed up all night sewing a bunch of protective amulets for him, filling every one of his pockets. Lanta was somewhat caught between laughter and tears, but he did not refuse her kindness. He promised 1,000 times that he would definitely return safely. It was snowing heavily on the day of departure. Freya stood on the city wall and watched Lanta leave, her heart feeling even heavier. Yuya Forest was too dangerous. No one had ever returned from there unscathed. She was so worried that she hadn't slept well for several nights in a row. Even though Freya's health had long since recovered, Rita still draped a padded coat over her. "Princess, the wind is strong today. Please take care of your health." Freya touched the snow-white fox fur coat she was wearing. It was a gift from Lanta, and her eyes grew even more stinging. "Rita, what should I do? I'm so afraid something will happen to him." Rita sighed, also feeling uncertain, but she still comforted her. "We have to believe in him. He is such a powerful knight and such a powerful magician. He's the man who defeated Cain with a single strike." Freya wiped her eyes and comforted herself. "Yes, we should believe in him." Lanta had been gone for 7 days, and during these 7 days, the weather had grown increasingly cold. However, with the magic circle Lanta had set up, the side palace was warm in winter and cool in summer, like spring all year round. Lanta would report to Freya every day using the sound transmission ring, and now Freya was much more at ease than she had been a few days ago. King Saralita's little schemes had recently begun to stir again. Because Freya's 16th birthday and coming-of-age ceremony were approaching, reaching adulthood meant she could be married off. Over the past 2 years, the friction between Atelj and Saralita had been constant, and seeing it grow more intense, he now urgently needed to send a daughter to Atelj for a political marriage to stabilize the situation. Freya was the best choice. Not only that, if he could marry Freya off while Lanta was still on his mission in Yuya Forest, the side palace would be empty by the time Lanta returned. Wouldn't Lanta then become his own knight to protect him? King Saralita felt wonderful just thinking about it. Although he didn't know when the abyssal demon would awaken, at least having Lanta by his side to protect him would give him a lot of peace of mind. There was also a rumor spreading very strongly in Saralita recently. 2 years ago, an obscure diviner had once prophesied the appearance of the hero, the unsealing of the abyssal demon, and the end of the world. But no one cared at the time. Recently, however, the number of independent diviners prophesying this seemed to have suddenly increased, and it was inevitable that people would notice. Coupled with the frequent riots in Yuya Forest and the king's unusually frequent recruitment of knights, especially with the embellishment of legendary stories, the number of people who believed it began to grow. Even within the imperial palace, rumors about the abyssal demon, the hero, and the saintess appeared. Aiden was the little intelligence expert in Freya's side palace. Because he was responsible for collecting the monthly allowance, including Lanta's fixed reward as a royal guard knight, he came into contact with many people and knew a lot of news. As soon as Aiden heard the rumors about the unsealing of the abyssal demon, he told Freya immediately. Freya was initially skeptical of the rumors, but she suddenly thought of the knight selection tournament that had been held early 2 years ago. Why had it been held early without any warning? There must be something fishy about it. So Freya also began to believe the rumors somewhat and planned to discuss it with Lanta when he returned. Unfortunately, before Lanta could return, Freya instead received unfortunate news. The king decided to hold her coming-of-age ceremony in 3 days and issued a decree to send her to the neighboring country of Atelj for a political marriage, to be given as a concubine to Atelj's eldest prince, Grady. Atelj had long been ambitious toward Saralida. This political marriage was clearly a form of compromise and concession. It was utterly humiliating. In Freya's view, it wasn't that Saralida lacked the ability to fight back, but they had missed opportunities time and again and fled the battlefield. A perfectly good hand had been played terribly, and in the king's eyes, she was nothing more than a pawn that could be used at any time and was completely expendable. Although no one actually knew Freya's specific birth date, the date had been accepted by default for all these years. Could a coming-of-age ceremony that was clearly supposed to be held a month later just be moved forward randomly? What did he take her for? A joke? Freya accepted the imperial decree with a cold expression, her hands clenched until they turned white. Rita's expression was even worse than Freya's. For 2 years, she had already accepted in her heart that Freya and Lanta should be together. Although it was against etiquette, Rita was a rebellious person by nature and didn't care about such things at all. In the courtyard, Kemi, Tira, Aiden, and Yuna, the 4 of them had rarely all put down their work, gathered together with heavy expressions. Princess, I don't want you to get married. That eldest prince sounds like a bad person just by his name, Tira said with a long face, her eyes already brimming with tears. That bastard king is actually making our princess a concubine. Kemi disregarded all etiquette and spat fiercely, gritting her teeth as if she were about to go get the large knife from the kitchen. Aiden rested his chin on his hand gloomily. I suddenly feel like the unsealing of the abyssal demon or the end of the world would be better. Us running for our lives together is better than going for a humiliating political marriage. Yuna, however, analyzed calmly. The king suddenly moving up the princess's coming-of-age ceremony and sending her for a political marriage definitely has a problem. He must have some selfish motive combining this with how he has been making things difficult for Knight Lanta before. I suspect he wants to use the time difference to deliberately keep them apart. Rita exclaimed. You mean that old geezer wants to separate Lanta and the princess? Why would he do that? Could it be that he's taken a fancy to Lanta? Is there something wrong with his sexual orientation? Quote, seeing Rita's words getting more and more outrageous, Freya quickly covered her mouth. He has indeed taken a fancy to Lanta, but it should only be to Lanta's ability. He must think I'm the most useless of all the princesses and the most suitable to be sent out for a political marriage, but he also wants to keep Lanta to replace Kane, so that's why he's doing this. Kemi was so angry she punched the wall. A person can't be shameless to this extent, can they? Yuna clasped her hands and said a prayer. I hope Knight Lanta can return safely as soon as possible. Aiden didn't know what to say either, so he could only comfort Freya. I also believe Big Brother Lanta will definitely be able to return as soon as possible. Rita made a shocking suggestion. Even if Lanta returns, won't the princess still have to get married? Why don't we just run away from the wedding? Kemi, Yuna, Aiden, Tira. Oh, if it were 2 years ago, Freya would have definitely agreed with Rita's decision, but now she had grown up and matured, understanding that many things cannot be done impulsively. She was a princess, she bore responsibilities, and many times she could not just do as she pleased. If she ran away from the marriage, whether or not Atelj truly cared about a princess sent as a concubine, it would be enough reason for them to take the initiative to attack Saralida. When that time came, the ones who would suffer the most would be the countless commoners. Freya felt she couldn't be that selfish and make countless commoners pay for her choice. However, she already had someone she liked, and she didn't want to marry someone she didn't love. I'm sorry, please let me be alone for a moment. Freya clutched her head somewhat painfully, stood up, and walked toward her room with a lonely air. The other 5 all watched her back with worried eyes. What to do? Their little princess was being forced into a political marriage. 46. Number 46 Loyal Knight vs. Princess of a Demised Kingdom, 13. Chapter 13. The Loyal Knight vs. the Fallen Princess, 13. With only 1 day left until the coming-of-age ceremony, Rita had been jumping around in a panic every day, at a complete loss for what to do. King Sarulida was truly pushed to his limit. Over the past 2 days, he had been sending all sorts of dresses, jewelry, and accessories for the ceremony to the side palace. Not only were the items for the ceremony provided, but even the wedding dress was fully prepared, waiting to ship Freya out the moment the coming-of-age ceremony ended. Rita looked at them with nothing but disdain. This dress, could they put a little heart into it? It clearly doesn't fit. Our princess isn't a midget. Who was this dress even made for? And this jewelry, what is this garbage? It's tacky and low quality. The things Lanta sends are countless times better than these. And these dowry gifts, are they trying to brush off a beggar? I'm seriously going to die of anger. Princess, what on earth are you thinking? Why don't we just run away? I've really had enough of this crappy palace. Freya held back the agitated Rita and shook her head. Rita, think of all those innocent commoners. We cannot be so selfish. Rita stamped her feet in frustration. Then Lanta, don't you like him? Oh, I'm really going to die of worry. Freya's lips curled into a bitter smile. I should have realized long ago there is no possibility for him and me. He deserves a better woman. Rita refused to accept it. You're just too close to the situation. It's so obvious that he likes you. You're so wonderful. You two are the perfect match. Freya thought of how Lanta hadn't forgotten to report his safety to her last night, and her heart felt increasingly bitter. Forgive her selfishness for not telling him the news that she was about to be married off. But Lanta shouldn't be trapped by her now. She didn't know what to do either. Far away in the Yuya forest, Lanta was currently like an incarnation of a god of slaughter, killing one monster with every strike of his sword. The blood of beasts and monsters soaked his black clothes, adding a thick layer of crimson to the already deep, inseparable blackness. Single-handedly, he had taken down nearly 3/4 of the rampaging monsters. On the ground, blood flowed like a river, and corpses were piled like mountains. The members of the Knight's Order followed behind him, scurrying to clean up the aftermath. He seemed like a machine that never tired and never slept, repeatedly swinging his sword, hacking monsters, releasing magic, and performing large-scale bombardments. Would his mana never run out? Everyone couldn't help but wonder. The monsters and beasts were beaten into submission by Lanta, and their minds cleared. One by one, they fled back into the depths of the Yuya forest. They originally lived in the Yuya forest and had only lost their reason and run into human territory because the seal on the abyssal demons had loosened. As time passed, the seal on the abyssal demons would only become looser. The entire continent was like a fragile eggshell about to shatter, with the mana of the abyssal demons seeping in everywhere. This mana would cause plants to wither and sentient beings to lose their reason and fall into madness. Now, there was already a faint trend toward this. After killing the last batch and confirming that the riot was completely suppressed, Lanta spoke with a cold, ill-tempered face. Set out. Return to the palace. No one in the Knight's Order dared to disobey, and they immediately followed Lanta, riding day and night at full speed to return. Even if Freya hadn't said anything, Lanta already knew about the major events happening in the palace through 0250. The king wanted to separate him and Freya? Hey, simply wishful thinking. He didn't mind giving the king a little surprise. No matter how reluctant Rita was, the day of the coming-of-age ceremony eventually arrived. From early morning, Rita began to dress and groom Freya, but she lacked all of her usual passion and was unusually silent. Freya also hesitated to speak, not knowing what to say. Princess Rita's voice choked up. At least I will always stay with you. Thank you, Rita. Freya secretly wiped away her tears. At the thought of Lanta, she felt very sad. She hoped Lanta wouldn't be angry when he came back to see this empty home. She hoped he would be well in the future. After finishing her grooming, Freya regained her composure, tried her best to maintain a dignified and elegant appearance, and pushed open the door to head out. Princess, Kemi, Tira, Aiden, and Yuna were all gathered at the door. Let us go with you. That's right, I'm afraid that when you get to Atelj, you won't be used to the food others cook. I'm very good at growing vegetables now. I've even brought the seeds. Princess, I can continue to help you gather information and things like magic for heating or making ice. I've learned them all now. I've learned how to make clothes. I promise I'll never let the princess wear ill-fitting clothes again. Seeing them all with their bags packed, Freya's eyes instantly welled up. She looked up and laughed through her tears, swallowing back the moisture. Why are you all still following me? She had clearly returned their indentured servitude contracts to them long ago. Because you will always be our little princess. The four of them smiled at each other. Then let's go, although today isn't very happy. We can't lose our spirit. Freya held her head high and strode forward. Yes, princess. Several people followed closely behind her. When was the last time she came to the palace's main hall? Freya didn't remember the exact date, but it felt like a very long time ago. Every time she came here, it was never for anything happy, including today. The only time she felt joy was probably 2 years ago, also on a cold day, when she and Lanta attended the commissioning ceremony together. The king sitting on the high platform looked much older after just 2 years, his hair balding into a Mediterranean look. The royal guard knight by his side had changed. It was no longer Kane. The national situation, fraught with internal and external troubles, and the abyssal demons that could be unsealed at any time amidst rampant rumors, were all exhausting. Looking at this daughter whose growth he had never paid attention to, the king was filled with mixed emotions seeing that she had unknowingly reached adulthood and grown to be so beautiful. He hadn't realized that his youngest daughter's vitality was so tenacious he had thought she would die of illness sooner or later. The coming-of-age ceremony proceeded step by step. Everyone was expressionless, without the slightest blessing or joy, mechanical and numb. Even the applause seemed perfunctory. Freya couldn't say she was disappointed or sad because she had long since stopped holding any expectations, so there were no emotional fluctuations. She was merely completing a set process and task. 6th Princess, Freya Ramirez, congratulations, you have now officially reached adulthood. You are about to enter the most brilliant and magnificent stage of your life. The priest read the words with great exaggeration. Freya didn't feel that her future life would be particularly brilliant or magnificent. Next, she should prepare to set out and get married, right? She even felt the process was too long and boring. It would be better to just let her wait in the carriage and set out for Atelj directly when the time came. Sure enough, King Cyrulida began to read a long-winded wedding blessing. I hope, Freya, my little princess, that you can fulfill your mission and restore the friendship between our two countries. May you have a bright future. The gods will bless you. Freya stared coldly and directly at the king on the high platform. She was suddenly curious. He always said these hypocritical words. After saying them so much, did his heart still feel even a tiny bit of guilt? The king felt an inexplicable panic under her gaze, but he quickly looked away. She was just a little girl. How could she make him feel flustered? It was all an illusion. All the ceremonies ended along with the words of blessing. Supported by Rita, Freya began to walk out. Report. Bang! The heavy doors suddenly swung open following the urgent shout from outside. No one expected a sudden variable at this time. Your Majesty, it is an urgent notification sent by Captain Lantalizi. The riot in the Yuya forest was a matter of great importance, far outweighing the coming-of-age ceremony of an unfavored daughter. King Cyrulida's voice immediately became urgent. Quick, read it. Before the attendant who came to deliver the message could open his mouth to read the first word, a heavy scent of blood wafted into his nostrils, and heavy footsteps rapidly approached from behind. Your Majesty, I have fortunately fulfilled my mission. I have suppressed all the chaotic beasts in the Yuya forest and can guarantee they will not invade again. Exuding a murderous aura, Lanta strode in from outside the hall, knelt on one knee in a knight's salute, and reported the news. Except what he said was so brief it was practically saying nothing at all. The attendant reacted immediately and continued reading the victory report. Lantalizi, appointed as the temporary Knights Order captain, personally led over 10,000 cavalry straight to the Yuya forest, slaying over 100,000 chaotic beasts and exterminating over 200,000 ghosts and monsters. Enough, you don't need to read anymore. King Cyrulida immediately stopped the attendant reading the report. Freya couldn't control the shock in her heart and turned slightly to look at Lanta, who was still performing the knight's salute beside her. He actually came back so quickly? But why was he covered in blood? No wonder the scent of blood was so strong. She wondered if he was injured. Tension and worry unconsciously appeared in Freya's eyes. The king was frightened by Lanta. He also never expected that Lanta would return so soon. He had thought he could perfectly make Lanta and Freya miss each other, but he didn't expect him to finish the mission so far in advance. The original month-long task had been compressed into 10 days by him. When he had seen this youth before, his impression was just of a thin child whose swordsmanship was a bit memorable. He never imagined he would have such a terrifying side with this murderous aura. God knows how many monsters he had killed. It was simply suffocating. He himself might be a monster. Freya's ceremony had ended, and she had no reason to stay in the hall. She gave Lanta a lingering look, then with difficulty, she looked away and walked out. She had to go. Lanta sensed Freya's gaze, looked up slightly, and watched her leave out of the corner of his eye. Captain Lanta, you've worked hard. Go back and change your clothes first, and have a good rest. King Cyrulida's words sounded lacking in confidence even to himself. Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. According to the law, I am the 6th Princess's Royal Guard Knight and should naturally follow the princess into her marriage. I ask for Your Majesty's forgiveness as I will find it difficult to serve you in the future. After Lanta finished speaking, he strode away without looking back, leaving a group of royal nobles staring at each other in bewilderment. For a mere knight to be so assertive, is that really reasonable? Shania watched in stunned silence as Lanta's pace quickened, chasing after Freya as she left. She had never seen such an arrogant knight in all her life, but Lanta hadn't done anything wrong. He was Freya's knight and should have followed her. Wherever she was, he had to follow. This time, Shania felt no jealousy, only envy for Freya from the bottom of her heart. King Sirulida slumped onto his throne like a deflated balloon. How did things develop this way? He had used the fastest speed to marry Freya off. How could he still be too late? Damn Freya, damn Lanta. Didn't this turn into him lifting a rock only to drop it on his own feet? Everyone could see that the king was in a very bad mood. One by one, they either looked at the sky or stared at their toes, pretending they knew nothing. 47. Number 47 Loyal Knight vs Princess of a Demised Kingdom, 14. Chapter 14. The Loyal Knight vs the Fallen Princess, 14. Freya's carriage was parked outside the palace. It was clear that King Sirulida had no affection for this daughter and couldn't wait to send her away at the first possible moment. Princess. Freya looked back toward the sound and saw Lanta leading Light, sprinting toward her. He was in a great hurry and hadn't even changed his clothes. He was still covered in blood from head to toe. Rita, Kemi, and the others were so excited to see Lanta that they huddled together in a joyful embrace. They had always believed Lanta would return, and he had indeed returned. Freya could no longer suppress the endless longing and worry in her heart. She ran toward Lanta, not even caring about her long skirt tripping her up. Princess, careful, slow down. Rita followed close behind, her hands outstretched to support Freya, fearing she might fall. Lanta, you're finally back. I'm so glad you're okay. So glad you're okay. Freya's voice was choked with sobs. Princess, this isn't the place to talk. Let's get into the carriage first, Rita reminded her at the right moment. Being a romance bodyguard like her was certainly no easy task. Right, let's go to the carriage first. Coming to her senses, Freya immediately took Lanta's hand and pulled him toward the carriage. Princess, I'm dirty, I shouldn't. I won't hear it, you have to listen to me. Freya glared at Lanta and pulled him into the carriage without letting him say another word. Rita, who had intended to step inside as well, silently withdrew her foot and chose to sit with Yuna and the others instead. Aiden took the reins of Lanta's warhorse, Light, and patted its head. Hard work these past few days, buddy. Don't worry, I'll give you some extra feed. Light snorted twice, appearing very pleased. Indeed, not being able to use teleportation magic was a hassle. These past 2 days had truly run the horse ragged. Inside the carriage, in the cramped space, Lanta felt the scent of blood on him grow even stronger. He instinctively tried to sit further away from Freya, afraid of staining her clothes. Don't move, Freya commanded him. Lanta stopped moving out of reflex. Freya shifted over and sat next to Lanta. Lanta, do you know everything now? Lanta nodded in admission. If he hadn't known, he wouldn't have rushed back so desperately. Lanta, do you have any thoughts? Freya stared into his deep eyes. I will do whatever you say, Lanta replied very seriously. No matter what she wanted to do, he would help her achieve it. Freya was a bit frustrated that he didn't understand the underlying meaning of her words. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Disregarding the dried blood on his hands, she held them tightly and said both seriously and shyly, Lanta, although I am to be married, I feel I must express my feelings. Otherwise, I will surely regret it for the rest of my life. Lanta, I like you, I really like you. Lanta hadn't expected her to confess. He was also a bit annoyed at his own dullness. Perhaps the past 2 days of monster slaying had affected his brain's ability to function. Lanta, don't you have? Freya was about to ask why he had no reaction or response. In the next second, a kiss as intense as a sudden storm, carrying the scent of blood, swept over her. Lanta was almost pinning her head as he kissed her, draining all the air from her lungs. Freya's eyes widened in slight shock at first, but then a smile overflowed from the corners of her eyes. She closed them and wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, responding to his kiss. The kiss was tender, lingering, and full of deep longing. Princess, I like you too. As the stormy kiss subsided, Lanta lightly pecked at the corners of her reddened lips. Hearing his confession with her own ears, Freya could not contain her emotions. She hugged him tightly, burying herself in his chest. Don't call me princess anymore. Call me Freya. Even though the scent of blood on him wasn't pleasant, it felt incredibly reassuring. Freya, I'm dirty. Lanta used his hand to wipe away the bloodstains that had transferred to Freya. Such a beautiful dress had been soiled by him. It's not dirty at all. Freya even hugged him tighter. Quote, Lanta, actually, I don't want to get married at all, but if I run away, what will happen to the common people? Freya was in agony at the thought. Was it destined that her duty to her country and her personal love could not coexist? Lanta's arms around her waist suddenly tightened. I should have taken you away sooner. Freya leaned against his neck. It's my own fault. I didn't have the courage to tell you earlier. It's just that saying these things now seems a bit late. Freya gave a self-deprecating laugh. She even began to harbor some rebellious thoughts. Lanta, Freya hesitated. Lanta stroked her cheek. Princess, just say it. Whatever you want to do, I will definitely make it happen for you. Freya lowered her head almost in shame. After I marry over there, find an opportunity to take me away. It would be best to let me fake my death because I wanted to elope with you. She felt she wasn't very bright and truly couldn't find a better way. If she died in a telge in front of everyone, then it wouldn't be Saralita's responsibility no matter what. A telge would also have no reason to attack Saralita, and given her father's nature, it was just the death of an insignificant princess. He wouldn't care at all, let alone use it as a pretext to send troops. It was simply impossible. When Freya said these words, she found it hard to believe herself. She actually dared to think of such a scandalous thing. All right, I promise you, I will definitely take you away, Lanta said solemnly, gripping her hand. I'm sorry for making you suffer through this. Freya kissed Lanta's cheek repeatedly, her heart full of apology. As a princess, she had failed to protect him and had let him go on such a dangerous mission. As a lover, she was making him watch her marry a stranger. In every way, she was a failure. I'm not the one suffering, you are. Lanta took her hand and kissed it. Quote, Princess, I swear by my life to dedicate everything to you. It was the oath he had once made to her during his appointment ceremony. At that time, she was only focused on the procedure and had treated those words as nothing more than a standard formality. Thinking back now, he seemed to have been practicing them all along. Lanta, kiss me. Freya gazed deeply into his silver-gray pupils. No matter how the outside world changed, his eyes were always so clean, deep, and enchanting. Yes, my princess. Their warm lips met, like desert travelers who had finally found rain, using their lives to drink in the sweetness. In the small carriage, the temperature suddenly rose, gradually becoming heated. Lanta, the sweet sound that escaped her throat startled even Freya herself. Lanta immediately snapped back to his senses and quickly pulled away from her. With her face flushed, Freya tidied her slightly disheveled clothes and sat up from where she had been half pressed against the carriage wall. You definitely haven't rested well these past few days. Do you want to lean on me and sleep for a while? Freya patted her thigh, signaling for Lanta to lie down and rest. I'm not tired, Lanta shook his head. His duty was to protect Freya. How could he sleep? HMPH, Freya frowned and said with a bit of a pout. Lanta, I am commanding you now, right now, lie down and sleep. Princess Lanta felt a bit helpless yet amused. Freya wouldn't listen and insisted on it. Then I'll lie down for a bit. Lanta decided to listen to her and obediently lay down. She carried the same pleasant floral scent as always, which gradually smoothed away the irritability and unease from the excessive slaughter of the past few days. Although the carriage wasn't large, it was well equipped. Freya watched Lanta, feeling his breathing gradually become steady. Then she took a towel and a hot water bottle from her luggage to gently wipe the blood and dirt from his face. Even for someone as powerful as him, after more than 10 days of high-tension nerves and intense combat, a faint shade of dark green had appeared under his eyes. Freya's eyes were filled with uncontrollable heartache as she gently reached into his pocket. Fortunately, the talismans were all still there, with no signs of having been used. On one hand, she marveled at his increasingly unfathomable strength. On the other, she was relieved that the unused talismans meant he hadn't been seriously injured. When Lanta woke up, he had only rested for a short while. They were still within the borders of Saralita, but they had already reached the first relay station for a rest. The relay station was not far from Solnak Plain. Over the past 2 years, this plain was the place Freya had visited most often, and her greatest joy was riding horses across the vast grassland with Lanta. Looking into the distance from the upper floor of the relay station, one could vaguely see that great prairie, though it was now covered in snow. Freya had very few attendants. Aside from everyone from her side palace who insisted on following, the rest were all knights sent by King Cyrulida to escort her. Of course, the knights would only escort her until they left Saralita. The rest of the journey would be entirely up to Freya herself. As for whether a telge would send someone to meet them, that would depend on a telge's attitude. After more than 10 days of travel, Lanta felt like he was starting to ferment. He was grateful that Freya didn't find him repulsive, so he quickly cleaned himself up after arriving at the relay station. When he opened the door, he was startled by Freya, who was standing there holding a pillow. Princess? Lanta was confused. He was forcefully pinned against the wall by Freya. Lanta, don't move, I need to give you a proper checkup with that. Freya boldly reached out to strip off his clothes. Lanta simply adopted a submissive posture, letting her do as she pleased. He was too tall, so Freya huffed and puffed as she stood on her tiptoes to pull off his shirt. Turn around, let me see. Aside from some minor scratches, there were no serious injuries. Nonetheless, Freya felt distressed and used healing magic to treat every single one of those tiny wounds. Your magic seems to have improved again. Lanta felt the gentle power entering his body and noticed that this magical energy seemed purer than before. It seemed that Freya's true awakening was likely not far off. Really? That's wonderful. Freya didn't feel anything herself, but she was very happy to hear Lanta say so. His magic was so powerful, he must be right. After the healing was done, Freya clutched her pillow and sat down on Lanta's bed, refusing to leave. Lanta looked at her, blinking her watery eyes, her long golden hair flowing, looking completely innocent. He couldn't bear to drive her away and could only stammer, "Princess, this isn't proper." Freya curled her lip. "You've already kissed me, so why talk about what's proper?" Lanta could not refute her. "I'm scared. Sleep with me. You said you would protect me." Freya placed her pillow to the side and lay down without any reservation, even patting the large portion of the bed beside her. Quote, "I won't get in the way of your sleep. See, I've left so much room for you." Where had that little princess who used to get shy and blush at the slightest thing gone? How had she become so proactive now? Lanta was completely stunned by her. Lanta sat at the head of the bed, not lying down immediately. Quote, "You can sleep peacefully. I'll watch over you." Freya grabbed the blanket to hide her burning red face. "No, will you hold me?" "All right." Lanta could not refuse any of her requests and reached out to hold her. Freya leaned against his chest, listening to his heartbeat, a silly smile playing on her lips. "Do you think what we're doing now counts as an affair?" She was about to go for a political marriage, yet she was with her personal knight. It was quite a thrilling thought. Freya had never imagined she would one day do something so out of line. A matter of mutual affection cannot be considered an affair, Lanta defended himself with a deadpan expression. "You're right." Freya proactively looked up to kiss his chin, then closed her eyes contentedly in his arms. Outside Lanta's room, a group of onlookers were either squatting on the ground or pressing their ears against the door to eavesdrop. When there was no movement for a long while, Rita shook her head in disappointment, and the crowd dispersed with looks of frustration at their lack of progress. Such a great opportunity, yet he really didn't deliver. 48. Number 48 Loyal Knight vs. Princess of a Demised Kingdom, 15. Chapter 15. The Loyal Knight vs. the Fallen Princess, 15. The journey away from Saralida took only 4 or 5 days. After all, even though they were escorted by the Knight's order, they were essentially under constant surveillance. The feeling of being watched was certainly unpleasant, so it was best to move quickly. Atelj borders Saralida, separated only by the Ada River, commonly known as the Roaring River due to its perpetually turbulent and roaring waters. After crossing the Ada Bridge over the Ada River, they officially left Saralida's territory and entered Atelj. The escorting knight's order then set off back. Unsurprisingly, Atelj did not send any envoys to receive Freya and her party. They had to rely entirely on themselves for the rest of the journey. In recent years, Atelj had expended considerable military strength probing Saralida and was now quite exhausted, which was why they agreed to the marriage alliance. Both nations were of comparable strength and currently needed an excuse to recuperate. Freya revealed her plan to fake her death and elope, receiving unanimous support from everyone. The fact that the other side was unwilling to even send someone to receive them showed how much they wanted to humiliate Saralida. Therefore, the Atelj palace would not be a good place for them either. The party deliberately delayed for over 10 days before formally visiting the palace. They had their pride. How could they eagerly rush to become such a humiliating concubine? Of course, these days of delay were not wasted. Investigating intelligence was the top priority. Upon entering the palace, Freya resumed her previous frail and sickly appearance, panting and needing to rest after just a few steps. Rita stayed by her side, devotedly and attentively providing close care, coordinating seamlessly without any flaws. For the first 14 years of their lives, they had lived almost exactly like this. Now, acting it out again posed no difficulty at all. Soon, everyone in the Atelj palace knew that a sickly little princess had married over from Saralida. Crown Prince Grady, who always believed in free love, had disliked this marriage alliance from the start. Hearing that Freya was also sickly made him dislike it even more. After all, she was just a concubine. His official consort position could only be reserved for someone he loved. Saralida was perfunctory with Atelj, and Atelj naturally could be perfunctory with Saralida. It was just mutual perfunctoriness. Thus, Freya used her poor health and need for quiet recuperation as an excuse to rest for a few more days before formally visiting the king of Atelj. After all, she was a princess who had traveled all the way from Saralida to marry here, so formalities had to be observed. The king of Atelj specially held a grand banquet to welcome Freya and officially set their wedding date. When the wedding date was announced, Freya keenly sensed a fierce gaze fixed tightly on her. Glancing over casually, she saw a woman about her age who seemed very dissatisfied with this marriage, her handkerchief almost crumpled into a ball. Freya mentally noted this. The more others were dissatisfied with her, the more room she had to maneuver, and the more justified she would be to die in the palace under everyone's watchful eyes. So, Freya wasn't angry or sad. Instead, she was so happy she almost laughed out loud. Due to her poor health, and the fact that she was a guest to be treated with courtesy in the coming days, no one dared to truly neglect her excessively, so they let her return early to rest. Grady watched her slender, retreating figure, which seemed as if it might topple with a gust of wind, and found himself less disgusted than before. With such a constitution, surviving to adulthood was already an achievement. Being able to stay out of bed was something to be thankful for, let alone bearing children in the future. Besides her frail health, she was still a delicate beauty. He might as well keep her as a decorative vase to admire. Freya was arranged to stay in a nearby embassy, since the grand wedding was in 5 days, after which she would move into the Crown Prince's palace. This was only a temporary residence. Although temporary, the furnishings and treatment were far superior to Freya's side palace in Saralita. Without comparison, there would be no sense of injury. Everyone once again felt how unwelcome this little princess was by the King Cyrulida. Freya sat in the spacious bedroom, organizing the dowry she had brought with her and the recent rewards she had received. There weren't many valuable items or things that could be quickly converted into cash, just some seemingly rare and gorgeous trinkets that, upon closer inspection, were useless except for display. It wasn't yet time to openly convert the dowry into cash. Freya simply categorized the items for easier carrying and selling when they escaped later. "Lanta, are you here?" Freya, having finished tidying up, found the empty room boring and lonely. "Princess, I am here." A figure flipped in through the window. Quote, "You called for me?" Freya nervously glanced out the window, then quickly closed it. "Can't I look for you even if there's nothing wrong?" "Don't worry, no one will notice." Lanta smiled faintly. This wasn't the free and easy side palace from before. On the contrary, after just a few days, the complex and tedious rules had already given Freya a headache. Every day, she had to pretend to be unwell while learning etiquette from the palace maids, making exhaustion pile on exhaustion. Previously, Lanta lived right across from her, making it easy to meet. Unlike now, where he lived a bit farther away. Freya blinked and looked at his attire, all black from head to toe, almost blending into the night. Indeed, no one could spot him. "Lanta, I missed you." Freya reached out and hugged him, burying her face in his chest, breathing in his crisp scent. Even though during the day, as a royal guard knight, he followed behind her, they couldn't hold hands, hug, or even exchange glances. It was undoubtedly a kind of torment. "Princess, don't worry, I will always be behind you, protecting you from behind." Lanta wrapped his arms around Freya's shoulders. It would be false to say it didn't hurt. Probably no man would want to watch the person he loves walk into marriage with someone else. But he was calmer and more rational. This was the responsibility Freya bore as a princess. For the sake of countless people, she had to fulfill her mission. Freya lifted her head from Lanta's embrace, her eyes watery as she looked at him, then pursed her lips and lowered her head, holding him even tighter. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the grand wedding officially arrived. Since she wasn't the crown prince's official consort but only a concubine, the scale was naturally much lower, and the procedures and ceremonies were relatively simpler. However, Freya thought this was just fine. Each additional ceremony felt like a stab to the heart, reminding her that the person she was marrying wasn't Lanta but a stranger. If there were too many procedures, she might just make herself sick with anger. Exchanging vows, putting on rings, kissing. But Grady and Freya were only going through the motions, ending the ceremony with just a handshake. After the wedding, she would officially move into the crown prince's palace. Grady wanted to assign her a few more attendants, but Freya covered her face and coughed lightly, refusing his kindness on the grounds that her poor health meant only Rita could understand and care for her properly. Seeing her firm attitude, Grady, who was just going through the motions anyway, let her have her way. On the wedding night, the moon was bright and the stars sparse. Freya sat uneasily on the luxurious large bed in the bedroom, afraid Grady would come in. Cough, cough, cough. "Rita, what's it like outside?" Freya held a handkerchief, looking so weak she might cough herself unconscious. Rita quickly checked outside and returned to the room, whispering, "Princess, I think that prince probably won't come." As the crowd dispersed, it gradually quieted outside the room, with no sign of anyone coming. At that moment, Grady was lying drunk in his own bedroom, fast asleep and completely unaware. Today was his wedding day. Although Freya was frail and not his type, her figure and face were absolutely stunning. Besides, she was already his woman. How could he not want to taste what a woman was like? But this thought was nipped in the bud before it could be acted upon. Outside the room, a black-clad figure collected the tampered wine glass into a spatial storage, replaced it with an ordinary glass of red wine, and left silently without causing any disturbance, unnoticed by anyone. "Princess, I'm back." Freya was still pacing in the room when she heard a familiar voice from behind. "Success?" Seeing Lanta's familiar figure, Freya relaxed, quickly walked up to him, and asked joyfully. "Yes." Lanta nodded. Quote, "Don't worry, no one will notice." Freya let out a long sigh of relief. She definitely didn't want to serve in bed, even less did she want to have relations with a strange man. She'd rather die. Besides, she already had someone in her heart, and that person could only be Lanta. Rita glanced back and forth between the two, secretly smiled, and then quietly retreated. Freya gazed affectionately at Lanta but ultimately said nothing. "Princess, you should rest early." Lanta rubbed the hilt of his sword at his waist, then turned to leave. "I'm not a princess anymore," Freya pouted slightly and whispered in rebuttal. Lanta paused, then smiled faintly. Quote, "Freya, rest early." Then his figure silently disappeared out the window. Freya blushed deeply at his overly gentle tone. Even though he had left, she knew he was nearby, guarding her. Idiot fool. Freya picked up a pillow, hit it twice, then buried her face in it. Quote, "Doesn't he understand what I mean? This kind of thing, how can I say it out loud?" Outside the window, Lanta sat cross-legged on the roof, propping his chin with one hand and covering his face. The black hood hid his eyes, blending him into the night, making his expression unclear. After a long while, a somewhat frustrated voice drifted out, instantly dissipating with the wind. "So adorable. How can anyone resist?" Grady felt he had been a bit unlucky lately. Ever since he married a frail and sickly concubine, his little cousin who had always adored him erupted, causing scenes every few days, making the palace restless and causing attendants to avoid her. Freya's health was already poor. How could she withstand this little cousin's deliberate provocations? She immediately fell ill and couldn't leave her room, closing her doors to visitors all day. Grady saw she was too sick to get up and, not wanting to target an invalid, occasionally visited to confirm she really couldn't serve in bed, causing his interest to plummet. But Freya wasn't always unwell, she had times of recovery. However, whenever Grady saw her recovered and wanted her to serve, he would find himself inexplicably drunk in bed the next morning, waking up with no memory. So he gave up. Days passed seemingly peacefully until an unexpected event occurred. The female protagonist Karina and the male protagonist Grady from the original plot had been reborn. When 0250 informed Lanta of this news, Lanta wasn't too shocked. After all, the current plot was already different from the original, so anything could happen. Karina had returned after being pierced through the heart on the battlefield in her previous life. She and Grady ended up together, and after jointly sealing the demonic beings, they were only happy for a few years before the demonic beings broke through the seal again. This time, they resisted with great difficulty, resulting in both dying on the spot. When she opened her eyes after rebirth and saw the familiar, dilapidated wooden roof, Karina shed tears of relief. Heaven still favored her, she wasn't dead. In her previous life, she must have failed to completely strip the holy energy from Freya's body in time, because back then, Freya was already terminally ill and at the end of her rope. In this new life, she must strip the holy energy from Freya's body completely as soon as possible. Originally, she met and got to know Grady during an incognito inspection a year later, but now, it had to be earlier. Karina quickly recalled and finally found an opportunity. Soon, there would be a grand festival parade. Grady, as the first prince, would definitely appear. She needed to create a chance encounter and get to know him earlier. Thinking this, Karina began to act quickly. Meanwhile, Grady, waking up from another hangover, opened his eyes drenched in sweat, panting heavily, dazed and incredulous. He had been reborn. He still remembered the pain of being flattened by a giant demonic being when the demon exercising divine sword lost its light. That deep, bone-chilling agony was unbearable to recall. No, he truly was heaven's chosen one, the selected hero, otherwise, he wouldn't have been reborn. Grady composed himself, regained his confidence, and began thinking about how to obtain the divine sword again. Although he didn't know why, Lanta had actually followed Freya to Atelj this time and become her personal knight, but since he himself had been reborn, this minor change wasn't important. The most important thing was that he hadn't drawn the divine sword yet, so it must still be in Yuya Forest, not yet pulled out. Grady had also heard the popular rumor on the continent lately, saying the hero had already appeared. Wasn't that referring to him? It must be that heaven saw Lanta as too useless, giving him another chance to personally go to Yuya Forest, draw the divine sword, inherit its full power, save the world, and become the savior. The more Grady thought about it, the more excited he became, more determined to find an opportunity to personally go to Yuya Forest and draw the divine sword before Lanta. Of course, besides that, there was another important matter: find Karina as soon as possible and marry her. Only a brave, beautiful, kind, and charming woman like her deserved to be his official consort. As for Freya, set a trap when the time comes, and after transferring the holy energy from her body to Karina, just kick her aside. After all, with her constitution, she wouldn't live much longer. 49. #49 Loyal Knight vs Princess of a Demised Kingdom. 16. Chapter 16. Loyal Dog Knight vs Princess of a Fallen Kingdom. 16. Freya didn't sleep well all night. She had never had such a long dream, as if she had lived an entire lifetime within it. In the dream, she only lived until she was 18. In the first half of her life, she and her companions in the side palace depended on each other for survival. Later, after a difficult journey, she married into a Telge. Just as she finally opened her heart, she met the wrong person and eventually lost her life. After waking up, Freya couldn't snap out of it for a long time. She touched her neck and face, realizing she had unknowingly broken into a cold sweat, and her clothes were soaked. This dream was too real, so real that she could barely suppress the hatred in her heart for Grady and Karina. Just when she thought she could finally regain her health, they used such cruel black magic to strip away her holy energy with the pain of a gouged heart. That pain was heart-wrenching. Freya casually wiped away her sweat and stared blankly at the luxurious and exquisite ceiling above her for a while. Now, she had still married into a Telge. Although it was still forced, it was completely different from the dream. She was faking her illness, not truly sick. She had been looking for an opportunity to escape instead of living her life in a daze. What was the biggest difference from the dream? Freya realized it was Lanta. All the differences started from the night selection tournament being held ahead of schedule. This event never happened in the dream. She hadn't even seen Lanta much. She had only heard of him, heard that he was Seralida's most outstanding swordsman, the most excellent Knight Order captain, and the chosen hero who had pulled out the demon exorcising divine sword. Although she had woken up, she still clearly remembered visiting Lanta in the Atelge dungeon one last time when her holy energy had been stolen and her body was at its weakest. At that time, he was seriously injured and his divine sword had been taken, yet he still sat in the corner with that same cold expression. She hated herself for misjudging people, hated that she couldn't save Lanta, and hated her weak body's helplessness even more, so she had wept pathetically in front of him. At that time, Lanta had touched her head with exceptional tenderness, held her hand, transferred all his magic power to her, and said with a smile, "Live well." That was the first time she saw him smile, and also the last. She watched with her own eyes as the young man closed his eyes forever, looking as if he had simply fallen asleep from exhaustion. From then on, she began to take revenge ruthlessly, but without exception. She failed every time. She admitted she was a princess who hadn't seen the world outside the deep palace. Foolish and slow-witted, completely unable to compete with Grady and Karina. Death might not have been a punishment, but rather a relief. She remembered that the weather on the day of the execution was very good, the sky was blue, and the wind was gentle. It was just that the blade against her neck was too painful, causing her to wake up from the dream in agony. "Lanta," Freya murmured as she looked out the window. "I'm here." Behind the curtain, a tall and straight figure was hidden. As long as she called, he would always be there. Freya threw off the covers and, without even bothering to change her shoes, rushed toward Lanta and crashed into his arms. "I had a nightmare. I dreamed I died." "Don't be afraid. Dreams are the opposite of reality. I will always protect you." Lanta gently stroked her small head. How could he not know she was having a nightmare? Her past life had been so bitter that she couldn't be woken no matter how much he called. So he had stayed by her side all night, not daring to close his eyes for a moment. Freya rubbed against his palm. This familiar feeling was exactly the same as the touch when he stroked her at the end of the dream, tender and reassuring. He really had been protecting her all along, even in the past life of the dream. "Lanta, it's you, right?" Freya stared intently at Lanta, wanting to see through him. She didn't doubt the reality of that dream at all. She was grateful to the heavens for giving her a chance to start over, and she also wanted to know if Lanta had come specifically for her. "It's me." Lanta gently caressed her cheek, wiping away a few tears from the corner of her eye. "I knew it must be you." Freya buried herself in his arms again. She wasn't a fool. Why would it be such a coincidence that he became her knight, why her health improved, and why he wanted to teach her magic and horsemanship? because she still had a more important mission on her shoulders to seal the heteromorphic demons with Lanta and save the continent. Although she died too early in her past life and hadn't seen the terrifying heteromorphic demons, as long as Lanta was there, she wasn't afraid. Lanta, the grand ceremony is coming soon. Our opportunity should be arriving shortly, Freya said softly. Lanta responded, his eyes darkening. The male and female protagonists from the original plot had already been reborn, so how could the opportunity not come? Before the heteromorphic demons were unsealed, it would be best to deal with these two major threats first. Amidst much anticipation, the day of the grand ceremony parade arrived quickly. On one hand, the grand ceremony parade was to commemorate the anniversary of Atelja's founding, and on the other, it was to reassure the people. Because of the constant friction with Saralita over the past 2 years, Grady now needed Freya to appear and stabilize public sentiment. Karina was a wine seller living in a small tavern, but she was kind, pure, cute, brave, and charismatic. These past few days, she had spent a lot of her savings to have a new dress specially made, preparing to wear it during the grand ceremony. Grady's little cousin, Risha, was so angry she was throwing things around her bedchamber. Damn that Freya, she did it on purpose. Didn't she say her health was poor? How could she suddenly get better just in time for the grand ceremony? Whenever she thought about how she could only follow behind and watch her cousin parade with that white lotus, she became mad with anger and jealousy. 0250 reported Karina's movements to Lanta in real time. She had already hired people and decided to stage a scene of a civilian girl being forcibly abducted right in front of Grady and Freya during the parade. Although the plot was stiff, Grady would fall for it 100%. He might even be very happy to meet Karina ahead of time. Lanta informed Freya of Karina's plan. Although Freya didn't know how he knew, she didn't ask much because she trusted Lanta completely. Ever since Grady knew Freya would eventually awaken her holy energy, he began to visit her diligently to show concern. Of course, in reality, he was just checking to see how sick she was. No matter how sick, she at least couldn't die before awakening. Aside from her magic level getting better and better, Freya had shown no signs of awakening so far. She was a bit anxious, but there was nothing she could do. Awakening required a catalyst, and perhaps that catalyst hadn't arrived yet. The grand ceremony parade arrived amidst much anticipation. Karina had pre-arranged the hired help to lie in wait along the parade route, blending into the crowd. When the time came, she would use her acting skills to catch Grady's eye. On the day of the parade, the king and queen of Atelj were at the very front, followed by Grady and Freya. Although Freya was only a concubine, she was a princess of a peace alliance and a key figure for stabilizing the situation, so an exception was made for her to sit alongside Grady. As a royal guard knight, Lanta followed on horseback on the side. Freya couldn't help but glance at Lanta beside her, but she found him looking straight ahead while riding, which made her feel a bit petty. He had actually been this calm since morning, with not a single sign of jealousy when they got back tonight. She would definitely interrogate him properly. As for the little cousin Risha, she was even further away. She was furious seeing Freya and her cousin sitting together up front. She had no idea her #1 love rival was already on the way. The parade route was very lively. Because Lanta was so handsome, he unexpectedly received bouquets thrown by some bold girls, professing their love. On the surface, Freya waved and smiled calmly, but inwardly she was gnashing her teeth. At nearly 17 years old, she was experiencing the feeling of jealousy for the first time. It was truly a mix of pride and distress. Just as the parade was nearing its end, there was a sudden commotion at the front of the procession. A woman came stumbling and running from the side of the parade carriage where Grady and Freya were riding. The woman's outer garment was torn, her eyes were filled with tears, her long hair was slightly disheveled, and her expression was panicked. She looked wronged and pitiful. "Help, save me, someone is trying to assault me." She looked back as she ran, and in an accidental moment, she crashed into Grady and Freya's parade carriage. The horses were instantly startled and began to bolt, causing the carriage to shake violently. "Who is it?" Grady's internal alarm went off, thinking there was an assassin. The carriage shook too violently. Freya had been standing, and because she was weak and sickly, she failed to keep her balance by accident, was thrown off the carriage, and fainted. Lanta timely leapt from his horse, rushed forward, and caught the thrown-off Freya in mid-air. The surrounding escort knights all stepped forward. Some went to seize Karina, while others rode off to catch the men who were running away. But Karina had already made detailed preparations. The men she hired escaped easily by blending into the crowd. As for herself, she was captured for trespassing into the parade procession and brought before Grady. "Who dares to trespass into the parade procession?" Grady's expression was solemn as he reprimanded her sternly. "This humble girl is Karina." "Your Highness," sob, "I'm sorry, I was just so scared." Those people wanted to assault me. I had no choice but to rush over to seek help. Karina raised her tear-blurred, pitiful face and looked at Grady. Grady recognized her face and was shocked. Wasn't this his woman? Shouldn't he feel sorry for her right away? Forget it, I don't blame you. To think someone would dare to do such a thing on a day like today. I will certainly send people to capture those lawless individuals and interrogate them thoroughly. He was then prepared to send men to capture them immediately. That wouldn't do if they were caught. Wouldn't she be exposed? Karina immediately said with glistening tears, showing kindness and magnanimity, Your Highness, thanks to your help today, this humble girl is now fine. I beg your Highness to let them go. I am grateful for your Highness's life-saving grace. As long as your Highness has a need, I will surely serve you like a beast of burden to repay you. How could Grady let such a good opportunity pass? He immediately said, It just so happens that my palace is short of a few maids. Would you be willing to be my personal maid? An old attendant nearby changed his expression. He glanced at Freya, who was still fainted in Lanta's arms, and reminded Grady, Your Highness, this might not be appropriate. I'm afraid it doesn't follow the rules. Grady looked toward his royal father, who didn't show any reaction. The king of Atelj felt that his son was exceptionally gifted and not an ordinary person. Taking in a small palace maid was no big deal, as he wasn't taking a consort, so it was harmless. It could even earn him a reputation for being a hero who saved a beauty, so there was nothing wrong with it. Grady was immediately more relieved and didn't care. It doesn't violate any rules. Royal father has no objection, so it's settled. The old attendant's lips moved slightly, but he said nothing more, only shaking his head. Lanta, holding the unconscious Freya, gave Grady a knight's salute and said, Your Highness, the consort has been startled and is unconscious. I will take her back to the palace for treatment first. Grady was annoyed whenever he saw this concubine who fainted at the drop of a hat, but he couldn't let her actually die. After all, he was still waiting for the holy energy in her body to awaken, so he threw an identification plaque to Lanta. Be sure to have the best physicians treat her with all their might. Yes, Your Highness, Lanta replied without emotion. He took Freya and hurried back toward the palace on horseback. The two of them rode toward the palace, and the people around them grew fewer and fewer. Because of the grand ceremony parade today, people were drawn to watch the procession. Alright, there's no one around. You can open your eyes now, Lanta said to the person in his arms when he saw no one was nearby. Freya first carefully opened one eye, and after making sure there really was no one, she opened both eyes. Lanta was amused by her cautious and cute appearance, and his lips curled into a slight smile. Freya was sitting sideways on the horse, lying in his arms. Just as she looked up and opened her eyes, she saw his smile and said in surprise, Lanta, I just realized you have tiger teeth when you smile so cute. Lanta immediately retracted his smile and resumed his stern expression. He was a man. What did he need with being cute? Freya became unhappy and reached out to pinch his face. You should smile more. You look so good when you smile. No, Lanta refused firmly. Quote, I don't want to be cute, but you just are cute, wah wah. The horse's speed suddenly increased. Freya instinctively grabbed Lanta tightly. You're scaring me, you've become bad. Lanta, fine. I'll just take it upon myself to assume you're shy or jealous. Lanta's ear tips turned slightly red as he changed the subject. Princess, you should go back to faking your illness soon. We're almost at the palace. Freya looked around and then went back to playing dead. 50. Number 50 Loyal Knight vs Princess of a Demised Kingdom, 17. Chapter 17. Loyal Knight vs Princess of a Fallen Kingdom, 17. Upon returning to the palace, Lanta hurriedly took the identification plate Grady had given him, and fetched the best physician. The physician examined Freya's condition for a long time, looking as if he were questioning the meaning of life. Is she even sick? He couldn't diagnose any specific illness. But seeing her pale face, her unconscious state, and her chaotic pulse, she truly exhibited all the symptoms of being ill. After examining her for a long while without finding the specific problem, the physician was ultimately perplexed. However, he did his best to prescribe some medicine and recommended that Freya rest quietly. Freya's fall had been no small matter. Her health was deteriorating by the day, and now she was even coughing up blood. Grady was frantic with worry. She hasn't even awakened her holy energy yet? Is she really not going to make it? Could it be that the hero is no longer Lanta, and the saintess has changed as well? Thus, he sat by the bedside, holding Freya's hand and offering solicitous words. My dear consort, how is your body now? Those quacks, they still haven't diagnosed the cause. I will certainly hold them accountable. Freya inconspicuously exerted a little force to pull her hand from his, covering her face as she coughed lightly. Your Highness, my body has always been like this. There is no need to be so worried. It's just a bit of a cough, but I'll get used to it. Cough, cough, cough. As she spoke, she broke into another violent fit of coughing. Her pale cheeks, contrasted with the dots of crimson at the corners of her lips, were a shocking sight to behold. Standing to the side, the maid, Karina, was even more anxious than Rita or Freya herself. Your Highness, I also know a little bit of medicine, though I know my knowledge is shallow and I only have a superficial understanding. If the consort doesn't mind, I could also examine her symptoms. Then hurry up and look. Grady immediately agreed on Freya's behalf. Freya rolled her eyes inwardly. She suspected they just wanted to see how many days she had left to live. However, Freya did not refuse and calmly let Karina examine her. Karina didn't actually know any medicine. She only had a superficial grasp of magic. She used her magic power to scout Freya's body, but it was like a thick fog inside. She couldn't detect anything at all and eventually had to give up. Please forgive me, consort. My skills are still shallow. Karina put on a face of fear and embarrassment. Forget it, I don't blame you. I know my own body best. Freya simply waved her hand weakly, not blaming her. Quote, all right, I'm tired and want to rest. Your Highness, do not worry too much. In a while, it will naturally get better. Grady had no other choice. Since she said she would get better, he hoped she would. She had pulled through in her previous life, so there should be no problem in this one either. Grady comforted himself and left with Karina, who was full of heartache and anxiety. After the two left, Rita immediately brought a hot towel for Freya, wiped the blood plasma from her cheeks and hands, and then changed her into clean clothes. Freya licked the fake blood from the corner of her mouth, tilted her head, and smacked her lips. It's actually quite sweet. Rita, princess, did you accidentally cough too much? Rita looked at the large pool of blood on the chest of the discarded dress, feeling confused. It's fine, it's about right. After all, I'm someone who's about to die. Freya washed up, indicating she didn't care. Freya had been in the palace for over half a year. Due to her health, she had declined invitations to tea parties many times. Recently, she had received another invitation, and this would be her first time attending. If nothing went wrong, it should be just like in her dream, held at a pavilion in the middle of a lake. It was currently the transition between spring and summer. The surrounding flowers and trees were exceptionally lush, making it perfect for hiding from view. It was a great opportunity to escape. As twilight fell, the sky gradually darkened. The surroundings were silent, save for the rhythmic footsteps of patrolling knights passing by. Knock, knock. There were 2 light taps on the window, and a dark shadow flipped inside. Lanta, princess, the items are ready. With that, Lanta took a person out of his storage space. The doll was extremely lifelike, looking exactly like Freya. Even Rita was startled. Lanta, where did you get this? Rita covered her mouth and whispered in surprise. It's a substitute doll made with magic. Lanta handed the Freya doll to Freya for inspection. This needs a physical base, right? As Freya spoke, she made a small cut on her hand and dripped blood onto the doll. Yes, I found a radish that looked somewhat human. Lanta took her hand. Quote, I'm going to cast the spell. Close your eyes and relax. Rita watched, dumbfounded. A radish? A radish that looks human? Even a layman like Rita could tell this magic was not ordinary, as it took quite a bit of time. The light from the magic circle beneath their feet gradually faded from its peak brightness. The previously motionless Freya, who had her eyes closed, gradually opened them. Hello, master. Freya touched her substitute and felt amazed. It's exactly the same. This magic, is it a type of black magic? Lanta thought for a moment. Barely, I suppose. If it were just an ordinary substitute, it would only be considered puppetry. But this substitute was definitely not ordinary. Black magic? Rita stared at Lanta with wide eyes. Quote, isn't black magic evil magic? Lanta explained seriously. Magic itself is neither good nor evil. What matters is how it is used. Freya nodded in agreement with her man. Lanta is right. We aren't using it for anything bad. Rita covered her eyes. Fine, this young couple, I can't even look. This Freya substitute was not simple, as it incorporated Freya's own essence and blood. Even as a substitute, it possessed a certain level of vitality and could be controlled by Freya's consciousness. In other words, it was like Freya's clone. Of course, the most important thing was that its physical base was a radish, so it could be stored in a space. However, because it was so lifelike, there were drawbacks. If the substitute were harmed, Freya's own spirit would also bear a certain amount of pressure. According to the plan, Freya eventually wanted to cremate the substitute. Leaving no corpse was the safest option, but she would certainly have to endure some pain. Rita hesitated upon hearing this. She couldn't bear to see her best friend suffer any harm, but Freya just smiled and comforted her. Oh, Lanta has already agreed. Why won't you? Quote, Rita, although she was somewhat relieved, she felt like she had just been fed another mouthful of dog food. Kemi, Aiden, Yuna, Tira, are you all ready? Lanta called the others using the sound transmission ring. We're ready. No problems on my end. I'm good too. I'm already hiding in the stables. Rita frowned with a bit of disdain. That sounds like it would be quite smelly. With everything ready, Lanta vanished instantly. In just a few seconds, all 7 people were gathered in the room. It's so convenient having Lanta around. Hehe, teleportation magic is so useful. Sigh, I can still only cast 2 small fireballs. It seems I have no talent. After a few brief exclamations, Lanta set up a soundproofing barrier. The 7 of them wasted no time and got straight to the point after a round of discussion. So, we're taking the princess and leaving first? Kemi asked somewhat anxiously. Quote, then what about you, Lanta? Yeah, won't it be strange if we all suddenly disappear? Rita was also confused. Don't worry. You all have substitutes. I will control them when the time comes. Besides, I need to stay behind to handle the aftermath. As he spoke, Lanta revealed a row of substitutes. However, these substitutes only needed to deceive the eye, so they were quite ordinary and could be controlled by him. Rita thought. Also, substitutes can be wholesale. These are teleportation magic props. They can only be used once and can carry a maximum of 3 people at a time. Aiden, besides the princess, your magic is the best, so this task will be entrusted to you and the princess. The routes are all marked on the map. After you get out, prioritize the direction of the red line. Next are the blue and green lines. Also, these are magic props that can change your appearance. You must wear them until you reach your destination to prevent anyone from recognizing you. Please, you must protect the princess. I will regroup with everyone as soon as possible. Freya hugged Lanta. Don't worry, I can protect myself. You must protect yourself too. Lanta gently patted her back. I will. The other 5 single dogs. With a period of quiet recuperation, Freya's health gradually improved, but compared to when she first entered the palace, it was still more than just a little bit worse. Although Karina remained by Grady's side as a personal maid, the 2 of them soon discovered and confessed the fact of their respective rebirths. Learning that they had both been reborn, Karina and Grady were ecstatic and quickly ended up in bed together. That night, after their tryst, Karina lay in Grady's arms and said worriedly, Your Highness, I always have a bad premonition. Look at Lanta, he's with Freya every moment now. I'm afraid it won't be so easy for us to succeed. Moreover, Freya's health doesn't seem to be doing well. Grady kissed her while comforting her. Don't worry, she won't die that easily. And I have good news for you. As far as I know, Lanta has not gone to pull out the divine sword yet. Surely heaven wants us to be reborn so that I can be the true hero. Perhaps the holy energy of this life is within your body. After saying that, Grady's hands began to wander over Karina's body again. Your Highness, you're so naughty. Karina feigned modesty by resisting slightly before leaning into him. Quote, then I want to go pull the divine sword with your Highness. I want to witness your Highness's most glorious moment. Of course you can. Grady thought about how he would become the savior in the future, the existence people looked up to, and his mouth couldn't help but break into a wide grin. Your Highness, I have something, but I don't know if I should say it. Karina timidly drew circles on Grady's chest. Grady was inflamed with desire by her teasing and caught her wandering hand. You are my woman. Say whatever you want. Karina thought of Risha, and a trace of undetectable hatred flashed in her eyes. Your Highness, I know my status is low and I'm somewhat unworthy of you. But these past 2 days, Princess Risha, Karina trailed off, appearing exceptionally aggrieved, pitiful, and heart-wrenching. In Grady's view, this cousin of his, who had always been obsessed with him and was utterly unreasonable, hadn't done enough by harming Freya. Now she was harming the woman he loved. It was absolutely detestable. Thus, his expression instantly turned cold. Karina, don't worry. I will deal with her as soon as possible. Karina buried her head in Grady's chest. Thank you, Your Highness. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Grady loved her consideration and kindness most of all, and felt very satisfied at that moment. Then you'll have to repay me well, Karina said coquettishly. Of course, Your Highness. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 51. Number 51 Loyal Knight vs. Princess of a Demised Kingdom, 18. Chapter 18. Loyal Knight vs. Fallen Princess, 18. Cousin took in a new maid, and their relationship seemed quite ambiguous, making little cousin Risha even more furious. Anyway, during this time, Risha could also see that there was no affection between Freya and cousin, so her jealousy was only directed at her status. But she truly hated Karina. That damned woman actually seduced cousin with such despicable means, and I heard she's already climbed into his bed. It's really too much. Now, in comparison, Risha even finds Freya more agreeable. The tea party is coming up soon, and she's determined to make Karina look bad to ruin her reputation in front of everyone. Amid everyone's anticipation, the tea party finally arrived. Karina was originally Grady's personal maid, but both were very concerned about Freya's fragile physical condition, so Grady insisted on arranging for Karina to care for her on the side. Karina wanted to keep an eye on Freya while also messing with her top rival Risha, so she put on an extremely concerned expression and requested to help take care of her together. With Rita, Freya needed Karina and Risha to fight like a snipe and a clam, covering for her, so naturally she didn't decline her goodwill. The night before the tea party, Freya and Lanta arranged for Rita and Kemi to leave the palace first, having them wait for Freya at the first transfer point. At the same time, they quietly released a decoy to confuse the line of sight, pretending everything was normal. Before leaving, Rita took a bulging package, filled entirely with the dowry and rewards Freya had gradually and openly converted into cash. Since entering the palace, the tea party should have been an event only for female relatives. But because Freya was truly weak and needed care, plus her status was there, she had Lanta, Rita, and Karina accompanying her closely. Today's tea party theme was tea tasting and lake touring. Karina and Risha were truly rivals, meeting with eyes blazing, sparks flying between their gazes, both wanting to scheme against the other. I heard you're the new maid at cousin's place, and your tea skills are said to be good. I wonder if I'm fortunate enough to have a cup? Risha was famously disrespectful of etiquette and bold. Not long after the tea party started, she began to trouble Karina. All the female relatives around drank tea while watching the show. Freya, as the legitimate crown princess, hadn't spoken, yet Risha, as a princess, was the first to trouble a maid. The relationship between these three was really messy. Karina suppressed the dissatisfaction in her heart, lowered her eyes, and obediently poured her a cup of black tea, handing it to her. Clatter. Ah, sorry. Karina accidentally knocked over the cup, flusteredly trying to wipe it. Ouch. Risha was scalded on the hand by the boiling hot water, her expression pained, immediately furious. How do you serve tea? Quote, she immediately slapped her, satisfying. Karina was slapped to the ground, teary-eyed, covering her red and swollen cheek in grievance. Princess, crown princess, I really didn't mean to. Cough cough. Freya was angered by Karina's clumsy behavior. Karina sigh, do you know your mistake? Hurry and apologize to the princess. Then she said to Risha, I'm truly sorry. Could you forgive her this time for my sake? She's a new maid and doesn't understand the palace rules yet. After today, I'll definitely educate her properly. Risha, you're really too much. Just then, a male voice filled with anger quickly approached from not far away. Grady anxiously walked through the flower path, came to Karina's side, and helped her up, completely disregarding where Freya, as the crown princess, should be positioned or what she should think. He knew Risha wouldn't be peaceful. She really bullied Karina. Freya was sickly and weak. How could she protect her? Fortunately, he felt something was wrong and came immediately. Your Highness, it's not the princess's fault, it's all my mistake. Please don't be angry. Karina urgently wanted to speak for Risha. You bitch, it is your fault. Risha hated her White Lotus act of the villain complaining first, to the extreme, immediately enraged, and slapped her again. Grady didn't expect her to be so arrogant to this extent, immediately stepped in front of Karina, and went forward to stop her. Karina was very proactive in admitting her mistake, not only apologizing to Risha against Grady's opposition but also brewing another cup of tea, respectfully handing it to Risha. Risha gritted her teeth. Since the other party's attitude was already so low, if she still insisted on picking a fight, it would make her seem narrow-minded, so she reluctantly took the teacup and took a sip. Karina secretly gritted her teeth, her expression unchanged as she watched Risha take a sip of the tea she had just spiked. Just wait and see during the lake tour later. Everyone, without exception, had their own hidden agendas. Grady was worried about Karina and insisted on joining the lake tour under the pretext of accompanying and caring for Freya. The female relatives, considering his status as the first prince, couldn't say much and tacitly allowed his participation. Lanta couldn't participate and waited silently on the nearby lakeshore. The boat gradually reached the center of the lake. The surrounding scenery was pleasant, the breeze gentle, exceptionally comfortable. Everyone ate refreshments, admired the beautiful scenery, and the tense atmosphere gradually eased. Grady stayed by Freya's side, exchanged a few insincere pleasantries, and then secretly exchanged meaningful glances with Karina. Everything seemed calm and beautiful. Suddenly Risha felt a sharp pain in her abdomen, accompanied by an uncontrollable and somewhat unbearable sensation. They were on a boat even at the fastest speed back to shore. She doubted her willpower could last until then. It must have been that cup of tea earlier, Risha realized, her gaze at Karina almost spitting fire. Immediately, without caring about anything, she stood up abruptly, clutching her painfully aching stomach, and threw a teacup hard at Karina. Ah! Everyone was startled by Risha's crazy behavior. Cousin, did you see clearly? Your dear sweetheart just drugged my tea. Risha's stomach hurt more and more. She wanted to take a few steps but her legs went weak, half collapsing on the ground. Although Risha's personality and behavior were never likable, she looked truly pained and uncomfortable now. There were still kind female relatives around who wanted to help her up. All of you, get away. Risha swung her arms, afraid someone would approach her. She could barely hold it in. Could it be that she would lose face here today? She was a princess, so noble, how could she? Risha, don't talk nonsense. Who knows if you're putting on another act to get my attention? Karina is so kind and pure, how could she drug you? Grady didn't believe Risha's words at all. She had done too many excessive things to pursue him, previously troubling Freya all along, causing her health to deteriorate, and she hadn't even awakened holy energy yet. Ha ha ha, kind and pure? What a huge joke. Risha gritted her teeth against the pain, rushed forward in one stride, wanting to push Karina off the boat. Since she couldn't avoid losing face today, then no one else would live well either. Ah, help! Karina, panicked, tearfully collapsed on the deck, looking as if she was scared silly by Risha's madness. Karina, Grady rushed over to protect Karina. Risha had just touched Karina when Grady forcefully pushed her back. The intense abdominal pain plus the push made Risha immediately fall onto the deck. Along with the fall came a series of continuous loud noises. An indescribable subtle smell gradually spread. Risha was ashamed and angry beyond words. The people around felt she was unlucky, but their expressions also became complicated. Freya coughed twice, slightly shocked in her heart. She originally thought about how to stir up conflict to cover for herself, but she didn't expect it had already escalated like this without her doing anything. Freya's coughing caught Risha's attention. Looking at Freya standing on the side, detached and fragile, Risha remembered she had spoken for Karina earlier. She firmly believed she was an accomplice. Probably not really sick, but pretending to be sick and instigating Karina. Since she was already beyond caring, ignoring the odor on her body, Risha crawled toward Freya, roaring, "It's you instructed Karina, didn't you? You all deserve to die." I cough. Freya coughed violently, her face full of disbelief. How could I cough? In her extreme anger, a mouthful of bright red blood stained the light wooden deck. Paired with that pale makeup, she looked exceptionally miserable. "It's you, don't deny it, you bitch. You clearly don't love cousin. Why did you marry him?" Risha rushed over, shaking Freya's shoulders desperately. The female relatives nearby watched the absurd scene before them, dumbfounded. Freya was shaken back by her force, only one step away from falling over the boat's edge. Grady and Karina, who were originally hugging on the side, panicked. One stopped acting, the other stopped comforting, both rushing toward Freya to save her. She was an important tool. She still needed to awaken holy energy. She absolutely couldn't have an accident. "Crown Princess," the decoy Rita cried out anxiously. "My beloved consort," Grady cried out heart-wrenchingly. "Crown Princess," Karina cried out even more heart-wrenchingly than Grady. Karina was the first to grab Freya's sleeve. Risha, seeing her so loyal in protecting her master, became even more certain of her suspicion. They were in cahoots, somehow finding strength. She used all her energy, risking her life to push both of them. Careful, Grady saw the three of them tangled together, about to fall, and also went to grab Freya's sleeve. Freya's sleeve subtly slipped past Grady's hand. Then splash, splash, all three fell into the water. Perfectly missed. Karina couldn't swim. Grady, seeing his beloved fall overboard, immediately went down to save her. Lanta on the shore monitored everything in real time, rushing over the moment Freya fell. Grady was nearby, first rescued Karina, and shouted at the accompanying guards, Quick, save them." The guards hurriedly went down to save Princess Risha, who no one was rescuing. Freya intentionally fell deep. Lanta and she exchanged a deep glance, both nodding silently. One used a magic prop to instantly disappear at the bottom of the lake. The other calmly took out a radish decoy from the space, then put on an anxious expression and carried Freya onto the boat. Risha, originally determined to die, only realized the terror after really falling into the water, clinging to the guard knight, struggling desperately, gasping for air. In contrast, the weakest Freya was the last to be rescued, already unconscious. Lanta's usually calm and composed expression was tinged with anxiety for the first time. Freya. Grady felt a wave of displeasure at this improper address, but he quickly ignored it because Freya's life was clearly more important now. Rita cried like a tearful mess, lying beside Freya. What are you all standing around for? Save the crown princess, Grady shouted anxiously. She was the saintess couldn't die before awakening. Lanta wanted to step forward to perform CPR, but Grady grabbed him. What are you doing to my consort? Lanta glared at him fiercely for the first time. Please, your highness, don't interfere with me saving her. Grady was unconsciously intimidated by his aura, let go, and then watched with a heavy heart as a knight performed CPR on his consort. After all, Karina was watching nearby. He couldn't do anything to another woman in front of Karina, even if it was the consort he married. The female relatives around whispered, so it wasn't just a 4-person emotional entanglement? It was 5 people? A story of 3 women and 2 men. The palace would be lively from now on. 52. Number 52 Loyal Knight vs. Princess of a Demised Kingdom, 19. Chapter 19. Loyal Knight vs. Princess of a Fallen Nation, 19. Cough cough cough. With Lanta's help, Freya coughed up a large puddle of blood and water, then weakly grabbed Lanta's hand. Lanta, I don't want to die yet. She wanted to cry, but she didn't even have the strength left to do so. Her breathing was so faint it could barely be felt, and her cheeks were so pale they lacked any trace of color. No, you won't die. There must be a way to save you. Lanta held Freya, constantly using magic to keep her warm. Quick, back to the palace immediately, you useless bunch. Go call the physician right now. Grady was truly anxious. Why was this different from before? Hadn't she been fine right up until the hunting assembly? Why was she suddenly on the verge of death? Karina was even more anxious than him, crying hysterically and shouting for the princess consort. What would happen if she died before awakening? Would she really have to rely on herself? Karina didn't think she had the ability to awaken. Some of the noblewomen nearby couldn't bear it and looked away, unwilling to watch. No need, cough cough, it's too late. Freya seemed to feel her life slipping away, reaching out as if to grasp something. Lanta and Grady each grabbed one of her hands. Rita and Karina knelt by her side, their faces drenched in tears. Your Highness, I know for my body to have lasted until today is already a miracle, but cough, I have one more request I want to ask of your Highness. Cough cough. Freya's voice grew weaker and weaker, blood constantly coughing from the corners of her mouth, staining her pale lips red. Tell me, I will fulfill everything. Grady urged the boat to move faster toward the shore while gripping Freya's hand tightly. Quote, beloved consort, hold on, you can do it, my love, you cannot die. Freya managed a forced, slight smile. Thank you, your Highness. If I die, please cremate me. Let Lanta take my ashes and leave. I want to go see the world. Lanta, cough cough. Lanta gripped her hand even tighter. Princess, I am here. When Freya looked at Lanta, her weak eyes flickered with a spark of terminal lucidity. Lanta, take me away. I don't want to cough lie underground after I die. I want to see cough cough the ocean, the grasslands, the fields of flowers. Staying in the palace for a lifetime cough is too painful. As she spoke, tears shimmered in Freya's eyes, tinged with bitterness and grievance. Lanta lowered his eyes, his voice strained with suppressed emotion. Princess, I will take you away. I will take you to see the ocean, the grasslands, the fields of flowers. Karina peeked at Lanta while crying. Who would have thought he was so devoted? It wasn't like this in the previous life. Listening to his voice, Freya smiled while coughing. Using her last bit of strength, she pulled her other hand from Grady's grasp, trying to touch Lanta's cheek. Ignoring Grady's startled gaze, Lanta pulled Freya into his arms. Freya smiled through her tears, her voice becoming increasingly faint and intermittent. Lanta, if there is a next life, I want to marry you. The smile on her lips froze, and the person in his arms gradually lost all signs of life. Both Grady and Karina stared with wide, disbelieving eyes. Beloved consort? Princess consort. Nearby, Rita was already sobbing so hard she could barely breathe, unable to speak, nearly fainting. Freya's words were like a stone causing 1,000 ripples, making the surrounding people look at the relationships between these individuals with strange emotions. 2 people in love but unable to be together, now separated by life and death. The living can never compete with the dead. The crowd subconsciously accepted the relationship between Lanta and Freya, while feeling quite dissatisfied with Karina and Grady. Grady couldn't believe she had died so abruptly. She died just from falling into the water? He insisted on reaching out to check Freya's breath and pulse. To his touch, there was only icy silence. Lanta pulled his hand away, kissed Freya's forehead, and picked her up. His aura completely changed as he said coldly, Grady, don't you dare touch her again. Grady also knew this genius swordsman was not to be trifled with, so he withdrew his hand. I don't believe she really. Karina believed it even less, even crying as she tried to pull at Lanta's hand holding Freya. No, you must be lying to me. How could the princess consort die? She only fell into the water. Lanta's tone was icy. Do you have any idea that her body couldn't even withstand a cold breeze? Risha stood aside, at a loss. Heavens, had she killed someone? She seemed to have truly misunderstood Freya. She had caused the death of an innocent person. Grady was furious and barked coldly at Risha. Risha, you will pay the price for what you did today. Risha slumped powerlessly to the ground, her mind a complete blank. No, it wasn't supposed to be like this. This wasn't how things were meant to go. It was only a fall into the water. The boat that had been traveling on the lake finally reached the shore. Lanta walked back carrying Freya. As he passed Grady, he dropped a sentence quietly. Grady, if you don't want to face my wrath, fulfill Freya's wish and let us leave. Grady had done an investigation before and knew this man had completed a mission in the Yuya forest and returned unscathed, only failing to pull out the divine sword. He wasn't sure of his current level and didn't dare to act rashly. Having just promised Freya in front of so many people, it wouldn't be good to break his word. He could only clench his fists in extreme frustration. Fine. At the same time, at the first transfer point arranged by Lanta, a soaking wet Freya appeared before her companions. He had prepared very thoroughly, buying a house in a sparsely populated area under the name Luke in advance for everyone to stay. Everyone had been eagerly waiting for the little princess. They busied themselves heating water and preparing food. Rita helped Freya change out of her cumbersome and heavy formal attire, which they then burned, and returned the money from the pawned items to Freya. Freya changed into the equipment Lanta had made for her, covered it with a coat, and then insisted on dividing the money. Everyone tried to decline, but Freya believed that if they were forced apart by an accident, having reserves with them would allow them to survive better and reunite. Freya's words made sense, so the group stopped declining and unanimously followed her lead. Until the day Freya was cremated, Karina felt as if she were living in a dream. Freya was really dead. The saintess had really died before even awakening. What about her, then? Could she awaken? What about the demons? What about the continent? The apocalypse was coming in less than 2 years. She didn't want to die again. Grady didn't believe Freya was dead and had secretly and openly checked Freya's body several times. But no matter how he looked at it, it was a dead body with no signs of awakening. Lanta watched from the shadows as he came secretly with high expectations and returned in disappointment. Ha, a carrot. What could a magic weakling like him possibly see? The king of Atelj didn't have much of an opinion on the death of a mere alliance princess. His only regret was that she hadn't died sooner in Saralida. Otherwise, he could have found an excuse to send troops to probe Saralida again. However, Atelj also needed to recover now, so he let it go. To be honest, this princess was indeed pitiful. She wasn't favored in her own country and was forced to marry here. Since she wanted to be cremated and travel after death, it was harmless. She couldn't cause any trouble anyway. Upon hearing the news of Freya's death, King Sarulida couldn't say he was happy or sad. The only thing he couldn't stop thinking about was that this daughter of his had actually had an affair with a mere knight like Lanta, and she even wanted to elope with him after death. Traveling with her ashes? Only she could come up with that. But he didn't have the ability to catch Lanta either. King Sarulida was full of regret. One wrong move led to another. The fire on the day of cremation burned very thoroughly. It was a clean blue, looking serene and pure. Because it was unconventional, many people attended the funeral out of curiosity and witnessed the scene. Lanta changed out of his knight's uniform and put on his favorite black clothes. Holding Freya's urn and accompanied by Rita, Kemi, Tira, Aiden, and Yuna, leading Light and Snow, he stood before the gates of the Atelj palace to bid Grady farewell. Grady watched him hold the box in silence, and seeing the sorrowful expressions of Freya's other attendants, he became even more certain of the fact that Freya was gone. Truthfully, he had never really cared about this princess who came for the alliance, so he wasn't that sad. Especially since she had caused him so much trouble in the previous life, it was already a sign of a good conscience that he didn't laugh out loud. The only trouble now was that Freya's death meant she wasn't the saintess. So who was the saintess in this life? Had it really become Karina? Are you all really going together? Grady asked the attendants Freya had brought. The princess will always be our princess. We want to be with her forever, Rita said firmly, holding back tears. Your Highness, thank you very much for your care during this time, and thank you for being willing to tolerate our selfishness. Aiden bowed respectfully to Grady and thanked him. Grady sighed and inquired of Lanta, do you have any plans for where you'll go in the future? Lanta's deep eyes looked into the distance. I'll take her to the Far East to see the ocean first, then to the grasslands, the flower fields, the mountains. I'll take her across the entire continent. Since they were going east, did that mean he didn't plan to go to the Yuya forest in the west to pull the sword? Grady keenly caught this piece of information. It seemed he had to find an opportunity to pull the sword himself. It appeared that the situation in this life was very different from the last. Lanta and Freya were no longer the hero and the saintess. Then I wish you a safe journey, Grady said, a rare word of sincerity. Thank you. Farewell. With those words, Lanta led the group away toward the east. When they arrived, there were 7 people and 2 horses. When they left, their little princess was but a handful of ashes. In this life, Freya still didn't have a good ending, but at least she didn't have to experience the unsealing of the demons in over a year. Perhaps that was a blessing in disguise? Grady didn't know how to feel, but he unexpectedly felt a bit of guilt and sentimentality. Meanwhile, Freya, who was still on her escape route, suddenly felt a slight headache. She understood then, her carrot double had been cremated, and Lanta had succeeded. It was worth the bit of mental energy she had to spare for the double's performance 2 days ago. Freya finally breathed a sigh of relief. The place they were going was quite far, almost near the far southeast of the continent. Even with Lanta's teleportation magic prop, they had only covered 2/3 of the way. However, thanks to Lanta's thorough preparation and consideration, their group had been safe so far, and they had been following the direction of the red line. Leah, I'm done washing, go take your bath, I've already set out your clothes for you. Rita walked out of the bathroom of the inn's guest room, drying her damp hair. Rita, you don't have to do all this for me. Freya smiled, closed her magic book, and prepared to wash up and sleep. For safety's sake, she had taken a pseudonym for herself, just like Lanta, calling herself Leah. Oh, I'm just used to it. Who told you your health was so poor before? I have to take good care of you now that you have a man. You don't want me anymore. I'm so heartbroken, Rita said, wiping away 2 non-existent tears. Alright, stop acting. Lanta has finished his task, he'll be here soon. At the thought of their imminent reunion, Freya couldn't help but smile. Fine, go wash up and sleep. Look at you smiling so dreamily, Rita teased her and pushed her into the bathroom. Soaking in the water, Freya couldn't help but think of Lanta, and her face turned red all on its own. 53. Number 53 Loyal Knight vs. Princess of a Demised Kingdom, 20. Chapter 20. Loyal Knight vs. Princess of a Fallen Kingdom, 20. As soon as Lanta left Atelj, he put away his body double and sped off toward the southeast. At his pace, he would be able to rendezvous with Freya's group in less than 3 days. Grady had recently been at odds with the king. He insisted on leading troops to attack Saralida, but his actual goal was to pull the divine sword from Yuya Forest. However, the king of Atelj felt his skill was insufficient and the reason for the attack was flimsy, so he refused. Furthermore, because of Freya's situation, rumors involving Freya, Lanta, Grady, Karina, and Risha were spreading like wildfire through the palace. Countless versions of the scandal existed, making it a complete shipping mess. The most widely circulated rumors were that Freya had fallen for her personal knight and that Grady had fallen for his personal maid. There were even picture books among the commoners about the tragic love between the princess and the knight, which had moved many young girls to tears. The parties involved were unaware of this, as Freya was currently facing trouble. It wasn't the trouble of her identity being exposed, but rather something that had escalated to a direct threat to her life. According to their route, they were supposed to pass through a canyon today, reach their next resting point, and set off again the following day. The canyon was massive, and the range of the magic props was limited. Thus, they could use the props for the first half of the journey, but had to walk the second half. Moreover, teleportation magic had various restrictions. This canyon was the furthest point Lanta had scouted in advance. Once they crossed it, they would be out of teleportation magic props, and the rest of the journey would depend on themselves. In theory, since Lanta had scouted the area, the route should have been safe. However, the 6 of them never expected that just as they used the last teleportation magic prop, a frenzied giant beast would appear before them. The 6 people were stunned as they looked at the massive, 3-headed serpent looming nearby. They had truly never seen anything like this before, and did it have to be something so fierce right off the bat? Aiden stammered, I am afraid my little fireballs won't be of any use. Freya also frowned inwardly, but remained exceptionally calm. The appearance of this giant serpent was definitely an accident. It shouldn't normally be here, otherwise Lanta wouldn't have arranged this route. But the most important issue right now was how they could safely escape. Freya knew very well that her magic had a clear advantage in purification and healing, but was significantly lacking in attack power. For her to defeat the three-headed serpent alone while protecting her companions was simply too taxing. Therefore, she had to rely on her wits. Escaping was the priority while trying to call for help. The three-headed serpent had been affected by the magic power of the unsealed heteromorphic demon, causing it to wander into this canyon from the nearby forest. Not only was it in a frenzy, but it had also been hungry for a long time. As soon as it caught the scent of Freya's group, it began moving toward them. Rita, contact Lanta immediately and ask him where he is. We'll use the rings. I'll go attract its attention while the rest of you take the chance to escape. Don't huddle together. Split into pairs. Aiden, your magic is the best. Assist me. Understood. No one dared to hold them back. They teamed up according to Freya's instructions and fled in different directions. Freya didn't dare be careless and stuffed a bunch of defensive magic props onto herself. No matter what, survival was the most important thing. Aiden looked at the giant serpent, which was dozens of times taller than himself, and swallowed hard. He was really moving up in the world to think he'd face a monster of this level in his lifetime. Hiss! The giant serpent saw Freya, and its blood-red eyes flashed with a murderous light. This person's blood is very delicious. It was excited. It twisted its body and charged toward Freya with its tongue flickering. This snake is a nimble fatty. Aiden threw a fireball and then ran like the wind, using almost the fastest speed of his life. The three-headed serpent was distracted by Aiden. One head split off to observe him, but deciding his blood wasn't as tasty as Freya's, it pulled back and quickly charged at her again. Over here, Freya threw a homemade chili smoke bomb. She had only hoped to stall for a moment, but she hadn't expected her aim to be so true. It hit the eyes perfectly, and two of the snake heads twisted together in pain. This was something Rita had made in her spare time because she had grown too many chilies. Who would have thought it would have such a miraculous effect? The three-headed serpent was enraged, and the remaining head quickly lunged at Freya. Freya was agile and narrowly dodged the strike. Dust flew up from the ground. Looking at the massive crater that appeared instantly, Freya's nerves tightened even more. With such massive destructive power, a single hit would likely leave her crippled if not dead. Even with her protective gear, she would probably suffer quite a bit. And this was just a giant beast affected by the heteromorphic demon. The heteromorphic demon itself would only be more powerful. Freya's hand gripping the short sword unconsciously broke into a thin sweat. You smelly snake, come here if you have the guts. Seeing this, Aiden decided to go all out. No one was allowed to hurt the princess. He threw fireballs, ice spikes, and lightning orbs, tossing a messy barrage of spells at the three-headed serpent's eyes. Although he lacked experience, eyes were generally the weakness of most beasts. He had to aim for them. While Aiden's magic wasn't very lethal to the three-headed serpent, at most like being pricked by a needle. Who could stand having needles constantly poked into their eyes? Hiss! The three-headed serpent was annoyed and decided to leave Freya aside for a moment to deal with. Aiden it turned the head that wasn't blinded by the chili and whipped it toward him. An appetizer before the main course wasn't a bad idea. Aiden, watch out! Freya knew Aiden's magic level best. She used the fastest speed of her life to form an attack array, dealing a heavy blow to the three-headed serpent. Freya did have talent and ability. Even though attack magic wasn't her forte, she managed to sever one of the snake heads. Flesh and blood flew everywhere as a large amount of crimson blood sprayed out. Hiss hiss hiss, it sounded like a wail of pain and a roar of fury. The three-headed serpent refocused its gaze on Freya, its eyes becoming more serious. Its scales stood on end. It was going to go all out to swallow this delicacy. Its tail began to slam violently against the ground. The vibrations spread outward from the center, making the ground tremble and crack, making it nearly impossible to stand. They couldn't stay and fight. After severing one head, Freya and Aiden ran for their lives toward the exit of the canyon. The giant serpent behind them was in hot pursuit. Princess, watch out! Aiden's sharp eyes saw that the severed head had somehow grown back and was lunging at Freya again. He threw himself forward to block the blow for her. No, get out of the way. Freya saw Aiden trying to take the hit for her and tried to push him aside. At the critical moment, Aiden, move! A familiar, cool male voice rang in their ears. A dense magical aura filled the air, accompanied by a black sword shadow wrapped in magic power. The three snakeheads fell simultaneously, blood staining the canyon. It was dead in an instant. Lanta, wow, big brother Lanta, you're finally here. I almost died. Seeing Lanta, Aiden burst into tears as if he had seen his own brother. I brought back reinforcements. Phew. Rita followed behind, running until she was out of breath. It was a good thing they made it in time. She had been scared to death even from a distance. Rita had been sweating from the tension. Lanta confirmed the three-headed serpent was dead and immediately grabbed Freya's shoulders. With a look of urgency, are you hurt anywhere? I'm sorry I'm late. I'm not hurt, but Freya clutched her chest and frowned. I suddenly feel a tightness in my chest, and why'd I have a bit of a headache? Under everyone's astonished gazes, an unnatural glow emanated from Freya's skin. She was likely about to awaken. Lanta reacted immediately, taking a large pure black cloak from his storage space and wrapping Freya from head to toe, including her hands. Although the others didn't understand what was happening, they all tacitly kept quiet, asked no questions, and followed closely. Let's leave this place first and find a hidden spot. The original resting point was an ordinary inn with few people, but it seemed unreliable now. Eventually, the group found an abandoned temple on the outskirts of the city to wait for Freya to return to normal. The awakening of holy energy required a catalyst. Not surprisingly, the battle had stimulated Freya's inner desire for the power to protect her companions. Awakening had nothing to do with time. It depended on whether one's resolve was sufficient. Rita watched the flickering light in the room, her heart pounding. She'll be okay, right? Lanta, are you sure it's safe here and no one will find us? I'm sure. Lanta stood guard at the door, wiping his sword blade. Yuna thought of the rumors she had heard along the way and whispered, don't you think Leah looks a lot like the legendary awakening of a saintess? Tira immediately realized, you're right, all glowing and sparkling. Kemi also looked at Lanta in surprise and asked, Lanta, do you know something? Lanta didn't reply and remained silent. Seeing this, everyone had their answer. They waited for a long time. The light in the room gradually dimmed and returned to normal. Freya walked out of the room and said joyfully, I succeeded. She had successfully awakened. She could feel a warm, pure power flowing through her body. Congratulations. Lanta replied with a smile, but his expression soon turned serious again. Quote, I'm afraid our time is running out. Freya also became serious. Aiden, you were injured just now. Let me heal you first. Aiden held out his scraped arm. Freya simply waved her hand, and the wound healed. Aiden touched his perfectly intact arm in surprise. Heavens, is this the power of awakening? Freya thought of the divine sword in Yuya Forest that belonged to Lanta and said worriedly, Lanta, should we go pull the divine sword first? Lanta rubbed her head. Don't worry, I pulled it out 3 years ago. Everyone, did they just suddenly find out something incredible? Freya was first shocked, then it dawned on her, and finally, she was even more shocked. So, this person had been planning this since a long time ago. Lanta turned his face away awkwardly. I think we should hurry to our destination. Legend says there is a divine staff belonging to the saintess still in the temple. No wonder. Everyone finally understood why their destination was a remote and secluded temple. Hey, so the news about the heteromorphic demon breaking the seal is true, right? Aiden asked again for confirmation. Of course, it's so obvious. Rita patted Aiden with a look of disappointment. Then isn't our time very tight? What are we waiting for? Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. 7 people and 2 horses continued their journey toward the temple. 54. Number 54, Loyal Knight vs. Princess of a Demised Kingdom, 21. Chapter 21. The Loyal Knight vs. the Princess of a Fallen Kingdom, 21. With Lanta present, the long journey instantly became much easier. Occasionally passing through small towns, they even had the leisure to take a brief stroll. After traveling for another 3 or 4 days, the group finally reached the temple at the far southeast of the continent, the Mono Temple. In the original plot, after Karina stripped Freya of her holy energy, the heteromorphic demon was unsealed and fled all the way here to obtain the divine staff. Lanta, are you sure it's here? There are so many temples. How can you be so certain it's this one? Freya looked at the clearly abandoned temple, filled with doubt. The divine sword's guidance. Lanta decisively shifted the blame to the divine sword. Divine sword. No, I never said that. However, it was howling inside the space, and except for Lanta, no one could hear it at all. The center of the temple was a statue of a goddess, which was unfortunately in ruins. Around the statue was a shallow pool containing some old coins, likely left by people who had come to make wishes or offerings in the past. Freya walked around the goddess statue once, but there was no reaction, so she tried to step into the pool. The moment her toes lightly touched the water's surface, the ground began to tremble slightly. Under everyone's astonished gazes, the statue began to glow. At the same time, light emanated from Freya's chest in resonance with the statue. Following her inner feeling, Freya applied magic to the statue, and a miraculous scene occurred. The originally dilapidated statue began to rapidly restore itself. You have finally come, my descendant. An elegant and charming female voice rang in Freya's ear. Freya looked around in surprise, only to find that the voice seemed audible only to her. Go, my descendant. You have passed the trial, and the gods shall bestow upon you the power of purification. Before Freya could react, a dazzling golden light appeared before her eyes, causing her to squint involuntarily. The golden light vanished after just a moment. The statue remained the same dilapidated statue, as if everything that just happened was merely a dream. Only a divine staff floating in the pool reminded everyone that what had just occurred was real. Freya lightly raised her hand, and the divine staff flew into her grasp. Quickly putting the divine staff into her space ring, Freya tilted her head and asked, "Where should we go next?" Seeing 6 pairs of trusting eyes focused on him, Lanta scratched his head. "How about going to my home first?" "Your home?" the 6 of them asked in unison. Not my home in Saralida. The place where I was born." Freya and her group eventually settled down in Lanta's hometown for the time being, intending to cultivate here and prepare for the appearance of the heteromorphic demon. This was a small village at the southernmost tip of the continent. Because it was so remote, this territory did not belong to any country yet, giving it the feel of a hidden paradise. "So, why did you go to Saralida?" Sitting under a tree soaking up the sun, Freya breathed in the hard-won air of freedom and asked Lanta. "I don't quite remember. Perhaps it was because my father wanted to become a knight." Lanta thought carefully, but his memories were already blurred. His only impression was that his father had been obsessed with swordsmanship during his childhood and had said things about wanting to be a knight. And to become a knight, the best places were naturally the 2 most powerful countries on the continent, Saralida and Atelj. "It must have been hard for you." Freya hugged Lanta, her heart aching for him. Such a small child, with both parents dying in an accident on the way to Saralida. How much hardship must he have endured to grow to his current level? "It wasn't hard, because I met you." Lanta rubbed the head in his arms and gently nuzzled her with his cheek. "I'm the lucky one to have met you." Freya sat up, kissed him on the cheek, and then giggled as she watched this usually arrogant and cool youth turn his slightly reddened face away. "Are you blushing?" Freya insisted on looking at his face. "I am not." Lanta turned his head in the other direction, refusing to admit it. He was a cool guy, how could he possibly be blushing? "You are otherwise, why is your face red?" Freya laughed and tried to reach out to him. Lanta caught her hand and gave her a firm kiss back. "I'm just not." Freya, satisfied after being kissed, just kept chuckling and stopped teasing him. Not far away, the 2 warhorses, Light and Snow, were huddled together grazing. Seeing the 2 of them leaning against each other, the horses simultaneously pawed at the grass with their hooves. Time flew by during their preparations, and within just 1 year, the entire continent became turbulent. Centered around Saralida and Atelj, demonic beasts and monsters continuously invaded human territories under the influence of eerie, demonic energy. The Yuya forest within Saralida's borders rioted again. However, thanks to Lanta's suppression 2 years ago, the beasts and monsters in Yuya forest were severely weakened, so it remained within a controllable range. But other places weren't so lucky. People were injured or fled, forced to migrate and leave their homes. The situation in Atelj was slightly better than in Saralida, so their desire to take advantage of the situation began to stir. Grady was still thinking about that divine sword in Yuya forest and insisted on attacking Saralida. The habitually bellicose king of Atelj agreed this time. Grady fully embodied the spirit of striking while the enemy is down, quickly breaking through Saralida's defenses and officially launching the war. Saralida was already stretched thin. Coupled with King Cyrulida's continuous strategic blunders, he had already lost the people's support. Thus, after only a few months of desperate resistance, the kingdom fell. The king led a group of royal family members to escape through a secret passage, but it was in vain. It turned out his several good sons had already surrendered to the enemy country and betrayed him completely. King Cyrulida was shot through the heart by Grady. In the final moment of his life, his pathetic and lamentable life flashed before his eyes like a revolving lantern. For some reason, he recalled his long-deceased youngest daughter and that cold-natured young knight. Looking back, he actually felt a bit envious of them. The news of Grady annexing Saralida shocked the entire continent and made the king of Atelj ecstatic. He even agreed to Grady's requests to marry Karina and to go to Yuya Forest to pull out the divine sword. Whether it was the king of Atelj, Grady himself, or Karina, after this campaign, they were even more convinced that they were the true hero and saintess. So the group set off for Yuya Forest in a grand procession. Unfortunately, the Knight's order led by Grady was scattered the moment they entered Yuya Forest. In Yuya Forest, there was no distinction between day and night, and mist was everywhere. The only thing discernible were the numerous fork roads. There was no direction and no time, only loneliness and the company of sudden beasts and monsters. Compared to the silence when Lanta came to pull the sword 4 years ago, the current Yuya Forest, having gone through several rounds of slaughter, was even more bloody and terrifying. Grady's heart trembled. While he was puzzled as to how Lanta had managed to escape this hellhole unscathed, he also kept encouraging himself that he was the one who should be the chosen hero. He took Karina with him, and the two of them kept walking, taking wrong turns, circling back, killing monsters, and continuing on. It felt as if they had walked to the ends of the earth. They didn't know how many dried bloodstains and corpses they had stepped on or how many monsters they had fought with all their might before they finally reached the Divine Tower. Your Highness, the Divine Sword is just ahead. Although Karina was so exhausted she was nearly collapsing on the ground, she was exceptionally excited. She was seeking proof. If His Highness succeeded in pulling the sword this time, then she would surely be able to awaken her energy too. Karina, let's go. Grady was ecstatic and ran toward the Divine Tower. The Divine Tower remained in its ancient form, towering into the clouds and covered in vines, standing firm through the long river of time. Thou art not my master, depart at once, an aged voice rang out from the heavens, shaking the soul. Wow, what does that mean? Grady couldn't believe the words he heard. He wasn't the master? It wanted him to leave? No, impossible. He had sacrificed an entire Knight's Order to get here. How could he not be the master of the Divine Sword? He was the heaven-chosen reincarnated one. He had clearly kept people watching this place, and no one had ever come to pull the Divine Sword. Karina's face also turned pale. What was going on? Could it be that Grady wasn't the master of the Divine Sword? Then what about her? Wouldn't she be unable to awaken her holy energy? But Freya was already dead. Could it be that even with a second life, she still couldn't escape the fate of death? Was all that effort for nothing in the end? Grady didn't believe it. Ignoring the Divine Tower's increasingly stern warnings, he rushed straight for the gate. Just as he touched the Divine Tower's gate, Grady's hand was attacked into a twisted position. Depart at once, depart at once. The warning grew louder. The surrounding thick mist also became denser. No, I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Grady had clearly fallen into madness, struggling desperately to break through the gate. Your Highness, give up, your Highness, come back. Karina was extremely anxious. She couldn't lose Grady. If Grady was gone, who would protect her? Grady's behavior completely enraged the Divine Tower. Rumble. Unexpectedly, a bolt of purple-blue lightning suddenly descended from the sky, striking down with an explosive roar like a divine punishment. The smell of charred remains wafted through the flying dust. Karina slumped to the ground, her eyes watching the scene before her in terror. Grady? Karina looked around and kept calling out, but there was no sign of him. Grady? Karina stumbled to the gate, only to see bits of black ash drifting in the air. Depart at once, the Divine Tower was still warning. Karina suddenly collapsed to the ground. She realized that Grady was dead, struck by the divine punishment's lightning until not even a corpse remained. No number. Fear instantly surged, wrapping around her so tightly she felt she was suffocating. Karina's legs were weak as she stood up and ran back the way she came. She couldn't die yet, she had to escape. Why did this life turn out like this? Why did Freya die so early? She shouldn't have an ending like this. Unfortunately, before she could run far, another divine punishment descended from the sky. Before Karina could finish her mournful cry, she was instantly reduced to ashes. In a small country south of Saralida, Freya had just finished treating a batch of patients. As Lanta was wiping the sweat from her cheek, she heard 250's timely report. Host. The original plot's male and female protagonists triggered the divine punishment in Yuya Forest and are dead. Lanta's movements paused for a second before he continued, gently wiping Freya's sweat. Freya keenly caught his momentary pause and asked him, "What's wrong?" Lanta shook his head. "Nothing. I just sensed that Grady and Karina died in Yuya Forest." Freya quickly understood. They must have tried to pull the divine sword and failed. Originally, she had hated those two to the core, but now, spending every day with Lanta busy saving people and killing monsters, she had unknowingly forgotten about it. The Divine Sword and Divine Tower, which had been cooped up in the space for 4 years, still maintained their connection. Upon learning that those two had triggered the divine punishment, they could only say, impressive. Over the past 6 months, the entire continent had become increasingly chaotic. As the saintess possessing the power of healing and purification, Freya couldn't bear to see the suffering of living beings and the people in dire straits. So how could she continue to hide in the southernmost paradise? So, she and Lanta took the aliases Leah and Luke, traveling across the continent as adventurers and travelers, heading toward the central countries of Saralida and Atelj. Of course, Saralida was now a fallen kingdom, leaving Atelj as the only superpower on the continent. Although Atelj had annexed Saralida, it hadn't gained much benefit. Just managing the territories currently riddled with holes by the heteromorphic demon was already giving them a massive headache. 55. Number 55 Loyal Knight vs Princess of a Demised Kingdom, 22. Chapter 22. Loyal Knight vs Fallen Princess, 22. On this day, Lanta and Freya were heading toward Atelj as usual, saving people along the way. Coincidentally, they ran into Dick and Old Ghost, as well as Lanta's former neighbor Auntie Sation and her husband Steve. Ever since Auntie Sation heard Lanta's suspicions about the early selection ceremony, she had been paying close attention to various news. She was among the first to hear the rumors and had been packing her things just in case. Dick was also quick to react. He knew Lanta was very strong. Under his protection, Freya couldn't possibly have fallen off the ship and drowned even if she tried. So, sensing something was wrong and after discussing it with Old Ghost, he decisively resigned from the Knight's Order and returned to being an adventurer. As it turned out, their choice back then was correct. Now, Saralita had fallen, the heteromorphic demon was on the verge of being unsealed, and people everywhere were suffering. Escaping early had essentially saved their lives. Upon hearing that Freya and Lanta were the chosen hero and saintess, everyone was eager to help. However, Auntie Sation analyzed the situation calmly, realizing that they would likely only be a burden. Fleeing far away so the two wouldn't have to worry was what they should do now. Although Dick and Old Ghost felt it was a pity they couldn't help, they followed Sation's advice and gave the two their moral support. After a brief chat and saying their goodbyes to their old friends, the two continued their journey. Even though it was daytime, the sky grew darker and darker. The mana in the air became increasingly chaotic, plants began to wither, and some animals even died on the spot. The earth shook, cracking open with fissures from which unknown wriggling creatures flew out, accompanied by a choking smell of rot or burning. The two rushed toward Atelj without stopping. They traveled from day to night, and the signs of human habitation along the road became increasingly sparse. The sky grew darker. In this world without advanced technology, there were no streetlights, and on a night without moonlight, it was almost pitch black. To prevent getting separated, the two held hands tightly and ran at the same pace. The blood moon, fleeing crowds around them pointed at the crimson moon in the sky in terror, shouting as they ran in a panic. "Is it coming?" Freya asked Lanta for confirmation. Lanta stared solemnly at the rising blood moon. "I'm afraid so." The rising of the blood moon was the sign of the heteromorphic demon breaking its seal. The plot was already different from the original. Even the unsealing of the heteromorphic demon had happened ahead of schedule. "Freya, I think we need to be faster." Lanta picked her up, using his teleportation magic with great skill. To minimize casualties, it was best to deal with the heteromorphic demon while it was at its weakest, right after breaking the seal. Standing on the Solnak plain, the two watched from afar as the blood moon rose. A terrifying, earth-shattering roar erupted from beneath the former Saralita castle, followed by the heteromorphic demon spiraling into the sky as it broke free from its seal. The heteromorphic demon had no concrete shape. It looked like a wriggling mass of minced meat that blotted out the sky and could change its state at will. It carried a stench of rot, and wherever it passed, no grass grew. It was the incarnation and collective of all the world's evil thoughts, using all malice as nutrients to bolster its mana. Seeing her former home turned into ruins, Freya couldn't help but feel sad and distressed. Her homeland was completely gone. The king of Atelj was fleeing the city under the protection of his knights, yet he kept looking back with every step. He was unwilling. This was his kingdom. How could he bear to give it up? He had even lost his proudest eldest son in order to attack Saralita. Asking him to leave everything behind now was no different from carving out his own flesh. Hatred, such hatred. Regret, such regret. Ah, the scent of food. The heteromorphic demon quickly fixed its gaze on the fleeing king of Atelj. The scent on him was simply too fragrant. This resentment, this hatred, they were the most succulent nutrients. Almost in the blink of an eye, amidst the cries of the knights, the king of Atelj was instantly absorbed by a mass of viscous material falling from the sky, leaving not even a bone behind. Freya and Lanta couldn't make it in time. They witnessed this scene from a distance. "Lanta, it's too strong." Freya couldn't help but doubt her own level. So far, she hadn't faced such a powerful enemy, and her combat experience was far from rich. "Don't be afraid. You just focus on purifying and sealing it. I'll handle the fighting. I will protect you." Lanta's expression was resolute as he drew the demon exorcising divine sword from his space. "Lazybones, time to get to work." The thin, sharp blade gleamed with a brilliant light as it was drawn from its scabbard, shining brightly. "Hey, I've wanted to stretch my limbs for a long time. It's clearly you, master. Who's been keeping me locked up?" The divine sword began to clamor. Because he was so bored lately, he had even found some fun in the space, passing the time by slicing the ingredients Lanta stored there. This way, every time Lanta took them out, he could cook immediately. Seeing Lanta take out the legendary demon exorcising divine sword for the first time, a look of amazement flashed in Freya's eyes. "It's so beautiful." Even in the blood-colored darkness, the blade remained uniquely clean and bright. "Freya, get ready." We're going in. Yes, I'm ready. Freya gripped the staff in her hand and followed closely behind Lanta as the two sped toward the heteromorphic demon. The heteromorphic demon keenly sensed the fluctuation of mana behind it and began to wriggle rapidly. Quote, gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Sounds like drooling or a hungry stomach constantly emanated from its main body atop the Imperial Castle. Flame. Lanta raised his hand slightly and pinched his fingers together. The heteromorphic demon was quite confused. In the next instant, countless fireballs fell from the sky, crashing vertically onto its main body. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The heteromorphic demon wriggled violently as if trying to swallow the fireballs. Burst. The fireballs exploded all at once, blasting away the rotting, blood-colored unknown matter. A single strike blew apart nearly a third of the heteromorphic demon's main body. The heteromorphic demon didn't understand. It had only been 2,000 years. When did you, a stinky swordsman, become so powerful at magic? I just came out to have some fun, and I haven't even had my first proper meal and yet you're already attacking me. It wasn't like this before. Purify. Freya didn't waste the opportunity and immediately cast her magic. The divine staff emitted a white light that struck the heteromorphic demon's main body, instantly piercing through and radiating outward. Ah! The heteromorphic demon twisted in pain and was completely infuriated. You despicable saintess and hero. Viscous, pasty unknown matter fell from the sky piece by piece like a rain of blood. Anything it touched was instantly corroded. Protect. Freya immediately applied a protective shield. Lanta quickly picked her up to dodge the attack. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The heteromorphic demon seethed with rage, transforming into the shape of a giant whip and lashing out at them. Lanta met it head-on. A sharp flash of sword light passed, and the manifested whip was severed mid-air. Freya followed closely behind, casting spells to finish the job. The heteromorphic demon had only just broken the seal and was at its weakest. Facing the perfect coordination of Lanta and Freya, it actually fell into a disadvantage. Lanta's sword was so fast it left only afterimages. Every time the white light flashed, a piece of the heteromorphic demon's main body was sliced off. Slicing wasn't enough. Freya immediately followed up with more spells, beating the heteromorphic demon into a state where it couldn't fight back. Freya, after casting a high-level spell, Lanta nodded to Freya behind him. Seizing the moment, Freya used all her strength to begin casting the seal. The heteromorphic demon couldn't believe it. It had spent 2,000 years biding its time and enduring humiliation, only to be defeated so quickly. It began to desperately absorb the negative energy from the continent, expanding itself at maximum speed, determined to go down with them. Hey, Lanta didn't give it the chance. Countless orbs of light fell from the sky, interrupting its casting. Freya's seal grew stronger and stronger, emitting a blinding light that seemed to dissolve all the darkness in the world. Lanta now, Freya shouted to Lanta with all her might. Lanta's black figure was so fast it was just an afterimage. Wave after wave of additional light orbs fell with thunderous force, making the entire Solnak plain tremble and wail. The blade of the demon exercising divine sword and the divine staff resonated with a vibrato, together emitting the most brilliant light. The blindingly bright white light swallowed the entire plane and didn't fade for a long time, until the purification and sealing were complete. The horizon was starting to brighten. A red sun gradually rose from below the horizon, symbolizing the arrival of a new day. This is wonderful. Freya looked at the pale blue sky and smelled the fresh air once more, a faint smile appearing on her face. However, having used up too much mana, she stumbled and fell from mid-air. Lanta flew over to catch her, holding her in his arms. Freya, thank you for your hard work. Freya struggled slightly in his arms, stood up, and looked at the ruins of the Saralida Imperial Palace. Freya, Lanta stood by her side, looking forward. Although they had acted immediately, both Saralida and Atelj had completely become abandoned cities. Over the past 2 years, the people had already been forced to migrate to more habitable places. The once most prosperous lands were now in ruins. Even if the memories this place held for Freya weren't pleasant, it was still her homeland. Seeing it in this state, Lanta also felt pained. Lanta, the mission is complete. Let's go home. Freya took a deep breath, turned to look at Lanta, and took his hand. Quote, Rita and the others are still waiting for us to return. Lanta looked down into her eyes, all his words condensing into a single one. Okay. The two held hands and turned toward the village in the far south. That was where home was. Beneath the ruins of Saralida, a young boy who had witnessed everything looked at their departing backs with shock, gratitude, and longing. The idea of revitalizing this land quietly planted a seed in his heart. Whether it took decades or centuries, he would spend his life's energy to restore the prosperity of this place and tell future generations that the hero and the saintess had saved the continent and the world here. When the two returned to the small village, they saw a group of people sitting under the big tree at the entrance, waiting expectantly before they even reached the gate. Everyone was waiting for them to return. Rita ran to meet them and checked Freya all over. "You're not hurt, are you?" "Let me see," Cammy asked worriedly. "There won't be any more heteromorphic demons, right?" Lanta shook his head with certainty. "No more." Tira breathed a long sigh of relief and patted her chest. "That's good. The sky has been dark red lately. It was so terrifying." Yuna, however, thought of something and said faintly, "So, when do you two plan to have your wedding?" Lanta blushed at her sudden topic and rubbed his head awkwardly. "I'll leave that to Freya." Freya looked bashful and gave him a light punch. "Have some initiative. Why do you listen to me for everything?" Rita laughed. "After all, he used to be your knight. He's used to being obedient." Everyone laughed gossipy. The wedding was finally held in a church not far from the village. The enthusiastic villagers all sent their blessings. Rita busily helped Freya with her makeup and hair, her joy overflowing. "Tisk tisk, this is what you call putting in effort. Look at this wedding dress. It's different from the ones before." Freya looked down and stroked the exquisite and comfortable wedding dress she was wearing, an uncontrollable smile of happiness on her lips. All right, stop smiling. Control yourself. I'm about to apply your lipstick." Rita leaned in to give Freya her final touch of makeup. Freya tried to control her expression and cooperated with Rita. When the music of blessing sounded and she walked step by step toward the man with affectionate and gentle eyes, supported by Rita, Freya's eyes grew moist. For some reason, she felt as if she had been waiting for this day for a very, very long time. "Will the bride and groom please exchange rings? Open black lens bracket. Once I put this ring on you, you're mine. Close black lens bracket." The two looked at each other simultaneously, saying the same thing in their hearts. "The groom may now kiss the bride." Amidst the cheers and teasing of the crowd, Lanta stepped forward, put his arm around Freya's waist, pulled her toward him, and pressed a kiss onto her lips. Freya responded to his kiss with a smile, a crystal-clear tear of happiness falling from the corner of her eye. A few days later, at the village entrance, Lanta was still dressed in black, while Freya wore her azure flame set. They held their horses, the black horse, Guang, and the white horse, Shui, ready to set off. "Freya, are you really leaving?" Rita hugged her reluctantly. "Yes, it's okay. I'll write to you all, and you can come visit Lanta and me too." Rita curled her lip. "Forget it. You two are newlyweds. We single dogs won't bother you. Have a safe trip." "Yes, I will." Freya nodded happily, then turned to look at Lanta. Quote, "And Lanta will protect me." Go, just leave already. The stench of love is overwhelming." Rita playfully pinched her nose and shooed them off. "We're off then." The two mounted their horses, waved to their friends, and galloped into the distance. Bathed in the morning glow, a happy smile radiated from Freya's face. "Lanta, I want to see the ocean, the grasslands, fields of flowers, snowy mountains, and so many more sights." "Okay, I'll take you. We have plenty of time in the future." A faint smile also appeared on Lanta's face. "Yes, I want to be with you forever, to see all the beautiful scenery in the world and then have a little baby of our own. Our family will be happy, healthy, and blessed." Freya stared at Lanta, her eyes sparkling with anticipation and hope for the future. Lanta covered his face and coughed lightly. "I'll do whatever you say." Seeing his unnaturally red ear tips, Freya put her hands on her hips and grumbled, "Lanta, not again. Have some initiative." Lanta gazed gently into her eyes. "I also want to be with you forever, see all the beautiful scenery in the world, and have a happy home." "Yes." Freya gave a brilliant smile and nodded vigorously. As the morning light broke, two figures, one in black and one in white, galloped through the golden glow toward a bright future. 56. Number 56. Apocalyptic Zombie King vs. Cannon Fodder. Female Supporting Character 1. Chapter 1. Doomsday Zombie King vs. Cannon Fodder. Passerby. Female Supporting Character 1. Roar, hiss, ha, awoo, ah. Xu Xing had just spent a wonderful lifetime with his beloved in the previous world, but as soon as he transmigrated to the next world, his ears were filled with noisy, rowdy roars. From time to time, a strange smell wafted into his nostrils, like the stench of something rotting. This was on par with when he was killing monsters in the Yuya forest in his previous world. The memory was a bit distant, so much so that he had somewhat forgotten these less than pleasant moments. Opening his eyes, Xu Xing blinked and stared at the grayish sky before him. What's going on? Why was he lying on the side of the road? In broad daylight, why was he sleeping on the main road? Xu Xing quickly looked down and was stunned. Was he still human? How many days had he been dead for his skin to be this pale and greenish? And what was with all the blood on his hands? 0250, quickly transmit the plot to me. What exactly is going on? Quote, 250's voice came through, but compared to its previous mechanical tone, it now had more emotional variation and pauses. Open black lens bracket. Understood, host. Transmitting the plot for you now. 2%, 15%, 45%, 99% plot transmission complete. Close black lens bracket. This was a world of the zombie apocalypse. Due to an unknown black rain, 3 types of people appeared all over the world. One type was zombies, another was ordinary humans, and the third was the awakened, also known as ability users. Xu Xing was a pure cannon fodder who hadn't survived even 2 chapters in such a world. He didn't even have a proper detailed introduction and only appeared in memories. In this world, the original body was just an ordinary person, but he had lived a fairly good life. Nearly 30 years old, he had a stable job with a decent income, a beloved and beautiful wife, and a pair of adorable fraternal twins. With a house, a car, and savings, a harmonious marital life, 2 obedient and smart children, and his own extra hobbies, it could be considered the perfect life that an ordinary person seeks for a lifetime. But such perfection shattered in the face of the apocalypse. A mysterious black rain struck, and the original body was unfortunately caught in it on his way home from work, and even more unfortunately, he became one of the zombies. His wife Xia Qingmeng usually worked from home, so she fortunately managed to escape the disaster. After returning home, the original body felt himself becoming more and more abnormal. His rationality began to slip away, accompanied by changes in skin color and eyes that gradually turned crimson. Upon discovering the changes in the original body, his wife quickly isolated him from the 2 children. The original body felt that he probably wouldn't make it and couldn't bear to harm his wife and children. So, while he still had some rationality left, he settled his affairs. After a tearful farewell to his wife, he jumped from a 20-story building to end his own life. This was why he was now lying on the side of the road in broad daylight. The place where he lay was a scenic path below the building. It was the height of a hot summer, and the lush greenery on both sides meant no other zombies came to disturb him. Xu Xing sat up from the greenery to observe. He saw other zombies wandering everywhere, making sounds that didn't seem very intelligent, giving him a headache from the noise. Xu Xing felt slightly annoyed and silently complained, "If you're going to wander, just wander. Can't you just shut up? You're disturbing the peace." An astonishing scene occurred. All the nearby zombies actually shut up. Xu Xing, what did I do? 0250 spoke up in time to explain. Host, according to the system's detection, you are not an ordinary zombie. You are a high-level zombie with rationality and intelligence, possessing very powerful mental strength. You just unintentionally controlled them. Xu Xing suddenly understood. No wonder he felt it was exceptionally noisy around him, and just by thinking it silently, the other zombies shut up. If I'm clearly a high-level zombie, why was I cannon fodder in the original plot? Xu Xing couldn't understand, because the host was too self-aware. You committed suicide by jumping off a building before the evolution was fully successful, making it truly impossible to save you. However, since the host has now transmigrated here and possesses various ability boosts, the system has simultaneously activated automatic repair, so naturally, you are fine now. So it was you, 0250, who saved me. Thank you. No, it was mainly the host's own credit, because automatic repair costs points. Xu Xing, good grief, taking my stuff without a word. 0250, quickly help me check how many points I have left. 0250 began to calculate. Open black lens bracket. The host performed well in the previous world, achieving the 100% destined 1 pursuit achievement and the world savior achievement, each rewarding 10,000 points, totaling 20,000 points. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. At the same time, out of personal interest, the host invented many new magic props, greatly increasing the scope and efficiency of magic usage. These were widely acclaimed, earning an additional 10,000 points. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Mall purchases. Limited time color change card *1. One-time mask card *7. Magic mastery *1. Deducting 6,400 points. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Automatic repair function, minor level, deducted 500 points. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Current balance, 52,100 points. Close black lens bracket. Xu Xing looked at the points balance. He still had quite a bit of capital, so he breathed a sigh of relief. He then immediately spent 20,000 points to upgrade his portable space by 1 level. In a place like the apocalypse, the importance of space went without saying. The upgraded space quickly expanded to 64 cubic meters, and a small plot of land was added inside, allowing for some simple planting. Although it still seemed small for the apocalypse, having it was better than nothing. Xu Xing expressed that he was already very satisfied. Moreover, the magic he knew from the previous world could actually still be used in this world. It seemed that supernatural abilities and magic shared some similarities. Xu Xing didn't dwell on it too much. He controlled the surrounding zombies to move aside, planning to get up and head home first. In this world, he was already married to Sha Qingmeng and had a pair of fraternal twins. Both children were already 5 years old. In the original plot, Sha Qingmeng was also just a cannon fodder female supporting character who didn't survive past the first 10 chapters. After her husband turned into a zombie and committed suicide, Sha Qingmeng had to take care of the 2 young children alone. Despite her frugality, the family's food reserves ran out after 3 months. From the radio, Sha Qingmeng heard that some small safety bases had already been established nearby, so she planned to risk taking the 2 children to a base for refuge. On the way to seek refuge, Sha Qingmeng knew it would be difficult for a weak woman to survive with 2 children, so she joined a group with other survivors from the neighborhood. But in the apocalypse, human hearts are sinister. Others saw that Sha Qingmeng and the 2 young children were easy targets and constantly withheld the portion of food they were entitled to. Although Sha Qingmeng was very angry, one person was no match for a crowd. Moreover, going solo on the way to the base was indeed not an option, so she endured the humiliation. But the consequence of enduring humiliation was that others became even more aggressive. A man in the same group took a fancy to Sha Qingmeng's beautiful face and started getting handsy with her. Meanwhile, everyone else turned a blind eye, each looking out only for themselves. During a food distribution, the leader blatantly withheld food from Sha Qingmeng's 2 children, considering them small, unproductive burdens who didn't deserve food. Sha Qingmeng was not convinced. Every time they went on a collective mission, she worked hard to hand over more than others, specifically to exchange for food suitable for children. The leader's actions were unjust. The leader was a burly man named Xu Zheng, who had already conspired with the other members. Seeing that Sha Qingmeng was beautiful and quite capable, he developed malicious intent and pursued her many times. But Sha Qingmeng only had her deceased husband Xu Xing and her 2 precious children in her heart, so she didn't accept Xu Zheng at all. After his many polite attempts at pursuit failed, Xu Zheng became angry and kidnapped Sha Qingmeng with his gang one night. The 2 children woke up in the middle of the night and found their mother missing. They searched for her in a panic, only to see the people around them staring at them with predatory and malicious eyes. It turned out that their supplies had been dwindling over the past few days, and multiple search attempts had failed to find food while they lost several men. Now they had turned their attention to the 2 children, actually planning to start cannibalism. While Sha Qingmeng was dragged away, a group of people surrounded the 2 young children, deciding to carry out their plan. The 2 children were very smart and quickly guessed what was happening. They were also brave and decided to perish together with this group of villains. They were determined not to become food for these people. If they were to die, they would die together, and they couldn't let these people live to harm others. The brother and sister cried out desperately, attracting many nearby zombies, and the scene became chaotic. Of course, at this critical moment, the male and female protagonists happened to be passing by. They had originally planned to scavenge some supplies from the factory, including metal and fuel, but they didn't expect to encounter this scene. The male and female protagonists kindly rescued the 2 children. Because of the extreme fright, the 2 children fell into a state of high fever and coma. The female protagonist noticed that these 2 children showed signs of awakening their abilities and were quite smart, so she discussed with the male protagonist and took them in. Later, the siblings respectively awakened metal-type and healing-type abilities and joined the protagonist group, following the male and female protagonists in their adventures. All in all, he and Sha Qingmeng were a pair of cannon fodder husband and wife meant to deliver children to the protagonist group's team. However, the male and female protagonists in this plot were indeed decent people with consciences, but not excessively so, and they could distinguish right from wrong. In the later stages, they also managed the human base well and established a new world order, with the high-level zombies, mutated animals, and plants that were gradually forming new species. If you were lucky enough to meet them, it wouldn't hurt to build some goodwill. Of course, it was still a bit early to talk about these things. The priority now was to go home and see how his wife and 2 children were doing. 57. Number 57 Apocalyptic Zombie King vs. Cannon Fodder Female Supporting Character, 2. Chapter 2. Doomsday Zombie King vs. Cannon Fodder Passerby Female Supporting Character, 2. A black rain had fallen just last night and the sky outside was still gray, looking eerie and weird. Sha Qingming carefully pulled back a slit in the curtains to look outside. She realized that the rain had stopped unknowingly, and it was already dawn. She plucked up the courage to glance downstairs, but the floor was too high, and the lush greenery below obscured everything, making it impossible to see the situation at the bottom. Thinking of her beloved husband jumping from here last night, Sha Qingming felt a wave of sadness and wanted to cry. She had thought she would live a happy life with her husband forever. She never expected the end of the world to come. She hadn't even had the chance to say a proper goodbye to Xu Xing before they were separated by life and death, but she couldn't wallow in grief. She still had 2 young children to take care of. Since Xu Xing was gone, she, as a mother, had to shoulder this heavy responsibility. She had to be strong. Sha Qingming wiped away her tears, suppressed her sadness and fear, and put on a calm expression as usual. It was already morning. She needed to make breakfast for the 2 children. Sha Qingming prepared simple milk and fried eggs for the 2 children, planning to start with the foods that were hardest to store. From today onwards, in order to last longer, tightening their belts would likely be unavoidable. Perhaps because the apocalypse had just begun, the water, electricity, and gas hadn't been cut off yet. Taking advantage of this time to store more water, fully charge all power banks, and prepare more shelf-stable cooked food was what she needed to do most right now. Mom, why did you wake up so early? Yawn. With a click of the bedroom door opening, a small head peeked out from behind it. The short hair on the head was a mess from sleep, and there were still tears in the corners of the eyes from yawning. Where's Dad? Where did Dad go? The small head began to peek around the room again. Lele, why are you awake so early? Did Mom wake you up? Seeing her son run out, Sha Qingming put down her work and went over to hug him. Looking at her cute and soft son, Sha Qingming's grieving heart found a sliver of comfort. Mom didn't wake me up at all. It's just, why don't I see Dad? Dad said he would teach me how to play with the Rubik's Cube last night. Thinking about how he and his younger sister were mysteriously locked in the room last night and not allowed to go out, little Lele pouted his lips, feeling a bit aggrieved. How could Dad lie? He clearly said one should be an honest person. Sha Qingming knew her 2 children had always been quite smart, and a fierce struggle began in her heart. The matter of Xu Xing couldn't be hidden forever. Should she tell the children now, or let them accept it gradually later? But in this doomsday situation, gradual acceptance might be difficult. Who knew what would happen tomorrow? Even the smallest child had to grow up quickly to survive. Little Xu Jiali noticed something was wrong with his mother's expression and asked innocently, Mom, is Dad very busy? Did he leave again? Don't be sad, Mom. Lele will always be with you. Sha Qingming could no longer hold back her tears. She hugged her son and choked out, Lele, Mom has something very important to tell you. Although Lele was young, he understood some things. He nodded seriously. Mom, I'll listen carefully. Sha Qingming gritted her teeth and finally said it. Lele, your father is never coming back. Never coming back? What does that mean? Lele was dumbfounded. His favorite father wasn't coming back? Where did he go? Lele pouted, looking like he was about to cry from sadness. He turned into a star in the sky. Sha Qingming tried to restrain her voice. Quote, he will always be watching you from above. Lele couldn't bear to hear that. Just 2 days ago at kindergarten, he heard Fatty say his favorite grandmother had died, and his parents had lied to him, saying she turned into a star in the sky. So Lele couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into tears. Mom, you're lying. How could Dad die? Dad is so amazing. Sob. Sha Qingming quickly hugged her son and patted him gently. Lele, do you know about the end of the world? Lele shook his head with his big red eyes. Sha Qingming knew he was still young and had no concept of these things, so she explained, the end of the world means there are many man-eating monsters outside. We can't walk outside like before. We have to be careful of the monsters. Lele nodded. Was Dad defeated by a monster? Sha Qingming wiped her son's tears. Your father protected us, so. Lele understood quickly. His eyes, still red from crying, suddenly became determined, and he said in a childish voice, Dad said I'm also a man in the family. I will protect Mom and my sister from now on. I'll defeat the monsters. Seeing that he wasn't wallowing in sadness, Sha Qingming was both surprised and relieved. Good, then it's a promise. When Lele grows up, he will protect Mom. For now, Mom will protect you and your sister. Okay. The mother and son hugged each other for comfort. Just then, there was a knock at the door outside. Who is it? Sha Qingming's internal alarm bells went off instantly. Who could be coming to the door at a time like this? It couldn't be a zombie, could it? So she quickly carried Lele back to the bedroom and told him to stay inside obediently. Then she pulled out a baseball bat she had placed by the door last night. This was something Xu Xing had bought after Lele saw baseball in a cartoon and thought it was interesting. Although it had been gathering dust since then, it came in handy now. Sha Qingming looked out through the peephole warily and saw a man with pale, bluish skin knocking on the door. Those clothes, that appearance. Wasn't that her husband, Xu Xing? Didn't he jump off the building? How was he perfectly fine? It couldn't be a fake, right? Even with the exact same face, Sha Qingming was still uneasy and didn't dare open the door. She just called out softly toward the door. Who are you? Xu Xing knew his appearance would definitely scare Sha Qingming. He said somewhat helplessly, Qingming, I'm your husband. I promised Lele last night that I'd play with the Rubik's Cube with him. Hearing him say that, Sha Qingming believed him a little, but she was still very cautious. Do you have any other way to prove it? Xu Xing thought for a moment and said, I know you have a birthmark on your lower back that looks like a... Before Xu Xing could finish, the door suddenly opened. A pale, delicate hand pulled him into the house with force, immediately closed the door, and then a soft figure fell into his arms. Looks like a heart. Xu Xing finished his sentence and gently rubbed her head. Hubby, it's good that you're okay. Sha Qingming pulled away from his embrace and carefully examined his current appearance. His originally normal skin tone had now turned a pale bluish white, and his brownish-black pupils had turned a blood-like red. Even though it was midsummer, his skin felt cool to the touch. Even though he turned into a zombie, why was he still kind of handsome? How are you not dead? You jumped from the 20th floor. Sha Qingming was very surprised and immediately lifted his clothes to check for any injuries. I don't know either. I was like this when I woke up. Maybe the heavens felt it wasn't my time yet. After all, I couldn't bear to leave you and the children, so I've come back. Xu Xing smiled and rubbed his head, which made Sha Qingming feel extremely happy. No matter what her husband turned into, she loved him just as much as ever. Hubby, how did you get back? What's the situation outside now? Are other zombies like you? Sha Qingming had a string of questions. Living on a high floor had its downsides. She couldn't see exactly what was happening outside, though she could tell many zombies were wandering the streets. I walked back, of course. There are many zombies outside, but I've brought them under control. It's fine, they're completely different from me and have no consciousness of their own. Xu Xing patiently answered her questions. Mom, can I come out now? Lele, in the bedroom, heard his father's voice and was getting anxious. At that moment, the younger sister, Sha Mengyao, who had been traveling in her dreams, was also woken up. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked at her brother, who was knocking hard on the door, with a confused expression. Brother, what's wrong? Sha Qingming looked at Xu Xing. Xu Xing nodded, indicating it was fine. The two of them opened the door for the children. Dad? Quote, Dad. Xu Xing bent down and picked up his son. Well? Did you miss Dad? Yes, missed you to death. Lele gave him a big kiss on the cheek, making Xu Xing beam with joy. Yao Yao, who still didn't quite understand what was happening, looked at her father's changed appearance and said in a childish voice while biting her finger, Dad, good-looking mom likes handsome dad the most. Sha Qingming couldn't help but blush, wanting to cover her daughter's mouth. Why was she blurting out the honest truth like that? Although one of the reasons she took a liking to Xu Xing back then was indeed his good looks. Xu Xing reached out a hand and rubbed his daughter's head. Dad also likes your beautiful mother the most, right? Yao Yao nodded very certainly and said seriously, right. Xu Xing was so happy his teeth were practically catching a cold from his wide grin. This was the fourth world in a row. They had always been a family. Although the emotions from the previous worlds were no longer there, it didn't stop him from being happy now. Dad, why have you become so cool? Your eyes have turned red too. Lele sat in the crook of Xu Xing's arm, his little hands touching his face and arm, staring intently at his eyes. Lele, Yao Yao, Dad has something very important to tell you. Dad is different from before. I'm no longer human. As Xu Xing spoke, he carried the two children to their seats. Sha Qingming reheated the cold breakfast and gave it to the children to eat. Lily's small spoon fell onto the table with a clatter. Dad, you're not human anymore? Then what are you? Not human? Yao Yao was still carefully processing the information in that sentence. For a child, it wasn't incomprehensible, but it took some reaction time. Sha Qingming scrolled through her phone looking for any animated short films about zombies. She actually found one and played it for the two children. The two children had good comprehension and soon understood the current situation. Lele raised a question, but Dad is different from the zombies in the cartoons. Dad is very smart, not at all dull, and he's especially handsome. He doesn't smell bad either. Brother is right. Yao Yao was a little hype girl. That's because Dad is a powerful zombie. Just like when you watch cartoons of fighting monsters, aren't some monsters easy to defeat, while others aren't? Sha Qingming explained for Xu Xing. Then how powerful is Dad? Yao Yao was very curious. Xu Xing thought about it and felt he should let the two children understand his strength a bit. He shouldn't hide everything, so he gave a small demonstration of a fireball technique. Even though this skill was brought over from a previous world, it didn't stop him from using it. The two children's eyes sparkled. Wow, can I be like Dad in the future? Xu Xing thought about how they would also awaken in the future, so he nodded. There will be a chance. Maybe your abilities will be different from mine. Lele was happy. That's great if we each have one kind. There will be 4 kinds in total. Yao Yao echoed her brother while nibbling on her fried egg. Ambition filled Lily's big eyes. Starting today I'm going to work hard on exercising. Yao Yao also echoed seriously. I want to join brother. Sha Qingming looked at the two children and smiled gently. 58. Number 58 Apocalyptic Zombie King vs. Cannon Fodder Female Supporting Character 3. Chapter 3. Doomsday Zombie King vs. Cannon Fodder Passerby Female Supporting Character 3. After breakfast, Sha Qingming gave the two siblings a picture book each to read, then closed the bedroom door to discuss their future plans with Xu Xing. Xu Xing was a high-level mental system zombie who could control lower-level members of his kind. Combined with the skills and abilities he inherited from the previous world, he was safe entering most zombie-infested areas. Moreover, his appearance didn't differ much from a human's. With a little attention to his attire, he wouldn't be easily exposed in a crowd. Based on this, Xu Xing decided to stay put for a while. He would go out to scavenge for supplies while Sha Qingming stayed home to look after the two children. The apocalypse had just begun, and many people were staying home, too afraid to venture out. This was when supplies were most abundant, so hoarding enough was the top priority. Of course, staying here forever wasn't a long-term solution. They would definitely need to find a new base in the future, so they had to be fully prepared before then. Many ingredients from the previous world were still stored in his space. The most notable feature of these ingredients was that they were very effective at warding off hunger, so Xu Xing decided to try cultivating them when he had time. After becoming a zombie, he no longer feared heat or cold. To hide his abnormal skin tone, Sha Qingming put together a good outfit for him and added a pair of sunglasses, making him look like an ordinary, normal person. However, Sha Qingming didn't forget to remind him to look for a place that sold colored contact lenses. It was best to find some just in case. After all, there would always be times when he couldn't wear sunglasses. Xu Xing had mostly cleared the zombies around the building and in the hallways, collecting a total of 7 or 8 crystal cores. At present, the level of the zombies was too low, so low that crystal cores hadn't even formed yet, so having these few was already quite good. Xu Xing handed the crystal cores to Sha Qingming. Crystal cores could be used for awakening and leveling up, and he wanted Qingming and the two children to awaken as soon as possible. As for himself, he possessed the open black lens bracket magic mastery close black lens bracket exchanged from the system, which he could use in this world like a game-breaking bug. Without exaggeration, Xu Xing was already at the ceiling level and didn't need crystal cores. For the time being, I'm leaving then. Wife, stay safe at home and don't open the door for any strangers. You two must also listen to your mother and not be too noisy, Xu Xing instructed carefully, patting the two children on their heads before heading out. Watching their father leave, the two siblings gathered around their mother like a pair of 100,000 wise. Sha Qingming had already let go of her previously heavy heart and answered the children's questions with a smile. On the second day of the apocalypse, just as Xu Xing expected, there were basically no humans out on the streets. Walking among a swarm of low-level zombies was as easy as walking on flat ground. Xu Xing went straight to the nearest department store for a $0 shopping spree. The zombie outbreak had occurred on a weekday, so there weren't many people in the mall. The few low-level zombies scattered about were scared off immediately upon seeing Xu Xing. Although his personal space was limited, he still had many space rings. Xu Xing didn't miss a single one and filled them all to the brim. This included basic products like oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, rice, flour, meat, eggs, and milk, as well as various shelf-stable canned goods, compressed food, ready-made cooked food, and food for children. Besides those, there were many essential daily supplies, such as seasonal clothes, tissues, heating equipment, and waterproof tents. He also included feminine products for Sha Qingmeng. He needed to hoard a lot of those, and Yao Yao would also need them when she grew up. In any case, hoarding more in the space wouldn't result in them expiring. Although the space wasn't exaggeratedly large, it could fit most of the important basic supplies. After packing the essentials, Xu Xing made use of every gap, fully embodying the spirit of a space management master by stuffing various small items into every nook and cranny. He even threw in some heat packs, tobacco, alcohol, tea, and small snacks. Passing the checkout counter, Xu Xing hesitated when he saw the condoms on the shelf. In his current state, could he still? In the end, he still picked some up. These consumables would only become scarcer in the future. Even if he didn't need them, others certainly would, and he could trade them for other supplies. These were good items. He also picked up some chocolate and candy. Although eating too much sugar is bad for children's teeth, how could he not spoil his two adorable little ones? Xu Xing even had the leisure to pick out a few sets of skincare products for Sha Qingmeng, though he removed the packaging to save space. Finally, having filled 2 large backpacks to disguise the existence of his space, Xu Xing left the mall satisfied, ready to head home. Just as Xu Xing stepped out of the mall entrance, he encountered a group of people. There weren't many, just 3 men and 1 woman. The 4 looked like they had been through a fight to get here. However, while the other 3's clothes were stained with dust, the woman in the middle remained clean, even wearing a white dress. Xu Xing walked past quickly without looking back. However, 0250 in his mind started beeping its report. Report, host. I've just discovered a system on the girl in the white dress. Her name is Zhao Xichao, and her system is called the Doomsday Heartthrob system, which has a small storage function. Her system just tried to probe you, but as this system is far superior to these local systems, I have automatically modified your personal information. Hearing the word automatically, Xu Xing asked 0250 reflexively, is there a fee? Fortunately, 0250 didn't scam him this time and said the words, no fee. Zhao Xichao was the top enemy of the female protagonist, Gucci, as well as her good friend. Relying on a heartthrob system, she had completely fooled the once kind and naive Gucci. She not only tricked her out of her family heirloom jade bracelet and stole her space but also planted a scumbag by her side to deceive her body, heart, and feelings. In the end, she imprisoned her in a human laboratory within the base, leading to her death. Simultaneously, she tricked Gucci's childhood friend into leaving the base for a mission and secretly murdered him during it. So, having lived another life, Gucci no longer trusted Zhao Xichao. She was determined to protect her belongings and protect the people she wanted to protect while taking revenge on Zhao Xichao. Gucci came from a well-off family and lived off campus, while Zhao Xichao lived on campus. Because of her kindness, Gucci had taken Zhao Xichao in during the apocalypse in her previous life, which led to a series of tragedies. The reborn Gucci naturally couldn't be soft-hearted enough to take Zhao Xichao in and let her freeload, so she blocked her and cut off all contact. However, Zhao Xichao still used the heartthrob system at school to quickly hook up with several male classmates who had awakened abilities. Using the system's small storage function, she pretended to have awakened a space system ability and came to the mall with them to search for supplies. This area was very well located, with schools, malls, residential areas, and hospitals all close to each other. Xu Xingyi's presence had scared away some of the low-level zombies nearby, which unintentionally benefited Zhao Xichao and her group. When the heartthrob system scanned Xu Xing, it started shouting excitedly in Zhao Xichao's mind. Host, a high-quality man with a score of over 90 has appeared for the first time. Let's hurry and capture him. Zhao Xichao also noticed Xu Xing immediately. The highest score she had encountered so far was an 88, which belonged to Su Ling by her side. He had awakened a lightning system ability and was already considered quite good. A high-quality man with a score of over 90? Zhao Xichao's interest was piqued, so she checked Xu Xingyi's information. Age 29, married, has 2 children, lightning and fire dual system abilities. System score, 95. How is he a married man? He even has children. Zhao Xichao was somewhat dissatisfied. Host, what are you thinking? Is this the time to be nitpicking over such things? You can only receive the best protection and live comfortably in the apocalypse by capturing more men. If the heartthrob system had a physical body, it would have coughed up a mouthful of blood and fainted. It was furious. This host knew how to do nothing and could only rely on men, yet she was still picky. What's wrong with being married? Didn't she see the 95 score? Even if they didn't develop that kind of relationship, wouldn't it be good to make a strong connection if there was a chance? How could her thinking be so narrow? The heartthrob system babbled on at Zhao Xichao. Although Zhao Xichao was unhappy with the system's arrogance, she couldn't resist the fact that she needed the system to become more beautiful so she could capture more high-quality men to protect her. She had no choice but to listen to the system. The heartthrob system began to probe Xu Xing, wanting to cast a tracking spell on him. As a result, Xu Xingyi's gaze from behind his sunglasses shot straight toward Zhao Xichao. Ah! The heartthrob system screamed in fright and immediately retracted its spell. What was wrong with this man? It actually couldn't cast a tracking spell? Who was he? Had he reached such a powerful level already? The apocalypse had only just begun. What's wrong, system? Zhao Xichao became a bit flustered upon hearing the system's voice. Sound panicked for the first time. Host, you must seize this man. My level is currently too low. I'm afraid I can't see through him, and I can't place a tracking spell on him. What? He's actually that powerful? Zhao Xichao was truly interested now. So what if he was married with kids? In the apocalypse, strength was everything. As long as she clung to this powerful thigh, she wouldn't have to worry about her safety and might even live very comfortably. Zhao Xichao's mind began to race. System, what should I do? Say hello. Don't you know how to say hello? The system was anxious to death. While Zhao Xichao was still communicating with the system in her head, Su Ling beside her also saw Xu Xing and complained with a look of disdain. Wearing so much on such a hot day and even wearing sunglasses, is he sick? Does he still want to show off even in the apocalypse? Upon hearing this, Zhao Xichao knew she couldn't let Xu Xing hear it, so she quickly pulled him back. Brother Ling, don't say that. He might be a powerful person who awakened an ability that makes him unafraid of heat. Isn't that how it is in the movies? Then she gave Xu Xing an apologetic smile, desperately releasing her alluring charm. Xu Xing couldn't be bothered with her and directly gave her a wide berth. Zhao Xichao was somewhat astonished. Why wasn't her charm technique working? Thus, she got anxious. Big brother, excuse me. The next second, her mouth was covered by Su Ling. Su Ling said exasperatedly, do you think this is a place for shouting? Although there were fewer zombies out during the day than at night, shouting so loudly was basically telling the zombies to come and eat them. Su Ling's favorability toward Zhao Xichao wasn't maxed out, it was only at 45, not yet at the stage of having an automatic filter, so he felt a bit of jealous annoyance at her behavior. What was she doing? Wasn't it enough to have his protection? Zhao Xichao didn't care about the stranger Xu Xing for the moment and turned to soothe Su Ling first. Brother Ling, I called out to him for a reason. Look at such a large mall. He came here alone and is heading back with such a large bag. His skills must be extraordinary. He might have even awakened just like you, and look at the direction he's heading. Isn't there a residential complex over there? GUCC is renting a place there, but I can't contact her right now, so we can ask him about the situation outside. After hearing Zhao Xichao's analysis, Su Ling thought it made a lot of sense, and his mood immediately improved. However, he still reminded her, then you should also pay attention to the setting. Don't be so reckless, it'll attract zombies. Zhao Xichao immediately nodded obediently. Brother Ling, it's my fault. I'll definitely pay attention in the future and won't cause trouble for you. Seeing her pitiful, apologetic look, Su Ling felt he had been too harsh just now and immediately forgave her. It's fine, my tone was bad just now too. I'll have to rely on you to store things in a bit. Zhao Xichao shook her head, indicating it was fine. When she wanted to look for Xu Xing again, she found he had long since disappeared, so she felt a bit resentful toward Su Ling. However, as the heartthrob system reported in real time that Su Ling's favorability toward her had risen to 50, the resentment in Zhao Xichao's heart lessened accordingly. Because Zhao Xichao's words were quite reasonable, they also boosted her favorability with the other two boys. With one speech, she gained 15 points of favorability. Zhao Xichao was no longer so frustrated about losing the chance to strike up a conversation with Xu Xing. The heartthrob system also went quiet and didn't say anything more. Fine, the host isn't that useless after all. 59. Number 59 Apocalyptic Zombie King vs. Cannon Fodder Female Supporting Character 4. Chapter 4. The Doomsday Zombie King vs. the Cannon Fodder Passerby Female Supporting Character 4. After leaving the shopping mall, Xu Xing stopped by a pharmacy on the way. Fortunately, he had prepared enough space rings in his previous world and still had some left, so he took out another space ring specifically to store medicine. He wouldn't need it himself, but Qingmeng and the two children did. On the way home, he detoured to a gas station. There was no one there now except for a few zombies. Xu Xing stored enough fuel without any pressure before ending his first day of hoarding supplies and speeding home. When he got home, it wasn't Sha Qingmeng who opened the door but the two children. The two children pulled at his pant legs with anxious faces, telling him to hurry inside and check on mommy. Shu Xing was naturally anxious. He dropped his things and ran straight to the bedroom. Even though the air conditioning was on and it wasn't hot, Sha Qingming was lying on the bed. Sweat was constantly breaking out on her forehead, and her cheeks had an unnatural flush, as if she had a fever. Although the two children were young, they were sensible. Lele had put a cooling patch on her mother and found some medicine. The two siblings had even carried a heavy kettle to pour hot water for her. Daddy, mommy got a fever today after eating those shiny things, Lele said, bringing the bag to Shu Xing and pointing. But Yao Yao and I didn't get a fever. Shu Xing looked at the crystal cores in the bag. Half were left. Since it was their first time, Shu Xing hadn't dared to let them eat too many, letting them eat a few first to adapt. Awakening usually happened in two ways. One was being drenched by the black rain. The unlucky ones became zombies. The lucky ones awakened, and a small minority had no reaction. The other, safer method was eating crystal cores, which was also the method widely promoted later on. However, the amount needed by each person varied. Some needed more, some less. Especially in the early stages, crystal cores were scarce and hard to obtain. In most cases they were only provided to those who had already awakened for leveling up, and were rarely used on ordinary people. It seemed Sha Qingming was lucky. She was already about to awaken after eating only 2. Shu Xing checked Sha Qingming's condition. Aside from the fever, there were no other adverse reactions, so he took Lele and Yao Yao to their room. Then he took 2 lollipops from his pocket, actually from his space, and said, "Thank you for taking care of mommy today. Here's a candy for each of you as a reward. Mommy is about to become very powerful, which is why she's like this. Don't worry, go play by yourselves first. Daddy will take good care of mommy." The siblings breathed a sigh of relief and then asked curiously, "Then Daddy, do you know how powerful mommy will become?" Shu Xing really didn't know. In the plot, he and Qingming were just a cannon fodder couple. How could they have the good fortune of awakening? He could only say, "I don't know, but it's because we don't know that we're even more excited, right?" The two children nodded, seemingly understanding. "Alright, you two be good for now. I'm going to cook, and dinner will be ready soon." Shu Xing patted the children's small heads and went to the kitchen to start preparing dinner. "Okay, we won't disturb Daddy." Lele stepped into his role as the older brother, pulling his sister to the side. He held up a tablet and said to Yao Yao, "Yao Yao, it's very dangerous outside with zombies everywhere. Daddy is so powerful, and we can't hold him back. Starting today, you have to exercise with me to fight zombies." Yao Yao pointed at the exercise video on the tablet and asked, "Are we going to learn from this?" Lele nodded. "Mommy and Daddy are very busy. When they're busy, we have to learn on our own and not disturb them too much." "Okay, brother, then let's start quickly." Yao Yao was eager to try. Then, the 2 small figures began stretching their legs, swinging their arms, and twisting their waists along with the exercise video on the tablet. Shu Xing didn't just make today's dinner, he also prepared a bunch of cooked food to store in his space. The biggest inconvenience of the apocalypse was cooking. While there was still gas, it certainly wouldn't hurt to store more. Unfortunately, he was a zombie now. Food had no meaning to him. Only crystal cores held a bit of attraction. He was in a state where he didn't need to eat, drink, or sleep at all. The 2 children automatically came out to forage and finish dinner when they smelled the aroma of food. Shu Xing and Sha Qingming had taught the children well. They weren't picky eaters at all and would eat anything as long as it was cooked. It was the apocalypse now, and in the future, they would inevitably have to eat mutated plants, mutated beast meat, or even raw food. Therefore, Shu Xing was determined to let these 2 kids carry forward this spirit. After dinner, the siblings eagerly hoped Shu Xing would teach them a few moves. Shu Xing patiently taught them. Whether it was the influence of the crystal cores on their bodies or they were just naturally smart, the siblings had strong learning abilities and performed the moves quite well. Shu Xing then thought that his 2 kids were part of the protagonist group, so they were definitely extraordinary and smart. He felt happy in his heart again. The 2 children used to be a bit naughty and boisterous, but since the apocalypse, they had been incredibly well behaved. After exercising, studying for a bit, and washing up, they went to sleep obediently. They weren't at all like before, when they would insist on sleeping with mommy and daddy. It was as if they had grown up overnight. Shu Xing returned to the bedroom. Sha Qingming was still asleep with no sign of waking up. Shu Xing measured her temperature. It had reached 42 degrees. A normal person would have been long gone, but she was still in the process of awakening and was fine. It had only been 2 days since the apocalypse started. At this time, there should be many people who had been drenched by the black rain and were feverish, waiting to awaken. These would be the first batch of ability users. Once they awakened, there would definitely be more people scavenging for supplies. With more people, there would inevitably be inconveniences, so hoarding supplies had to be done early. According to the original plot's tropes, a high-level mental type zombie similar to himself would appear later and launch multiple attacks on the safe base where the male and female leads were located. This was because he felt he was the boss of the apocalypse and wanted to claim supremacy. However, he was eventually killed by the male and female leads, and both sides reached a reconciliation. Because high-level zombies were, to some extent, a new species, they had long since disdained feeding on humans. They generally ate the crystal cores in the brains of fellow low-level zombies or the cores in mutated animals and plants, which wasn't much different from humans. By the end of the story, the greatest threats were various mutated animals and plants as well as occasional natural disasters. The power of nature was the most terrifying. What Xu Xing wanted to do was to take care of that high-level zombie who was always looking to cause trouble and become king ahead of time. He wouldn't actively cause trouble, nor would he let himself be bullied. He would try to live in harmony as much as possible to give his wife and children a stable, living environment. That was the original intention of his transmigration. Sha Qingmeng had fainted from the fever after eating only 2 crystal cores. At the moment she lost consciousness, she was still thinking, oh no, I promised to cook all day today. What if the natural gas is cut off when I wake up and the food isn't finished? The unconscious Sha Qingmeng had a muddled dream, as if she had entered a strange world. Just as she was marveling at it, she felt extremely hot. After finally cooling down a bit, she wanted to wake up again. She rolled over casually and touched something very cool. Sha Qingmeng felt extremely comfortable, so she couldn't help but reach out and touch and rub against it, simply refusing to get up. Xu Xing felt her groping him and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He whispered in her ear, awake? If you're awake, don't stay in bed. Sha Qingmeng had no choice but to open her eyes. She looked up at Xu Xing's crimson eyes for a while and then couldn't help but give him a kiss. Even though you're a zombie, you're still so handsome. Xu Xing smiled and said, did you choose to be with me back then because you thought I was handsome? Sha Qingmeng rubbed against his cool chest. I'm not that shallow, didn't you confess to me first? Although I already liked you a lot, by the way. Do you know how sad I was when you jumped off the building? Xu Xing gently caressed the person on his chest and comforted her. It's all in the past. Look forward from now on. Sha Qingmeng nodded. Look forward. Then the two prepared to get up and wash up. Sha Qingmeng subconsciously went to get her phone from the nightstand to check the time. As soon as she touched it, the phone suddenly disappeared. She was so shocked she couldn't react for a long time. Then she grabbed Xu Xing's arm tightly. Hubby, my phone suddenly disappeared, and I only touched it for a second. Xu Xing was all too familiar with this situation, so he guided her. Feel the air fluctuations around you carefully in your mind. Can you feel something like a space? Is your phone inside it? Sha Qingmeng frowned. She knew about spaces, she hadn't read novels for nothing, but it was still too abstract. Despite this, Sha Qingmeng still tried hard. To her own surprise, the phone returned to her hand. Sha Qingmeng was immediately overjoyed. Is this the space-type ability you mentioned yesterday? Then won't I be able to hoard a lot of things in the future? As someone who had always been cautious and lacked a sense of security, Sha Qingmeng always felt that having food stored at home, money on hand, and a fully charged phone was the only way to feel at ease. This was also why, in the original plot, she could stay at home with the 2 children for 3 months without going out. Xu Xing felt both distressed and amused. This ability really suited her personality. Wife, can you feel how big your space is? Xu Xing asked. If her space was bigger than his, then he would have to consider taking Qingmeng with him to collect supplies. It was just that leaving the 2 children at home was always a bit worrying. How about pulling a few low-level zombies to act as security guards at the door? Xu Xing thought this was a good idea. Hubby, wait a moment, let me feel it first. Sha Qingmeng closed her eyes and immersed herself in her mind, carefully sensing the size of the space. Hubby, I can't quite say, it would be better to put a reference object in for comparison. Anyway, it's quite big, at least bigger than the home we live in now. It can fit cars and stuff. Sha Qingmeng gestured the size of the space based on the memory of just putting a phone in. It seemed it was many times larger than his own space. Xu Xing understood and discussed with Sha Qingmeng. In that case, why don't we go out and search for supplies together today? Sha Qingmeng wanted to, but there were still the 2 children. She was very worried. What about Lele and Yao Yao? It doesn't feel safe to leave them at home. Also, I don't know how long this natural gas will last. It's best to hurry up and make some cooked food to store in the space. Xu Xing asked Sha Qingmeng solemnly. Do you think it's too late for us to teach the two of them how to cook now? Sha Qingmeng's eyes widened. In the end, Lele and Yao Yao were forced to stand in front of the gas stove. Sha Qingmeng, very thoughtfully, wrote a small booklet on how to use it safely, and Xu Xing took Lele and demonstrated how to cook a few times, with a special emphasis on how to use fire. Finally, he instructed them that if they really couldn't do it, it didn't matter. The induction cooker could also be used as long as the food was cooked. Then the young couple left a pile of ingredients and set off to collect supplies. Lele stood on a small stool, staring at a large pot that was several times bigger than his small face with a serious expression. Yao Yao, this task is very arduous. Are you ready? Yao Yao panted as she tried to drag and pull a bag of rice from outside the kitchen into the kitchen. I puff, I'm ready, I'll huff, I'll help brother wash the vegetables right away. And so, the two siblings began to busily clatter around in the kitchen in a flurry. 60. Number 60 Apocalyptic Zombie King vs. Cannon Fodder Female Supporting Character, 5. Chapter 5. Doomsday Zombie King vs. Cannon Fodder Passerby Female Supporting Character, 5. After leaving the house, Xu Xing controlled several zombies nearby to act as bodyguards for Lele and Yao Yao, preventing anyone from attempting a home invasion. This residential area was a newly built complex. Because it was near a school, it was a prime school district property with new and excellent infrastructure, making it very popular. Xu Xing had put in quite a bit of effort to buy a house here back then, and there was still a bit of the mortgage left unpaid. Of course, it was the apocalypse now, and no one cared about mortgages anymore. Many residents in the complex were still in the renovation stage. No one lived opposite Xu Xing's house, which to some extent made it easier for him to avoid being exposed as a zombie. Sha Qingmeng's space was large. Besides packing food, drinks, and daily necessities, the two decided to go a bit further to stockpile outdoor survival gear, including cars, fuel, auto parts, and kayaks. The apocalypse brought more than just zombies. There was also the gradually deteriorating environment. It didn't matter to Xu Xing, but Qingmeng and the two children needed protection. Xu Xing didn't control the zombies in the underground garage. Instead, he chose to take them out directly before driving off with Sha Qingmeng. After they left, a group of people hiding behind them secretly followed. With his powerful mental strength, Xu Xing had noticed this group long ago, but he didn't stop them. Just as well, he had a score to settle with them, so their arrival was like someone handing him a pillow just as he was getting sleepy. Sha Qingmeng had remained vigilant. As soon as they left the underground garage, she noticed a car following them from a distance and asked him what he planned to do. Ignore them for now. We'll see what they want to do when the time comes. Sha Qingmeng trusted Xu Xing implicitly, so she ignored the group for the time being. The two first arrived at the mall they had visited yesterday. There were clearly more people than yesterday. It seemed many brave souls had begun to take action. Moreover, the current level of zombies was low. They were slow and light-averse, making them relatively easy to kill. Even an ordinary adult could put up a fight. Xu Xing led her to dodge their pursuers and went straight to the warehouse. No one had been to the warehouse yet, and the inventory was very impressive, allowing the two to take their time picking. Sha Qingmeng fully utilized her excellent shopping skills and master-level space management abilities to stockpile many practical and durable supplies. The warehouse goods were all in crates, so the specific items inside couldn't be seen. Sha Qingmeng focused mainly on stockpiling consumables. She wasn't greedy, only taking enough for a family's use, including mineral water, tissues, pocket tissues, wet wipes, toilet paper, sanitary pads, tampons, hand sanitizer, soap, toiletries, and disposable items. At the same time, she replenished many items that Xu Xing hadn't stockpiled much of yesterday, due to limited space, such as self-heating meals, instant noodles, cold chain products, and various snacks. Most importantly, there were two children at home. Children grow fast, and their clothes and shoes need changing almost every season, so she had to prepare clothing in various sizes. For spring, autumn, and winter, durable and protective clothing was preferred, while for summer, she stockpiled enough short-sleeved t-shirts to be used as disposables. In the apocalypse, there were no conditions for daily laundry unless one had a water-type ability user nearby. After stripping the food and daily necessities, Sha Qingmeng also packed some pots, pans, and digital products. There was no internet in the apocalypse, so maps, e-books, and various resources had to be downloaded in advance, and plenty of power banks had to be fully charged. After finishing with the warehouse, the two toured the mall again to see if there were any cooked foods left. The air conditioning and freezers were still working, so items like cakes, bread, and some cooked foods wouldn't necessarily spoil for 2 or 3 days. The two proceeded to stockpile from the first floor to the second. When leaving and passing the checkout counter, Sha Qingmeng thought of Lele and Yao Yao and collected some candies and drinks as well. These things wouldn't fill a stomach and would surely become increasingly rare. While there was enough space, she wanted to prepare more for the children. Once they were gone, they could only be savored in memories. There were still quite a few condoms left on the candy rack. Space had been limited when Xu Xing came yesterday, so he hadn't taken them all. Sha Qingmeng gave him a meaningful look and then accepted them all with a smile. As the saying goes, luxury leads to lust. Humans would always have such needs in the future. It's a pity I didn't think to stockpile more back at the warehouse, Sha Qingmeng said with a look of regret. Quote, in the doomsday novels I've read, once things stabilize later on, one of these can be traded for several bags of rice. Xu Xing asked her, should we go back to the warehouse? Sha Qingmeng hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. Forget it, one must have a bottom line. These are enough. We're not short on food now, so there's no need to deliberately use these to trade for rations with others. Xu Xing thought about it and agreed. True, and we won't be able to use them anyway. Sha Qingmeng was surprised. Hubby, you're not unable to do it after becoming a zombie, are you? Aren't you quite powerful now? The conversation took a sharp turn, leaving Xu Xing stunned. How can a man say he's unable? It's just, Xu Xing's expression became difficult to describe. Then why won't we be able to use them? Sha Qingmeng said dissatisfiedly. Quote, we're an old married couple, what are you shy about? I'm not being shy, wifey. I'm a zombie now. The two of us, Xu Xing didn't know what to say at the thought. Quote, have you ever heard of a human and a zombie? It was too hardcore. He simply couldn't imagine the scene. Sha Qingmeng became unhappy once she realized this, then said cautiously, how about we give it a try? Seeing his wife's suggestions getting more and more outrageous, Xu Xing quickly urged her to leave. Later, we'll talk later. We need to go to the car dealership now. Sha Qingmeng teased him. Hey, don't change the subject, this is a very serious issue. Xu Xing shook his head like a rattle. What if trying it leads to dying? What if you turn into a zombie? Have you heard of infection via bodily fluids? Oh well, okay then. Sha Qingmeng also realized the seriousness of the situation and stopped joking. Though it was a pity, the fact that the family was still together was already a huge stroke of luck. As soon as the two stepped out of the mall, Xu Xing sensed that the group that had been following them was actually all sitting in their car waiting. He had never seen such obedient stalkers. They didn't even come up to rob them? Was the stalking for nothing? Perhaps they wanted to swallow everything in one go at the end and make sure they never returned? Xu Xing and Sha Qingmeng calmly drove toward the car dealership. The sound of the car attracted a small wave of low-level zombies. Just as these zombies were about to approach, they realized there was an incredibly powerful high-level zombie inside. They shrieked and limped away, fleeing even faster than when they were chasing the car. Xu Zheng, the one currently driving and following Xu Xing, was nearly scared out of his wits by the retreating zombies. Regardless of whether his stalking would be discovered, he floored the accelerator to hide first. On the other hand, some passers-by who had plucked up the courage to come out for food silently gave a thumbs up to Xu Zheng's heroic act of driving to attract the zombies, even cupping their hands in respect. This big shot is truly a good person. Xu Xing drove to the car dealership and decisively collected several cars in stock. Then the two went to the accompanying auto repair center. There was a parking lot nearby specifically for new cars, where they could see if there were any other suitable vehicles. After taking the cars and auto parts, the two drove to a gas station to store fuel. Brother Xu, which of those two do you think is the one with the space? In the passenger seat, a shifty-eyed man carefully watched the actions of Xu Xing and Sha Qingmeng. They had lost them at the mall earlier and hadn't seen them collect supplies, but they hadn't lost them now. Seeing those cars disappear one by one like a magic trick, one of them must have awakened a space-type ability, and that space was likely not small. I think it's the woman. The man is quite good at picking, though. He's choosing all the good cars, said a man sitting in the back seat who looked somewhat like a refined scoundrel, adjusting his glasses. She's practically a mobile warehouse boss. We have to take this woman down. I haven't had a good meal in 2 days. She must have good stuff there. As he spoke, another person in the back seat began rubbing his hands together, drooling. Xu Zheng flashed a confident smile. Then we'll take care of the man together first, and then tie the woman up. The supplies will all be ours. It was the apocalypse now. Who cared about breaking the law? He hadn't seen the man use any abilities to deal with zombies in the underground garage, so he was likely just an ordinary person. Unlike himself, who had awakened a fire-type ability, the man was nothing to fear. The more Xu Zheng thought about it, the better it seemed, and he almost laughed out loud. He, boss is wise actually. I have another idea. Speak. Didn't we have much chance with women before the apocalypse? How about? Hearing his subordinate's idea, Xu Zheng's heart began to itch. He was an ability user now. Wasn't the fire type the standard for the strong? According to the tropes in doomsday novels, what was wrong with a strong man having a few women? Wasn't that normal? Besides, a woman who had space and was beautiful was hard to come by. Even if she was a wife, she might have a unique charm. So he patted his subordinate's head. What are you thinking? She'll be my woman in the future if you want to play. You'll have to wait until I'm tired of her. Yes, brother Xu is right. The man smirked and shut his mouth, not mentioning it again. Go, they're leaving. Keep up. Seeing Xu Xing and Sha Qingmeng get back in the car and depart, Xu Zheng quickly followed. Damn it, zombies kept popping up around here. It was terrifying. How are these two so brave? Running so far to scavenge supplies? They're practically asking for it. The group in Xu Zheng's car were roommates in the same complex. Usually, they relied on food delivery for anything they lacked and had no sense of stockpiling. They didn't expect the apocalypse to arrive so suddenly, and after only 2 days, they were at their wits' end. Xu Zheng was lucky. He had awakened a fire-type ability after being caught in the black rain. He then declared himself the boss and decided to form a team to search for supplies. He hadn't expected to encounter the young couple, Xu Xing and Sha Qingmeng, in the underground garage. They didn't live in the same building, but the underground garages were connected. He had run into them a couple of times during morning and evening rush hours before, so Xu Zheng had some impression of the couple. Mainly, the two were really good looking and seemed to have 2 young children. Xu Zheng even thought that since the couple hadn't brought their children out to collect supplies, the kids must be at home. If he had known, he should have gone straight to their house to kidnap the children first. They would surely have handed over the supplies obediently then. So Xu Zheng couldn't help but hit the steering wheel in frustration. He really hadn't thought of it. After solving the car problem, Xu Xing followed the downloaded map to the nearest outdoor goods specialty store. He would never have thought to come to such a store normally. Finding one was a pleasant surprise. There was no one in the store now. The poor owner had become a zombie, and the two immediately went inside to search for supplies. When the low-level zombies nearby saw a high-level zombie like Xu Xing, they were terrified and wanted to run. Xu Xing immediately controlled them all to prevent them from running off and exposing his identity as a zombie. Thus, a group of mindless low-level zombies wanted to run but were controlled by Xu Xing and couldn't. Their twisted bodies trembled instinctively out of fear, looking like they were at a group rave in broad daylight. Xu Xing made a show of cutting off some of the zombies' heads and pulling crystal cores from their brains. Xu Zheng's eyes lit up as he followed behind. There are even crystal cores they can be used for leveling up good stuff. The others also showed greedy looks, but they quickly suppressed them. They were currently just a bunch of weaklings with no skills, relying entirely on Brother Xu to carry them. These crystal cores were not for them to dream about. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel.